long has it been? 100 years? 200? I stopped counting after 50. The monotony of counting seconds, minutes, hours, and days overwhelmed me long ago. Some memories of my life still linger. I recall 2 people, a man and a woman, likely my parents. I remember seeing them every day. It was good, until they left. I could hear them crying on the other side of the door. I never wanted them to cry. I remember lying in a hospital bed, the sterile smell a dead giveaway. My days were spent watching movies, mostly Marvel, and reading manga. There was one manga I hated. What was it called again? High School something. No matter, it's not important anymore. One day, I closed my eyes, and when I opened them, I was somewhere else alone, sitting on a log at the edge of a tranquil lake. It was breathtaking. The night was eternal, the stars countless. Snow fell gently, yet I felt no cold. I didn't dare close my eyes, afraid to lose the view. So, I began counting the time I was there, until boredom won, and I stopped. Then, something happened. It's beautiful, isn't it? A voice broke the silence. Yes, I replied calmly. The voice felt welcoming, like a soothing presence. Turning, I saw a familiar face from the Marvel movies I once watched. Stan Lee? I asked, puzzled. Not exactly, he said with a knowing smile and sat beside me on the log. Tell me, son, he began, what would you do if you had the chance to see the sun one more time? What? I blinked, confused. Not sure if you've noticed, old Stan, but it's always night here. Sure, the sky gets interesting meteor showers, auroras, even planets close enough to see without a telescope, but the sun? That's a no-show. Well, he said, unfazed, it's what you chose, after all. What do you mean by that? I asked, suspicious. Look around, he said, his smile deepening. Don't you think this place feels familiar? I took a closer look. The lake, the trees, and far off, some abandoned houses. My mind stirred. I knew this place. I've been here before, I realized, looking at him. Indeed, he said, nodding. This is a small town in Norway, Ada. You visited with your parents when your life was more than hospital beds, movies, and manga. Back when you could still smile, and your parents smiled back, real smiles, not the forced ones they gave you in the hospital. Why am I here? I asked. I already told you, he said. What would you do if you had the opportunity to see the sun one more time? That's the question. I'm still waiting for your answer. I thought long and hard. Money? Power? Love? But what did it matter at the end of life? None of it followed us. I don't know, I admitted. Good answer, he said with a chuckle. He laughed warmly, then added, people often say they'd live without regrets, but the truth is, regrets are inevitable. They get so lost in past mistakes or future uncertainties that they miss the present. You, however, gave me a rare answer. You've already lived without regrets. You may have died young, but the happiness and feelings you experienced were enough. So now what? I asked, uncertain. Now, you choose, he said, rising and gesturing toward the lake, where 2 doors had appeared. Those weren't there before, I said, confused. They weren't meant to be, he replied cryptically. One door leads to eternal rest, your unique heaven. No worries, you'll get in. The other door leads to reincarnation. You'll be reborn into a universe of my choosing, based on what you've read or watched. It won't be restful, but it'll be an adventure. Wait, you're saying I could end up in the Marvel universe or Shokugeki no Soma? I asked, skeptical. Exactly, he said. But the odds are 1 in 1,000 for each universe you've known. Think carefully. I weighed the choices. Eternal rest sounded peaceful, but boring. Adventure called to me, even if it meant danger, like facing a certain purple tyrant or living in a world where food caused explosive reactions. Well, they say when you're unsure, sometimes you need to take a leap of faith, I said, walking toward the door on the left. Once you open it, there's no turning back, Stan warned. I grabbed the handle and opened it. Images from countless universes flashed before my eyes until they settled on one. Then, I heard a word that filled me with dread. Opai, roared a voice, accompanied by the red armor of a dragon. No, I whispered, trying to shut the door. It wouldn't budge. Panicked, I ran. No, I refuse. The pull was too strong. I was sucked in, screaming as the door slammed shut behind me. Limbo. Stan watched the door with a faint smile. He'll need some help, but the rest is up to him, he said, firing a bolt of lightning toward the door. With a sigh, he disappeared. Good luck, kid, he murmured. I hope you can fill the void my old friend left behind. #POV, MC. Ah, damn you, copy of Stan Lee. I screamed as I plummeted into the chaotic mess that is the HighschoolDxD universe. Of all the places I could have ended up, why here? Honestly, I'd have taken almost any other universe I'd watched over this one. Unfortunately, my memory of HighschoolDxD is fuzzy. I only watched the first season before deciding it wasn't for me. The few details I do remember aren't exactly comforting. Sacred Gears. A protagonist who's essentially Ash Ketchum but treats familiars like Pokemon. Flaming chickens, phoenixes, apparently. Over-the-top supernatural politics and factions. A breast-obsessed protagonist whose sacred gear could kill a god. Characters so overpowered they make Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet look underwhelming. In summary, I'm screwed. My distaste for this anime isn't unfounded. I still remember the protagonist's first words that haunted me even after I dropped the series. Asteriska, I want to squeeze some boobs. Asterisk. Seriously? This guy gets manipulated at the drop of a hat, and all it takes is a girl with big tits saying, "Be my boyfriend?" Any sane person would call her a stalker or unhinged. But no, this genius accepts because, boobs. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, falling. Ah! I screamed again. A noise behind me caught my attention, and I turned to see lightning racing toward me. Did the old man change his mind? I wondered aloud, a glimmer of hope flickering in me. Get me out of this mess, old man. I yelled, arms open, ready to embrace whatever destruction the lightning might bring. But then, nothing. I waited, and kept waiting. What the hell? I muttered, opening my eyes. I was still falling through this bizarre tunnel. Floating before me, however, was a letter. Great, now I feel like a Hogwarts acceptance letter. Whatever, let's see what this is. I grabbed the letter, and it sprang from my hand, folding itself into a mouth. Greetings again, my son. Based on your answers and the entertainment you'll provide me, I've decided to help you one last time. You will reincarnate as the god of thunder, Thor. But don't get cocky, it's not the Thor you're familiar with. Train as if your life depends on it, because it does. Your last gift will come when you're ready. Watch for a red star, the letter announced. Thor? I'm going to be Thor? Damn it, old man. I was hoping for a quiet life as a mortal, far away from Japan. Somewhere like Canada. The letter continued. P.S. If you're strong enough, you'll unlock your true form upon receiving the red star's gift. Lastly, while my true name is beyond comprehension, you may call me the one above all. Good luck, and enjoy your new life. Chibi Stanley waving. Wait. The one above all? The one above all? Holy she! I started to scream but was interrupted by a flash of light. Hashtag POV, frig. I sat in the grand hall, waiting for my husband, Odin, to return from his meeting with the pantheon leaders. The news had been grim lately. Uranus, the leader of the Greek pantheon, was murdered by his youngest son, Kronos. Poor Rhea forced to marry that monster. I wanted to help her, but the ancient laws forbade interference between pantheons. The door creaked open, and Odin stepped inside, carrying a baby. I can't believe you did this again, Odin. I yelled, fury boiling over. My love, please, wait. Odin pleaded. But I didn't wait. I started hitting him. Hard. Another child out of wedlock? Vidar and Vala with giants. Hermod with a mortal. And now this? Explain. Now, I demanded, pausing my assault but keeping my hand raised. I returned from the meeting and sought clarity at Fjordjin's temple. Odin began nervously. A lightning bolt struck the altar, leaving behind a crystal cocoon. Inside was this child. When I touched the cocoon, it dissolved, and he's been asleep ever since. Look closely, his golden veins are unlike anything I've seen. I examined the baby and, indeed, golden veins pulsed faintly beneath his skin. Was this child infused with Odin's power from the cocoon? Regardless, he has your divine power, I said firmly. That makes him your son. Yes, Odin admitted. I will name him, I declared, taking the baby into my arms. But Odin began. I will name him, I repeated, glaring. Yes, my love, Odin relented. I gazed at the sleeping child. Something about him felt special. Maternal instinct? Perhaps. But I knew he would do the impossible. You will be Thor, I said, smiling as the baby stirred awake. Golden eyes with black sclera stared up at me. Intimidating yet beautiful. Hello, little one, I cooed. I'm your mother, Frigg. The baby said nothing, simply blinking. Hello, my son. Odin chimed in, leaning into Thor's line of sight. I'm your father, Odin, and I promise to teach you the secrets of life. Starting with women's breasts. Thor's reaction was immediate. Buah, he cried, flailing his tiny arms. See what you've done. I scolded, rocking Thor to calm him. What did I do? Odin protested. That stupid smile scared him. Out? You've done enough. I snapped. Yes, my love, Odin muttered, retreating. Hashtag POV, Thor, formerly MC. After the blinding light, I blacked out. When I woke, a woman, Frigg, apparently was holding me. Hello, little one, she said gently. I'm your mother, Frigg. Frigg. That name rang a bell. Thor's mother in Norse mythology, right? So, where's the Allfather? Hello, my son, boomed a voice. I turned to see an old man, gray hair, beard, monocle. Odin. The Allfather. The one who sacrificed an eye for knowledge. The wisest of all gods? My son, I promise to teach you the secrets of life. Odin began, his voice grand. Starting with women's breasts. The hell? Wait. That smile. That smile. I'd seen it before. On him. Stanley. You're laughing at me, aren't you, you bastard? As realization dawned, Odin's smile lingered, staring down at me. Wipe that smirk off your face, you perverted bastard. I thought furiously. And that's when it hit me. This is my life now. My father is a perverted Allfather, and I'm stuck with him. Forever. So, I did the only thing a grown man trapped in a baby's body could do. I cried. Buah.
Hey, audiobook collection here. If you enjoy the audiobook, please support the author by visiting the link in the description. If you'd like me to create an audiobook of your choice, kindly get the author's permission and share a screenshot of the approved authorization on Discord. I'll happily create it for you free of charge.
As I left Frigg's room, I couldn't help but return my thoughts to the boy. He was different, an anomaly, but still, I could feel that he would be needed for what was to come. I turned to the Valkyrie that was standing guard in front of the door. From the size and shape of her breasts, I could tell it was Brunhild, even with her helmet covering her face. Brunhild, contact your sisters, ask them to gather the Aesir and Vanir gods in the throne room, and when you stop hearing the cry of the child inside the room, let my wife know to meet there too, I commanded. It was time to report the events. As you ordain, father of all, Brunhild replied, raising her hand and forming a rune. Without waiting, I started walking towards the throne room. Caw. I looked towards the noise and saw my crows, Hugin and Munin, flying towards me, apparently finished their task sooner than expected. They soon landed on my shoulders. Hugin, Munin, report. I ordered hurriedly, at last. The missions assigned to them were of the utmost importance, and they left every 2 days to carry out the missions and only returned after 7 days. Kassert remains in Muspelheim. Ka has not yet shown any interest in leaving the throne. Ka Hugin, the Black Raven, replied. Nothing has changed. Even after centuries he still sits on that throne, waiting. I wish Hlidskiolf could allow me to see the other realms and not be limited to places that have no connection with the divine. Then I looked at Munin the White Crow. Ka Gleipnir proves tougher than the previous 2 chains. Ka the dwarves have lived up to their word. Fenrir doesn't seem to be able to break free without help. Ka no one has come to visit him, neither Tyr nor Loki, said Munin. Good, I replied, as I continued to walk. Honestly, if it were up to me that beast wouldn't even breathe, but even Gungnir wasn't able to hurt him. The skin was very tough, and its fangs and claws are capable of hurting a god. The ability to kill a god. Indeed, the title murderer of gods suits him, especially after he managed to break Dromi, and kill the god Mimir, with a single bite in an excess of rage. If Tyr hadn't calmed him down, there would probably be more victims. I may be unable to kill him, but I won't let that thing know the feeling of freedom. POV Frigg. After I managed to calm little Thor down and put him to sleep, I heard someone knock on the bedroom door. You can come in, I said. The door opened and I saw it was Brunhild. My lady, Lord Odin has called a meeting between the gods Aesir and Vanir in the throne room. He requires your presence as well, Brunhild said, bowing her head. It was time. I see. Brunhild, do me a favor? Keep an eye on the kid, he's just gone to bed, so I don't think he'll wake up anytime soon, I said. Certainly my queen, at your command, replied Brunhild, raising her right hand to her chest. Relax more, Brunhild, it doesn't have to be so formal after all. I took care of you when you were just a little girl, I said with a small smile. Mistress, it's inappropriate, Brunhild replied, looking in any direction but my eyes. Even though I couldn't see her face, I knew she was blushing. How cute! I started laughing. A mother, sometimes, must shame her children when she has the opportunity. After all, when a mother sees her children grown up, proud of their achievements, it does well to remind them of the age of shame. Ha 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 ha. Anyway, Brunhild, I'll leave now. Thanks for taking care of little Thor, I said, heading for the door. I opened the door, but before leaving I looked at Brunhild again. Brunhild. Take good care of your new little brother, I said with a smile and winked at her, and I closed the door. Third person POV. In Odin's throne room, several gods Vanir and Aesir were present, all eagerly awaiting the pronouncement of Odin, who sat on his throne Hlidskiolf. Now that everyone is here, I'll talk about the last meeting between the pantheons, said Odin, but was soon cut off by someone. Brother, I don't think any information about such a gathering that takes place every century is important to Asgard. We should focus on our realm, like the increasing disappearance of Huldras, said a god. That god was Loki, the foster brother of Odin, adopted by Bor. How dare you interrupt your king? Also, do you have the audacity to say what is better for the kingdom than the king himself? Even being the king's brother, I will not tolerate such insolence, shouted a god who had only one hand. That god was Tyr, the one who holds the title of the bravest among the Norse gods. Before a fight could break out, a voice resounded in the room. It was a low voice, but the tone was one of authority. Silence. Everyone turned towards the voice and saw Odin staring at them. Those were not the eyes of a man who was recognized for his perversion. Those eyes were of a god who became a king through bloodshed and cruelty. Those eyes asked, no, demanded respect. I will not tolerate conflicts between us. While the other pantheons are getting stronger every day and the so-called true god creates more soldiers, building his own army that one day will be able to challenge other pantheons in numbers. We've already shown weakness to other pantheons by not being able to arrest a being capable of killing a god, twice, said Odin with a frown. Loki immediately tried to answer. My son your son, managed to kill an ancient god even though he was only a few years old, mutilated Tyr, and it was prophesied that the very existence of the animal marks the beginning of Surt's awakening. The scourge of Asgard, said Odin, quickly cut Loki off, and looked directly at him, silencing him once more. As everyone knows, the meeting between the leaders of the pantheons was formed due to the growing movement of the self-proclaimed true god with the creation of soldiers and weapons that function as our divine artifacts. This was the third time that the leaders of the pantheons met. However, between the last meeting and the one that took place recently, there were certain events. The main one was the murder of the leader of the Greek pantheon by his own son Kronos. And after the last meeting, I can say that Uranus, however much he had children with his own mother and locked some in the depths of Tartarus out of fear, was more receptive than the current leader. If I could sum up the current leader of the Greeks in 2 words, they would be recluse and unpredictable, said Odin, sighing at the end. My lord, what does this mean? Asked Tgard, the current leader of the Vanir gods and father of Frey and Freyja. As everyone knows, when Fenrir broke through loading with no difficulty, even though it was made from the best metals, it was clear that it would not be easy to get a material that was strong enough in our realm. So it was determined that some gods would set out on a quest for stronger divine materials to forge a new chain for Fenrir. My wife Frigg risked a trip to the Greek pantheon in search of a different metal, which became famous in the Aegean, the celestial bronze. Initially Uranus did not allow, but Frigg remained in Greece, by the right of the guest, trying to convince him. In the short time she remained, she managed to establish a relationship with one of Uranus' daughters. That relationship made Uranus yield to Frigg's request and he handed her some divine bronze ingots. When Frigg returned with the ingots, we forged Dromi. Odin explained. My king, I don't understand. How does this help with your opinion of the new leader? Asked Skadi, Njord's wife. Uranus cares for some of his children, Rhea is one of them. However, the new leader doesn't seem to care about the guest's rights or care about his brothers and sisters. What I find disturbing is that he was able to kill Uranus quickly, even though his existence is not that long, which could mean that there is more to this story. We only got to know of Uranus' death because Rhea managed to contact me shortly after her father's death, while Frigg was returning from her journey from the Dwarf's Forge with the Spalin shield in hand. If not for that, he would have me surprised during the leaders' meeting with the change of government. Adamare or Shiva said something, asked Frigg. No, said Odin, shaking his head in denial. But why? Asked Frigg in disbelief. We don't interfere in the problems of other pantheons. That's one of the only laws, even if there is patricide involved. It's not for us to question the government of any pantheon, Odin said firmly. Frigg didn't look pleased with the answer but she stayed silent. Odin then started talking again. Now, there's something else that needs to be discussed. During my return, I headed towards the temple of Fjorgyn, POV. Thor. I woke up after a while. For a moment I hoped everything was a dream. When I woke up in a cradle made of gold and like anything was bigger than my hand and mainly my inability to get up, I realized that my dream had turned into a nightmare in real life. Oh shit. I couldn't help but return my thoughts to my new life, and how dangerous it could become. But before I started to reflect on my future actions I felt like I was being stared at by someone. I looked towards the presence, and I saw a being that was staring at me like I was a time bomb. By the helmet with wings on the sides, I assumed it was one of the Valkyries of legends. But the thing is, why the hell is she staring at me like that? What are you looking at? Never seen a baby god before. While it's what I'd like to say, what came out was something humiliating. Gah, ugh. I babbled. Did it come out of my mouth? Oh, man. Oh, does the young prince wish to get out of the cradle? Said the Valkyria, coming towards me. She picked me up and placed me in her arms. Not, let me go? I didn't ask for any of that. I screamed, but again. Gah, he must miss Mrs. Frigg. Don't worry my prince, I'm sure your mother will return soon said the Valkyria looking at me in her arms, and then she started to rock me. I don't blame her, I think she was trying to calm me down. But the problem is she was shaking me too fast. Frigg or should I call her mother? Whatever, mom? If I were mortal, this Valkyrie would have already broken my neck just swinging like that. But then I remembered. I was a damn baby, and what does a baby do until he gets what he wants? Gyo. That's right. He cries. The Valkyrie looked surprised. My threat seems to have had an effect, as it soon stopped shaking me. Success? She soon put me in the crib as if I were made of glass, but stayed close to the crib. I think she was worried if something happened. Thank you. Now the most important. Mission name, survival guide. The name is quite explanatory actually. After all the DxD universe is a double-edged sword, so I must lay down some rules. First, anything can potentially kill you. So if you have the first opportunity to get rid of a problem, do it. That's the first rule. Unfortunately, as I only watched the first season I'm unable to know what will be a problem. A good example is that I knew the flaming chicken would be a problem. For the protagonist, not for me. The less involved in this supernatural school drama, the better. However, in the first season, I remember that the Grammary girl spoke of a great war. I wanted to believe that this would only involve the 3 biblical factions, but I think it's kind of unlikely that the pantheons would remain in silence at this time. Cold War maybe? Pantheons supporting biblical factions that had the same interests. It's a possibility. Now that I've stopped to think, I don't even know what part of human history I was currently. But if I'm the Norse god Thor and I'm a baby who can't even wipe his ass, literally, then, shit. I'm way off the first episode, aren't I? As much as it means that my current knowledge of the anime is useless. It opens up new possibilities. But I can't exaggerate with it, or it will be like the flashpoint effects of my favorite DC Comics hero Flash. If I change the past too much I'll fuck the future. Although, didn't I already fuck the future when I came to exist in this world? Damn, there's no way to know. I can't think about it right now. After all, because I can't do anything, but if it means a new timeline, rule number 2 will be extremely important. This brings me to the next rule. Second, be powerful as fuck. Reason. The explanation is pretty basic actually. In this world, if you are strong you live longer, if you are weak you live less. So simple, but so true in this universe. My ways to be powerful? In my physical training, I could imitate Saitama's training. To increase the results I should multiply the regimen 100 times. After all, I'm a god, I must have infinite resistance. I think. Probably. I have no idea, but if that's not the case, then I must look for a way to at least extend that resistance. How can I do that, though? It's simple. This brings me to the next point. Magic? How can I increase physical limits with magic? I will need two things, knowledge in magic, more specifically in runes, and knowledge in forging. When do I put these two together? Unlimited power? As long as I have a good imagination, of course. The challenge is, how am I going to acquire this kind of knowledge? If it's magic, maybe I can learn from Frigg, I suppose. But forge? One of the little things I know about Norse mythology is, the best blacksmiths are dwarves. But I'm not sure they'd be willing to teach me. An exchange perhaps? Knowledge for knowledge. Arg, I can't think of a solution right now, so I'm going to move on to the next rule. Third, have a pet. I'm ashamed to admit it, but I miss my dog from my previous life. I can't remember his name as well as my parents' names, but I do remember taking him off the streets on the last trip that I went to Norway with my parents. I remember we were going to visit my grandfather. I found the dog in Otta, and brought him to my house in Rome. My mother was Italian, my father was Norwegian. Right. I'm digressing. Anyway, a pet would help me in many ways, in addition to taking me out of the boredom of loneliness when I was alone. For rule number 4. Fourth, be a badass. It sounds childish, but these are the words that most come down to how I should act. The reason? Nobody messes with the badass and therefore, less likely to be dragged by someone to fight petty confrontations. In addition to the possibility of making references to the amazing works of my time, moving on to rule number 5, which is also very important. Fifth, shameless plagiarism. It is a fact that Thor is renowned for his incredible prowess in combat with his divine hammer, the Mjolnir. But I don't want to be Thor, the god of hammers. To solve this problem, I will need to go further than channeling my elemental divine energy into Mjolnir. Because I am the god of thunder, I should probably have some innate control over the lightning element. In short, I can shape it. Theoretically, of course. I'm just a baby at the moment and I can't prove my point. But if this is real, then Jutsu's Raiden, Goro no Mi techniques, Thunder Breath technique, and several other techniques from anime and movies, can be replicated by me to some extent. If not completely, it will all depend on my control and practice. While I would like to continue my survival guide, I felt a disturbance in my gut. No, it can't be. Valkyria, help me. My prince? What do you need? Asked the Valkyrie, hurriedly questioned, and placed me in her arms. But I couldn't speak. Not in my current self. I could only close my eyes and accept my fate. Sniff sniff. Ugh, I think I know what the young prince needs, said the Valkyria with one hand on her nose. Just shut up and change me. Time skip, 10 years. POV. Thor. It's been 10 years since I've been in this world. I've learned that the Norse gods age like humans, until they completely stop aging once they reach their physical prime for a few millennia, and to stay on that peak, it is necessary to eat one of the apples of the Vanir, goddess of youthage, at least once every 1,000 years. This I learned from Frigg, someone I've come to consider my new mother. I won't forget my mother from my past life, I'll miss her, it's true. After all, I grew up believing that we only had one life and therefore one mother. For a short time, I thought that I would be alone. But Frigg gave me someone to call mom. She was just like my old mother, kind and caring, but strict when necessary, most of the time. It was no surprise that I accepted calling her mama as my first word. I didn't call Odin my father though, I called him an old man when I was able to speak properly. I refuse to respect a man who only takes it seriously when the situation calls for it. Besides, he shattered every image I had about the wisest Norse god. One thing I found out was which Thor I was reborn. It was Thor of record of Ragnarok, and of all Thors, that was the one I had the least knowledge of. The only thing I knew about him was that he was portrayed as a battle maniac and merciless to his opponents. However, I had one thing in common with him, we both got bored very easily. Another thing I learned was that there's a good reason humans can't remember their first few months of life. The humiliation level is over 9,000. Unable to speak, other than bubergaga. Unable to go to the bathroom, my own gut betrays me. Unable to feed, my food? Breast milk / a woman's tits milk. Unable to sit, I have no strength. And that's just the first few months. I started training as soon as I managed to stand up one day, only for Odin to talk to me the next day about my recklessness and that I would train when I was older. I was more surprised by the fact that he discovered my training. His throne Hlidskjalf can see almost everything in the universe, including the things that would make the great Sananjiraya proud. What did I do after the conversation? I shamelessly ignored the conversation I had with Odin, and the next day I was training again. I didn't care about the opinion of Odin or Frigg or anyone else. I must be stronger. The sooner the better. I am not the one who has the power of protagonism in this universe. Both Odin and Frigg tried to stop me, but when they realized it wouldn't do any good, they fell silent and started to motivate me. Now, at age 10, I'm standing in front of my old man Odin in the throne room, while he's talking to Loki. I couldn't help but shudder. Loki from Marvel is much friendlier than this one. Thor, it's rare for you to come here, you're usually training at the boot camp. Need something? Maybe a nice woman with big tits? Brunhild should be available, asked Odin with a small smile on his face, wagging his eyebrows. Idiot old man. I couldn't help but notice that my uncle made a face of disgust. But the vibes weren't, what a degenerate man, rather, what an idiot leader. Do I smell a usurper? I was quiet, with my poker face, before speaking. Old man, I'd like to learn how to forge, I said, with a small smile. Learn to forge. My nephew, only dwarves, and their descendants, are assigned to the forges. We are Asgardians, we don't forge our weapons, we let the dwarves forge for us, said my uncle Loki. And there was the thought of superiority. Foolish uncle, you have to think outside the box? Thanks to my mother Frigg, affectionately nicknamed the Encyclopedia, I realized something. We cannot depend on the dwarves to forge our weapons forever. What if they decided to go back to Midgard underground, called Nidavellir, and abandon us? They just haven't come back so far because they're afraid of being invaded by the Jotun led by Tgard. Because I found out from my mother what an idiot the Jotun race is, I wouldn't be surprised if they broke the peace and rebelled against the kingdoms. This will cause Asgard to go to war once more, and if Asgard wins the war, Odin is not recognized as a benevolent god in the books. The Jotun have only been alive so far, as Odin's father, my grandfather Bor, made peace by marrying a Jotun, who would become Odin's mother, my grandmother Bestla. But if the Jotun break the peace, I do not doubt that my old man will retaliate, whether his mother is a Jotun or not. If that happens, the dwarves no longer need to stay in Asgard. I must take advantage while they are here to learn from the best blacksmiths. Could you explain to me why you want to learn how to forge, my son? Asked Odin curiously. I wish to expand my abilities, I replied. It wasn't a lie, but it wasn't the whole truth either. After all, I had some rather crazy ideas when combining magic runes with the dwarf forge. The first idea that came to my mind? Living armor. Or something close. Why not? I knew there was already a living sword, the famous Dane's Leaf. A cursed sword made by a dwarf named Dane who dared to mix runes with forge. Was said that the one who unsheathes it must kill a man to have its scabbard returned. Otherwise it will devour some of the user's life force. Thank you, friggin' encyclopedia. Due to the emergence of such a curse, it was decided as common sense to no longer mix magic with forge. But I will not follow such common sense. I suspect that the dwarf Dane was too quick to make a legendary weapon that was on par with Odin's spear, as it was Odin himself who made the runes for his spear, so Dane must have missed the runes during the forge and that resulted in the curse on the sword. Dwarves were recognized for their talent in forging, not magic runes. I won't make the same mistake, so I will study runes magic and forge rigorously, and I had already started runes with my mother. It was time to learn how to forge. As long as I think you're more of a warrior than a blacksmith. I don't think denying your wish is a good thing, as I feel you'll ignore it again if I deny your request, said Odin, with a sly smile. I will not deny the truth of these words. So I'll support you, Odin started to say, but I soon cut him off. Thank you, old man. I replied hastily, already leaving the room. But you must convince the blacksmith who will teach you, and don't even try to use your prince status. The dwarves don't care about that, continued Odin. Okay, this might complicate things a bit. Right, old man? I replied, not so confident. And then I left the throne room. Third-person POV, throne room. Don't you think you're spoiling him a little? You're giving in to everything he asks for, Loki said as he crossed his arms, with an accusatory tone with a small smile on his face. Ha ha ha, maybe you're right, brother, but if he wants to stay strong in every way, and if it benefits Asgard by all means, I'll spoil him as much as possible. He is one of the princes of Asgard, and as my beautiful Frigg is finally pregnant after centuries with my first child with her, I will support him so that in the future he supports his little brother who will be the future king. Just like you support me, brother, replied Odin. Loki didn't say anything, but he still had a smile on his face. If our meeting is already over, I will retire to my room. I would like to see how my beloved Frigg is doing, said Odin. Certainly, brother, I would be a fool to keep you from meeting your beautiful wife, said Loki, with a playful smile. Thank you, Loki, we'll see you in the next meeting, said Odin, already walking towards the exit. As Odin left the throne room, he didn't see that the god Loki had lost the smile on his face, and his gaze had turned to an icy one. POV Thor. I soon headed to the Forge of Asgard, and into the building. The first thing I noticed about the people working on it, was that its main occupants didn't even notice my arrival, or didn't care. They were all focused on their respective projects. So these are the dwarfs? Now, how to convince one of them to teach me how to forge? I soon approached the closest dwarf. Hey, can I have a minute of your Tim dash dot? Shut up, brat. Can't you see I'm busy? Go find something to do, shouted the dwarf. He doesn't even look at me. But what a rude little bearded Yoda. I frowned, but then addressed another dwarf. Note to self. All dwarfs are rude. I tried to talk to any dwarf, but I was always greeted with rude words. I had given up and was now sitting on a table. The reason? If a dwarf answers me rudely again, I would explode. I think I'm having anger issues right now, so I decided to wait for some dwarf to finish or take a break from their work so I can have a civil conversation. I guess it was my best option after all, so I decided to wait until an opportunity presented itself. Until I heard something behind me. Get your ass off my workbench, kiddo, said a voice. I turned and saw a woman who didn't look like a dwarf at all. How do I know that? She was taller. What? I asked, confused. I said, get your fucking ass off my workbench, screamed the woman. I soon got off the table. As soon as I left, she placed a heavy-looking bag where I was sitting, and then opened it. I could see several tools. I recognized some by their appearance, but others I had no idea of their purpose. What the fuck are you looking at, kid? Asked the woman. Oh, I got caught snooping. I was just curious. That's all I tried to explain myself. Curious? Are you a god, right? I can feel your divine energy. What are you doing here? Got lost from your mother's tits? Asked the woman with a mocking smile on her face. For a brief moment, I thought about answering, yes, I'm looking for another woman's tits right now, but yours won't do, they're too droopy. It was tempting, very tempting, but she was the first person on this pile of shit called a forge to talk to me for more than 10 seconds. I think my previous attempts to talk to the dwarves resulted in my repressed anger of mine. I sighed. So I don't like to stall because I don't want to waste my time. I came here for training, he said with finality. Training? Does a god want to learn how to forge? The woman asked in disbelief. Ha 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 ha. The woman just started laughing. I remained impassive. I think I just wasted my time. POV Thor. Now that you've finished considering what I said as a bad joke, can we talk about business? I asked the woman impassively. Business? Aren't you too young to understand that word? You look like has the same age as my daughter Sif. I bet you haven't even tasted a woman's pussy, so don't talk about things you have no idea about. The woman scoffed. This woman. I've never seen a woman so vulgar, and so insufferable. On second thought, I've seen it, but the Queen of Thorns is on another level. Look. You don't like me, I understand. The feeling is mutual, don't worry. But I came here for one purpose, and that is to learn how to forge from a dwarf. You, as much as you don't look like a dwarf, are in the dwarf's forge and no one has come to question what you are doing here, which leads me to believe that. Or you've earned the dwarf's respect, which I think is unlikely due to my recent contact with the dwarves of this forge. Or are you descended from a dwarf, he said with a tone of finality. Oh, congratulations? Mystery solved, said the woman, who started clapping her hands. Want me to make you a medal? I'll even carve on it, Captain Obvious on the back, she said sarcastically. Calm down Thor, remember you need a teacher. Go to your happy spot and count from 1 to 10. I sighed. I was serious about wanting to do business with you. I want to learn the forge, but no one had the decency to talk to me, so, what can I do for you to teach me? The woman kept looking at me. It looks like she's finally going to take me seriously. Huff, you're a persistent brat, I admit that. You are as stubborn as my daughter, and as stubborn as I was. The woman reflected. Am I witnessing a change in the character's personality? As you pointed out, I'm the daughter of a dwarf. My mother died in childbirth. My father was devastated for quite a while, and he spent that time raising me. When I was old enough he wanted to give me his teachings, and the rest of my childhood I spent learning to be a blacksmith. My father passed away a few decades ago, his body was already weak, he was sick. That's why he gave me his teachings, said the woman with a faraway look. I feel like I shouldn't interrupt, so I was silent. Soon the woman seemed awake from her thoughts and looked at me again. After some consideration, she opened her bag and took out a piece of leather with something written on it. All right now. Let's make a deal. I'm in the middle of a project and I have 2 items missing to complete it. The problem is that these items are missing at the moment, and I don't want to pay for it for some search party to a non-dangerous quest. Bring me these 2 items and I'll teach you a thing or 2, and I'll owe you a favor, said the woman, handing me the piece of leather. Yes, I said. I may have turned into a mere item hunter, but at least she'll teach me. I looked at what was noted on the piece of leather. The tendons of a bear, I said in confusion. But the second item. That's what ripped out the rest of my sanity. How the hell am I going to be able to collect a fish's breath? I questioned, looking at the blacksmith woman in disbelief. How do you think we make weapons capable of harming a god? With some cheap metal? No kid. I'll give you your first advice to be a blacksmith: make the impossible possible. Me and the other dwarfs live by that code, said the woman. Still, these items are ridiculous. Is it really possible to forge them? The woman seems to have noticed my doubt as she raised an eyebrow. If you think it's a joke, it's not. These are the items I need. If you can't do such a task, go look for something else to learn from someone else. You can start by learning how to satisfy a woman, she said mockingly at the end. No, I accept the quest, I said. Good. So it's a deal then? Asked the woman. Yes, I never introduced myself. I'm Thor, I said, holding out my right hand for her to shake. She looked at my hand for a while, before spitting into her right hand before shaking my hand. I'm Idhuna. Nice to meet you, boy, said the woman, now called Idhuna, with a smile. POV Thor. And so I continued my life as an immortal god. For 90 years I studied runes with my mother Frey and learned to forge from Idhuna. Also, I continued to train my body every day in the training camps. I didn't stop for a single day. My magical manipulation with my main element, which was lightning, proved to be easy, compared to others' training. I was able to copy most of the lightning element techniques I've seen in anime. A good example? One of the techniques I wanted in my arsenal was from the Naruto universe. * The Raiden no Yoroi of the Third Rampage. Of course, I didn't use chakra, but my divine power was a great substitute, because it was more potent. Most of the techniques I didn't take more than 7 days to master. This was due to my affinity with the lightning element. The technique that lasted 7 days? The ability to concentrate my divine power of lightning nature in a single point, to be able to explode and stop time, just like Zeus from Record of Ragnarok. If he stole the move from his own father, I can steal from him too. It's not your move. It's our move. The reason I wanted to recreate this move? To give it a glorious name, besides being very useful. What's the move name? Haha, I already had the perfect name from day one of training trying to recreate it. It's not, the world. It's, Zayarado. Back to my training with Idhuna. Of course, regarding the forge, I had to become a collector of materials for Idhuna in exchange for lessons. If I like becoming a collector? Of course not. I had to collect items that were illogical, like the roots of a mountain or the breath of a fish. Was this work worth it? Definitely. The reason? Some of these trips allowed me to see the other realms. Also, on my first trip to Midgard, I heard a voice calling me. And the voice came from the sky, or to be more specific, from a star in the sky. It glowed a red color comparable to my hair. I knew I would have to go to it one day. I already suspected what it was. So I started making preparations. Other things happened, like me getting a new baby brother named Balder. He was the light of the family. Literally, at birth, it seemed that the sun had visited the room. In my 100 years of existence, I met several people, as well as my other brothers, Vidar, Vili, and Hermd, the sons of Tgard, Frey and Freyja, and last but not least I got to know Idhuna and her daughter Sif better. And to say I was surprised by Sif's personality would be an understatement. She had a mouth as dirty as her mother and was so stubborn it got on my nerves. The reason? When we were about 13 years old, she challenged me to a fight because she knew I trained from a young age and she had a dream to be the strongest Einherjar in Valhalla, surpassing her father Ragnar in combat, so she thought she would fight back a young god would give her a good proof of what she would face in the future. I didn't deny her request as I wanted to see what level she was after training for 3 years with the father who held the title of most strong Einherjar of the last centuries. So we had a brief contest of strength and skill, no magic or divine energy. The result was Sif being knocked out the second after the match started. What can I say? I follow the first rule of a fight, which is, hit fast and hit hard, and so I did. Obviously, I held back, because after all doing Saitama's training, increased by 100 times, since the time I started walking and made me frighteningly strong, I wanted to knock her out, not blow her head off. Unfortunately, after she woke up in the healing chamber after one day, she soon came looking for me demanding a rematch. I accepted and knocked her out soon after. Then a pattern started to emerge. Every day she would challenge me again. Did I care for these silly disputes? Initially yes, as I thought it was a waste of time. But after much consideration, the Einherjar is the infantry of the Asgardian army. We don't have many numbers, because the Valkyries prefer quality over quantity, so they do not ascend all warriors fallen in battle to become an Einherjar, they only ascend if the warrior dies gloriously. So these warriors remain partying and fighting in Valhalla's hall, waiting to be called to the last battle. If I indirectly forced Sif to train more to be a better warrior, she would consequently raise the standard of becoming an Einherjar. With this in mind, made me accept Sif's challenges, and so every year I fought her at least once. Any sane person would have given up on challenging me after several consecutive defeats, with matches that didn't last more than 2 seconds. But Sif kept trying. That was something I could respect. But let's face it, it was still meaningless. After many challenges and showing no sense of giving up, she ended up earning the respect of the Einherjar at the age of 13 through a title given by the Einherjar, Sif the Unshakable Maiden. Honestly, I was happy for her. Few are recognized by the Einherjar so young. In fact, Sif was the youngest. But as soon as she was recognized, her training became more important than anything, so she didn't pass longer in the forge with her mother. I only saw her 2 or 3 times in a year, and one of those times was in connection with our annual combat match. Anyway, a lot happened. Besides, today was an important day, because it was the day that might be my graduation as a blacksmith. My task? Forge an artifact yourself and present it to Idhuna, who would deliver the verdict. My choice of the object was a female necklace. But not just any necklace, it had a purpose to be given to someone. If all went well I would borrow a flying ship to go get my partner from the Red Star. When I finished the first item that I forged by my hands, I placed it inside a box and took it towards Idhuna. It's over. I hope you at least made the effort to make this item and not in any other way like that repair to a Valkyria helmet. That looked like a baby's work, said Idhuna, taking the box out of my hands. I already told you it was an accident. I lose control, I said, embarrassed. Lose control? Boy, there's a good reason for us dwarves not to physically fight inside the forge because of a mere insult. A forge is a place considered sacred to us because here we make our creations. In a way, we give life to things. As much as they are considered mere objects or tools for other races, for us dwarves forging is an art. That's why when we're angry at someone, we usually insult. You will never see dwarves fighting inside a forge as it is a total disregard for our livelihood, said Idhuna sternly. But I'm not a dwarf to pursue that way of life, I said. It's true, but you're in a dwarf's house. If you were unable to maintain your composure or concentration while forging because of a mere insult, I wouldn't even have bothered to start teaching you something, Idhuna said smiling. Then Idhuna opened the box and took out the necklace I made. She didn't show any reaction at all, she just assessed it. The more time I spent in silence, the more nervous I got, until Idhuna broke the silence. A female necklace? I must say it's beautiful, it's perfect at first sight, began Idhuna. I held in a sigh. I was nervous, and for good reason. It took me a year to make this necklace out of the right materials. Who are you going to give this? I hope it's not for my daughter because she doesn't like this jewelry much, she prefers a sword. Unless. Don't tell me it's for you, said Idhuna in disbelief. But I noticed the small smile. Can you stop joking and say what you think? I said tiredly. I think I got used to talking to this crazy woman. 90 years is a long time. I don't see anything that needs improving. Clean and glamour runes of enchantment are the basics in jewelry forging, but runes of time and space. Rune of return to the owner of blood. Ingenious, 100M storage rune. Just a few artifacts have this storage space. Not to mention time and space runes are considered complex, said Idhuna evaluating the necklace. She spent the next minute considering it in silence, until she looked at me with a serious face. I swallowed saliva. And then, what do you think? I said nervously. What do I think? If you weren't a warrior, you would be a good blacksmith, said Idhuna handing me the necklace. So does that mean that dash? I said hopefully. Yes boy, you passed, said Idhuna with a smile, and then walked towards her workbench and started looking for something. As she searched I let out a sigh. Now I'm a full-fledged blacksmith, but blacksmiths are always learning. Idhuna said the blacksmith's best tool is his imagination. Now I can finally go crazy with my ideas when starting with Project number 1, my own flying ship, inspired by Type Moon's Vimana, the ship of King Gilgamesh. Why? And the answer would be, why not? Besides, I wouldn't have to borrow someone else's transport again. It's like the saying goes, nothing crushes a man's spirit more than having to beg for help. Unfortunately, I couldn't wait until I built my own ship to pick up my partner, as each day that passed was agony for me. It felt like a part of me was missing. I even knew how far away my partner was. My transport to pick up my partner? I will use Frey's flying boat, the Skidbladnir, which is capable of navigating water, land, and sky, as well as navigating to my objective located in space. How would I do this? Well, Frey was known for many things. The Prince of the Vanir, the god of fertility, the god of peace. But his best known title? The biggest siskin of all time. Frey always tried to please his sister Freyja with various gifts. All gifts were rejected by Freyja. The reason was simple. Frey always erred in his sister's likes. While he loved her, he didn't know her likes or dislikes. And this led to attempts that failed. The most unsuccessful siskin of all, the sister herself found the behavior of her eldest brother disgusting. So, because Freyja's birthday is approaching, like a good friend that I am, I'll give Frey this necklace to give to Freyja when he's most desperate to find the perfect gift for his sister. And in return, I would borrow Skidbladnir for 7 days to fetch my partner. I snapped out of my thoughts when I noticed Idhuna coming towards me with 2 boxes. Here. This is the graduation gift as a blacksmith. One is mine, the other is from Sif, who did it with a little bit of my help, said Idhuna smiling. I soon held the 2 boxes and opened the first box. It was a golden belt. I call it Megandjord. Its function is quite simple. It works to increase its strength by increasing the user's weight. Sif said she always sees you training with weights, so she thought it would be helpful for you to have a belt that works like a weight. That gift was her idea, Idhuna said smiling. A belt that works like a weight. Is that a gravity belt? Well, there goes project number 5 on my list. Not bad then. Thank you. I liked the present, I said, thanking her. It's not me you should thank. That was Sif's gift, said Idhuna smiling. I see, Sif. I owe you a magic sword. I will start working on it later. I soon opened the next box. It was a pair of black gloves. At first glance, they seemed to be made of leather and quite fragile. But when I noticed that I've seen these same gloves before, I already knew their function. I call them Jarangri pair. Due to your ability to break both the artifact you are forging and the forging hammer by accident, I thought it best to create these gauntlets specifically for you. They are made of tough material, capable of absorbing the weight of your blow so you don't break anything by accident, said Idhuna smiling. I soon put on my gifts, and activated the belt to be 10 times normal gravity, then felt the effects of the gravity increase. Thank you so much, Idhuna, not only for the gifts but for everything. I thanked her once more. Haha, Yuri, welcome Yuri, like a son that unfortunately, I didn't have, but again, if I had a child I wouldn't want it to be with your behavior, Idhuna said mockingly. I could only counterattack with something I knew she hated when anyone mentioned it. Don't worry, I also don't think I'd be a good son to you, a grandson, though, maybe, I said smiling. What did she not like me to mention? Her age. Are you calling me an old woman? Boy, know that I'm only 535 years old. I'm just a teenager, yelled Idhuna, as she tried to punch me. I quickly dodged and ran towards the exit, but not before screaming. They say the older you are, the more likely you are to get irritated easily. I yelled as I ran. When I left I could only hear one last scream. Fuck you. As soon as I left the forge, I headed to the Vanir Palace. It was time to negotiate the perfect necklace that will serve as a perfect gift for the sister of a devoted siskin, by a flying ship borrowed for 7 days. In the throne room of the Prince of the Vanir, I noticed that he was alone in the room, sitting on his throne mumbling something like, 3 days left, what gift? 3 days left, what gift? Now was the time to talk to the oldest siskin in history. How I should start? With a reference, of course. Prince Frey. I've come to bargain. Frey then noticed me in his throne room. My friend Thor? Sorry, but could you come back another time? I'm in the middle of an extremely important reflection, said Frey. I don't know if choosing birthday presents should be treated that way. It looks like he's disarming a bomb and doesn't know which wire to cut. But this works in my favor. My dear friend, it won't take up too much of your time, I guarantee. I only came here because I would like to make a little exchange with you, I said, smiling. Exchange something? What do you want from me? Frey asked curiously. First, before I tell you what I want from you, I would like to share with you that I am a blacksmith in full right now, I said, smiling. Oh, congratulations, my friend, a great achievement? We must celebrate. You've already done your first centenary, right? Let's drink mead in Valhalla. But they're busy because of my sister's name day. I'm sorry, my friend, can we arrange another time? I need to get back to what I was doing before, said Frey, in an apologetic tone. As expected from the greatest siskin of the Norse gods. Honestly, if the Norse pantheon were incest-friendly, I bet Frey would have asked his sister to marry him. The thought of it makes me shudder, as it reminds me of the Greek pantheon. Or as I like to refer to it, the Alabama of mythologies. Uranus and Gaia, son fucks his own mother. Kronos and Rhea, brother fucks his own sister. And that's not to mention the future Olympians. I understand that, my friend, you're busy. But let me show you the item I made as my final task, I said, taking the box and opening it. On it was the necklace that took me a whole year to make with the right items. By Odin? It's magnificent. I've never seen anything like it, said Frey, mesmerized. The glamour rune is working perfectly. Thank you, my friend Frey. However, I don't have much use for it. As you can see, it's a female necklace. My mother doesn't like this style of jewelry and Sif prefers a sword than a necklace, I said, smiling innocently. I understand, said Frey, still hypnotized. I think I will have to be a little more direct. Do you think your sister would like that neck? I started to ask, but was soon interrupted. Yes? Ahem. I mean, maybe. I never gave a perfect gift for her, you know. The last one was a pair of boots, but she only accepted the gift out of politeness. I know my sister's polite smile. She usually gives that smile when she rejects suitors who try to ask for her hand in marriage. I don't know if she would like this necklace. But again, I've never given her a necklace like that, said Frey. I'm sure this necklace fits her tastes, don't you think? Said in affirmation. Yes, maybe. How do you know she'll like it? Asked Frey curiously. It's just a feeling, I replied, smiling. Total bullshit. I just wanted the fucking flying ship. While the necklace is useful because of the time and space runes, and it Huna approved. I had no idea of Freyja's jewelry tastes. But again, at this point, I looked like a salesperson trying to sell a product of dubious provenance. I had to be convincing. It is quite beautiful and unique, as I haven't seen anything like it. I'm sure she will like your present, my friend. I still have to decide my present for my lovely sister, said Frey with a sad smile. Is it so hard to get between the lines, Frey? You know what? Fuck it. How about you give this necklace to your sister? As I said before, I don't have much use for it, I said. Really? Thank you very much, my friend, said Frey, trying to snatch it from my hand. I soon closed the box containing the necklace and took it out of his reach. Calm down, my friend. Let's not be too hasty. While I would like to give you this necklace, I wanted something in exchange for you, I explained. You said you wanted to bargain, right? What would you want for the necklace? Frey asked excitedly. Here we go. I heard you had a special ship capable of sailing anywhere, I said. You want the Skidbladnir? No, that does not gonna happen. I can't, said Frey, already denying the request. I was already expecting that. It will be borrowed, I said, quickly interrupting him. What? Frey spoke confused. I will give you the necklace, and in return, you will lend me your ship for a few days, I explained. Even so, Thor, while I respect our friendship, you're asking too much of me. The Skidbladnir is not just any boat. It was made to transport us gods and Einherjar them in wartime unobtrusively. Because it doesn't emit residual magic like teleportation runes and uses senjutsu to camouflage itself with the environment. It's the only ship from our pantheon that does that, in addition to having an internal forge, powered by the energy of any star, for repairing weapons and barracks, thanks to magical space runes. It is very expensive to build another one that provides all this. There is only one other ship that does the same thing. Adamare's solar ship, explained Frey. I knew that. And that was exactly why I wanted him. I understand, Frey. Skidbladnir is unique. But so is this necklace? It's made of rare materials. Besides having magic runes, there is no other like it. I won't take your ship. I'll just borrow it for a few days, and then I'll return the Skidbladnir to you, I said, trying to convince him. I don't know if I need this exchange. I think I can get another gift, said Frey, undecided. I see. In this case, I wish you good luck, and I'm sorry if I wasted your time, I said, heading towards the exit, with a small smile. So I think I'll give this necklace to Freyja on her name day. I'm sure she won't receive a gift like this. I wonder what expression she will make for such a unique gift. I continued talking as I walked to the door. As I spoke, I could hear Frey talking quietly behind me. I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need it, whispered Frey, trying to convince himself. Just need one more push, my Siskin friend. I wish you the best of luck in your search for the perfect gift, my friend Frey. But remember that it's only 3 days until your sister's name day, I said. I didn't even have to leave before I heard Frey screaming. Wait, I need it. All this time I had a smile on my face. When leaving the palace of the Vanir gods, I had a miniature Viking ship. Now that I had the ship for a few days, I'll finally go pick up my partner, Thor. I looked towards the voice calling me and realized it was my old friend Sif. Sif? What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in training camps yet? I asked confused. My father had business with the leader Vanir and Tgard. I came with him, explained Sif. Just then Sif watched me and noticed the Tgard belt I was wearing. I see you are wearing your new gift, said Sif smiling at me. Yes. Thanks for the gift, I will reward you in the future, I said smiling. Really, you know there's something you could do for me, said Sif in a suggestive tone. Who the hell is this woman? An imposter. What can I do for you? I asked. Fight me, said Sif instantly. Now I was sure she wasn't an imposter. Here's my battle-mad friend. No, we've already fought recently, be patient, I said. It's not fair. You only accept my challenges once a year, Sif said in disgust. I really don't know if a one-sided massacre can be called a challenge. I fight you once a year because I can see how much you've improved over the previous year, I explained impassively. You're not fun, mumbled Sif. Before I could retaliate, another voice was heard. Sif, let's get going. I looked over and saw Sif's father, Ragnar, carrying a small chest. It was probably a reward from a completed quest. Prince Thor, it's an honor to see you again, Ragnar said as he bowed his head. Honestly, I've never seen a couple as different as Idhuna and Ragnar. I still remember the day I saw Idhuna together with her husband. She looked like a teenager in love, nor did she seem like the dirtiest mouth and violent half-dwarf of the forge. I mocked her as soon as her husband left. She took her anger out on my next quest. The quest? I had to collect the fucking blood of a dragger. But was it worth mocking Idhuna? Absolutely. Ragnar, it's been a while. I'm just passing through. I came to settle some matters with Prince Frey, I said smiling. It was then that Sif noticed the skidbladnir in my hands. Is this what I think it is? Asked Sif raising her eyebrows. Then Ragnar noticed it too, and he was surprised. The skidbladnir. I don't want to sound too intrusive, but why are you, my prince, in possession of Prince Frey's ship? Asked Ragnar curiously. Well, you see, soon, I will go on a quest, and skidbladnir will be essential, I explained to the best of my ability, without giving too much detail. A quest? Right now? But Frey's name day is in 3 days. Remember the last time Mrs. Frigg did to you for missing a very important day? Asked Sif in disbelief. I shivered. Yes, Sif. I remembered very well. It was the day I made a new rule. Don't mess with the person who can literally transfer someone else's pain to you. I will be present on Frey's name day. I will only go on my quest as soon as the festivities are over, I said. Partner. Wait just a little longer. Soon we'll break some skulls, POV. Thor. Because Sif reminds me about what my mom did to me the last time I missed an important day. I decided to stay for the festivities. I wasn't much into partying. I usually trained, forged items, or studied new runes. Unfortunately, in these 100 years of my new life, I haven't shown certain interests that other Asgardians had. One of those was partying and drinking non-stop, besides breaking things in the process. Actually, a god's name day was like a birthday, but there was a slight difference. The party was big depending on the hierarchy, and while the party lasted about a whole day and the food and drink were plentiful, the difference is what happened during the celebration. Like drinking competitions, axe throwing fights over something simple, competitions for the hand of a woman. I had never participated in this. It wasn't that I wasn't interested in participating, I just thought I could do something more productive elsewhere. However, there was another reason why I didn't like parties. I didn't want to repeat the same feat in my centenary. The feat? Well, first I must explain something. A curious fact. Alcohol is part of our lifestyle. You could find a 5-year-old child with a glass of mead in one hand and a wooden sword in the other, and that was considered normal. In fact, you would be considered strange if you hadn't been drinking since you were young. If I say I wasn't surprised when my mother handed me a drinking horn filled with mead instead of water at our family dinner when I was 4, I would be lying. But I soon adapted to this small change from my past lifestyle. For the first time in my 2 lives, I felt what it was like to have a hangover, and I definitely didn't like it. However, I liked the mead. The hangover didn't stop me from drinking more, and over time I got used to a large amount of alcohol in my body. But I changed a little when I was drunk. Let's just say the drunk self is a little volatile. That's why I never intended to let the drink consume me. Until my first centenary came. It was the day that I got the most out of control, as it meant 100 years in this world. So I decided to let go a little. I drank, fought, drank some more, and fought even more. When I try to remember that day, it's all a blur. But according to some rumors that circulated in Valhalla the next day, I did so many things that my mother from my previous life would be disappointed. Some of the things were, I put Odin himself in a healing chamber after an arm wrestling match. I fought against several men, who ended up in the healing chamber, drinking straight from a barrel of mead, and knocking out anyone who tried to take it from me. Damaged the Valhalla Hall. At least there were no fatalities, as far as I know, and that was just some of the rumors. The funny thing is, I didn't get scolded, quite the contrary, my exploits were admired by others. I got a title that day too, the Drunk Calamity. I didn't think it was the most badass title, but it is what it is. But due to this episode of mine, I had more control over how much I drank, and I never exaggerated again. But here I was, at a name day party for a goddess who was the princess of the Vanir. Maybe I can drink some more, right? It wouldn't do anything wrong. Time skip, 2 hours later. Third person POV. Drink it, drink it, drink it, drink it, drink it, drink it, drink it. These were the cheering cheers of a group of men and women in Valhalla's hall, during the celebration of Princess Vanir Freyja's name day. These people were rooting for 2 people who ended up in a drinking competition. One of them was the old-looking god. He was drinking mead from a traditional drinking horn. It was the god of the seas, Aegir. The other man, however, considerably young-looking. What stood out the most were his long red hair and golden veins in some parts of his body, that and the big barrel of mead he was drinking from. That was one of the princes of Asgard, the son of King Odin, Thor. As people cheered, it only took a few seconds to see who was the winner. And against all odds, bam! It was Thor who had thrown the barrel to the ground, breaking it in the process, showing that he had finished his drink first. Yeah, Thor, Thor, Thor. The fans now claimed the winner. As the crowd clamored, Thor asked forcefully, is there no one else? Unfortunately, Thor was already showing the signs that made him deserve his title given in the commemoration of his centenary, the drunk calamity. One of those signs. Crisis of hiccup. Waitress, bring me another barrel of mead, asked Thor. Yes, my prince, the waitress immediately replied, then began to run in search of a new barrel. Thor, don't you think that was enough? Asked Aegir. Nah, I'm just having a little fun. One more barrel and I'll finish, Thor replied. You said the same thing when you took the 3rd barrel of mead by yourself. The one you just broke on the ground was the 35th, said Aegir in disbelief. Oh, I don't remember saying that. Maybe one more barrel will clear my mind, said Thor. You said that in the 22nd barrel, grumbled Aegir. Heads up. A voice resounded in the hall. He was the leader of the Vanir, Tgard, god of navigation and fishing, and beside him was his wife Skadi, goddess of skiing, hunting, winter, and mountains. The hitherto unusual couple had reconciled, but still held the title of fastest divorce in the Nordic pantheon. Only 23 days of marriage due to differences in where they lived. Until they found a common place and reconciled. Only Thor, having lived 2 lives, discovered that the place was what would come to be called Greenland. Tgard then held up a drinking horn and began a little speech. Today is a big day. For it was today that my beloved daughter came into this world. For 130 years she has graced us with her presence. I would be lying if I said that the day of her birth was the most important day. The truth is, for a parent it is most important to see their children grow up. Every day is precious, said Tgard. Yeah, the hall roared in approval. For my daughter Freyja, said Tgard as he raised the horn towards a woman. This woman had a small smile and was endowed with an unearthly beauty. She was Freyja, the younger sister of Frey and daughter of Tgard and Skadi. For Freyja, shouted the people of Valhalla. May the festivities come back, said Tgard. And then the hall went back to eating and drinking except for a small group. Such a beauty. Today will be the day I go to court her, said someone. It was Hermd, the son of Odin, with a mortal woman. Huh? And do you think she will accept you? Look at you. You are a bad joke, mocked the closest person. It was Vili, one of Odin's sons, who was abandoned by his mother. Want to know another bad joke? Your mom, scoffed Hermd. Hermd was soon met with a punch at his face and hurled away. Vili, we've already talked about this. You need to control your temper more, said a man nearby, sighing. It was Vidar, another son of Odin. Control my temper? He insulted my mother, shouted Vili indignantly. While I understand your anger, you shouldn't let someone get you mad so easily, Vidar said, rolling his eyes. What would you have done then? Asked Vili. Well, he'd punch him, Vidar said. And isn't that what I just did? Asked Vili in disbelief. Yes, but you sent Hermd flying to the wrong place, explained Vidar. Huh? What do you mean by that? Asked Vili, still confused. Look at the trajectory, brother, explained Vidar, pointing to where Hermd was. It was then that Vala noticed. Oh, shit, said Vili regretfully. Hee. Hi, brother. I'm sorry that I spilled your drink, said Hermd nervously. In front of him was Thor, looking down at the barrel that lay on the ground and spilled mead. It was then that Thor slowly turned to face his brother Hermd. Hermd, you better have a good reason, said Thor, glaring at Hermd. Another sign of the drunk calamity. Well, it would be violence. You see, when Thor is sober, he thought clearly about the pros and cons before resorting to violence if there will be consequences, if it is worth it wasting his time in a small fight. When Thor is drunk, though, violence is not the answer. It's the question, and the answer is always, yes, brother, please let me explain. It was Vili's fault. I began Hermod. But Thor didn't hear the rest and grabbed Hermd by the collar, lifted him off the ground, and flung him through the nearest window. Those closest to Thor moved away, as they knew what was to come. Vili, come here, brother. I just want to have a civilized conversation. I won't hurt you. Well, not too much at least, said Thor as he swept his eyes through the crowd, searching for his brother. Location, Vidar and Vili. If I were you, I'd start running, said Vidar, turning to Vili, just to see that his brother was already gone. He's learning fast, reflected Vidar on his brother Vili's reaction. Well, there's only just one way to get Thor out of his quest for blood, waitress. Bring a barrel full of mead, and be quick, or if not, Valhalla will turn to rubble. Again, said Vidar, looking at the nearest maid. Yes sir, said the maid as she ran away. Why give Thor more mead? Well, when Thor enters this state, the only way to defeat him is to get him even drunker, and hope he black out. Location, table of the main Vanir gods. Where's Frey? Tgard asked his wife. He was here before he said he was going to get Freyja's gift, explained Skadi. Oh no, said Freyja, putting her hands to her face and regretting it. Don't act like that, Freyja. It's your brother's way of telling you that he loves you, Tgard chided. I know that, Dad. It's just, while I recognize Frey's attempts, he exaggerates a lot in the gifts. I still remember the last gift. The boots were very flashy, they were the color of gold. But it wasn't just that, they were made of a material that made my feet itch for 2 days. Besides that, I found out that at night they glowed in the dark, Dad. Do you know what Frey told me when I asked him why he gave me some boots that glow in the dark? He said, so you don't lose them. Freyja said in exasperation. Ha 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 ha. Tgard started to laugh until he was interrupted by a nudge from his wife in the ribs. He know your brother can act shamefully. But he's still your brother, and he loves you, that's just who he is. Tgard tried to explain. I just hope he doesn't try anything, Freyja said. Just then the doors of Valhalla's hall opened. My beloved sister, shouted a voice. Everyone in the room looked towards the voice. It was Prince Frey with his hands holding a small box. Frey then proceeded to walk towards his family's table as he spoke. On this memorable day, I come here to present you with the symbol of your beauty, Frey said with a big smile on his face. And then he handed the box to his sister, Freyja. Meanwhile, Freyja had a nervous smile on her face. Oh, brother, I appreciate this wonderful gift, said Freyja as she took the box. Open the box, sister, offered Frey. Certainly, said Freyja. Initially, Freyja did not want to open the present. The shame of the golden boots was still rooted in her memory, but she still did what her brother asked, only to come across the most beautiful necklace she had ever seen. Frey, it's beautiful, Freyja said, smiling sincerely. I call him Air. Brissing amen, said Frey, smiling. No one seemed to notice Frey's slip, as the guests were looking at Freyja's beautiful smile. And Freyja was still looking at the necklace. The moment was beautiful, until being damaged by Frey, who started to cry. Ugh, sniff, I finally did it. After over 100 years, sniff, Frey said as he took out a handkerchief and wiped his tears. Then Freyja stopped smiling. Frey, please stop and go sit down, Freyja said. Ugh, sniff, yes sister, Frey said while still wiping his tears. Freyja then sighed, but then smiled again. Thank you, brother, said Freyja, while looking at the necklace. But a question popped into Freyja's mind. She knew that this item was unique due to the runes and the quality of the materials. The necklace was forged, but Freyja knew that her brother was not a blacksmith. So, who made it? Freyja asked softly, looking at the necklace curiously. While Freyja wondered who made such a necklace, there was a hunt in the hall of Valhalla. The young god Vili, son of Odin, is known for his bloodlust in fights, was hiding under the table. Shit, I can't leave the hall without being noticed by someone. There is only one person who can help me right now, whispered Vili. Vili then made a simple communication rune. The one he was trying to contact was an old friend of Odin's children, and who helped Frigg raise them herself. She could be considered an older sister. When the rune showed a sign of response, a Valkyrie figure soon formed. Vili, what do you want? Brunhild, I need help. I only have seconds. I know you probably don't like me very much after breaking your little sister Hrist's heart, but I really need your help. I don't want to end up with 2 broken arms again. Help me. Thor is drunk, said Vili quickly. You're right, Brunhild replied, reflecting. A ray of hope flickered across Vili's face. So will you help me? Asked Vili hopefully. What? No, I said you were right about me not liking you very much after you broke my sister's heart, Brunhild said with a small smile on her face. Said Vili, surprise. By the way, your seconds are over, Brunhild said with a bigger smile, before ending the rune call. As soon as Brunhild finished speaking, the table where Vili was hiding under it, was raised. Heek, I found you, said a voice with an innocent tone. At that moment, Vili knew he would experience a world of pain. Meanwhile, Freyja was still at the table with her parents and brother, until a young god approached. Goddess Freyja. The poems about her beauty don't do justice to be in her presence. May I ask you for a dance? Said the young god in a confident tone. It was Kvasir, god of inspiration. Certainly, Kvasir, Freyja replied with a polite smile. From the smile, some people could already consider that it would be another rejection of a suitor for Freyja's consort. Don't misunderstand, Freyja enjoyed the attention the other gods gave her. She is the goddess of beauty, but over the years, she stopped being interested. After all, they all had ulterior motives. She is the goddess of beauty as well as wealth and lust. She knew what they wanted. She always knew. It was easy to figure out intentions through one's thoughts. When Freyja would lean against a person, even if only a brief touch, she would feel their deepest desires. But she wanted something more. She wanted someone to feel for her more than desire. Freyja was the goddess of love, but never in her 130 years did find anyone who saw her with eyes beyond greedy. Due to her having the title of most beautiful and richest goddess, she knew that most, if not all, male gods who had asked for her hand in marriage saw her as a trophy. The irony. The young goddess Vanir didn't want to be wanted as a trophy. She wanted to be loved. But then during the dance between Freyja and Kvasir, something interrupted the music and caught the attention of most of the guests. Boom. The noise of an explosion resounded in Valhalla's hall. The cause. A body collided with a wall at high speed, resulting in a large hole in the wall and a pile of debris on the floor. And someone was walking towards the pile of rubble. Heek, get up, brother. I haven't finished teaching you how to punch properly. He then get up, I'll make you learn a little bit about the projectile motion, said the person. It was Thor who was walking slowly towards the pile of debris. It was then that the pile of debris moved and showed that it was the god Valkyrie. He didn't look good. It looked like his left arm and right leg had been broken. The armor that protected his chest had a mark that looked like a fist. Cough Thor. Did I need it all? I think I broke some ribs, cough, said Vili, while coughing up blood. If you're breathing heat then you're fine, Thor replied. Shit, cough, I can bring you a barrel mead if you stop with that, said Vili, trying to convince his brother. You didn't convince me, said Thor, who then grabbed Vili's collar with one hand and lifted him off the ground. Thor. A voice shouted. Thor then looked towards the voice. It was Sif with 2 barrels of mead. Do you want? Drop the body first, Sif said. Sweet nectar, Thor said. Thor then released his brother and walked towards Sif. It was then that the crowd dispersed. While 2 people took Vili's body and carried it towards a healing chamber, the rest of the festivities continued as if nothing had happened. After all, it was just another day in Valhalla. Time skip, 1 day. POV Thor. Ah, what a fucking headache, I shouldn't have gone overboard on the mead, I said, rubbing my temples. The hangover sucks. But that wouldn't delay my schedule? I already took too long. It was time to make use of this stealth flying ship and go get my partner. I looked at the miniature Drakkar in my hands. What's missing now are those hitting the road country songs, I said, smiling. Time skip, 5 minutes, location, Asgard Palace. Third person POV. What did you say? Resounded a voice in the royal room. It was Frigg, who was sitting on the bed, who had screamed in disbelief. The cause of this was because Odin had returned from the last meeting recently between the leaders of the pantheons. The new leader of the Greek pantheon didn't go to the meeting, said Odin. I don't like this Odin. He took power only a century ago and has already closed himself off from the world. Not even Uranus dared not attend the meeting. Should we expect a conflict? Asked Frigg, worried. If there is, it is more likely that the territories of the Egyptians and Sumerians will be the most affected due to the proximity. We have nothing to fear, but I will insist on being prepared. But it's not from Kronos that I expect conflict, replied Odin. It's the Jotun, isn't it? Asked Frigg. Yes, they are braver, said Odin wearily. Your mother was a Joe Frigg start saying until she was interrupted by Odin. While my mother may be a Jotun, I am a king before a son, said Odin. Frigg was silent. She knew the cruel relationship the Jotunbistla had with her son Odin, and she knew what Odin was capable of. After all, it was Odin who brought the Vanir gods to their knees in the last war. Odin only let Tgard remain the leader of the Vanir and his future sons the title of prince because of politics. What happens now then? Asked Frigg. We'll prepare and wait. If I'm right, there will be a war again. I just hope we get it over with before it gets the attention of the other pantheons. We can't show weakness. Not with the leader of the Greeks showing that attitude, said Odin. Frigg could only agree. The situation was not good. Location, space. POV Thor. I think most of the kids in my previous life who dreamed of being astronauts would live their dream right now. Skidbladnir is very fast, much faster than the speed of light. I had already left the solar system in which Midgard/Earth was, and was heading towards the red dot. I knew my partner was out of this galaxy, but by the speed of this ship, I estimated that I would reach my destination in approximately 72 hours. As much as I could just teleport to the location, I was pretty sure I wouldn't be 100% accurate. Not to mention the residual magic of the teleportation rune would alert the so-called primal deities, and I didn't want them to meddle where they weren't called. That was a bad habit of the gods, to be intrusive and think you can do whatever you want out of being a god. I refused to be that way. The reason, if there were some things I learned in my life as a mortal were, every action has a reaction. And Murphy's fucking law. Also, I didn't want to be known as Zeus, because while I wasn't very studious about Norse mythology, Greek mythology was another story. Zeus was a good example not to follow. The future lord of the skies, and ruler of the Olympians, had the bad habit of transforming himself and wanting to fuck everything that had a hole. I still remember the story that he turned into the rain just to fuck a woman. Greek gods are strange. It was better if I stayed away from the Greek pantheon, even though the rapist shapeshifter wasn't born yet. I had a feeling that he and I would definitely not get along. Not to mention the others. Hera, the vengeful wife, who likes to get revenge on the innocent children of her cheating husband. Poseidon, another rapist kidnapper, arrogant as his little brother. Ares, the man with serious anger issues. Aphrodite, the woman who started a war for the title of most beautiful. And so the list goes on. I want to get away from this pile of shit. Time skip, 72 hours later/3 Earth days, location, space. POV Thor. When I arrived at my destination, I expected to come across a red star. I was surprised that it's not exactly a standard star. It was a bright red nebula, with the shape of a star. What scared me was the size of this nebula. It was easily bigger than the sun several times, plus there seems to be a lightning storm inside. But I could feel it. It felt like it had a core. And the core was calling me. Finally. It's about time if I got you, I said, smiling. So I took a small chain and tied it around my ankle. Because I didn't want to get lost in the nebula, so I thought I'd better use the idea Theseus had in the labyrinth. And if they accuse me of plagiarism, just remember, it's not plagiarism if you do it first. Well, here we go, I said, before jumping off the ship. I was going to leave the ship behind as I didn't want to damage it too much from the lightning storm in the nebula. I spent my time going towards the core, and when I found it, I could only see a small white sphere with red details. It was the size of a baseball ball. As soon as I got close enough I grabbed it, and then the giant nebula. It just vanished. As soon as the nebula vanished, I heard a voice, and I remember that voice perfectly, even though it had been over 100 years. "Hello there," said the voice behind me. "The one above all," I said, smiling, turning me towards the voice. As soon as I turned around, there he was, still in Stanley form. "Ah, I understood the reference," said Stanley/OAA, with a knowing smile. "So, I thought you wouldn't communicate with me after the talking letter," I said, confused. "I never said that. I said that we would not communicate via letters. I never said that we would never meet again. Although while I'm here I am not either," said OAA, smiling. "Has anyone ever said that you are a confusing person to understand?" I asked. OAA just laughed. "Ha ha ha ha. In fact, there have been several who have said that to me. It's always fun to listen again," said OAA, in a good mood. "In a way, I'm happy to see a familiar face from my previous life, even if it's the fake one. But there are things I need to ask first. While I unnecessarily would like to know more about your eternal life, I have some questions I would like to ask," I said. "By all means, make yourself comfortable and have a seat," said OAA, gesturing with one hand. I was confused. I was in the emptiness of space, but after I blinked for a second, I was in a living room. Omnipotence was scary, but it was still so up. I then sat on the couch that was behind me, while the OAA sat in an armchair across from me. "That was cool," I said, smiling. "Hehe, thanks, but then, about the questions," began OAA. "Aren't you omniscient too?" I asked, confused. I thought he was going to read my mind or something. "Yes, but you would like to ask, not me. I may have all the answers to your questions, but you don't have all the questions for my answers," explained OAA. I just wanted him to give easier to understand advice. Did he smile again? "Oh yeah, omniscience. Okay, let's start with the basics. While I understand it was my stupid choice that brought me into this world, why Thor? Why reborn as a god? I'm way off the canon because of that," I asked curiously. A better way to explain it would be this way. I chose to reincarnate you as Thor because it was easier for you to get involved," said OAA. "Involve me? With what exactly?" I insisted. "Everything," OAA replied. "What do you mean?" I asked, confused. "Everything? What kind of answer was that?" "Well, you, who have watched the Marvel movies, know the capabilities of the Time Stone, right? I have that same ability. And much more. Before you even chose that door, I already predicted several realities. One of those realities you chose the door of heaven and lived happily with your perfect world. But there is also another reality in which you choose the door of heaven and go crazy in your perfect world because deep down you considered that world a big lie. After all, the perfect for a man is to know how to live with his faults because that's the only way he will know his qualities," explained OAA. "Okay, that was scary. So did I go crazy in some reality?" "Nice," I said. "Haha. I suppose all human madness manifests itself in an unusual way. Or should I say, unique," mused OAA. "Maybe, but back to the subject. If you knew which door I would choose and chose for me to be reborn as Thor so I could get involved in the whole story, you still haven't fully answered my question." "Why?" I asked again. "Yes, he said he would like it if I get involved in the story, but I could do that if I reincarnate as any other race. So why be specifically reborn as a god? What kind of entertainment was this?" How can I say, you intrigue me," replied OAA. "What?" I asked, not understanding. "You see, the very concept of a god is unimaginable for a human." I then wondered what an immortal would be like with the soul of a mortal. A mortal soul with the eternity of a god. I was intrigued. I wanted to see this result. So I went to Limbo, the place where repentant souls reflect on their life before finding the peace to move on. At first I tried to find the soul of any human, but it didn't work as they were too uninteresting. As I didn't want anyone with a selfish bent, I immediately discarded them. So I proceeded with the souls who died being selfless, who had been in limbo for a while. When I offered the proposal, they accepted, but I feel disappointed because of how easily they corrupted themselves with the new life. So I judged them according to their achievements. And I erased them, explain OAA. "Wait. Erased? Better not to ask. But then I found you. A soul lost in limbo, which died young. Who didn't regret your own life, but didn't want to move on because you wanted to enjoy more of your life." I was intrigued, considering the centuries you spent in limbo. That's when I knew you were the soul I was looking for. Your answer, not knowing what I'd do if I got a second chance, just confirmed it, replied OAA. "I think I understand the entertainment he wants. What would an immortal being with a mortal soul be like? I feel like a laboratory experiment. I think I understand. You're the scientist and I'm the experiment," I said impassively. "In a way, yes, you're right. But I've never imposed my will on you. I've always let you make your own choices. I'm just curious," said OAA. "If you are omniscient, why are you curious?" "That doesn't make sense," I said. He just smiled. "Well, I treat life like a good book. I must flip page by page. While I may know what you can become, I'm more curious to know what you want to be," said OAA with a smile. I was silent. I really didn't think it was a bad exchange. He wanted some entertainment, and I just wanted to live more. Even if I have to live in this universe where fanservice is a law, I would enjoy what else life has to offer me. Very well. I think it's time for me to leave. See you next time, Fake Stan Lee, I said, getting up from the couch and heading towards the door, which I assumed was the exit. I opened the door and could see Skidbladnir. As soon as I got out, the door started to close. But I still heard Stan Lee's copy speaking one last time before the door closed. I hope you like your 2 gifts. And by the way, who says I'm fake? I turned around and saw that the door was gone. Well, that was as cool as it was troublesome, I said. My current life has become a movie that the living court itself is watching. Great. Wait. Gifts. I looked around and found nothing. But the core I had in my hands was gone. There was only one location that I didn't check. The Skidbladnir. I then headed towards Drakar, and on deck, I found the present. My personal skull breaker. The Mjolnir. It was the version from Record of Ragnarok. But with one difference, I could feel that there was nothing organic about this thing. But then what will the awakened form look like? Should I do the test drive? Better not, at least, not before I build my project number 7, the Ghost Room, where I'll be able to unleash all of my divine power, without having to worry about drawing unwanted attention. As soon as I picked up Mjolnir, I noticed that it looked like its weight was as light as a feather. I then saw that it had a little note taped to it. So I read it. Here's one of your gifts. The hammer might be familiar, but it's different at the same time. It will have a very different awakened form, in addition to the ability to shrink. For your other gift, you need to have a mirror to check it out. As promised, you now have a true form. But power always has a price. In your case, it's the ability to think clearly. I have a good name for your true form. I call it the Berserker Rage. Good luck, my son. I expect great things from you. That's what was written. Wait a sec. Need a mirror to check it out? I soon ran towards Skidbladnir's inner forge. Time skip, 30 minutes. With some resources that I brought, plus the resources already available at the forge, I managed to forge a small temporary mirror. As I checked my body and found nothing at first sight out of the ordinary, I knew I had to check my back, hence the mirror. And as soon as I checked, there was something I didn't have before the conversation with the OAA. A tattoo. I suspected this was the seal for my true form, which I honestly don't know when I would use. After all, the note itself had said that the price of power was my sanity. Plus the name Berserker Rage rang some alarms in my mind. But I'll think about it more another time. Well, there's not much to do here. I think it's time to go back. But maybe I can catch a few things along the way. A black star's heart can do a lot of things, I said. So I turned the Skidbladnir towards the Milky Way and started my way back to Asgard, while picking up what I could on the way. It would be useful in the future in my own forge. Third-person POV. Location, Jotunheim. A shadowy figure, wearing a black cape and with a hood covering his face, walked through the frozen lands of the realm of one of the oldest races, the Jotuns. His destination was a castle of great proportions. The giant door opened as the figure entered the castle. The figure moved through the castle, being faced by several giants until reaching a large hall that had several chairs and tables of large proportions. All chairs were occupied by giants. But one chair stood out from the rest. "What do you want here?" said a giant, sitting on a chair, which looked like a throne. "Are you the one who rules this castle?" asked the shadowy figure. "I am Tgard, ruler of this castle and the Jotun race. Now, I'll ask you one more time. What do you want here?" asked the giant, now identified as Tgard. "If you listen to my proposal, maybe a friend," replied the shadowy figure. As much as the shadowy figure was unidentifiable, the only thing that wasn't covered was its mouth, which at that moment only had a smile. My return to Asgard was smooth. I didn't encounter any setbacks. I took a heart of a black star, the tail of a comet, and the heart of a red star here and there, and other basics things for my future creations. It was time to build my forge and to build my things in peace. I decided to move from the royal palace of Asgard to the Nordic territory in Midgard, which would be the future of Norway. Why would I do that? Well, I would have more space and peace to relax and build my stuff, without prying eyes. There was no way I was going to forge in Asgard, as there were certain projects I wish I could remain secret. When I told my parents I was moving, my mother Frigg didn't like it at all. I suppose she doesn't like her kids being away. She's like a mother bear. My brothers, however, didn't mind and offered to help me with the move, but I soon declined. My forge in Midgard would be built by my hands, as would my new residence. It will take a while, but it will be my new home. Also, I wanted my house to be built in a more modern design, with the forge just below the house. After selecting the ideal location, which would be the lakeside, I immediately started building. Time skip, 6 months. After 6 months of collecting materials and building my new house and forge, I was finally finished. And it was perfect. I think it's because I built it with my own hands. I felt attached to the result. I never thought I would use the Rakege's armor to help me build it, as it came in very handy when I was collecting the Heart of a Star. Now, many would consider the Heart of a Star too dangerous to use in Midgard. But it was for one of these reasons that I sought to learn how to forge and magic runes. Using my acquired knowledge, I was able to store the Heart of a Star inside a plasma ball core, the power of the sun, in the palm of my hand. Maybe it's better to stop with the references. But it was still a good movie, the best Spider-Man, and no one will change my mind. Anyway, the reason for resorting to this type of energy was simple. Unlimited energy. Well, at least until the fusion process stops producing energy due to the fuel, which would be hydrogen, runs out. Of course. Generally, when a star dies, depending on its mass, it could become a black hole. My solution? I made a rune in the outer area of the plasma ball so when the star is about to die the rune will activate, and it will teleport the plasma ball far away from the Milky Way for safety precautions. As soon as the first rune activates, another rune located inside the plasma ball will activate. And what does this rune do? Well, first of all, a curious fact. In my first life, I always enjoyed reading about space. And because of that, I have some basic knowledge, nothing compared to great minds. But I was sure of one thing. A black hole was the last boss in space. So I set myself an impossible task. Kill a black hole. Obviously, it wasn't easy at all. It was like making the challenge of playing Dark Souls without armor and equipment and without evolving the character. Oh shit. The flashbacks. Anyway, even in my other life, black holes were still a mystery. One of the theories that explain the end of black holes? It came from one of the most brilliant minds in the world at the time. The theory explains that black holes can evaporate after long periods. And that's exactly what the plasma ball's inner rune would do. When activated, it would speed up the time inside the plasma ball. Obviously, due to the complexity of the rune, it had certain limitations. A star was one of the few things the rune could activate. Besides that, the area affected by the rune was very controlled, since it would only affect inside the plasma ball. I made these runes as a safety measure as I didn't want a black hole to appear in the ground. So if something went wrong with the plasma ball, the runes would activate immediately. With the energy of a star fueling my home and personal forge, and with runes distributing that energy to every room in the house, and functioning as a replacement for home appliances, I felt the comfort the 21st century had to offer in an ancient time. Runes dotted around the property would trick the minds of curious mortals. Unfortunately, they weren't as effective against supernatural beings as it depended too much on the target's power. Time skip, 2 hours later. POV Thor. Finally a well-deserved rest, I said as I relaxed seated at the recliner chair. Thanks to Mjolnir's ability to shrink, I was able to bring it indoors and it didn't take up much space. It is the shrunken form had the same proportions as Marvel's Mjolnir and was now located on the bedside table beside the recliner chair I was sitting on. Maybe I can take a nap before I go to work at the forge, I said, already closing my eyes and leaning back in the chair. Unfortunately, it seems that the universe was against me, because as soon as I reclined the chair, knock knock, I heard a knock at the door. Damn, it's night already. Who the hell would come to visit me at this hour? I said cursing. After all, it was after midnight. As soon as I opened the door, I ran into my friend Frey. Thor? Ugh, something terrible happened, sniff, Frey said between sobs. That's when I realized. He had a face that looked like he'd been crying for days. And the news he gave me, something terrible. What happened to him to be crying like this? Frey, come in, and calm down, I said, inviting him into my house. As soon as Frey entered, he headed for the living room. What a weird object, said Frey looking at the sofa. Don't stare, sit down, I said. Is it even comfortable, said Frey leaning back on the couch. While I want to show you my new home here in Midgard, could you tell me why you came here so late at night and crying? And what terrible news? I asked. Ugh, certainly. It's my sister Freyja, Frey said while whimpering. Has something terrible happened to Freyja? Was she hurt or something? If so, I wonder who the fool was who hurt her. Who in their right mind would hurt the princess of the Vanir gods? Sniff, the necklace I gave her. The one you forged, said Frey. Huh? Frey, stop whining and explain better, I said. My sister's necklace, the Brisingamen, is gone? Ugh, Frey said. He was crying. Because did his sister lose her necklace? Damn it, Frey. I then slapped him on the back of his head. Slap. Ouch. Why did you do that? Asked Frey staring at me while massaging the back of his neck. Idiot. It's just a necklace. It's not like it's the greatest treasure in the world. You might as well go to the dwarf's forge and trade for a replacement. Hell, if you can pay me, I can even make another one. After all, I forged it, the Brisingamen, I said, walking to a bookcase, where I kept most of the projects I considered trivial, written on scrolls. You don't understand, my friend. It's been 5 days since Freyja has refused to leave her room. My dad even offered to pay for another one, but she refused. She doesn't want a replacement as she considered it an insult to my first successful gift. Ugh, she's crying golden tear. Thor? She only cries gold when the sadness and lamentation are unbearable. She considers the Brisingamen irreplaceable, as it was the best gift she received, explained Frey. From that tone, it sounded serious. However, my mind was thinking of other things, like, how does she cry gold? Do Freyja's gold tears have a different quality than regular gold? Well, at least that explains why she has the title of the richest goddess. My father and mother offered a reward to whoever found the necklace. Without Freyja knowing, of course, but at least, your uncle Loki spoke about someone who might know the location of the necklace, said Frey. I don't like where this conversation is going. He even stopped crying. And it looks like he's been waiting for me to ask. Did you know that the Jotun are personifications? And did you know that their leader, Tgard, is the personification of wisdom? Maybe he knows who stole the necklace, Frey asked, looking at me expectantly. Yes, Frey, but I don't understand what you expect me, I said until I was interrupted by Frey, who jumped off the couch and grabbed my shoulders. Come with me to Jotunheim, said Frey. Why the hell would I participate in this quest? I'm sorry, Frey, but I don't see any reason for me to participate in this quest, I said, pulling away from Frey. Oh, Frey lamented. I had better things to do. There were certain things I needed for my self-sufficient private garden. When I returned to the bookcase, I looked for a specific scroll. When I found it, I opened it. It was a map, of Africa to be exact. Why do I have a map of Africa? The answer was simple. I was on a treasure hunt. The treasure? Well, POV. Third person. As soon as Thor opened the scroll, Prince Frey realized it was a map. Frey was curious as he noticed that Thor was facing a specific drawing, which shared the scroll with the map. It looked like a plant. It was then that Frey asked, "What is that? Why do you have this map? Isn't that part of the Egyptians' territory?" asked Frey confused. "I don't care about the Egyptians, I don't have any business with them, I am just on a treasure hunt," Thor explained, still looking at the map. Frey was still confused, but even more curious. "What treasure?" asked Frey. "I'm hunting this," Thor said, pointing to the drawing beside the map. "The plant," said Frey uncertainly. "Yes," said Thor. "A plant is more important than my sister's situation?" asked Frey in disbelief. "This plant?" "Absolutely," said Thor. Thor didn't even hesitate when he answered. Frey looked indignant, but he wanted to know what this plant was, for Thor seemed so obsessed with it. "This plant, is it for potions or something?" asked Frey. "Maybe, but it's not the main use." "Well, not for me. So as you can see, I'm pretty busy looking for this plant. I don't have time to help you, Frey. But I wish you good luck in your quest to retrieve the necklace," said Thor, nodding to Frey. Frey seemed to have understood the message and headed for the exit, until he stopped before opening the door. "You know, maybe if you just help me a little bit to retrieve the necklace, Freyja would be very grateful, maybe she could even reward you," Frey said with an innocent smile. Thor, however, didn't seem to mind. "I already told you I'm busy at the moment. Maybe I can help you on another quest, Frey," said Thor, staring at the map and marking a specific spot with coal. Frey was disappointed. He could only think, how he has no interest in receiving a reward from my beautiful sister. The way my sister is now, if someone brought the brissing amen and asked for her hand in marriage, Freyja would agree right away. By Odin, I need to find this necklace? I can't let my sister get married? I must protect her from those idiots," Frey thought indignantly. It was then that Frey had an idea. "The last resort. You know, Thor, I can go with you to help look for this plant. I may be the god of peace, but what some people don't know is that I'm also the god of agriculture and good harvest. Maybe I can locate," Frey said until he was grabbed by the collar and pulled toward the door by Thor. "Let's help your sister? I can't imagine the sadness she must be feeling at the disappearance of her necklace. You said you want to visit Jotunheim, right? What are we waiting for?" said Thor, as he grabbed Mjolnir and headed to the door. Frey had a small smile of victory. Location, Jotunheim, Winter Castle/Castle of Asgard. POV third person. "How long should we wait?" asked a Jotun named Skrimir. "Be patient. Our friend advised us to find who will be our greatest threat. When the gods arrive here, we will give them challenges so that we know their capabilities and limits. Also, if they fail in the challenges, other races will realize that the gods are not to be followed. Bor was a fool to seek peace in a kingdom already stained by the blood of thousands. We only respect strength, because strength is the only thing that prevents other pantheons from invading us," replied Tgard. "Do you think Odin knows what we're doing, my king?" asked Skrimir. "It's impossible for him to see through these walls." "I'm sure of that," assured Tgard. "Do you think there is anyone dangerous among the gods, my lord?" asked Thrym. "Ha ha ha, Thrym. They are gods. But we are one of the oldest races. We are personifications? Against gods? It is a fact that during our first war against Asgard, it took, at least, 5 gods to kill 1 Jotun. And at that time, we were outnumbered. Currently, in this castle alone there are 1,000 Jotuns. There are no chances for the gods to defeat us in case of another war," said Tgard, smiling. Due to Freyja crying over her stolen treasure, I, as the hero of a clicked anime, must help the beautiful woman, and then she will fall madly in love with me, and then she will reward me with a kiss. And then we would marry and I would treat her like a queen. PFFF, ha 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 ha. I could only laugh at this ridiculous situation. "Yeah right. Thor. What's so funny?" "We're on a quest," said a voice behind me. It was Sif, who was accompanying us. "It's nothing, Sif. I just remembered a joke," I explained, still smiling. "Why is Sif accompanying us?" "Well, it was more of a coincidence. She found us in Jotunheim, as she was looking for an item that is only found in this land. And quite hard to find, an ice rose. She had just located the rose and picked it up when she found us heading towards Tgard's winter castle. When she discovered our destination, she immediately asked to accompany us. Sif had always liked to travel through the lands of the kingdom of Asgard. This was something she and I had in common. And here we were, 3 people, 2 gods, and an Einherjar, heading towards a castle full of giants. Sif wanted to call in reinforcements, as we were practically invading hostile territory. This reaction was understandable. Frey was, well, Frey, like a good god of peace, was so unconcerned with the situation that it impressed me to some extent. After all, he didn't think anything big would happen. But me? Well, I didn't really care about our current situation. I only had one thing on my mind. I need coffee? I spent a fucking century without coffee? Mead was a good substitute, but I can't drink mead forever. I might end up getting sick of the taste or something. I had a goal, find the necklace and drag Frey to Africa and make him your coffee detector. During our walk, Frey looked bored, so he tried to strike up a conversation. Thor, why are you carrying your forge hammer? Asked Frey, pointing to Mjolnir. He thought Mjolnir was a mere forge hammer. Maybe because my partner was sleeping Frey didn't feel any energy. Let's just say this hammer isn't just for forging, I replied. Speaking of forge, I remembered a little detail. Frey, I forged this necklace, and I know it had a return rune for the owner, through the blood bond. How did Freyja lose? I asked, finding the situation strange. I know that my friend, Freyja, has tested this several times. As soon as she woke up she would activate the rune and the necklace would appear around her neck every time. But on one particular morning, it didn't work. Freyja jumped out of her bed and ran towards the place where she kept the necklace, which was the second drawer of the right closet, and the necklace was gone, said Frey in awe. Is the rune's effect being negated? But does that mean that? Wait, how does he know that? He happens to. Frey, you damn Siskin stalker. Frey, you don't stare at your sister all night, right? I asked uncertainly, looking at my friend, who looked outraged. What? Of course not. I would never have such disgusting behavior. I just make a point of waking up 30 minutes earlier than her and then I keep watching from her bedroom window so I can watch her waking up, because it's one of the only times of the day she smiles, said Frey, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I think I should seriously rethink my friendships. Location Winter Castle / Utgard Castle. POV third person. Well, that's a big door, said Frey in contemplation, looking at the castle door. Maybe the Jotuns want to make up for the lack of size of something else, said Sif with a playful smile. Sif then walked to the door and tried to push the gate. Ugh. This thing is heavier than it looks. A little help would be nice, Sif said, gritting her teeth. It was then that Frey tried to help by pushing the gate. Ugh. Phew. Maybe it's better. We stop for a while, Frey said tiredly, after failing to open the gate. Frey and Sif then walked away from the gate. So hate now? Do we call someone? Asked Sif. I don't know. Tgard Castle is known to nullify magic of all kinds due to being made of corrupted ice, and it only responds only to the will of its master, who is Tgard. We are not strong enough to open the door, so maybe if we screamed for help, someone inside the castle would hear us, said Frey uncertainly. It was then that they both saw Thor heading towards the gate. Thor then stopped a few feet from the gate and looked up to see the size of the door. And then he reached out his hand to remove the hammer that was clinging to his belt. When Thor had received the Mjolnir along with the note, he noticed that on the back of the note were written 2 runes, each with its meaning bond command. It was these runes that decided the proportions of the Mjolnir Thor received from Oaa. Thura says, this can mean brute force. This command would make Mjolnir have the same proportions as the Mjolnir from Record of Ragnarok. Uras, this can mean the primary force. This command would make Mjolnir shrink to the same proportions as Marvel's Mjolnir. A bonus was that my Mjolnir responds to my return command, as does Marvel's Mjolnir, even though it is asleep. As soon as Thor took up the hammer he whispered a word. Thura says, said Thor. It was then that the golden-colored rune lines of Mjolnir began to emit a small glow, and then the hammer expanded. Frey and Sif were surprised by the weapon of unusual proportions, because they didn't find such a weapon viable. After all, it wasn't a common warhammer. Thor then supported Mjolnir on his right shoulder, and then he lifted his foot. Knock knock, Thor said. As soon as Thor had said these words he kicked the doors, and by the force of the blow, the hinges of the gates were broken. And so, the ice gates of the castle, said to be heavier than mountains, fell to the ground. The inhabitants, not only of the castle but of much of the territory of Jotunheim, could swear they heard a rumble of thunder. Location, Jotunheim / inside the Tgard castle. POV third person. Hidden in the shadows was a figure covered by a black cloak. That same figure was watching the feat done by Thor at the gates. The shadowy figure wore an undisturbed smile. What an interesting development. It just shows that I made the right decision, commented the figure. Location, Jotunheim / inside the Tgard castle. POV Thor. As soon as I took the first step inside the castle, I looked back and saw that neither Frey nor Sif had moved. Hey, don't just stand there, let's go, I said. This seemed to wake them up, as Frey soon ran towards me. Thor? What the hell was that? Shouted Frey. A few moments ago he wasn't trying to open the gate? Well, you guys wanted to come in, I just opened the door, I explained, shrugging. There's more to break the door. Sif muttered. Look, Thor, we can't come here and destroy their house. We are invited, said Frey. I could only face Frey. We weren't guests. The Jotuns didn't open the gates and invited us in. Besides, we can now be seen as invaders. Does that mean? Frey trailed off as he looked at something behind me. When I turned around, I saw several Jotuns, about 20, pointing their weapons, swords, and spears at us. Hehe. We come in peace, said Frey nervously. Smooth, Frey. Smooth. It was then that Sif whispered in my direction. Is this the part where they say, you shall not pass? Asked Sif. Thanks for the accidental reference, Sif. I needed this. Location, Jotunheim / Tgard Castle, Throne Room. POV Thor. The throne room in Tgard Castle was quite different in that not only was the throne there but several tables and chairs were also in the same room. If you were to compare this room to any other, this throne room would be similar to the main hall of Hogwarts Castle, and the one sitting where the headmaster would be, was the Jotun ruler of this castle, Tgard. Apart from this guy, the whole hall was full of Jotuns. and some of them were staring at us, or more accurately, were staring at me. Well, I feel like Shinjiki no Kyojin. So, beautiful day isn't it, said Frey nervously. Well, I suppose it would be normal. Frey is nervous. After all, we grew up listening to stories of ancient wars, and precisely one of the bloodiest wars was between Asgard and Jotunheim. The reason it was so bloody was that the Aesir gods found a worthy opponent, the Jotuns. It took 5 gods to bring down a Jotun, but it didn't always work. Besides that, generally among the 5, at least 2 or 3 gods died in the process of killing a single Jotun. Hence the Aesir are no longer as numerous as they were in the early days of my grandfather Bor's reign. After so much bloodshed, the Vanir gods surpassed the Aesir in numbers. This made Bor seek immediate peace with the Jotuns because of the growing power of the Vanir. Shortly thereafter a new war broke out between Vanir and Aesir. It was during this war that Odin was born, but it was also during this war that Bor died in battle. And so, after years of conflict, Odin ended the war after Tgard relinquished his crown and bent his knee, and so the Vanir gods submitted to the Aesir gods, making Odin their new ruler. At that time, there were only 300 Jotuns that fought the Aesir, and about 200 survived the war. But today there are more than 2,000 Jotuns, half of which are inside this castle, and therefore they are subordinate to Tgard, and the rest is scattered in the realm of Jotunheim. 1,000 Jotuns were inside this castle, and we were just 2 gods and 1 Einherjar. Maybe I can understand Frey's nervousness. Sif seemed considerably calmer, although her hand was already gripping the hilt of her sword, and was always watching for any movement of the Jotuns. I think she was thinking that if she was going to go down, she was going to go down fighting. The Jotun who was sitting in the main chair then stood up and opened his arms. Greetings, I am Tgard, ruler of this castle. I welcome our Asgardian allies to my lands. I apologize for the lack of consideration of our reception. I don't want to leave a bad impression. We were just surprised, Tgard said, smiling as he stared at me. What did he expect? An apology? If so, then he's not right in his head. After all, if there was one thing I learned from Odin it was the stories he told me about my grandfather, Bor, and his war with the Jotuns. From the stories, I suspected that this castle is somehow connected to Tgard. Every piece of ice, every piece of furniture, every stone, in short, everything. That gate back there. It opens according to Tgard's will. If the gate does not open, it means that Tgard supposedly did not want to meet us. In other words, this bastard knew we were out there and watched Sif and Frey try to open the gate and fail. I just returned the favor. Lord Tgard? It's a great honor to meet you. Don't worry about the hospitality issue. We made mistakes too and we sincerely apologize for our behavior, Frey said, looking at me as he spoke the last word. I could only shrug. Doors can be fixed. I wouldn't have done what I did if he had welcomed us or at least said something about not being available right now. He just ignored us and left us there. And since I knew he was watching us outside, it's almost certain that he wanted Frey and Sif to scream for help to open the gate. The old tactic of showing yourself superior to others early on, so that when it's time to talk, he seems more intimidating and in control of the situation. Humiliate them a little, make them ask for help, and then reach out your hand and you'll have them in the palm of your hand. Hurting someone's pride is, in some situations, effective in making them emotionally unstable during a conversation. To make it easier to take advantage of the victim, there is no need to ask forgiveness, Prince Frey. But I am curious about your arrival at my castle together with your friends. I wonder, what are you doing so far from Asgard? Asked Tgard. As soon as those words were out of this guy's mouth I could only narrow my eyes. Don't give me that innocent question, you bastard. Your castle might have the ability to nullify the effect of runes if you wish. I just can't blame you because you're not the only one with this one ability. Even a box with sealing runes can negate the effect of a time-space rune. Ahem. Well, you see, noble Tgard, we knew you would be the personification of knowledge, more precisely occult knowledge. I wonder if you could help us in our search for a specific item, said Frey, smiling in anticipation. Maybe. First of all, what would this item be? Asked Tgard. It's my sister's necklace. She lost it some time ago. It's very important to her. It's irreplaceable. I wonder if you know where it is. Or at least if you offer any clues, Frey replied. Surely I could know someone who can help. However, while I accept your apology, my subordinates don't seem to accept, said Tgard, pointing to the rest of the Jotuns inside the hall. That's when I looked around and it seemed that most, if not all, of the Jotuns were now staring at us with angry looks. Sif looked ready to draw her sword, but I stopped her by holding her forearm. She looked at me, and I shook my head. One of the rules of guest rights. If someone attacks you, you have every right to retaliate. This rule is even more important for me and Frey, as we were princes, our actions reflect our people. If we strike the first blow, Jotuns have the right to defend themselves, and it will show that Asgard does not honor the rights of guests. This could damage our image not only for other races but also for other pantheons. Fortunately, my race respects strength. So I propose 5 challenges, and if you complete at least 3 of these challenges I will help you in your search for Princess Freyja's necklace. But in case you lose 2 challenges, you will set out on a new quest for us. Capture a lonely young Jotun who lives in Niflheim on the island of shadows called Lyngvi, and bring her here. Her mother Angerboda wants her back, said Tgard. I really don't want to delay this mission. It's already taking up a lot of my time. Niflheim? I've been in this realm when I went to collect some items for Idhuna like the blood of a dragon. Ugh. I still remember the smell. It made the smell of leachate seem like a perfume of the highest quality. But, Lingvi, I don't remember seeing any of this. I mean, yes, I went further to the center of this realm and I saw the river of souls, considered the river of reincarnation, called Geel, which divided the ice realm in two, the Iceland and the land of the dead, and the famous lake of the dead, Amsvartnir, where the Dragra rose, but I hadn't seen islands. But it seemed that Sif knew about this island, as I saw that she had a look of recognition in her eyes. But she also turned paler than usual. Wait a minute there. Lingvi is a forbidden place. While it may be where this Jotun is, it's also where Fenrir is chained, exclaimed Sif. Oh, so is that where my cousin is? Possibly I'll visit him later, maybe I'll even bring him coffee. These are the terms of the pact, said Tgard. It looked like Sif didn't want to risk it. I think we'd better go, we can have other ways to locate this necklace, Sif whispered between us. I was about to agree with Sif, until... We agree, said Frey. We have a pact then, said Tgard with a smile. Prince Frey, with all respect, why don't you offer your ass too, asked Sif impassively. Frey looked indignant. Sif, this is total disrespect to me. Furthermore, it may seem like an unfair pact, but the situation is hopeless. I need to find this necklace before another one little shit. If anyone finds it before me, they can ask my sister to marry him and she will accept. And then she'll leave me, Frey explained exasperatedly. I'm leaving. If there's one thing I don't like, it's people answering for me, I said. Sif seemed to agree with me and then started following me. But we were stopped by two giants who blocked the door to the hall. Get out of my way. Do you want to violate the guest's rights? If so, I have every right to remove you from my sight, I said, narrowing my eyes. You can't, said the Jotun. And why not? I insisted. At that point, I was already aiming Mjolnir at this guy's head. Because Prince Frey agreed to the pact as we and not I, he basically included you two in the pact as well, Tgard said, smiling. Damn it, Frey, you know that we cannot violate a pact, as it is a total disrespect to one of our laws. After all, a pact is Ymir's law. When we get that necklace back, you're going to help me a lot more than finding coffee, Frey. For starters, I'm going to take your Samarbrandr sword and study it. After all, it is one of the most powerful swords in our pantheon, being the only sword that can match Surt's sword, the Skumringsverd, which is capable of reducing everything to ashes. Alright. But Frey, I'll charge you for the extra work, I said looking at Frey. Okay, said Frey, embarrassed. Location, Jotunheim/Utgard Castle, outside. POV Thor. The pact was clear, as Frey had the brilliant idea to include both me and Sif. We will need to participate in at least one challenge. The first challenge was simple. A race. Competitors must run from the castle to the nearest mountain and return to the castle. For this challenge, Sif offered herself as a candidate, even though I was much faster than her. However, I chose to remain silent. I wanted to see what Sif had up her sleeve. I knew she wouldn't volunteer without a good reason. Are you sure you want to participate in this Sif challenge? You still have some physical limits, even though you're one of our best Einherjar, said Frey. Don't worry, I have something that will help me, Sif said, smiling confidently. Now I was curious, what do you have, Sif? Sif seemed to notice my curiosity as she smiled in my direction. Don't be so surprised. You're not the only one. My mom taught me something about forging, Sif said, with a wink. Oh, now, this got interesting. I see you've already chosen your representative, Prince Frey. I want you to meet mine. His name is Hugi, said Tgard with a smile. And so we got away from the competitors, and as soon as we got away they started to prepare. You both are ready? Hugi, give the young Einherjar a small advantage. We don't want to break her spirit, said Tgard with a smile. Hugi just showed a positive sign. Thanks to a small amulet, the Jotun has shrunk considerably. It is now 6 feet tall. To be a fair match. The sound of a trumpet authorized the start of the game. As soon as the trumpet sounded, Sif immediately started running. To my surprise, she is much faster than normal. It was then that I noticed that the cape and boots she was wearing were giving off a small green glow. The cape should be enchanted to reduce air resistance, and the boots would act as boosters to increase speed. Sif, you cunning woman. Apparently, she's learned a thing or two from her mom, even though she wants to follow in her dad's footsteps. Yes, go Sif. Bring us the victory? Ha ha ha, applauded Frey, who screamed like a good fan. But, when I looked at the Jotun who was competing against Sif, he hadn't left the starting line. He didn't even seem shaken by Sif's supernatural speed. I must say, I'm impressed, said Tgard in contemplation, as he approached where we were. Ha ha ha, she's our best Einherjar, even though she's only 100 years old, Frey said with a smug smile. I see. It's a shame she's competing against Hugi, the thought, said Tgard, smiling. What did he say? I soon faced the Jotun named Hugi again, at the starting line, only to find he had disappeared. Oh no, Sif, you were unlucky. Location, Jotunheim/on the outskirts of Tgard Castle. POV third person. Sif was rapidly approaching the mountainside. This is being too easy, said Sif. She then took one last look back but saw no one. She then accelerated again towards the slope. As soon as Sif was just inches from the slope, she was ready to turn around and head back to the castle, only for her to freeze. As soon as she turned around, time seemed to freeze when Sif noticed a shadow beside her. She looked and was surprised when she saw the Jotun. Good luck next time, kid, said the Jotun named Hugi with a mocking tone. As soon as Sif blinked, Hugi had disappeared again. She then looked ahead and saw that he was already halfway back to the castle. Sif could only grimace in resignation. Shit, said Sif, cursing her luck. Time skip, 5 minutes, location, inside Tgard Castle / main hall. POV Thor. And so, we had our first loss. I'm sorry for losing the first challenge so soon. My overconfidence prevented me from making the best judgment and letting you compete first, Thor, said Sif. I stopped her by reaching out my hand and putting it on her shoulder. Don't think about it too much, both you and we were surprised. But it wasn't all that bad. After all, now I know that you've learned to value your mother's work more. I'm sure that in the future it will be you who will surprise us, I said. I wasn't very good at comforting others, but I did my best so she wouldn't feel bad. At least I think that was a good lesson for her. But it seemed to work, as she smiled at me in response. The next challenge will be a food competition, said Tgard, pointing to 2 tables of human proportions. On the tables were 2 plates full of ribs. The Jotun who used the shrinking amulet was called Loki, and who would compete against him would be Frey. With the score being 1x0 in favor of the Jotuns, a victory in our favor was preferable. Let the competition begin, said Tgard. And then a trumpet sounded in the main hall. But, as soon as the trumpet announced the start of the match, Frey had been defeated a few seconds later. What I found disgusting and strange was that Jotun didn't even leave the bones. I see, it's another victory for us. It's a pity for you Asgardians, said Tgard. What was that? Asked Frey in shock. Don't look me like that, Prince Frey. Loki is known for his great appetite. After all, the personification of fire devours everything in front of him, said Tgard with a smile. This is not going well. Time skip, 5 minutes. POV third person. As the pact was made under the law of Ymir, the result must be respected and honored by both parties. It was one of the laws established by Buri himself, the first Norse god. With a total of 5 challenges, and with a 2-0 score in favor of the Jotuns, the Asgardians needed to win the next 3 challenges. No, I was a fool. We won't get the information Tgard has about the necklace, and besides, we have a new quest to go to the frozen realm of Niflheim, and look for a Jotun that is living on the same island with the murderer of gods. We are doomed, said Frey, almost pulling out his hair in despair. It was then that Sif slapped his cheek. Slap. Get a grip, my prince. You're the one who got us into this situation, so at least keep your composure, Sif said, crossing her arms. Who would participate in the next challenge would be Thor. POV Tgard. Everything was going according to the plan. Thanks to my connection with my castle, I was able to record all the competitions. Once we're done with that, I'll send a rune to the other races and have them see the once Asgardians. Getting them to fetch Angrboda's daughter was just a bonus. But still, there's this boy, who broke down the gates of my castle. It's time to humiliate him a little with something simple. Since I have received information about his taste for mead, I would like to know how he would react to not being able to consume a mere mead horn. I soon brought the ceremonial horn. Comparing it to a god was even a little funny, due to the difference in size. The drinking horn was easily twice the height of the red-haired boy, who was just over 7'2" feet. The mead will never finish, as the bottom of this horn is connected to a core of a planet far away, and has the size of our sun, made up of almost all water. The only solid thing on that planet is the core that carries the planet's water and turns into mead for the bottom of this drinking horn. I looked at the god and gave my best smile. Here is your challenge, Asgardian, you will have no competitors. This horn serves to punish my men if someone violates the feast customs. The punishment is to drink from this horn. Your challenge is to dry it. Very simple, don't you think? I thought it was the better way to give you a chance to win. After all, it wouldn't be fun anymore, I said, handing the mead horn into the little hands of the boy, who was standing on the edge of my salon table, so the horn wouldn't hit the ground. For some reason the other 2 Asgardians, instead of looking insulted, looked worried. Strange. Why does it look like they saw a spirit? POV third person. Let the challenge begin, said Tgard. And then the trumpet sounded in the hall. And so Thor soon turned the giant horn filled with mead and began to drink. Ha 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 ha, let's go my people. Let's root for this Asgardian, said Tgard. All the Jotuns knew what that horn was. Or more specifically, where the bottom of the horn would lead. Then the Jotuns exchanged amused smiles and began to encourage Thor. Drink it, 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 drink it. Time skip, 4 hours later. The main hall was silent. As the first hour passed, the shouts of encouragement began to be replaced by jeers. After 2 hours, the mockery began to be replaced by calls for surrender. After 3 hours, the hall stopped making noise and began to stare at Thor, who hadn't lost his consumption pace. After 4 hours, the endless ceremonial horn lay on the ground. But there was not a drop of mead coming out of the horn. This meant that a water planet of the size of the sun had ceased to exist. Thor was now facing Tgard, who looked nervous. It was then that Thor made a sound that meant a warning in Valhalla during the festivities. Heek. The drunk calamity was here. Third-person POV. Tgard's plan was quite simple, to challenge the gods to impossible challenges, use his castle to record the gods' humiliating performance, and send to the other races subordinate to the Aesir gods through runes, and show them their protectors. This would lead to other races being more receptive to joining the Jotuns in their rebellion. It is a fact that races subordinate to the gods are now more insecure with their leader's new form of leadership, not least because the kingdom of Asgard was forged by war. a warrior kingdom, with a leader who now prefers diplomacy over retaliation against other pantheons. Tgard wanted new leadership, a leadership that other pantheons were afraid to face. Odin was still feared right after the war against the Vanir gods. But over the years, some have felt that Odin was getting soft. Some races blamed his wife, Frigg. Others thought that when Odin drank from the waters of Mimisbrunn, he now preferred more dialogue than fighting. More than one thing was certain in Tgard's mind. The other pantheons are not afraid of the Nordic pantheon. And that is a mistake. Nice words do not stop others from invading the Nordic territory. What prevents other pantheons from invading is something simple: cruelty. The cruelty of the Aesir gods was legendary during wars. And this, the leaders of some races respected. Unlike Odin, the leaders respect only one thing: strength. Without strength, you don't keep the leaders together. And as Odin no longer demonstrates his strength, the other races began to feel insecure, and Tgard would seize that chance. The challenges were intended to show the weakness of the future leader of the Aesir's closest allies. Ironically, it was the last race to submit to the Aesir, the Vanir gods. Tgard knew how much Prince Frey loved his sister, so he made Frey a target. Having one of Odin's bastard sons humiliated was also a bonus. Or at least, that's what Tgard initially thought. "Hey, bring me more," said Thor. "More?" asked Tgard, confused. "Yes, bring me more mead," Thor said with a smile. Now Tgard was in disbelief. He's just done the impossible of depleting a planet of mead and still wants more? Two would like to finish the challenges first, only then can I deliver more mead, said Tgard. Alright, but I hope I get the same amount of mead after these challenges are over. If not, said Thor. Now Tgard looked upset. After all, it looked like Thor had threatened him. Was that a threat, Prince Thor? Under my roof, and the guest law? Asked Tgard. Automatically, most of the Jotuns were taking up their weapons. At the same time, Frey and Sif began to get nervous. Threaten? Oh no, I don't make threats, Thor said, smiling. The Jotuns seemed to have calmed down and began to drop their weapons. Until Thor continued to speak. I make promises though, said Thor. As soon as Thor said these words, the majority of the Jotuns again grabbed their weapons and were ready to fight. But Tgard raised a hand, and the Jotuns stopped. While Tgard wouldn't mind breaking guest law and killing the Asgardians, there was one small problem. He wanted to bring other races into his rebellion. And violating guest law would not be ideal for Tgard's plans. Anyone who violates the guest law will be marked for life as someone unreliable, being ostracized. Certainly, Prince Thor. Shall we go to the next challenge? Asked Tgard through gritted teeth. Time skip, 5 minutes. Third person POV. Your next challenge will be lift this house cat, said Tgard. The cat, of the Norwegian forest breed, had its fur gray color and its eyes were amber. For some reason, Sif didn't feel comfortable with this cat. This is no ordinary cat, whispered Sif to Frey. Why do you think that? Asked Frey, confused. The previous challenge was not normal. You and I faced specific personifications for our challenges. I even understand that we lost fairly. But what about Thor's first challenge? That horn had more mead than it looked. That cat, it can't be a simple cat, replied Sif. As Sif thought about the giant cat, she was interrupted by Tgard's voice. Your challenge is simple, Asgardian, lift the cat off the ground, said Tgard. Okay, said Thor. Thor then addressed the cat, who was much bigger than he was. The cat just looked at Thor. And when Thor was inches from the cat, he held up his hand. You know, I never liked cats, so we can do it the easy way or the hard way, said Thor. The cat just looked at Thor and hissed. Okay, then I was hoping it was the hard way, Thor said, as he cracked his knuckles. The cat just hissed, until Thor slapped it silent, surprising the Jotuns once more. Slap. Respect my authority, said Thor, as he hit the cat a few more times. After a good spanking, the cat found itself in Thor's hands, being lifted off the ground. The vision looked like a man lifting a cat of the size of an elephant. Let's get on with it. I want my mead, said Thor, dropping the cat. As soon as the cat fell to the ground, he started running out of the castle as fast as possible. For Tgard, this was a feat no one could have done. After all, the cat was another son of Angrboda. His name was Jormungandr, Migarsormr himself in disguise. Seeing that Thor managed to tie the score made both Sif and Frey happy. But it made Tgard hesitate to go on with the next challenge. At this time, Tgard was contemplating killing the Asgardians and continuing his rebellion without the support of other races. There was only one more challenge left. It would be the tiebreaker. After some consideration, Tgard smiled. He knew exactly which challenge would be perfect to humiliate Odin's son. I must say I am impressed, Prince Thor. As the last challenge will be something definitive. It is only fair that it is a competition of strength, said Tgard. Oh, fight? All right then, said Thor. It was then that a person the size of Sif, 6 feet, approached Thor. It was an old lady. Thor was confused. Would he have to fight an old lady? Don't underestimate her, son of Odin. No man or woman has been able to defeat Ellie. In fact, I don't think anyone can beat her in the test of strength. She remains undefeated, explained Tgard with a smile. Frey looked confused. How could an old lady never be defeated in a test of strength? Sif wasn't looking at the old woman or Tgard. She was looking at the other Jotuns in the ballroom, who wore a victorious smile. Something is not right, Sif said to herself. Thor just stared at the old woman. Well, let's go then, Thor said. Time skip, 5 minutes. The field was defined, a circle on the ground would serve as a fighting ring. Let the challenge begin, said Tgard. The sound of a trumpet echoed through the hall. Soon Ellie leaped toward Thor. And then she grabbed Thor's arms, no matter how ridiculous the situation. Sif realized that the old woman was managing to dominate Thor. You are the strongest guy I know, Thor. Show this old woman what you're capable of, shouted Frey, rooting for his friend. Shut up, Frey. When this is over I'll make you cry blood, said Thor, turning his head to face Frey. This seemed to make Frey worried about his future. Come on, Thor. Don't you dare lose, shouted Sif worriedly, trying to cheer for her longtime friend. She knew of Thor's absurd strength, but she didn't know how a simple old woman had such strength. What personification was she? Fortunately, Tgard answered her question. Ha ha ha. I'm sorry to disappoint you Asgardians, but it looks like you won't get the information I have. Nobody can beat old age. Even if you can't die of old age thanks to Idun's apples, you will never be able to stop it. It's inevitable. You can't stop time. As soon as Tgard talked about stopping time, Thor soon thought of one of his techniques. Just to remember that Tgard is cancelling the use of magic inside the castle through the corrupted ice. So he would have to win the traditional way. Meanwhile, the Jotuns mocked Thor's plight. Give up, Asgardian. You see how superior our race is. Apparently you Asgardians will have to look elsewhere for brissing amen? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. All the Jotuns started to laugh. Well, there's only one thing left to do, maximum effort, said Thor. Thor then took hold of the old woman's arms and fell backward, performing a backward roll. Due to the old lady being held, she ended up unsteady forward, and then, in the short space of time Ellie was falling, Thor placed his foot at the height of the old lady's waist and applied pressure as he rolled onto his own back. The result? Ellie was thrown out of the bounded area, meaning the defeat of old age, as well as the Asgardian victory over the Jotuns. Yeah, shouted Sif and Frey as they ran towards Thor, who was rising from the ground. Phew. Now it's time for the sweet nectar. Give me my mead, now, said Thor, holding out his hand, facing Tgard who was in shock. Sif lunged and then hugged Thor, while Frey walked over and patted his shoulder. Hey, let go of me, Thor said, looking at Sif. You drunk idiot, said Sif smiling. Thor then grabbed Sif by the collar and flung her over his shoulder. Frey then proceeded to speak. I'm glad you win, Thor. Now we can finally get the information about my sister's necklace and get out of here, Frey said with a smile. Thor just smiled. Do you think I forgot what I said about what I was going to do to you? Thor said, looking at Frey. Gulp air. Not in the face, asked Frey nervously. Yes, in the face, Thor said, smiling. Then Thor punched Frey in the face, making him fly towards a castle wall. Frey collided with the wall, creating cracks. He had a broken nose, was missing a few teeth, and appeared to have been knocked out. Well, that was just the beginning. But before continuing with Frey's punishment, I need to resolve one thing first. Sif, go get Frey off the wall, said Thor, looking at Sif. As Sif walked towards Frey, Thor then faced Tgard. It's here, isn't it? Thor asked, narrowing his eyes. What? Asked Tgard. Don't make a fool of yourself, your castle is one of the few things that can negate the effect of magic. While it's true that it may be something else I'm denying, I found your challenges strange, Thor said, smiling. I don't know what you're talking about, said Tgard. Oh, let me clarify then. All of your challenges were inside your castle, although they could have been done outside right after Sif and Hughie's run, said Thor. Even if that's the case, it could just be a coincidence. Besides, as you said yourself, the race was outside of my castle, said Tgard. Yeah, but those runes in the trees were pretty suspicious, said Thor. Tgard froze. The 4 challenges were inside the castle because of the need to record the challenges and send them to the leaders of the other races. Unfortunately, the first challenge was a race. It was out of bounds for the castle's event recording ability. So Tgard spread runes along the way. He didn't think anyone would notice as they were the size of a leaf. The runes would function as a kind of extension of his castle. The Jotuns started to get nervous. What would be my motivation for doing such a thing then? Asked Tgard. I don't care about things like motivation. The act itself is damning. But I want Freyja's necklace. I've already come this far and made the pact. It's time for you to honor it. Or would you rather be called an oathbreaker? Said Thor. Tgard narrowed his eyes but began to respond. Very well, I know of someone who might know where the necklace is until he was interrupted by Thor. Wasn't that clear? I said I want the necklace, I know it's with you. Or at least you know who stole it, Thor said, narrowing his eyes. I have no way of knowing such information, said Tgard, rising from his throne. As soon as Tgard rose, the other Jotuns began to pick up their weapons. Are you sure? Freyja's necklace was recently stolen, but it was also recently created. Just a few people knew the name it was given to the necklace. So tell me, Tgard, during my fight against the old lady, how one of your subordinates knew the name of the necklace, said Thor. This can be easily explained. It has been a few months since Freyja received the necklace. The name is already known, explained Tgard. So why didn't you call it by its name at first? Thor asked. Now Thor, drunk as he was, knew his questions were only suspicious. He could not blame Tgard of the theft. But the Jotuns' behavior remained suspect. To begin, all the Jotuns were heavily armed in the main hall of the castle. Tgard scattered runes in the challenge, which Thor noticed were convergence runes pointing towards the castle, signifying a kind of extension of the castle. Thor knew that there were certain incidents and disagreements over the years between Asgard and Jotunheim. Thor was already upset by this futile quest, and everything the Jotuns had been doing so far in recent years only pointed to one thing: rebellion. At the time, it looked like only the Jotuns were wanting this rebellion, but if the Jotuns start, other races might join. The problem with all this is that if Asgard has a new internal war, it is likely that the closest pantheons, like the Slav pantheon that had a rivalry against the Nordic pantheon, will see this as an opportunity to take over territories. What Thor was doing now was voicing his suspicions openly until he found a fool, and end this future rebellion in the most practical way. Kill the idiots who want to make war. And who were these idiots? The inhabitants of the castle of Utgard, but, owing to guest law, Thor must wait for some fool to show up, and make the fool violate guest law. Enough, yelled a random Jotun getting up from the chair, which was next to a Hugi. Apparently, the fool appeared. You come here, destroy the gates of our house, threaten our king, accuses him without concrete evidence. And do you expect us to stand here? I'm tired of Asgardian arrogance, said Jotun. Tgard then motioned to Hugi. Hugi understood the signal and grabbed the Jotun and pulled him to his seat again. The Jotun reluctantly obeyed. However, to his misfortune Thor had targeted him. I apologize for my subordinate. He has a bit of a grudge against Asgard, old blood. But one thing he's right, you're treating an ally in a hostile way. Are you going to accuse the other races of stealing Freyja's brissing amen as well, explained Tgard. Thor didn't immediately respond, just jumped up onto the table and started walking. Maybe I might have exaggerated, said Thor, walking towards the Jotun who had shouted. Then Thor stepped in front of Jotun. Out of curiosity, why do you hate the Asgardians? Thor asked. Before Hugi could stop his partner, the Jotun spoke. You took my son from me. Blood for blood, this is our law, Asgardian, said the Jotun facing Thor. Under the table, the Jotun was gripping the hilt of a hammer. As soon as Jotun responded, the tension was palpable. Heek. Understandable, Thor said, turning away. It looked like it would end at this point. But, Heek, you know, there was a story my father, Odin, told me about a battle of my grandfather bore. He said that a young Jotun blindly ran into a trap and died begging mercy. Tell me, was it your son? Said Thor looking at Jotun. As soon as Thor had finished speaking, hell derailed in the ballroom of Tgard castle. Everything happened so fast. The Jotun raised the hammer and attacked Thor. Bam! The hammer hit Thor on the table and shattered it. Thor! Sif yelled. Sigh, well, it wasn't exactly what I wanted. But I don't think I can take this farce anymore. Hugi, let the rest of the men know. We're going to Asgard, said Tgard. Since the law of the guest was violated by the Jotuns, other leaders, probably, will not join the rebellion. Tgard then assumed it had to be the hard way. Kill the Asgardians without help from the other races, and then make the other races submit to the new government. Kill the Einherjar and capture Prince Frey. I want to know Asgard's defenses first. Once I find out, I will send his head as a gift to Njord, said Tgard. The Jotuns then looked at Sif, who had her sword unsheathed in her right hand and holding Frey's body with her left hand. The Jotuns could only scoff, as the Einherjar would still try to resist, even though she knew she had no chance of surviving. Come here, girl. Maybe we can have some fun before killing you, said a Jotun approaching with a smile. Sif just spat on the ground. I'm sorry to disappoint you, I'd rather cut my throat than participate in this fun. You're really not my type, replied Sif. Jotun then grimaced, but he didn't stop smiling. Oh, and what's your type then? Maybe I'll kill them in Asgard and then feed you with their meat, asked Jotun. It was then that Sif noticed a small movement on the broken table, and then she smiled. I've always had a thing for redheads, Sif said. As soon as Sif responded, a scream of pain resounded in the hall. Arg. Everyone looked towards the scream. It was Hugi. He was lying on the floor. His legs seemed to be broken in two different places, at the knee and the ankle. Heek first rule when facing someone fast. Aim for the legs first, someone said. It was Thor, who was walking slowly towards Hugi's head. When Thor got close, he then looked into Hugi's eyes. Just then aim for the head, Thor said, raising his fist. Then Thor punched Hugi in the head. As soon as the fist made contact with Hugi's face, the head exploded. And so, Hugi was the first Jotun to die after centuries after the last war. And Thor was the first god to kill a Jotun, alone. Thor then walked towards Mjolnir. No one made a move as they were still processing what had happened. Thor then grabbed the Mjolnir and walked towards Sif and Frey, ignoring the looks the Jotuns were giving him. Heek. Sif. This seemed to wake up Sif. Take Frey and get out of here. Use your new boots and cape to run faster, Thor said. Wait a minute. I won't leave you here, said Sif. It wasn't a request, Thor said, looking into Sif's eyes. Sif was silent and looked at Hugi's body on the ground, then at Frey, and then she looked at Thor again. Even if you want me to leave, we are surrounded, said Sif, pointing to the rest of the Jotuns who were hesitating to take the first step, because they were facing Thor. Heek, no problem, Thor replied with a smile. Thor then looked at Tgard, who was in shock. Hey, Heek, thanks for violating the guest's rights first, said Thor. As soon as Thor finished speaking, he slammed the Mjolnir into the wall, creating cracks. The wall of the ballroom soon gave way and showed the castle gates, which were still in the ground. This seemed to wake up the Jotuns. Kill them now, shouted Tgard, picking up his warhammer. Sif just looked at Thor. I promise to bring reinforcements, Sif said seriously before grabbing a princess-style Frey and running out of the castle. As soon as Sif passed through the gate, Thor turned towards the Jotuns who were only a few meters away. Ah, Sif Heek. I am the reinforcement, said Thor with a manic smile, holding up the Mjolnir. Location, Jotunheim/outside the Tgard castle/Sif and Frey. Third personal POV. As soon as Sif left the castle, she quickly formed a transport rune, with her destination being an island in Midgard, where there was at the door to SBR, the Bridge of the Aesir, also known as Bilorst. Before Sif goes through the portal, she hears the sound. Boom. And then the earth shook. Sif decided not to waste any more time and go through the portal. Location, Midgard/Future Island Svalbard. A portal opened and Sif carrying Frey exited it. She then ran towards a rune circle on the ground, which was located in the center of the island. Heimdallr, shouted Sif looking at the sky. A barrier then rose and a rainbow-colored light descended from the sky and hit the rune. When the glow was gone, Sif and Frey were gone. Location, the kingdom of Asgard/Heimenjerg, home of Heimdallr. Sif, carrying Frey, appeared after a glow about a rune. By this time they were on the highest mountain in Asgard. Sif, what is happening? Asked Heimdallr, the only guard on the Aesir bridge, responsible for blowing the trumpet, the Gjallarhorn, when the Ragnarok happens, and that according to the prophecy, the sound that Gjallarhorn will make will be heard by all 9 realms. We do not have time? I need to tell King Odin, said Sif. Warn about what? Asked Heimdallr exasperated. Sif just said one word. War. Location, Jotunheim/Tgard castle. Third person POV. While Sif may have looked worried, someone was having fun. Ha 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 ha, keep coming Jotuns. Come on. Ha ha ha, roared Thor in defiance. Thor leaped towards the nearest Jotun and hammered its head, causing the head to explode. Blood stained the floor and walls of the Tgard castle's ballroom. Bodies of Jotuns, or what was left of them, were strewn on the ground. Thor then landed on a table and raised his hammer to block an axe. You are not leaving here alive, Asgardian, said the axe user. It was Loki. I'll leave. But you won't be there to see me come out of this pile of rubble. Thor replied. Thor then applied pressure to Mjolnir and thrust the axe, then leaped towards Loki's head. Snap. That was the noise Loki's neck made when Thor kicked him. Loki's body then fell to the ground. Body number 66 Heek. Who is next? Said Thor, smiling. And then other Jotuns ran towards Thor. Neither Thor nor the Jotuns noticed that Thor's back, from time to time, emitted a red glow. And so Thor fought, bathing in the blood of the Jotuns. Until after a while, Thor then blocked a warhammer with Mjolnir. You destroyed everything. It was Tgard, who had the hammer, and by the face. He was quite irritated. Huh, Heek. Are you going to cry? Thor asked, with a mocking smile. Thor had been fighting traditionally for some time now, just using Mjolnir and his strength. During the fight, Thor was looking for a single person. The person? It was the Jotun who was controlling this castle to deny any kind of magic. And this Jotun was now in front of Thor. I have Heek to thank, for saving me the time to look for you, Thor said. Thor then pushed Tgard's hammer using Mjolnir. Tgard then backed away and was ready to strike Thor again, until the Mjolnir hit Tgard's head, causing it to explode. The Mjolnir then stopped in midair and remained afloat, until it returned towards Thor's hands. Now the Jotuns got nervous. With the death of Tgard, the castle no longer had the effect of nullifying magic. As soon as Thor grabbed the Mjolnir, lightning began to form around him. So Thor imbued his divine power in the form of lightning into Mjolnir, and then it looked like he fell backward. Until he stopped his fall, and there he remained, with his back arched downward. Thor then looked at the nearest Jotun. It was Skrimir. He was missing his left arm and was using a spear to support himself as his right leg was broken. Mercy, said Skrimir fearfully. Heek. No mercy, Thor replied. Thor then attacked. Boom. The earth then shook and the roar of thunder resounded in Jotunheim.pov. Third person. It was already night in Asgard. In the royal room Odin found himself resting in his bed after a long day. What's just missing now is my beloved wife. I just hope your meeting with the Queen of the Light Elves is brief. I just hope the Queen of the Elves is as healthy as ever, said Odin, with a small, degenerate smile. However, the quiet moment was interrupted by someone entering the room. It was Tyr, commander of the Asgardian army. My king, said Tyr. Odin shouted as he jumped from the bed. Odin then noticed Tyr. Tyr, what is it now? Can't you see I'm on my break? Asked Odin regretfully. As I understand you, my king. It's something important, said Tyr. So tell me, what can be so important that you walk into my room at my rest time? Asked Odin. For a moment, Tyr was hesitating to respond. Perhaps it would be better you accompany me, insisted Tyr uncertainly. Odin was confused. How difficult was it to report the news? Time skip, 10 minutes. Location, Asgard/palace/throne room. As soon as some gods gathered in the throne room, everyone was waiting for one person's word. So, what is so important, Sif? Said Odin. Beside him was Frigg, who had quickly returned from her diplomatic meeting with the leader of the elves of Niflheim, having been notified of an emergency meeting. There were also some gods Fener and Aesir in the throne room. Everyone looked at one person, Sif. And she looked nervous since as soon as she returned to Asgard, she took Frey to the healing chamber and headed to the palace to tell her about her mission in Jotunheim, or at least, her failure. She met the goddess Freyja, who immediately asked what had happened to her brother. Sif, however, only replied that she needed to gather her parents in the throne room. Ahem. I met Prince Frey and Prince Thor in Jotunheim during my mission, and out of curiosity I asked them what they were doing there, and they replied that they were heading towards the castle of Tgard. As soon as Sif uttered those words, Frigg immediately interrupted her. What? Shouted Frigg. My love. While I understand your shock, let Sif finish, said Odin. While this seemed to silence Frigg, she didn't seem calm. You can go on, Sif. Tell us what happened, said Odin, gesturing with his hand. Well, when I found out where they were going, I asked them to call in backup, due to Jotun's hostile behavior over the last few years, but they wouldn't listen. Frey said nothing would happen as we were allies, and Thor told me not to worry so much, Sif said. Frey is going to take a good beating from me when he wakes up, Skadi said, whispering to her husband, Tgard, who was beside her. Freyja was also close to them, but she wore a face that showed concern. So when we arrived at the castle, and so Sif continued to tell her story. While Sif was reporting the current situation to the gods, someone was taking on the role of population control. Location, Jotunheim/Utgard Castle/Main Hall Corridor. Third-person POV. A group of Jotuns was running towards the main hall. The Jotun who was leading the small group of 20 Jotuns began to speak. Let's go, he's just a man. Don't be afraid of a mere Aesir dash. He was then interrupted by a bolt of lightning that struck his face and pierced his skull. The rest of the group of Jotuns then froze and looked towards the source of the lightning. And they saw a frightening sight. It was Thor, in clothes stained with blood red, walking towards them and dragging them Mjolnir on the ground. Body number 275. Or is it 276? I lost the count, said Thor, while sighing. Then Thor looked at the group of Jotuns, and smiled. Hello, who wants to be the next number? Thor asked with an innocent tone, but his smile was disturbing. As soon as Thor finished this question, some of the Jotuns in the group got nervous and started to retreat in their steps. No volunteers. All right, I'll decide for you then, said Thor. As soon as Thor finished speaking, he ran towards the group. Location, Jotunheim/Utgard Castle/Castle's inner courtyard. Stay together, and remember, don't attack blindly alone, said a Jotun. In the courtyard of the castle, opposite the main hall, a large number of Jotuns, approximately 500, were being gathered, with half of them wielding bows and arrows. The Jotun who was leading them was called Falstag, and he was one of the survivors from the main hall. When Thor started killing his comrades like it was nothing, he ran towards the courtyard in search of reinforcements without anyone noticing. The irony was that Falstag was known as the personification of courage. But in that particular situation, even the bravest was afraid of death. Before he gave any more orders, the doors to the hall of the main hall were opened, or rather pushed by a Jotun who flew out of the corridor. This Jotun was without his head. As soon as the 500 Jotuns in the courtyard noticed this, they pointed their weapons towards the corridor. Nobody dared to make a noise, until the sounds of footsteps, which seemed to be made of iron, echoed. A small figure began to appear. This figure had long hair the color of blood, and his clothes, once white, they were stained red. No Jotun made a single move. It seemed that everyone had stopped breathing. When Falstag realized this, he knew he must do something, because when despair rules an army, defeat is inevitable. You will pay for what you did, Asgardian, blood for blood. You will die here, I swear this, said the Jotun called Falstag. Thor just stared at him before answering. You're not the first Jotun to threaten me with those words. But maybe I'll make you the last, Thor replied. Falstag was nervous, as were the rest of the Jotuns. But soon, Falstag wasted no time and began the attack. I am Falstag, the personification of courage. I am not afraid of you, Jotuns. Charge, shouted Falstag. Then 250 Jotuns fired arrows, while the other 250 joined Falstag on the offensive. Then you'll die braver than most, said Thor, with a smile. Thor then raised the Mjolnir and lightning began to form around him. Location, Asgard/Palace/Throne Room. Did you leave my son there? Shouted someone. It was Frigg, who had received news from Sif, that she had fled carrying Frey but had left Thor behind in Tgard Castle. While most of the gods were in shock at the news that Thor had managed to kill one Jotun alone, Frigg was more concerned about what came next. Thor stood alone in a castle full of Jotuns. Sif then knelt. I beg your pardon, my queen, but it was the orders Prince Thor gave me, Sif replied, bowing. That's not an excuse. Aren't you an Einherjar? What's your code when you're in a fight? Say it, questioned Frigg angrily. Until the last breath, Sif replied, lowering her head further in shame. When Frigg looked like she was going to say more, Odin cut her off. Enough, words will not change the situation, said Odin. Frigg was silent, but her anger was still noticeable. Odin then turned to face Tyr. How much time do you need? Asked Odin. It seemed that everyone in the throne room knew what Odin was asking Tyr. The question was, how soon can you prepare our army to be ready to march? The intention was clear. Asgard would go to war again. Time skip, 8 hours. Location, Jotunheim/close to Tgard Castle. The Asgardian army consisted of 5,000 Einherjar, 1,000 light elves, 1,000 dark elves, 700 dwarves as siege weapons builders, 500 trolls, 200 huldras as healers, 200 Fasegrymen, 50 Vanir gods, and the 6 Valkyries, all led by 50 Aesir gods with Odin being the main leader in battle. The few gods were due to the latest wars for supremacy, which ended much of the Aesir and Vanir bloodline. Many felt that the fight was lost long before it even started, due to the fame of the Jotuns and their current large numbers compared to the last war. It was almost certain that the Jotuns would win, as not even the Aesir or the Vanir could go toe-to-toe against the Jotuns. Everyone feared the coming battle. There was a storm in Jotunheim, and it was very dark, but it would soon be dawn. Then the army marched to Tgard castle. When they got close enough, the storm eased as the sun began to peek over the horizon. The vision that the Asgardian army faced would go down in the history of the Norse pantheon. Thor, son of Odin, sat on a severed head of a Jotun, and around him were piles of bodies. Blood stained the walls and floor of the once dreaded Tgard's winter castle, which was now so damaged internally that it looked like a pile of rubble. Thor was smeared from head to toe with blood, as was his giant warhammer, the Mjolnir. But the biggest surprise was the countenance of Thor. It looked like he was bored. It was then that Thor sensed he was being watched, and he turned toward their gaze. When Thor realized it was Odin's army, he smiled. You guys took too long. At that time, Thor received a few more titles by other races, like the Nightmare of Giants, the Bloodthirsty Drunkard, the Calamity of Jotunheim, were some of the titles, but there was one title that became a reference, not only for the Nordic pantheon but also for the other pantheons. The strongest Norse god. A year has passed since Thor's exploit in Jotunheim. All Norsemen of all races knew who was Thor. He was most recognized for his insane strength, as well as his appetite for meat. The strongest Norse god. One Asgardian claimed this title, the god who ended a war before even it started, a war without a single casualty for the Asgardian army. This, of course, attracted the attention of certain people from other pantheons as well. After all, it's not every day that a single Aesir god, a race already recognized for their strength, managed to kill 1,000 Jotuns, a race recognized for their power due to being personifications. Of course, this didn't distract Thor from his main objective. Once they found Freyja's necklace, which was inside the main chambers of Tgard castle, Thor grabbed Frey and dragged him to Africa. It took 3 months, but Thor found the precious in Ethiopia. Coffee acquired? Anyway, as soon as Thor returned from Africa he locked himself in his house, still in Midgard, and began to focus on his projects. His first project was a training room, which was intended to remain hidden from prying eyes, where he could train quietly. But then, after nearly a year, Thor turned his thoughts to his visit to Jotunheim and the disappearance of Freyja's necklace. This was since Odin recently began to reconcile with the remaining Jotuns. And so Thor began to consider all the possibilities. Until after a few weeks of reflecting on what had happened, he found out what happened. And he didn't like it one bit. This was because Thor had only one thing in mind. After many considerations and coincidences during his visit to Jotunheim, he concluded. He was a piece of the board. Yes, the Jotuns wanted war, and of course, Thor would not let them destroy Asgard as it was his new home. But he did not fight on his terms. So here was Thor, after a few weeks of investigation, in front of the room of the king and queen of Asgard. As soon as Thor entered the throne room he saw his mother Frigg and his father Odin, and they soon became aware of his presence. Thor, have you come to visit us, my son? Asked a surprised but still smiling Frigg. Thor, however, didn't smile. Almost that. Momi'll talk to you later. He'd like to spend time with Dad, Thor said, glaring at Odin. Odin had an unchanging countenance. Frigg seemed to understand the atmosphere, so she replied, right. Have the decency not to do this in the throne room, please. It will be difficult to get the blood off the floor, said Frigg, as she left the throne room. As soon as Frigg said that, the 6 Valkyries that were present in the throne room split. The younger Valkyries accompanied the queen, while the 3 older ones remained in the throne room. And they were nervously glaring at King Odin and Prince Thor, because they knew that if these two fought, they couldn't do much, and someone could get hurt. Or worse. Only then did Odin speak. How about we spend some father-son time? Asked Odin smiling. Thor still showed no smile. Fine, let's go, fishing in Midgard, bring Uncle Loki too, said Thor, leaving the room. The Valkyries seemed to come down, before Thor stopped at the door to the room. And old man don't be late, said Thor, turning his head to face Odin. Time skip, 2 hours. Location, Midgard/Atlantic Ocean/coast of future Norway. In a small autonomous car, which Thor had built as a model for his future flying ship, there were 3 people. They were Prince Thor, the king and leader of the Norse pantheon, the god Odin, and last but not least, Odin's oath brother Loki. All 3 were sitting on small benches and were fishing with a red-colored fishing line. They had been fishing for an hour. Thor still had spoken a single word, neither to Odin nor to his uncle, and that made Odin a little worried. So, to start the conversation, he decided to talk. A very interesting Drakar, my son. It will be great for when you have your wife and take her sailing. Besides other things, of course, said Odin with a smile. Thor didn't answer and just kept fishing, until he suddenly pulled out his fishing line, and a fish, Scray, jumped out of the water and Thor then grabbed it with one of his hands. Odin then spoke again as Thor removed the hook from the fish. It's a pretty big Scray, this fishing line must be really strong, Odin said again. Just then Loki spoke too. I think it's enough, brother. I know the look of someone angry, said Loki looking at Thor. At last someone started talking seriously, said Thor, as he dropped the fish and threw the fishing line overboard again. Odin then sighed. Sigh, what do you want me to say? Asked Odin. Well, maybe from the beginning. How did you steal Freyja's necklace? Said Thor, still watching the line. I don't began Odin. But Thor interrupted. You may not have stolen directly, but you're still an accomplice, aren't you? Thor asked. Odin stopped talking. How much do you know? Asked Odin. Oh, I'm not sure. Maybe even the part where you use me as your butcher of Jotuns. Thor asked, with a tone of sarcasm. Thor. It's not what it looks like, you see began Odin until he was interrupted again. Don't give me it's not what it looks like, it's the first excuse someone gives when they're discovered lying, Thor said in a mocking tone. He has a point, said Loki, looking at Odin. Sigh, very well. I used a suppression rune and sent Hugin, who had just returned from Niflheim. My crows are almost undetectable already, but with a suppression rune, it's like they're not even there, explained Odin. I'll remember that detail. Now tell me, how did you establish contact with the Jotuns so that they could take Freyja's necklace? Thor asked, noticing that he had caught another fish. That was my job, said Loki. Thor then looked at his uncle and stared at him. Just your work. Are you going to tell me you didn't have any more participation? Thor asked, in a knowing tone. Okay, it was my idea. Odin would sometimes watch your training from the HighschoolDxD, and he told me of your strength and how powerful you were becoming. Due to the possible treachery of the Jotuns, I thought it was the best way to end this war without victims. You were the answer, explained Loki. You betrayed your race, said Thor in an accusing tone. Yes, and after my mother and father abandoned me for being weak in physical strength, I would betray them again without a second thought, said Loki. But then a question popped into Loki's mind. Thor had asked Odin to call him for this fishing, but that meant Thor knew of his participation. How did you know of my participation? Asked Loki. When I turned 50, my mother Frigg commented that I was already of marriageable age. At one point, she commented about your first marriage to a Jotun. And from that marriage, 3 children emerged, said Thor. Yes, her name was Angerboa initially. We loved each other, but let's just say we had different goals. You found out the moment Tgard spoke her name, didn't you? Asked Loki. Honestly, I didn't remember her name. Until Tgard mentioned her during the pact, and after I killed the 1,000 Jotuns in the castle. I realized that one was missing. It could be any Jotun, but when I killed Tgard I erected a barrier so as not to let anyone escape. Only someone who left the castle before I raised the barrier could have survived, said Thor, looking at Loki. It felt like a question was asked. Yes, I took her from there. She is now in another village of Jotuns. She wasn't a warrior, she was just allied with Tgard because she wanted her other children back, explained Loki. Fenrir and the Jotun of Niflheim, isn't it? Thor asked. Yes, the Jotun's name is Hel. She is the youngest, replied Loki, with a small smile. While I'd like to know more about my cousins, I think it's more than clear that I've been manipulated into being your private butcher, right? Asked Thor, now looking at Odin. I didn't want to do this to you, Thor, but I saw an opportunity to end a war long before it started, and so I took it. I just hope you understand my position. But how you found out? Explained Odin. Oh, I understand. I found out when I talked to Sif. She said that when she arrived in Asgard, having fled from Jotunheim, and reported what had happened, she told me that you were the only one from the throne room that had a calm countenance, said Thor, as he pulled his fishing line, which seemed to be pulling something heavy. Something very heavy. Thor then rose to his feet and placed his foot on the edge of the Drakar for support as he pulled. But I still don't like being played, said Thor. As soon as Thor finished speaking, he gave one last tug. It was then that the head of a serpent emerged from the sea, and in his mouth was the hook. I finally found you, Thor said, with a smile. Odin and Loki recognized the creature. How could they not? It was Jormungandr himself, the Midgardsormr, known as one of the dragon kings of the supernatural, and the second son of Loki. But while Odin and Loki recognized the dragon, Jormungandr also recognized the passengers of the Drakar. The first person he recognized as his father. The second was the king of Asgard and his father's brother. And the third was the drunk freak who slapped him in the face when he was in Jotunheim months ago. As soon as Jormungandr recognized the third face, he soon plunged back into the cold sea of Midgard, trying to get away from Thor. Only for Thor to start pulling the fishing line again, which was surprisingly holding up the tug of war. Where do you think you going, cousin? You will give me the poison that surpasses the poison of a hydra as a gift? So don't be shy, shouted Thor, laughing. Thor, you're hurting him, shouted Loki, worried about his son. It's just a scratch, Thor yelled back. Let him go, Thor. He's going to sink the Drakar, shouted Odin. This Drakar won't sink even if a planet were on top of it. I created a new rune, and what it does is simple. Always at sea level, said Thor, pointing to the pole, which had a rune that glowed light blue. But Odin was more concerned about Ragnarok's prophecy. The prophecy said that Thor and Jormungandr would face each other during Ragnarok. Odin could not allow Ragnarok to happen sooner. He had to stop Thor's encounter with the world serpent. Then he reached out his hand and summoned his spear, the Gungnir, and hurled it toward the fishing line Thor was holding. Gungnir was well known in the Nordic pantheon, and it had several functions. But there was one function that was the best known among all others. The spear that never misses a target. While the spear hit the line, the fishing line didn't break. Thor, what is this line made of? Asked Odin. Ha ha ha, During my last search near the territory of the Urb pantheon, I encountered a very peculiar creature. The locals called it grotslang, but I called it raw material, shouted Thor, laughing, as he pulled on the fishing line. That last part worried Loki a little. What are you going to do with my son? Asked Loki. If my cousin is understandable, I just want the poison, I won't kill him, Thor replied. All right, let me talk to him then, said Loki. Okay, said Thor. Time skip, 1 hour. Location, Midgard/coast of Norway. POV, third person. The three gods could be seen walking along the beach, with one of them carrying a small jar. Thanks for your help, uncle. It pays and your debt back, said Thor. And then Thor looked at Odin smiling. Odin was soon nervous, but he still asked. Glup. What do you want me to do? Asked Odin. I think I already have an idea, as you know, Dad. I'm quite strong enough to keep certain things in line, like a pet. Thor began, smiling. For some reason Loki was worried. A pet? I don't see why not. What do you have in mind? A cat? A bird? Asked Odin. It was then that Thor's smile widened, and then he responded to Odin. I was thinking more about a wolf. A person walked slowly through an underground cave of Midgard, known as Niflheim. That person was Loki. Who was he looking for? The renegade dwarf from the kingdom of Niflheim, responsible for forging one of the most feared swords in the Norse pantheon, the famous Din's Leaf. Loki walked through the darkness until he reached an area on the edge of the Niflheim realm and began to hear the sounds of a hammer. Loki, knowing he had found who he was looking for, he just smiled. A short time later, a dwarf could be seen working, until he stopped working and looked towards the shadows. What you want? Asked the dwarf. And then from the shadows, Loki appeared. Hello, Din. You are a very hard dwarf to find. I came here to offer your chance for redemption, said Loki with a smile. You speak about redemption. What do you have in mind? Asked the dwarf, now called Din. Loki then started talking. Well, what's the biggest redemption for a dwarf? Make the impossible possible, right? That's your code, said Loki. I don't deserve to live by such a code. Not anymore, explained Din, sighing in sadness. Are you sure about that? Asked Loki. Loki then proceeded to walk around Dan's makeshift forge. Looks like you still live by this code, even if you say such words of regret, Loki said, pointing to some swords and armor in a corner. I'm still a dwarf. I'm not forging for redemption. I'm forging because it's in my blood. I forge to not forget who I am and where I came from, replied Dan, narrowing his eyes towards Loki. Oh, I see. But have you thought about going home? To your dwarf brothers? Asked Loki curiously. The question seemed to get a reaction from Dane. Every day, replied Dane softly, looking at the ground. So here's your opportunity. If you forge 2 unique items, I will convince Odin to talk to Hreidmar, your leader, to accept you again, said Loki with a smile. This seemed to have caught Dane's attention, but he was still hesitating. My exile doesn't have many resources, only the basics like gold, silver, and obsidian, said Dan. But then, Loki held out his hand, and it was then that Dan noticed a small vial of bright golden liquid, something he had never seen before. What is it? Asked Dane, mesmerized. Loki then placed the vial in Dane's hands as he said, the tears of sorrow of a particular goddess. Everything it touches, if not alive, will turn to gold. But if it touches something alive, not even I know what will happen. I will provide you with the resources, and you will forge 2 items for me, said Loki. But still, Dan was curious about the tears. How did you get such an item? Asked Dane curiously. Let's just say a playful squirrel owed me a favor. He collected the tears quickly while the goddess was sleeping, explained Loki, smiling. But then Loki stopped smiling and stared at Dan. So, do we have a deal? Asked Loki, extending his hand to Dane. Yes, Dan replied, reaching out and squeezing Loki's hand. Excellent, said Loki, smiling again. Location, Niflheim. POV, Thor. Convincing Odin to give in for Fenrir's freedom wasn't easy. After all, I would practically be releasing the godslayer, and that made Odin's paranoia to be at the limit. But after showing Odin what I could do with my strength, as well as runes, he gave up and authorized me to take care of Fenrir, but I would be responsible for whatever Fenrir did. My uncle Loki obviously didn't like that I wanted his older son as a kind of mascot. I won't lie, the situation was really weird. By logic Fenrir would be my cousin, but for some reason, according to Odin and Loki, Fenrir could not think like Jormungandr. This means that Fenrir was driven by the old animal instinct. In short, Fenrir could differentiate friend from non-friend, just like a dog, with a slight difference. The non-friend can become potential food very quickly. To be honest, many gods can start calling me crazy for wanting to tame something that can kill you with a single bite. However, I was really thinking long-term. The advantages of having Fenrir as a guard dog were many. The problem would be convincing Fenrir, since he was imprisoned by those he once called family. According to Odin, he thought that if they treated Fenrir with love and affection, he would grow up docile. But one thing Odin didn't count on was Fenrir's rate of growth. According to Odin, Fenrir can now devour a god mounted on a horse in a single bite, and this was getting too dangerous. So even though Fenrir has proven docile, the gods decided to imprison him because of fear. It is a pity, but fear can blind even the wisest of men. Currently, I am confident that I can subdue him with my strength. But that will not grow the bond of trust one intend to have with Fenrir. My fishing adventure was with a simple objective, to find one of the only items capable to destroy Gleipnir, Jormungandr's poison. But the poison was too useful and unique to be wasted as mere chain-breaking acid, so I took a large amount, nearly 10 liters. May I know what you're weighing? Said a voice. I looked towards my traveling companion. Sif. It's nothing. Just thinking about how to proceed when I find Fenrir, I explained. She just nodded in understanding. Why was Sif following me? Well, I didn't see any island called Lyngvi on my last visit to Niflheim, even though I went to the famous lake of the dead called Amsvartnir. I didn't see any islands in the middle of the lake or even a bridge. Sif said she had found by accident the rune that caused a bridge to appear in the lake. Unfortunately, Sif wasn't very precise with her description of where she found this rune, so I asked her to accompany me. Basically, Sif would be my guide on this journey. She would only accompany me to the bridge, the rest was off limits as it was forbidden for her. I think we are already approaching the river Gjll, Sif said. Yes. I can already hear the screams of the souls. Is she still there? I asked Sif with a sigh. Ugh. It almost certainly she does. After all, she can't leave the bridge for too long, replied Sif. Sigh, I just wish the personification of fury wouldn't have to get stuck in the river of turbulence, I said regretfully. You can say that again, said Sif. When we approached the famous river of reincarnation, or river of turbulence, called Gjll, we could see the bridge that crossed the river, that divided the lands of the living from the lands of the dead. The bridge was called Jarlrbr, and had as a guard a Jotun, who was the personification of fury, called Mgur. Stop right there. No living will cross the bridge of the dead without my permission, shouted a voice. We looked towards the voice, and we saw a fully armed warrior, the personification of fury, and the only guard of Jarlrbr. Mgur, it's been a while, I said with a nervous smile. She seemed to recognize me from my last visit. Do you know the problems you caused? Because of you, Nhtgr came out of his lair in Nstrnd earlier and made a big mess, she yelled pointing at me. In my defense, it's hard to find a dragr when it's an appetizer of Niflheim's dragon snake. Thor, what did you do? Whispered Sif in my direction. I think you already know, but it's quite difficult to find a dragr far from Nstrnd without Nhtgr having devoured it. For every 1,000 dragr that appear in Nstrnd, only one manages to get out of there and wander in the forest of the dead. So I thought it best to go straight to the source, but it looks like Nhtgr thought I was just another dragr. Let's just say I made him have a toothache he'll never forget. I explained, whispering to Sif. What do you want now, Isir? Asked Mgur, rudely. We'd like to cross. I didn't even get a chance to finish as I was interrupted by the angry Mgur. No, I won't allow you to cross Jarlrbr. You're just going to cause more trouble again, said Mgur. Sigh, all right. While I find your anger at me understandable, I really need to cross this bridge. So, what do you want for allowing us to cross Jarlrbr? I asked. I really didn't want to cause too much trouble, she's just trying to do her job. I offered something because Mgur, as much as she was the personification of fury, she was known to be very bipolar. On the one hand, she was quite easy to annoy, on the other hand, she was, maybe there's something you can do. What's your profession? Said Mgur, in consideration. She was quite calm when she wasn't angry. In short, she was a little crazy, and sometimes she said nonsense. Like now, my profession? I asked, unsure of how to respond. Yes, I need an animal tamer right now. You see, the water of Hvergelmir is being defiled by 2 creatures. Get rid of them and I'll let you through whenever you like, explained Mgur. Strange. As far as I know, Nhtgr is the only thing that dips into Hvergelmir, aiming to gnaw on one of the 3 roots of Yggdrasil, and the only root that extends to Niflheim. Nhtgr feeds on life from the root of Yggdrasil and death from the bodies of dragr. You said, 2 creatures. What are they? And how has Nhtgr not killed them yet? I asked. Unfortunately, the 2 creatures are faster than Nhtgr, and, when they start to run, the sound of drums resounds in the sky. They started drinking Hvergelmir's water some time ago. I just found out when Nhtgr once returned from Hvergelmir extremely angry, so I went to investigate. I was surprised to find those 2 things, said Mgur, with a grimace of anger. You couldn't even capture them or kill them? Asked Sif in surprise. Mgur's grimace seemed to have worsened. I already told you those things are much faster than Nhtgr. In fact, Nhtgr didn't make any scratches on them. When I went to investigate, I could only get their glimpse before they started running, explained Mgur. Have you seen them? Then what do these creatures look like? Asked Sif. Mgur seemed to be embarrassed. They are goats, replied Mgur. Being sent on a new mission isn't so bad, because these 2 goats kind piqued my interest. After all, not even Nhtgr can kill them due to their speed. Nhtgr might not be the fastest thing in the Nordic pantheon, but it was decently fast. And according to Mgur's description, it made me suspect that these 2 goats might be as fast as Frey's ship, the Skidbladnir. In the best case, I had a new study object. In the worst case, I would have food for the rest of the trip. My train of thought was interrupted by my traveling companion. So any idea how we're going to capture or kill these 2 goats? Asked Sif. I waved. So I took out a necklace, which I created after I returned from my trip from Ethiopia, under my clothes. It was a simple storage necklace, due to being forged with simple materials. It has a small storage space compared to Freyja's bristling amen. Only 50 m. But it was enough for me to keep the same fishing line that caught Jormungandr. I have a plan. I jump over them and tie them with this string. Simple and practical, I replied. But Sif seemed to look at me in disbelief. Only that? No bait, or a descending rope? Or even a more elaborate plan? She asked in disbelief. If I were in someone else's body, obviously I would have a plan that would fit my situation. But I was in the body of a god who had trained in the art of brazenly plagiarizing the anime techniques I've watched. And one in particular. It would result in my victory. Hihi, believe me Sif, there's no need for further elaboration, of that I guarantee, I said smiling. That still didn't seem to convince Sif, but it would be easier to show her when the time came. When we got to Hvergelmir we didn't see any sign of the creatures, so we waited. During this waiting time, Sif seemed to have gotten bored and tried to strike up a conversation. Swahir Princess Freyja was quite happy when they found the bristling amen in Tgard's quarters, said Sif. Yes, but again, I was at that time looking for meat. I wasn't looking for the necklace, I explained with a bit of embarrassment. It wasn't a lie. I found the necklace by accident. One of the few things I remember after my fight/unilateral massacre at the castle of Tgard. I was looking for more mead, but I didn't find anything. Not a drop. My drunk self was obviously pissed off, so pissed off as to demolish the west wing of the castle. The good thing about it? At least I was still smart enough to take some of the castle's ice blocks. The reason? I wanted to discover the secrets of the corrupted ice of the winter castle. I had to get more than a few stones, of course, so the other day, after I got rid of the hangover and with Frey still in the healing chamber, I grabbed a chest, studded with runes of time and space, and took it to the castle rubble. A chest, with a capacity of 1000 m, filled with corrupted ice. After I returned from my trip to Africa with Frey, I went to study more about the corrupted ice. There were things I discovered, like, the ice in the castle. It was different from the ice in Jotunheim. In fact, the ice that was most similar to the castle ice was Niflheim's ice. While I would like to further investigate the origin of ice, my goal at that time was to find out how he nullified magic. Interestingly, there was an angel from the Yahweh/Big G pantheon, who did something similar. Anyway, after taking notes and finding out a little bit about how it works, I created a small prototype. A ring, which, in theory, could nullify magic/divine energy. I chose to forge a ring as it would be cheaper to make and would save corrupted ice. Before I had any more ideas about the corrupted ice, Sif asked me another question. Thor. What do you think about Freyja? Asked Sif, curious. Huh? What exactly do you want me to answer? I asked uncertainly. In a way, I was a little curious. Well, Sif has never been so expressive in these types of situations, and never showed such interest in talking about this kind of thing. You know, all men seem to want to court her at the latest parties. They always comment about her beauty. I was just curious about if everyone thinks the same thing about her. Asked Sif uncertainly. So, does this mean that Sif is feeling insecure compared to the Freyja beauty? Well, I don't know about all the gods, but I don't think the same way of them, I tried to answer. That seemed to interest her. Really? Ahem. So not all men think about the same beautiful woman? Asked Sif, curious. This conversation is taking a turn I don't approve of. Look, not all men think about the same woman. We're just interested in certain characteristics that some women have that catch our attention. While we can say that a woman is beautiful, it doesn't mean all men will drop everything to seek her affection. I tried to answer as best I could. Of course, there are certain exceptions. For some men, if a woman has big tits, it was enough to ask her to get married. I didn't forget about you, Issei. I will burn you in the holy fire. So out of curiosity, Thor, what are the characteristics that you... Before I could hear Sif's question, we were interrupted by the clatter of drums, or more accurately, hooves. We looked at the sky, and then we saw our targets. I could only smile. I've waited 50 years for this moment, I whispered. Time skip, 5 minutes. POV Thor. On the shores of Lake Hvergelmir, 2 goats found themselves drinking from the water. These 2 goats took turns to drink. While one drank water, the other was attentive to his surroundings. That's why Sif and I were still watching from a distance. So what now? They'll start running if we get too close, asked Sif, whispering to me. Stay here and don't blink for 1 second. Or you'll miss it, I replied, smiling. What do you mean? Asked Sif, confused. However, I didn't respond and just started running towards the goats. I soon activated the Raiden no Yori from the wreckage to increase my speed. But it didn't seem to be enough. No problem then. To think that I would finally use this movement just 50 years after learning it. The goat that wasn't drinking the water seemed to have spotted me approaching quickly and warned its mate. Their hooves soon glowed blue and they looked ready to run. But I never would let that happen. For my next technique I must scream the name. Or else it will lose the magic. I quickly accumulated my divine power of lightning nature into a single spot on my forehead. This spot has the size of the tip of a needle. And as soon as I accumulated enough, I released it in an explosion. Beware. Za Werado. I screamed. POV. Third person. For Sif, everything happened very fast. First, she saw Thor begin to run at high speed towards the goats. Soon an aura of lightning resembling armor formed around Thor, and boosted Thor's speed to the point of disappearing from Sif's sight. Then Sif looked towards the goats, and as soon as she realized they were ready to run, she quickly tried to warn Thor. But then a blue-colored glow blinded Sif. and the next thing she saw when she opened her eyes, it was Thor on the banks of Hvergelmir with the two goats tied by their feet. Sif soon got up and ran towards Thor. As soon as she approached, she soon asked, "By Odin? What was that?" asked Sif in disbelief. Thor just looked in her direction and smiled. "Let's just say I may be known as a minor god of time," Thor replied. "A minor god of time?" asked Sif in surprise. "Only for consideration, Sif." "Not really," said Thor. "That still doesn't explain what you did," muttered Sif. Sif then looked at the two goats. "So, what are we going to do with them?" asked Sif, curious. "You know I'm a little hungry, and since I only need one to study it, we can kill the other one and eat it," Thor said with a shrug. Sif then faced Thor impassively. "Study them? How are you going to do that?" asked Sif. You know, simple things like knowing the maximum speed, where they get that energy to fly in the sky. Maybe I need to open it to find out," said Thor, reflecting. For some reason, as Sif and Thor talked, the goats seemed more agitated. It even seemed that they understood the conversation. This Sif quickly noticed. "Can they understand us?" asked Sif uncertainly. The goats began to wave quickly. Thor, surprised by the goats' response, spoke. "Interesting, let's keep it simple. 1 nod for yes and 2 for no, got it?" Thor asked. The goats waved once. "And don't think about lying," said Thor, taking a small stone from his necklace. The stone looked like a diamond. "If someone malicious intend through deception, this stone will glow red. If one of you lies, I'll kill you right here. Am I clear?" Thor asked, his tone menacing. The goats waved quickly, afraid. However, no one knows that Thor was lying. It was just an ordinary diamond stone that was left in the necklace storage. "Let's start with something simple. Did you come to drink Hvergelmir's water on purpose?" Thor asked. The goats waved once. "Did you have another place to drink?" Thor asked. The goats waved once. Did you know that Nhggr sometimes comes here to feed on the Yggdrasil root that is at the bottom of this lake?" Thor asked uncertainly. The goats hesitated to respond, but they nodded once. This confused Thor. They knew that Nhggr was coming here, and they said they had other sources of water to drink. "Are you afraid of Nhggr?" Thor asked. The goats waved once. This, for Thor, would rule out the theory that they are not afraid of Nhggr due to the superior speed of goats relative to Nhggr. But then Thor was wondering why the goats decided to drink from here. It was then that Thor looked at the water of Hvergelmir. "Do you find this water more tasty?" Thor asked uncertainly. "Incredibly." The goats waved once. "Are you kidding? They risked their lives for water that tastes better?" asked Sif in disbelief. It was then that Thor thought of the Yggdrasil root at the bottom of the lake. It's probably due to Yggdrasil. Look at Nhggr, for example. He leaves the land of the dead to feed on the root every day. Perhaps the root, being a little bit not due to Nhggr, may have altered the taste of the Hvergelmir water and made it more addictive for those who drink it. Thor explained uncertainly. Even Thor wasn't sure what he said. "Anyway, now that we're done here, we can continue with our journey." "But what are you going to do with them?" Thor asked Sif, looking at the goats. The goats looked nervous. "Honestly, they are too intriguing to be mere food. So I'm going to adopt them," Thor said, smiling. Sif looked unsure. "Are you sure? You weren't planning on adopting Fenrir as a pet? Are you sure it's a good idea for a wolf and 2 goats to live on the same roof?" asked Sif. "No, I won't let them live under the same roof," Thor replied. So Thor pulled out 2 collars from his storage collar. "I'm glad I brought spare parts," said Thor. Sif was then curious. "What are those?" asked Sif. Thor then put the collars on the goats that were tethered. "These are 2 of the first versions I made for Fenrir's collar, but they were a failure because they didn't have the effect I originally wanted, so I kept them in my necklace in case of emergency," Thor explained. "What effect did you want them to have?" asked Sif. Thor then smiled when he answered. "User shrinkage," replied Thor. Sif then understood. After all, Fenrir, according to some sources, was already bigger than a house. "But then what do they do?" asked Sif, looking at the collars now on the goats' necks. Thor just smiled as he untied the goats. "There's only one function. You better see for yourself," Thor said. As soon as Thor untied the goats, they soon shot into the sky and began to run quickly out of sight. Thor didn't even look altered when he held the necklace. Gibo, Thor whispered into the necklace. The necklace then glowed a little and created a magic circle in front of Thor, from where the goats came again. "What?" said Sif in surprise. The goats seemed to have been surprised to see the 2 humans again. It was then that Thor's smile grew before he began to explain. "These collars are connected to this necklace of mine with a convergence rune. And with the aid of a time and space rune, I can call them to my side whenever I want. Don't be fooled by them yet, they'll be free, but when I call they'll be by my side if I need it. And this necklace of mine is the key to remove the collars, so there's no danger if someone tries to remove the collars. I won't treat them like slaves. But they are very useful to pass up, that's why I'll leave them free. If any of them are in danger, they will be transported to me immediately," explained Thor. Thor then looked at the goats who were staring at him in fear. "Maybe one day I will call them partners too," Thor said, smiling. "After I adopted the goats and instructed them not to return to Hvergelmir, Sif and I headed towards Mgur to finally cross Jarlarbor. When we crossed, it was noticeable that we were now in the land of the dead. How did we know? Well, Niflheim was known as the land of ice, home of Ymir while he lived, and, most importantly, it was still considered the realm of the living. However, when one crosses Jarlarbr, the landscape changes. The phrase, leave all hope, Yahoo enter, never made so much sense in this situation. The realm of the dead is a place destined for all souls who have failed to go to the Valhalla Hall of the Aesir or the Sesrumnir Hall of the Vanir gods. Souls remain in the river Gjll, with some having the right to reincarnate to prove themselves worthy of going to the feast halls of the gods. Souls that are not reincarnated remain in the river until they reach Amsvartnir, where they will remain there until they are transformed in Dragr and arise on the coast of Amsvartnir, named Nstrnd. Mist covers the entire realm, teleport runes, and Odin's vision are interfered with by this mist rising from Amsvartnir. Flying through runes was also useless, because according to Sif once you started flying, the mist would transport you to Jarlarbr again. An interesting fact about the land of the dead, it's quite different from hell mentioned in the Bible. In fact, it's more of a cold land. And when I say cold, I'm not referring to Niflheim's cold. It's much worse. It even seems to freeze your soul. Anyway, when Sif and I finally arrived in Amsvartnir, we began to search the entire coast, as Sif described it, for a rune carved into the ground. It took a while, but we finally found it. And just in time actually. Sif was afraid NHGGR would show up. As soon as we activated the rune, a part of the lake Amsvartnir froze and a kind of bridge formed. Once again I'm going to ask you, are you sure about this, Thor? Asked Sif looking at me. I smiled. More than ever. I don't know if there will be another rune in Lyngvi to form this bridge. So I'll go ahead to check. If there is another rune, I already thank you for your company and you can go back to Valhalla. But if there is no rune, then you will have to wait. As you can't stay in Nstrnd either, as it is NHGGR's dining table. So I'll be as quick as possible and try to be brief with Fenrir. I think about 5 minutes will be enough, I said. Sif just nodded. I then activated the Raiden no Yorui and quickly ran across the bridge until I saw the island. As I was reaching the end of the ice bridge I realized there was something at the end. Was it a dog? Definitely not Fenrir. I slowed down and then deactivated the armor. It looked like he noticed me now, and began to growl. Gore. Very well then. Hostile attitude deserves a hostile response, I said, narrowing my eyes. The creature leaped towards me. I responded by removing the Mjolnir from my belt and tapping his jaw while he was airborne. The result was that his head exploded in ice, and it looked like the lifeless body was growing a new head. Does this thing regenerate? I don't exactly have a lot of time for this, I said. I then activated the lightning armor again and scanned the coast of the island of Lyngvi. I found the other rune. It was inside a cave, which appeared to be the creature's home. Not bad then. I then returned towards Sif. She was still on top of the rune. As soon as I appeared, she looked at me in surprise. You've returned already? So there's a rune on the other side? Asked Sif. I nodded. Yes, I can handle this now, alone. But first, can you get off the rune? I asked. It couldn't be that easy, otherwise, Fenrir wouldn't need to be trapped on an island. Sif then got off the rune. When I looked towards the bridge, I started to count. I didn't get past 2 seconds. The bridge began to melt and became the black water of Lake Amsvartnir again. So it had a time. Well, that was insightful. When I discovered the bridge I ran towards my team, but when I got back it was gone. We weren't lucky to double check as NHGGR chose to wake up at that time, he said. Sif. By the way, what were you doing so close to Nstrnd? I asked curiously. Nstrnd is not a forbidden place like Lyngvi, but it was still the place where NHGGR fed on the dragger that came up from the lake, so there was a consensus that it was a relatively dangerous place. We were on a mission actually. A dwarf named Andvari entrusted us with a very important mission. The mission was to capture a dragger, replied Sif. Andvari? Capture a dragger? That doesn't make sense. Dragger, rare as they are, there aren't many things they can offer. One of those things is your blood, and yet not all dragger have blood. Only the freshest who have just left Nstrnd have a small amount of blood. The longer a dragger spends wandering in the forest of the dead, the less chance of getting blood from it. But why did Andvari want a captured dragger? Sif. Out of curiosity. Did your group receive any more information on this mission? I asked. You know how we work, Thor. No questions, just the mission. Although I was also curious, as I've never seen this type of mission, explained Sif, who then began to reflect. I really don't know if I should get involved. But it's better to ask Odin about it. But right now, I have other priorities. Thanks to my speed, I'm more than able to cross the bridge without needing any help. So I thank you for your help, Sif, I said, nodding. Sif just replied. No need to say thanks, after all, we are friends. It's been a long time, so it's not like it's a big deal to help each other, said Sif, smiling, before saying goodbye and starting to walk towards the forest path that led to Jarlarbr. She was right. Of all the people I've met, Sif is my oldest friend, as well as the closest. After all, I was never close to others, even my brothers. The reason? They were idiots when they were younger. Actually, they are still dumb. Even Vidar. In fact, Vidar only became more aware of his actions when he fought me. How did this happen? Well, when I was in my 30s, I had just fought Sif. And he thought it would be fun to do the same thing. A month later I was in my room when suddenly my mother Frigg appeared and told me that Sif was in serious condition in the healing chamber. I was surprised and asked what had happened. Her answer? Vidar had forced Sif to fight and played with her during the match, until Sif landed a right hook to Vidar's face and he retaliated. Frigg had informed me, as she knew that Sif was a good friend of mine. I asked how she knew about Sif's fight against Vidar, and her answer made me a little disappointed about my brother. It was because Vidar had returned bragging that he had won and told everyone that he was as strong as I was. I didn't believe it. After all, it was a ridiculous answer. As soon as I got out of bed to go over to Vidar and ask his version, my mother spoke the following words to me. I know you're going to ask Vidar. You may be the youngest, but you're more mature and responsible than your older brothers. I beg you then. If I am telling the truth, please don't overdo it. That was what she said. I just agreed and had left for Vidar. I found him in Valhalla, drinking and mocking the fight, saying how pathetic the most promising Einherjar of the future generation was. It was at this point that I knew Frigg had spoken the truth. Another thing Frigg said was also true, was that I acted like the responsible older brother even though I was younger than Hermod, Vali, and Vidar. I then accepted this big brother role. And as a good big brother teaching the younger brother, there is a saying, never let the little shit get too confident. I challenged Vidar to a fight. He was drunk when he accepted the challenge. According to Tyr, who trained the 3 eldest princes, Vidar never again mocked his defeated opponents and came to respect them. I suppose a good spanking and 15 days confined in a healing chamber did well for his personality. Anyway, when I got back to my thoughts, I soon headed towards the rune to activate the ice bridge. As soon as it started to form, I activated the lightning armor and stopped time. Crossing the bridge was very simple at this speed. It was only when I got to the other side that I deactivated the Raiden no Yoroi and the effect of Za Werado was gone. And it looked like the dog-like creature had completely regenerated, and when it saw me, it started to run away. Well, I suppose that makes things easier, I said, shrugging. I soon started walking along a small path. As I walked, I started having thoughts, not so necessary. Should I give Fenrir a new nickname? Sparky, Fluffy, Droopy? So many options, but I think it would be better to cross over that bridge only when I reach it, I said in finality. After a while of walking, in the distance, I could see a kind of castle. A castle a little too dark for my taste. Definitely, Fenrir wasn't there. But if people are living here then they probably know where Fenrir is chained. So I headed towards the castle. And as soon as I approached, stop, who are you? And what is your purpose in Ljanir? Shouted a voice nearby. Slap. Idiot. Don't treat Our Lady's possible guests like that, shouted another voice. I turned towards the voices and saw a man and a woman, who was walking slowly towards me. A baby crawling across the floor was faster than these two. Sigh, look, I don't want to disturb, so I'll be short and straight. Do you know where Fenrir is? I asked. This seemed to surprise the man. Fenrir? The godslayer? The wolf of the end? The first beast of Ragnarok? The older brother of the queen of the underworld? Asked the surprised man. It looked like he was hyperventilated. I nodded quickly. Yes, so do you know where he is? I asked quickly. The faster I find Fenrir the faster I get out of here. Nope, replied the poker-faced man. This dude. I ran towards him, which seemed to surprise him, and then I grabbed him by the collar and lifted him off the ground. Are you kidding? I asked, and started shaking him. The woman then tried to grab my arm to make me let go of the man. Please stop. We really don't know. We just know who he is. We don't know where he is. But we know of someone who does, tried to explain the woman quickly. That last statement was helpful. I lowered the man and put him down again, but I didn't let go. Who are you talking about? I asked, narrowing my eyes. Our Lady, replied the woman. And who is your lady? I asked suspiciously. The queen of the underworld, hell, replied the woman. Well, looks like Loki's daughter has been busy these years. I will not lie, I have never seen my cousin Hel in all my 100 years of life. After all, I only learned of her existence after my bloodthirsty adventure in Jotunheim. So seeing that she was already being revered as queen of the underworld was a little worrying. I don't know if this is the best definition. As soon as I entered the palace I followed the instructions of the man and woman from before, who introduced themselves as Ganglati and Ganglot respectively, and found myself in a kind of throne room. The throne, for some reason, looked more like a bed. I think Ganglot referred to Hel's throne as Kr. And I could see that someone was lying lazily on the bed, and it seemed to be sleeping. What a laziest reception. Cough, I coughed, intending to clear my throat and wake the person sleeping in the bed/throne. The person lying down seemed to have woken up. As soon she got up and looked in my direction. I assume she's Hel, but is it too much of a coincidence that she looks like her younger version of Marvel? Without the ridiculous helmet, of course. Ah, a visitor, she exclaimed. She then snapped her fingers and the throne room seemed to respond to her command. As a green flame emerged from the torches and chandeliers in the hallway, her bed seemed to change into a kind of throne worthy of royalty. Greetings, visitor. I'm Hel. As much as I want to welcome you into my house by the law of the guest, were you not accompanied by one of my servants? Hel asked, confused. Ah, if it's the man and woman outside. I left them there and asked for directions, because they were walking too much slowly. I replied uncertainly. It wasn't a lie, a baby crawling was faster than those two. Ah, these two, said Hel, putting both hands to her face and wailing. Seeing her mourn is kind of disappointing. I honestly expected more from the queen of the underworld. Ah, excuse me. I stopped. How am I supposed to reference her? Queen? No, she is not my queen. Cousin? Well, She is the daughter of a prince, as Loki is Odin's brother by a blood oath and not by birth, so would that be wrong? My thoughts were interrupted by Hel. Only Hel is fine, so could you please introduce yourself? I don't get many visitors, at least not visitors who are still breathing, Hel said, muttering the last part. Well, this queen of the underworld is proving more reasonable than I thought she would be. My name is Thor, son of Odin, and I am on a quest, I replied. I don't know if I can say that I'm looking to reduce her brother, the godslayer himself, to a guard dog. Son of Odin? So you're my cousin, said Hel in happiness, air. Kind of. Yes, I guess I said, shrugging. When I confirmed that I was her cousin, Hel stood up from the throne quickly and ran towards me. I won't deny it, I was on alert quickly, I was ready to draw Mjolnir if necessary to defend me. But what happened next was weird. The reason. Hel, the queen of the underworld, and princess of Asgard by blood oath, hugged me. I'm so glad someone from the family came to visit me, said Hel, hugging me. Huh? Don't you get many visits from our family? I asked. When she heard my question, Hel stopped hugging me and stepped back a bit, and began rubbing her left arm. Well, not exactly. You see, when I was a child I always had the company of my older brothers, but one day, Odin came to us with open arms to welcome us in Asgard, but one day, Jormungandr was sent to Midgard by Odin. I don't know what they did to him, but he never came back. According to my father, he was growing too much and too fast. After that, for a while it was just me and my brother Fener until my powers manifested and, because of my affinity, Odin sent me to here, explained Hel. I got it. For some reason, these answers were reeking of prophesy paranoia. Hel then continued to speak. Of course I was lonely for a while, but I had visits from my father and Fenrir, accompanied by an Aesir named Tyr, so it was tolerable. But that changed when I got the news from my father that Fenrir killed Mimir, a great advisor of Odin, in a fit of rage. Fenrir was then chained and sent here so that I could keep an eye on him. One day I went to visit him, but as I approached, he tried to attack me, said Hel, looking at the landscape out through a window. So, they didn't tell the whole truth to her. Typical. I knew Fenrir was arrested because the gods feared him. Tyr and Loki were the only ones who opposed the arrest. But Tyr is too loyal to Odin, and he soon gave up trying to convince him to stop Fenrir's arrest. Loki was more persistent, according to my mother Frey. But he was soon silent when Odin compared Fenrir to a wild dog capable of killing gods without control. The ironic thing is that, like me, Fenrir was tricked by Odin and his father. The first two attempts to arrest Fenrir, Odin and Loki tricked him by convincing him that breaking chains was a way of showing his strength. Due to Fenrir's mind being a bit primitive, he fell into the conversation perfectly. And then came the turn of the third chain called Gleipnir. According to Frigg, who was watching, when Fenrir realized he could not break the chain, he soon began to cry for help, but the gods ignored the crying and celebrated the victory over the beast of Ragnarok and the godslayer. When I asked Tyr about Fenrir, he told me that Fenrir no longer trusted the gods so much after Dromi's attempt that he managed to break down into an excess of rage and accidentally kill Mimir. So, to convince Fenrir, he offered to put his hand inside Fenrir's mouth. Fenrir believed, as Tyr was considered his longtime pack friend, and he thought Tyr would never betray him. Big mistake, Fenrir. Big mistake. But I give you a discount on account of your rather primitive mind. Hel soon pulled me out of my thoughts. Anyway, you said you were on a quest. May I ask what kind of a quest would this be? Asked Hel, curious. What should I say? Should I lie? Should I tell half-truths? But again, the truth is more valuable for a first impression. And being on the good side of the future goddess of death can be advantageous for plans. Because I was also interested in knowing about my destiny in this world, and if I changed anything due to my birth. And if there is one person who knew about the location of the agents of destiny of the Norse pantheon, it is the goddess of death. After all, fate goes hand in hand with death. After some consideration, I made my decision. I won't lie, I know Fenrir is trapped here in Lyngvi. I came to you to find out his location and in a way release him, I explained. Initially, Hel received the news in happiness, as it meant her older brother's freedom. But when I said the last part, Hel seemed to eye me suspiciously. What do you mean by in a way? Hel asked suspiciously. Here comes the truth. It won't exactly be free, it will be more like semi-open regime, I explained. Hel looked confused. What is semi-open regime? Asked Hel. Fuck. I forgot I'm out of my time. Simply put, he will be transferred to another location, which will be my home in Midgard. He will be watched by me and on my terms. It may just seem like a prison change to you, but I guarantee he will have more freedom than what is being offered here in Lyngvi, I explained. Odin knows this. Hel asked uncertainly. Yes, he was the one who allowed me to actually do that. Don't worry, I can take care of Fenrir in peace, I said confidently. Very well then. Fenrir has been arrested in the valley closest to the north of here, perhaps 2 hours walk, said Hel. Okay, this was simpler than I thought. Well, thank you cousin, I'll leave immediately, I said, turning my back to leave the room. Hang on, shouted Hel. I turned and looked at Hel, who looked said. Are you leaving already? Do you want to stay a little longer? Perhaps for the feast? I have the best cooks because, well, they died and came here. Anyway, you must be hungry. Would you like to stay for the feast? Asked Hel excitedly. She looked like someone who's only known solitude for a long time, and who craves company. But I was in the middle of a personal quest. Loki'd like to stay but I'm pretty busy and my time is short, so I started to explain. But as soon as I said those words, it felt like the excitement she'd had before disappeared. When I bring Fenrir to Midgard, feel free to visit us, I said. I couldn't be upset with her. She just wanted company from people who were alive as well as seeing her family again. Maybe I'll catch Jormungandr again, so Hel says hello to her long-lost brother. Midgard. Would I have to leave here? I don't know, Dad always said no one can hurt me while I'm in the land of the dead, explained Hel. She looked scared. But what was she afraid of? Of disobeying her father? Or fear of leaving her comfort zone? I guarantee it won't be a big deal, it's always good to have a change of scenery. Wait a minute, I said. I then took from my necklace a piece of parchment with a custom teleport rune. Here, I said, handing Hel the piece of parchment. As soon as she took it, I started to explain. As you can see, this might look like an ordinary teleport rune, but it will take you to a small wood in Midgard. Follow the path and you will find my home. When you come out of the land of the dead, put the rune in the palm of your hand and then drop the piece of parchment on the ground to embed the rune. The rune in the palm of your hand will serve as a key to the ground rune, so don't worry. Come visit your brother Fenrir later. Maybe Jormungandr does show up either, I said, shrugging. Hel smiled and held out her hand. Thank you, cousin, said Hel, taking the piece of parchment. Well, I have a clear conscience now. It's time to adopt the ultimate pet. I think that's it. Remember, cousin, you are always welcome at my house. And this isn't goodbye, it's just see you later, I said, smiling. I then walked towards the exit. Before leaving Hel's throne room, I even heard a voice muttering, yes, see you later. Think I did a good deed? Well, it doesn't really matter. It's not like Santa Claus is real and gives me a present, right? After all, the Christmas celebration doesn't even exist. Maybe I should create a kind of celebration since there is no Christmas? Anyway, I stopped thinking about these things. After all, they weren't important at the time. I then activated the lightning armor and ran towards Fenrir's location. It only took a few seconds to reach the valley, and there he was. And it looked like he had noticed me, because he was looking at me and growling. Well, I'm not surprised by this hostile attitude on Fenrir's part. After all, he was betrayed by the people he trusted most. Betrayal hurts because it never comes from our enemies, but from the people that we most consider and love. It was time to extend the hand of friendship and not lose it as Tyr did. Hello, cousin. Beautiful day in the underworld, don't you think? I asked, smiling and approaching slowly. He just growled. Maybe it will be more difficult than I thought. Fenrir's behavior is what I thought it would be, so it's going to be difficult to establish some form of trust. Hel had already commented that Fenrir tried to attack her. So does this mean that Fenrir didn't recognize her? Or does Fenrir no longer trust anyone? Come to think of it, he is far more likely to trust no one but himself. So we have the lone wolf, huh? Grrrrrrr. The closer I got, the more Fenrir became agitated. Easy boy, it's not like I'm going to hurt you senseless, I said calmly as I slowly approached Fenrir. It looked like Fenrir had calmed down. When I got close enough, I was wrong to assume that Fenrir had calmed down, as he soon shot his head with open jaws in my direction. POV third person. As soon as Fenrir realized that Thor was within reach, he soon roared and shot his head quickly towards Thor, intending to kill him with a single bite. And then when Fenrir closed his mouth, he realized that he couldn't close it. You know, I knew I should have waited longer for you to act more reasonably. After all, you didn't even trust your sister. There was no need to pretend to be docile and try to kill me, said a voice in the mouth of Fenrir. It was Thor, who was holding Fenrir's jaws by the fangs and preventing him from closing his mouth. Fenrir then shook his head and flung Thor out of his mouth. Thor then landed some distance from Fenrir, and then looked at his stubborn cousin. I see you still have a grudge against other people, understandable. After all, some people tend to be disappointing, Thor explained. Fenrir growled in response and flailed further, trying to free himself from Gleipnir. Thor walked towards Fenrir and made a portal connected to his necklace's storage space, and took out a small package. Fenrir stopped growling, immediately looked at the suspicious package, which gave off a smell of food, but Fenrir did not recognize the smell. It smelled good, but Fenrir had no idea what that smell was. Are we going to make a little deal, boy? Thor asked calmly, but honestly, he had no idea if Fenrir was understanding him. He could only assume that Fenrir's intelligence goes so far. Fenrir looked at Thor, still suspicious but curious about the food in Thor's hand. Thor then took a sort of yellow pill from the necklace and then looked at it. I just hope it's enough, said Thor thoughtfully. What was the pill? Well, Thor knew it was unfeasible to forge a giant collar, as Fenrir would never let him get close. So he established 2 steps. First, create something to shrink Fenrir. Second, shamelessly bribe the god-killing wolf with unbeatable human cuisine far beyond its present time. All right, boy, take it, Thor said, tossing the small package in the air towards Fenrir. Fenrir, due to being immortal, he couldn't starve. But that doesn't mean he would deny free food after years in chains. Plus, whatever it was, it had a mouth-watering aroma. Fenrir then opened his mouth, waiting for the small package to fall into his mouth. In Fenrir's desperation to get food, Thor took advantage of this and hurled the pill towards Fenrir's mouth, which as soon as he swallowed, Thor whispered to his necklace a command word and the user. Guys, Fenrir, said Thor. For Fenrir, it seemed like the whole world was suddenly gigantic. Then Thor took the package he had used to distract Fenrir and knelt to take a closer look at Fenrir. You know, I chose the rune, Algais, as a command, as I think it would be quite symbolic for your case. After all, thanks to my classes with my mother, I know this rune has a particular meaning. It means prosperity, self-love, benevolence, success, and everything that makes you feel light and strong to move on, but mostly, it symbolizes a great time to get away from everything that makes and lets you down, everything that saddens you. In a way, this rune will symbolize a new beginning for you, said Thor, smiling at Fenrir. Fenrir snarled in response. But he didn't look so confident, for at this moment Thor was much bigger than he was. Hey, easy boy, this time there won't be any tricks here, Thor said, opening the package and offering Fenrir the food inside. The food inside. Nothing beats Italian food. It was on this day that Fenrir met Arancini. Fenrir, while still alert, began to feed on the good-smelling food and slowly. He no longer cared that Thor was nearby. Thor then sat down next to Fenrir with care and watched as the final wolf gorged himself on the offered food. POV Thor. I sat next to Fenrir as he greedily devoured Arancini. Fenrir liking food was just a hunch of mine, as on account of being immortal and living in isolation. It's probably been a while since he's fed on normal food. He was imprisoned here to be forgotten, just like the rest of his siblings. Jormungandr. When Odin noticed that the snake kept growing at an accelerated pace, he decided the best solution, for him, would solve the problems. The solution? Throwing Jormungandr into the Sea of Midgard and hoping he's killed by something bigger. Sometimes I think Odin isn't that wise. According to Tyr, Jormungandr was the size of a giant snake of 50 feet long at the time. Odin thought that if Jormungandr was thrown into the ocean of Midgard, Jormungandr would be killed in just a few weeks. I shrunk Fenrir first, as I wanted Arancini to transform from a grain of rice to a stick with Fenrir. And it worked just as I planned. I stopped thinking when I noticed that Fenrir had stopped eating. When I looked inside the package, I noticed that Arancini was gone. Wine. I looked towards Fenrir, and saw him shift his gaze between me and Arancini's now empty package. I could only deny it. I don't have more food. I tried to explain, but Fenrir didn't seem to believe it, as he continued to mourn. I just sighed but still gave a small smile. I'm telling you the truth. I didn't expect you to want more. So let's get you more food. But first, we should sort out the important things. I got up and opened my necklace's storage portal again and I took two things. The first was a collar similar to the collars I used on the goats earlier, but this collar has a dual function. It will be the replacement for the pill that Fenrir devoured to shrink. After all, the pill would dissolve a day later. The second thing was a small vial containing Jormungandr's poison. When Fenrir saw the collar in my hand, he quickly growled in suspicion. Well, I suppose I should have been a little more discreet. Whoa, calm down boy, I said, trying to calm him down. Unfortunately, I wasn't successful, so I had a maybe a little silly idea. I worn the collar on my wrist, which was the only place it fit due to its size. See, it's okay, I said calmly. Fenrir stopped growling, but he still looked suspicious. I removed the collar easily, thanks to having my necklace that was the key, and slowly walked over to Fenrir to put it on. All this time Fenrir eyed me suspiciously, but he never growled, so I took that as a good sign. And so, I put the collar on Fenrir. As soon as I finished putting on the collar, I took out the small vial of Jormungandr's poison and poured it into Gleipnir carefully, as I really didn't want to spill the corrosive poison into Fenrir by accident, so I just held it in place. It felt like I was disarming a bomb, as Fenrir kept staring at me. After some time and a few drops of Jormungandr's poison here and there, Fenrir was completely loose. I backed away slowly, not wanting to frighten him. Besides establishing a safe distance for me, after all, he still is the slayer of gods even though it now fits in the palm of my hand. I didn't want to allow Fenrir to rip my throat right after being released, but it appears that my concerns were unfounded. Fenrir, after looking at the partially destroyed Gleipnir on the ground, he turned back to face me. If the looks were still suspicious, I had no idea, but I refused to take a step closer, as that was the moment when Fenrir was calmer. It was then that Fenrir took the first step towards me. He didn't run, he didn't jump for my throat, he just walked. Slowly but surely, the distance between us seemed to shrink as Fenrir approached, and when he was just an arm's length away he stopped. It looked like he was looking at me with expectation, so I made a decision and held out my right hand. Fenrir then jumped into my hand. For a brief second, I thought he was going to try to bite me again, but then I saw that he never opened his mouth. Fenrir now. It was comfortably to my right. Well, I started to say, until I stop and think about my next words. After a while, I knew exactly what to say. You're my friend now. We'll have Arancini when we get home, I said smiling. It's going to take a while, but I really do see another future partner in this little lone wolf. It was then that I heard a grunting noise and looked at Fenrir. That was his stomach. Well, maybe I should feed him as soon as possible. It was then that I had an idea. Hey boy, how about joining a family dinner with your little sister? I asked smiling at Fenrir. Fenrir just stared at me until he tilted his head. He looked confused. Well, it's easier to show than explain, I said in finality. The place I wanted to take Fenrir? The place with a lot of food, and a younger sister who misses her older brother. Hell's Palace. And then I walked towards my next destination, which was the Palace of Hell. Again. What was the name? Ganglati referred to Hell's Palace itself. Ljnir, here we go, I said, smiling towards Fenrir. Maybe it's good for both Fenrir and Hel, this meeting of siblings. After all, as much as Hel said that Fenrir tried to attack her, maybe it was because Fenrir still had a grudge in his heart. In fact, he still must have. But with me watching, it will be a relatively safe reunion. Ljnir was a stronghold located in the heart of the great island of Lyngvi, and the only stronghold in the land of the dead. But unlike other fortresses, Ljnir was not exactly built. Ljnir was created from the will of a special person, who wanted only one thing, a home to come back to, or better, a home that had someone to go back to. Hel's childhood consisted only of the relationship she had with her older brothers, as her father had warned her and her siblings to stay hidden, as the world does not accept the stranger and tends to hate what it does not understand. Obviously, the 5-year-old Hel didn't understand what that meant. She, like her siblings, just obeyed her father, until Odin appeared and welcomed them with open arms, calling them nephews. And so the 3 childs of Loki went to live in the realm of the Aesir, which was called Tgard or Asgard. For a while, everything was perfect in Hel's vision. She had a big family that loved her and still had her brothers and father. All that was missing was her mother. But when Hel turned 10, Loki had said that her mother, Angrboda, could not see Hel or her brothers, due to certain events. Fenrir didn't care because he didn't understand that sort of thing, and simply continued to play for Tgard. Jormungandr felt resentment towards Angrboda, because, for him, it seemed that she didn't want them. Hel lamented for days. It took her a long time to get over this news. Hel's new family helped her. Frigg was a good loving mother figure that Hel sought out, and Odin and Loki always ensured that she smiled throughout the day. Until one day, Odin changed. He became more distant from Hel and Jormungandr, and he looked at Fenrir with apprehension. The 3 Loki children didn't notice this change in attitude immediately. They just thought the fun uncle was upset about something they did. Hel thought the uncle had suffered one of Fenrir's pranks again, like if Fenrir had pissed in Odin's boots or something. It only took a few weeks. But Hel's new family slowly began to distance themselves, and it got to the point that only Loki did not treat Hel and her brothers coldly. And then, Jormungandr was sent to live in Midgard by Odin. When Hel asked Loki why, the answer was that her brother was growing too fast and soon no house could house him. Midgard would offer more space for Jormungandr to grow up. Hel did not like being separated from her brother for such a reason. But she had to accept it, as even Loki supported Odin's decision. And Hel has always trusted her father. And then Hel's powers manifested. The ability to see and control souls was the first thing Hel discovered she could do. For Hel, it was as if her eyes saw a new world with new colors. At the age of 12, Hel had found her happy place in a world she considered fun. Until Odin noticed Hel's talent. And he didn't take the news very well. No one should have the ability to see and touch souls. In Odin's view, it was a total disregard for the cycle of life of the souls. But Odin still knew it was a unique ability. Just a few beings had that ability. And whoever had this ability was associated with only one thing: death. And so, Hel was recognized as the personification of death. Odin then proceeded to send Hel for a single task: rule the unworthy dead. Hel received the news positively, because she thought that if she had an important job and do well, she would have her lovely family back. And so, at the age of nearly 13, Hel was sent to the land of the dead. For some people, the realm of the dead was the worst place in the great kingdom of Tgard. But for Hel, as soon as she stepped into the land of the dead, it was like a part of her returned. She felt complete, and more powerful than ever. Just at the age of 13, she created the palace of Ljnir and ruled over the dead for years. Loki and Fenrir visited her frequently, until Fenrir was arrested, and Loki's visits became less frequent, until they stopped altogether. Hel, however, still had hope that one day her family would visit her again and show them her success in her task, ruling the land of the dead. So she remained waiting in anticipation for someone, and waited, and waited. And so, for years Hel remained alone. For company she rescued a few souls here and there to become her new friends to pass the time, but it wasn't the same thing. And only a few souls who still had some conscience could talk, but they all behaved similarly. Everyone avoided socializing with Hel, because the souls were still afraid. After all, no one would be comfortable when someone has their soul in the palm of their hand. So the souls, who still had some conscience, acted respectfully towards Hel but never sought to socialize. And so, the souls Hel rescued to be her friends became servants. It had been more than half a century since she had received no visits from anyone, and Hel had given up waiting and thought that she would be alone and be forgotten, until Thor appeared. When Thor introduced himself as Odin's son, Hel had never been happier in years, because she, in a way, got what she wanted, which was someone from the family came to visit her. As much as it wasn't Thor's intention, he gave Hel a wonderful gift. She hasn't been forgotten. But then Thor had to leave. And now, in Ljnir, in the dining room fit for royalty, the Queen of the Dead sat at a long imperial table preparing for dinner. Hel was sitting at the end of the table with her fork and knife in her hands. It was then that plates, held by spheres of green color, were appearing and being placed on the table. The plates seemed to be floating. Hel just smiled. What do we have today? Fisk stuvad iol, said Hel in delight, n/a, something like, fish in beer. Hel then enjoyed the smell of the food more before continuing to speak with a smile. Smells great. I must expect the same taste as always, but I must give my compliments to the cook. I guarantee you it must be pretty good. Hel stopped talking quickly when she remembered something, and she took her eyes off her plate and looked at the table. The long imperial table had a total of 100 places for people to sit. All the places had plates and cutlery, but there was no one seated. There was nobody except for Hel herself. She was having dinner alone, like always. Hel then stopped smiling. Sigh, I did it again, huh? Said Hel, reflecting. Hel had enjoyed her cousin's visit, even if it had been brief. She just wished he'd stayed for dinner and tasted some mortal cuisine, just like her, and had a little chat. Famine, I lost my appetite, said Hel. And, oddly enough, the plates and cutlery responded, because they gave off a green glow and began to float towards the exit of the banquet hall. The green flames from the candelabra on the table went out at the same time. Hel then looked at the knife in her right hand, the only cutlery that remained on the table. Starvation may come out too, said Hel, dropping the knife from her hand. The knife, like the other cutlery, began to float. But unlike the others that gave off a green glow when they floated, the knife that was called Starvation gave off a dark glow, as if a shadow were enveloping the mere knife. The knife then floated slowly, but not to the same path the others followed. The knife was heading elsewhere. Hel still sat at the table. Sigh, well, maybe tomorrow someone will show up too? Yes? Remember, Hel, stay positive. Besides, my cousin invited me to go to his house whenever I wants. In Midgard. Will Dad be upset if I leave Lyngvi for a while? Asked Hel worriedly. Knock knock. But Hel's thoughts were interrupted by a noise at the door. Knock knock. Hel was startled and froze into silence. For her, it was like she had heard something she hadn't heard for a long time. Knock knock knock. Hel jumped up from her chair and looked toward the source of the noise. It was the doors to the banquet hall in which she found herself. This noise was coming from the door, meaning that someone was on the other side knocking on the door. When Hel realized the meaning of the knocking, she began to smile excitedly. I've waited for so long to say it again, Hel whispered to herself. Hel then sat back down and uttered words that had not been spoken by her for a long time. You may come in, Hel said out loud. As soon as Hel answered, the door opened. Hello, cousin. Sorry if it's an inopportune time, said a voice. Hel was excited, but confused. Cousin, said Hel, not understanding. After all, it's not every day that someone visits Ljnir. Twice in the same day, not even her father. Yes, maybe I should have warned your servants. But Gangladi and Ganglot don't move fast. So I just asked where you would be and they gave me instructions about you having dinner, so, I don't want to sound very intrusive. But is there any space in the banquet for more hungry mouths, said Thor, scratching the back of his neck with a nervous smile. Hel just got even more confused. Mouths? In plural, asked Hel in surprise. It was then that Hel noticed something small walking slowly to a stop beside Thor. It was small and a little different, but Hel recognized those eyes anywhere. Fenrir. Hel asked uncertainly. Fenrir seemed to react to his name being called, because he has gotten prick ears, and tilted his head a little to the side until he began to growl softly in a warning. But Thor soon interrupted Fenrir. Hey, answer your little sister in a proper way, or if not, no arancini when we get home, Thor said with a tone of sternness. Fenrir stopped growling and looked at Thor. He then lowered his ears in defeat and looked away, and began to whimper in response. For Hel, who lived with Fenrir during her childhood, it was just Fenrir's way of apologizing. Thor, while facing Fenrir, did not notice that someone had quickly crossed the banquet hall. You rude hungry wolf, at least look the person in the eye when you apologize, huff, said Thor, until interrupted by a hug from Hel. Thanks for bringing him, Hel said, smiling. Hel then pulled out of the embrace and looked at Thor, still smiling radiantly. You are always welcome here. Sit down, and make yourself comfortable, Hel said as she gestured toward the table. Both Thor and Fenrir walked towards the table and walked respectively to the left and right of the seat at the end of the table, where Hel's seat was. Hel then sat at the head of the table, being followed shortly thereafter by Thor on her left and Fenrir on her right. Fenrir had to climb onto the table because of his size. It was then that Hel clapped her hands twice. Famine? Please bring one ahem, bring 3 specials of the day, please, Hel said the last part in delight. Since Thor's return, Hel hadn't stopped smiling for a single moment. The long imperial table soon lit the candelabra on the table with a green flame, and 3 plates with the asterisk fisk stovad il floated towards the table and landed perfectly. Fenrir wasted no time and started devouring his food. Thor just stared at his plate. When Hel realizes this, she was a little worried. Did she do something wrong? She soon lost her radiant smile quickly. Hel then began to speak nervously. You don't like it? Is it the fish? You don't like trout? Can I order another dish? It's better for you to tell me what do you like, and then I'll tell to my cooks. Hel was then interrupted by Thor. Wow, easy, calm down. It's nothing like that. I was just surprised. It's just that I've never seen this dish and I don't recognize this cuisine, so I'm not sure what is it, Thor explained. It was then that Hel understood it wasn't because Thor didn't like the dish, he just didn't know what it was. This seemed to calm Hel, so Thor made a little comment. But it smells quite good, said Thor. Thor then proceeded to cut a piece of trout and ate it calmly, very different from Fenrir, who had already finished his plate and was licking what was left, until a second dish landed in front of him. Fenrir's eyes gleamed before starting to devour the second dish. As Thor savored the food, Hel stared at him nervously, waiting for some response as she ate her own food. Not only does it smell good, but it's also delicious. My compliments to the cook, said Thor smiling and cutting another piece. When Thor said the last part, Hel froze. Yes, I agree with you, said Hel in a weak tone. Thor, noticing Hel's lack of voice, looked toward her. It was then that Thor saw that Hel had a big smile on her face, but she was also shedding tears. Hey, did I say something wrong? Why are you crying out of nowhere? Thor asked quickly, dropping his silverware and rising from the table. Thor then wiped the tears from Hel's face with the sleeves of his coat. Fenrir had also stopped eating when he noticed Thor's movement. He looked towards Hel and tilted his head to the side in confusion. Fenrir seemed to sense Hel's mood. As soon as Thor finished wiping Hel's tears, he returned to his seat, but he didn't take his eyes off Hel. Hel, however, kept smiling. But at least the tears had stopped. As soon as Thor sat down, he intended to ask if Hel was all right. But Hel, however, began to speak first. Let's get back to eating. I guarantee it's delicious. Don't worry, there will always be food on the table so you can dig until your stomach is full. While we eat, cousin. Why don't you tell me how Asgard is doing? You said you live in Midgard, right? Tell me about Midgard first. How it is. Or rather, when I come to visit you, could you show me Midgard, please? Hel spoke animatedly. In the throne room of the Aesir realm, Loki, Frigg, Tgard, Skadi, and Odin, who was sitting together with Frigg on his famous throne, the Hlskj elf. These people were arguing about the future of the next generations. Odin, you are my king, and I respect that. You have won the war fairly and honorably and established peace for the first time between us, the Vanir gods, and you the Aesir gods. You need to consider what I'm asking carefully, so that this peace may exist for many generations to come. As it stands now, if by chance we die, another war may break out, and it will be our own extinction due to our numbers, explained Tgard, leader of the Vanir gods. I thought your son was the god of peace, Tgard, but does it look like he's also hungry for power? Loki asked with a slight edge of sarcasm. Odin frowned. Loki, have more respect for our allies? Don't make such accusations, even if it's just a joke for you. We're talking serious business, said Odin, with finality. Loki then held up his hands in surrender. I just think, brother, that this situation is peculiar. After all, they are asking for too much, said Loki, explaining. Skadi then rose from her chair in a rage. Asking for too much? We want to establish a lasting peace, and we seem to want this more than all of you here, shouted Skadi, pointing to Loki and then to Odin. Loki then smiled. Control your wife, leader Tgard. After all, Jotuns are quite prone to doing shameful things in search of unnecessary conflict, said Loki. You are a Jotun too, replied Skadi. It's true, but I didn't grow up among savages like you, replied Loki. Skadi grimaced. You bastard, screamed Skadi, already creating an ice spear. Oh, do you really want to fight, Skadi? Such limited behavior and thinking as expected from a wild one, Loki said with a tone of disappointment. But you could see a mocking little smile on Loki's face. That's it. I will skin you alive and hang your skin on the branches of the nearest tree and offer you to LRAR, shouted Skadi. Before Skadi could leap towards Loki, Tgard had grabbed her arm. Enough, shouted a voice. It was Odin, and he was angry. Loki, if you're going to create unnecessary conflicts, you'd better leave, if you choose to stay silent. And you, Skadi, my brother speaks some truth. You are asking too much, said Odin, with a frown. Loki chose to remain silent, but Skadi, Odin, please understand? As much as Frey does not seek conflict, the other Vanir gods are not like that. Old blood, Odin. Old blood means settling scores. Some gods lost cousins, uncles, parents, siblings, lovers, sons, and daughters during the last war against the Aesir, and I'm sure there are some Aesir who lost someone too. Frey and Freyja are pretty much alone. Tgard and I managed to keep the other gods in line because we fought in the last war too, but Frey and Freyja didn't. And they are the future leaders, so we need to secure their position, said Skadi in supplication. It was then that Frigg decided to speak at this point. And this is how you intend to secure their position as leaders? By marriage? What kind of guarantee do you have that this idea will work? Asked Frigg. Tgard then decided to explain. We can only respect force, it's the only thing that will keep everyone in line. No one in their right mind will question Frey's leadership if his brother-in-law is the future king of Skare as well as being the most well-regarded and beloved god by all his people. It would be long-term suicide, explained Tgard. My son will not be a guarantee, shouted Frigg. Frigg quickly rose from the throne and walked towards Tgard. Have you ever thought about how this idea can go wrong? Furthermore, even if we accept marrying Balor with Freyja, what stops the rest of the Vanir gods from silencing Frey and putting his sister in power? This marriage proposal is ridiculous. It can go very wrong. I will not let my son be killed because of old blood. I also lost my father in the war against you, but Odin and I ruled over the Aesir without a problem, said Frigg, crossing her arms. It was then that Skadi could stand it no longer. Of course you ruled without a problem. Who doesn't remember the blood eagle that King Odin used to do with some of his captured enemies? No one is crazy to challenge Odin, knowing very well what he has already done during the war, shouted Skadi. Odin then chose that moment to speak calmly. This is what happens in a war. For every blood eagle I made, I saved 10 of my people from an unnecessary fight. In a war, if both parties have equal numbers of soldiers, the greatest weapon is the fear you cause in your enemy. But now that the war between us is over, I have let you keep your titles as leaders of the Vanir, and your status as prince and princess. That was my way of starting to ask for forgiveness for what I did, said Odin silently. The room was silent until Tgard began to speak. I understand that, Odin. I also had to use fear as a weapon. We, Vanir gods, have a long history with you Aesir. But you have to see the reason. If we have succeeded in uniting the Aesir and Vanir royalty, there will never be a risk of future conflict, in addition to ensuring the peace between the Aesir and Vanir, said Tgard. For a moment the room seemed to have gone silent once more. It seemed that all the gods present were considering Tgard's words. If we do, our kids never married for love, Frigg said. If we do, then no. But again, we didn't have that privilege of marrying for love either, said Skadi. And it was true. Odin and Frigg were married for politics. Skadi and Tgard? Politics too. A Jotun with the leader of the Vanir gods. And Loki and his current wife, Sigyn? A political marriage to allay the other gods' distrust of Loki, marrying him to an Aesir goddess. As much as they don't marry for love. Just like us, they can learn to love each other over the years, said Odin. Loki then raised his hand. The intention was clear. He wanted to speak. Skadi, when she noticed, frowned. Odin then nodded but gave him a warning look. I understand that you want to propose this marriage to avoid bloodshed. What I don't understand is, why Balor? He's a good fighter and has a talent for magic, I admit, but he's far from instilling fear in others. He's more loved than feared. And for this specific situation, it's not the best choice, explained Loki. Skadi and Tgard were confused. Could you explain then, Loki? Asked Tgard. Our aim is to quell any future rebellion and, as my brother has already commented, fear is a good weapon when both parties are alike in strength. After all, you're better to be feared than loved when you want to end some rebellion quickly. Unfortunately, for this situation, Balor won't help. His first title is the god with the gold heart. He's too innocent. He's too good. So it won't work. Balor is loved but not feared, explained Loki. Skadi seemed to think. So who do you suggest? Asked Skadi. Before Loki could respond, Odin interrupted him by summoning Gungnir and hitting the ground with it, drawing the attention of those in the room. This meeting is finished. Because it looks like I have an unplanned visit, said Odin looking at the throne room door. The gods then looked towards the door, and initially did not understand. That's when they remembered the capacity of the throne of Odin. This meant that Odin saw something coming towards the throne room. Skadi then spoke. Are we under any attack, my king? Any invasion? Asked Skadi, ready for combat with an ice spear in hand. No, it's just my son, explained Odin nervously. The gods were confused. Why would one of Odin's sons come to the throne room now? Besides, couldn't the guards or the Valkyries stop Odin's son from interrupting this important meeting? It was then that Loki, noticing Odin's growing nervousness, asked a question. Odin, who, exactly of your children, is coming here? Asked Loki suspiciously. Odin turned towards Loki and smiled. It's your favorite nephew, brother, Odin said with a smile. Loki widened his eyes. I'm out of here, Loki said. But before Loki could make any teleportation circles, he was interrupted by something. Bam. That was the noise the throne room doors made as they fell to the floor after their hinges were smashed from the wall. It was then that the gods saw a figure with his boot raised in a kicking position. The funny thing is that the figure was bound by ropes of energy, an immobilization spell used exclusively by the Valkyries. The ropes were tied on the leg, arm, and neck. The figure revealed itself to be Thor, with a frown. It was pretty obvious that he was pissed. Thor then smiled when he realized who was in the throne room. Oh, well, you're here too, Uncle Loki, said Thor as he entered the throne room, ignoring the energy ropes that were tied him up. As Thor walked, he dragged by force the 3 Valkyries who were trying to immobilize him with the energy ropes. The 3 Valkyries were trying to pull Thor, but they were failing spectacularly. Thor continued walking, closing the distance between himself and Odin until he stopped a few feet away. I want to have a little talk with you, Dad, and Uncle Loki. A talk about family, Thor said, narrowing his eyes. Thor then snapped his knuckles. It was at that moment Odin knew he would know a pain not so pleasurable. During this moment, Skadi got an idea as soon as she saw the strongest Norse god and smirked. Yes, if it's him it might work, Skadi whispered to herself. Time skip, 9 years, current age, 3890 BCE/age of Thor, 110 years. Location, Midgard/Thor's house. POV Thor. A few years had passed since my adventure in the land of the dead and, by extension, Niflheim. I came back with what I wanted plus so much more. A being capable of killing gods. Became my guard dog. Also, I made a new friend. I knew Hel had a difficult childhood, but I had no idea it was so bad. I still offered her to come with me and Fenrir to Midgard, but she insisted on staying in the land of the dead. According to her, it was because she already felt that was her home. So I stopped persuading her to move. But I assured her that I would visit her whenever I could, plus I expected her to visit me in Midgard. It took a whole year, but finally, after I visited her several times, she came out of the land of the dead and visited me in Midgard. She only stayed for 1 hour, but I made it worth it. And the result is that we saw each other frequently over the years. I still tried to look for Jormungandr to get him to talk to his little sister, but it seems the bastard left the coast of Midgard after my last fishing trip. Also, I had a nice conversation with Odin and Loki. I couldn't be more disappointed and decided that I would get a little revenge later. Well, besides sending them both to the healing chamber at the end of the conversation, I felt bad for the Valkyries cleaning up the mess in the throne room afterward. But I didn't feel bad for the spilled blood. Regarding goats, when I came back from my quest in the land of the dead, I started testing the goats and ended up discovering that, at full speed, they could be faster than Sklanir itself. When I discovered this detail, my mind quickly started to think of new possibilities. But to preserve the safety of the goats, I chose to make a simple vehicle. The goats would be the engine, the vehicle, a carriage, and soon I will do the first test drive. But I had to put the ultimate vehicle project aside for good reason. The reason? Well, another member of the family was born. It was a miracle that Frigg had gotten pregnant with Odin in less than 100 years, and there were a lot of celebrations in Valhalla. Of course, I also celebrated. And overdone the mead again. And, because it was such a big celebration, the party went on for 3 days non-stop. In other words, for 3 fucking days I drank mead non-stop. There is only one word to sum up how I behaved during the celebration. Wild. Initially, I didn't intend to drink too much. So on the morning of the first day of celebrations, I didn't go overboard. It was on the afternoon of the first day that shit hit the fan. The reason was simple. Hermod, my brother, found out, because of an extremely drunk Prince Vanir, that I had forged the Brissing Amen, and he thought it was a good idea to take advantage of me being drunk and have me sign a contract to forge a gift. His goal? Offer the gift as a dowry and negotiate with Tgard for Freyja's hand in marriage. I didn't even notice that the fool was slowly increasing the amount of mead that I was consuming until it was too late. When I woke up, I thought it was the second day of celebration. Imagine my surprise when I found out that the celebrations were already over. So the 3 days of celebration had already passed. How did I find this out? Well, I had another surprise in the morning after the celebrations. The first surprise of the day. It all started when I woke up on my bed in my old room in Skardar's palace, along with Sif, lying on my chest, and 2 other women, whom I recognized as 2 waitresses from Valhalla. We were all wearing our birthday suit. Well, yay, I mean, it wasn't a totally bad way to wake up, but the problem was that the headache, caused by the hangover, cut off my mood. What can I say? I had the worst hangover of my life. Does that make me an alcoholic? Maybe. Yes, but again, these were human values. But now I was a god, so I didn't know if alcoholism could be considered something awful. But putting the hangover aside, it was a satisfying morning. Anyway, while I was trying to get out of that position, I ended up waking up the 2 waitresses from Valhalla, who silently apologized and began to dress quickly and leave the room. They didn't even let me say anything. Sif, however, remained asleep. As soon as I finished getting dressed, I left the room and looked for a nearby waitress to ask them to deliver some food to my room for Sif. Later in that day, I ran into Sif, also hungover, and we ended up talking about how we ended up in that situation. According to her, who was less drunk than I was, it all started when Vala was turned down by a waitress. My brothers and I were sitting together because it was an important celebration, and as soon as Hermod saw Vala fail in his attempt to court a waitress, began to laugh and quickly scoff at Vala's failure, saying that perhaps he would be more successful if he tries court with men. Vili didn't take it well. In fact, according to Sif, he even tried to court the same waitress more insistent. I knocked him out and then asked the waitress to not serve at my brother's table again during the festivities. According to Sif, Hermod complained to me, saying that I had exaggerated. And, according to Sif, I replied that he should go suck a dick instead of talking shit, because then he would be using his mouth for something more useful. Hermod did not take my mockery well, and he said that I didn't know how to court and that he would never find a woman in bed, and began to question my preference. My drunk self, by some miracle, ignored him. For a while. He didn't stop mocking until I lose my temper. I turned my face to the closest woman, who ended up being Sif, and asked, "Hey, me and you, let's fuck." Was it primitive? Absolutely. And, as Sif was already a little drunk, she went with the flow and replied, "Okay." She accepted and we ended up in my room. The 2 waitresses. They showed up when Sif and I got hungry or thirsty during our physical activities. And they stayed because Sif had invited them. The ironic thing is that, according to Sif, one of the waitresses was the same waitress that Vala tried to court. Fortunately, Sif told me that I didn't fall for Hermod's scheme, so no contract to forge anything. So, in short, it was an interesting party. Yes, in a way, it was kind of interesting. Anyway, after a few months, the newest member of the family was born. His name was HD, and, unfortunately, he was born different. He was blind. My family was disappointed. After all, we were a warrior society. A warrior born disabled. He wouldn't have a very good childhood. So I decided to help him in some way. The best way I found. I will create something that will help him a little during his life. As soon as I got back to Midgard, I started working on my little gift to HD. The Iron Nanny? The most competent nanny in the world? I was also thinking about my little brother Bal's centenary, so I had to busy myself with finding the items to forge these things. Initially, I was thinking about creating a bow for Balor, but I stopped to think about that because he doesn't really like using weapons. Balor prefers the classic, the fists. So I decided to give him the classic weapon that would only become popular a long time later. The weapon? A custom knuckles, English punch. Nothing can beat the classic. I also decided to give him my old fishing drakkar, the same one I used when fishing Jormungandr. I had no more use for the drakkar, as I could build a better boat. After some time collecting items and building gifts, I was finally done. Balor's boat was a simple drakkar, with some runes like the always at sea level rune, and storage for the fishing loot. The drakkar didn't have much fishing equipment. In fact, it only had one fishing line. It was my spare fishing line, made from the spinal cord and muscle fibers of a godslayer. In my opinion, it was the perfect gift. Anyway, there was only one thing missing. I already said you can't go, I said, looking at my stubborn little partner, whining. It was Fenrir. The stubborn one didn't want to let me go. While I wanted to bring him, I wasn't sure if he would behave. After all, he still had a primitive mind. If Fenrir saw Odin or Loki, I'm pretty sure there would be 2 more bodies in the quota of the godslayer. Don't worry, cousin, I can take care of him, said a voice. I looked towards the voice and saw Hel. She was visiting again, and by coincidence, it was the same day as Balor's centenary. By the way, you can't, I said in finality. Hel looked surprised. But then, sigh, if I can't stay, and since you seem to be on your way out, then I must return to the land of the dead, said Hel, her shoulders slumped. What do you mean? You're coming with me, I said. This seemed to have surprised Hel, and it looked like Fenrir had understood the basics. His younger sister can go, but he doesn't. And then he began to bark in indignation. Asterisk woof, woof, asterisk barked Fenrir. Ugh, all right, you can go too, but you won't leave my side, I said, in a warning tone, to Fenrir. Whether he understood what I said or not, he didn't show it. I just hope it's a no-kill party. I then remembered something important. Hel's answer. When I looked at Hel again, I could tell by her expression that she was afraid to go. I don't know, cousin. It's been many decades since I went to Scare. I don't know if it's a good idea to go with you. Maybe it's better if I stay here or go back to the land of the dead, explained Hel. So she was afraid to go to Scare. While it may be my brother's centenary party, I, as a prince, have every right and must be there. Just like you, as a princess of Scare, have every right to be there. Don't worry. You can stay close to me if you're not too comfortable with the eyes of others, I said. It was a struggle to make Hel act more confident, but it was to be expected from someone who has been alone for a long time, so I had to give a little nudge in the right direction. If no one from Scare approves of Hel's presence at the celebrations, well, I want to see them try to unjustly expel her from the party, with me next to her. Okay, I'm coming with you. But don't leave my side, okay? Please, asked Hel, still a little uncertain. I swear, and besides me, you will have your older brother as Scare's scariest bouncer, I said, pointing to Fenrir, who chose that moment to scratch behind his ear with one of his paws. He seemed to be enjoying the feeling because he had his tongue out as he scratched. Ha ha ha, what a scary bouncer, said Hel, looking at me. I'm still training him, I replied, grumbling. Nice time to do this, Fenrir. Perfect timing. Sigh here, I said to Hel, pulling a small package out of my storage necklace. As soon as Hel took it, she asked as she looked at the package. What have inside? Asked Hel curiously. Inside the package in your hands is a miniature drakkar inside a glass bottle. This is the gift you will give to Balor, I said in finality. Hel looked startled and now held the package as if it were the most fragile thing in the world. No, I can't. What if I break it? Besides that, it was you who did it. If I gave this for Balor, it will look like I did it, said Hel as she tried to give me the drakkar back. I just pushed the drakkar firmly into her hands. I won't deliver it. I already have another gift for him, and as you are going to participate in the festivities, you must bring a gift, especially if you are family. Also, it's not quite lying, you're just going to offer him the gift. It's not like you're going to say you made this drakkar. And don't worry about breaking the gift. The glass that is protecting the drakkar will absorb the impact and it will break, but it will leave the drakkar intact, I said, assuring Hel. She then nodded. Right. So let's go now, asked Hel, with a small smile. She seems to be more excited. Well, compared to the fear she'd had before, that was a good sign. Yes, come on. I'll teleport us to the rune of SBR, Bilst/Bifrost, here in Megar, I said. Next stop, Centenary of Balor. Today was a very special day in Scare because today was the birthday of the most beloved god of all, the light of Scare, and heir to the throne. Balor, the god who, according to rumors, only with his presence, peace prevailed over the discord in the environment. Known for being a just god and for his purity, that's why his first title, the god with a gold heart. The vast majority of Norse gods worshipped their future leader, and so it will be a full day of celebrations in Valhalla. Balor, 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 shouted the people of Valhalla, rooting for one particular man who was seated to Odin's right side. The man just smiled sincerely and waved at people. It was then that Odin rose from his seat and raised a hand, and then the screams from the hall stopped immediately. Today, we celebrate the birth of the future king of Scare, my son Balor, said Odin aloud. As Odin made his pronouncement, all the gods and beings of other races, who were in Valhalla for this celebration, listened in silence. I must say, I feel a little envious of my son because it seems my own people want me to resign and let him take the throne already. Ha 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 ha, said Odin, laughing. Ha 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 ha. While the room laughed a little along with Odin, some people exchanged nervous smiles, because they wanted exactly that. Ha 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 ha, maybe I'll do just that. After all, I couldn't have asked for a better son. I'm sure he will be a great ruler and I just hope to be there to see, as every parent wishes, the wonderful things my son will do, said Odin. Odin then took the drinking horn, which was copied by the audience. To Balor, Odin said loudly and raised the drinking horn. The audience screamed shortly thereafter, copying their king's actions. To Balr, may the festivities return, said Odin, as he sat down again. And so the music started playing again. The guests then went back to talking, drinking and eating, until after a few minutes, the voice of the guard who was at Valale's door rang through the hall, announcing the arrival of a person, or rather, people. All hail Prince Thor, and his guests, said the guard aloud. It was then that most people in Valale looked towards the new arrival. Odin froze his gaze on someone. For Odin, he saw his son Thor, dressed in his white coat and with the dreaded Mjolnir tied to his belt. The first guest to be noticed was dressed in a black cape that covered most of the body and, mainly, the face. Someone mysterious, but from the figure, Odin suspected it was a woman, which yielded a twinge of pride in old Odin. It was the last guest who held Odin's gaze. It didn't matter if it was small or big, near or far, or even another color. Odin will always recognize his death. And his death was being held by the arms of the mysterious woman beside Thor. His death was only a few meters away. Fenrir was in Valale, and he was looking Odin in the eye, daring the All-Father to even blink. And Odin didn't dare look away. What is the meaning of this, Thor? Frigg shouted. She had recognized Mimir's killer. Odin remained silent as he rose from his seat, still meeting Fenrir's gaze. The hall was dead silent. The music had stopped, and the guests now alternated their gaze between Odin and his son, the strongest Norse god. The cloaked figure, who was standing next to Thor, seemed to have gotten nervous and seemed to want to get back out of Valale. But as soon as it took the first step back, it was caught by a hand on the shoulder. It was Thor. Don't worry, I always keep my promises, Thor said softly and gave the figure's shoulder a comforting squeeze. Thor then looked toward Frigg, who had questioned what he had done, and narrowed his eyes. Valale is the hall of the gods, and, by the law of the guest, no harm will be done to the people who accompany me. They're under my protection. Anyone who has any complaints, talk to me, Thor said firmly. Frigg was silent. There was nothing left to do. Thor placed people under the law of the guest in the hall of the gods. While the guest law has to be respected, it's still me who welcome guests from Valale, said Odin, for the first time since seeing Fenrir. Thor then took his gaze from his mother, Frigg, and turned to face Odin. If you have any complaints about whoever accompanies me, it better be for just cause. After all, you don't want to be recognized as the bad host who unfairly expelled the guests, would you? Thor asked. Odin was silent and stared at Thor until he dropped the gaze. Sigh. While I'm usually the one who receives guests in Valale, for today, I'm not the host, said Odin in a tired tone. Thor then understood who he must be facing. And so, he turned his gaze to the person who would be the host for the day. The people in Valale's salon followed Thor's gaze and looked at the most important person of the day in anticipation. Balor. As soon as Balor understood the situation, he rose from his chair and walked slowly towards Thor. With each step Balor took, Fenrir's warning growl became more and more noticeable. As soon as Balor was just a few steps away, Fenrir's growl reached the point where it was so loud that the entire hall of Valale could hear it. Balor then stopped just an arm's length from Thor and shifted his gaze between Thor and Fenrir. Thor's response was to raise a hand, which silenced the growl almost immediately. Balor was silent for a while, which served to make Valale's guests more nervous. It didn't help that Thor was the biggest man in the hall, both in height and strength. Balor then decided to speak for the first time since Thor arrived. And he spoke with a smile on his face. Good to see you again, big brother, said Balor. Only then did Thor respond with a smile. Indeed, little brother. Good to see you, said Thor. Balor then embraced his brother Thor, but the embrace quickly ended. You will always be welcome, brother. And that goes for all who accompany you, said Balor, speaking the last part aloud. The request was clear, the host let them stay. However, but before we go on with the celebrations, could you introduce us to whoever accompany you, brother? Asked Balor in curiosity. The figure that was covered by the cloak seemed to freeze, not knowing how to react. Balor seemed to have sensed it and gave the figure a comforting smile. Don't worry. Nothing bad will come to you while I'm here. I'm sorry if I left you pressured to reveal yourself. I was just curious. My brother hardly ever comes with anyone. I just want to know who it is, said Balor, apologetically. The figure seemed to have relaxed a little, but was still unsure, so glanced toward Thor. It's your choice, but remember, no matter what you decide, I won't let you be harmed, Thor said, looking at the hooded figure. The figure seemed to have made up its mind after some thought. The hooded figure then handed Fenrir, who had been previously in its arms, into Thor's arms. And then the cloak that covered the mysterious figure collapsed into shadows, revealing a face well recognized by the gods and other races. Before Balor could speak, he was interrupted by the surprised gasps of people in the hall. And soon Valale's salon was filled with not-so-welcoming whispers. What is she doing here? What is Prince Thor thinking? It's not enough to bring the godslayer, he brought the bad omen too. This is madness. Balor will expel her, won't he? He has to expel her. I don't think Odin will let them stay any longer. Soon we can get back to the festivities. Every whisper was heard loud and clear, and for every comment said, Hel heard each one, and her mood seemed to drop with each hit. It was then that a particular comment surfaced. I'm sure Balor will drive these two freaks out of here, and lock them where they belong before throwing away the key. Bam! A loud noise interrupted all of Valale's whispers. It was then that they looked at the origin. Or rather, the origins. It was Thor and, to everyone's surprise, Balor. Both had stepped the ground at the same time, so hard that it created cracks in Valale's immaculate floor. It was then that Balor spoke, not turning his face to the crowd. It seems like some people already know you, but I don't, so I'd like you to introduce yourself properly. So, could you do the honors, miss? Asked Balor. While Balor asked the question, Thor looked out over the crowd and stared at them. What Thor was doing was clear. He was challenging whoever makes the next comment. Coincidentally, Fenrir began to imitate him and made a point of looking out over the crowd, growling low and mostly showing his fangs. The same fangs that killed Odin's advisor, Mimir, decades ago. One was known as the strongest Norse god and the other was known as the godslayer. With these two watching, none of the crowd dared to say anything. It was then that a voice whispered, 3M Hel, I am Loki's daughter, who is the brother of King Odin by blood oath, and I came here to wish your congratulations, your grace, Hel said, whispering and bowing awkwardly. But then Hel felt two hands and her shoulders, and when she looked confusedly towards Balor, she was startled by what she saw. Balor was smiling. Welcome cousin, said Balor. Hel didn't even notice that she had started to smile too. Time skip, 5 minutes. After Balor's not-so-warm welcome ended, Thor and Fenrir did not leave Hel's side. As soon as they were seated at a table, all the other occupants left. The message was clear, while Balor may have allowed, we will not make your stay any easier. While Hel looked a little uncomfortable, Thor and Fenrir followed her to the table. So, on a long imperial table of over 100 seats, there were only 3 occupied seats. Thor and Hel were seated next to each other and Fenrir was lying on the table devouring a piece of meat. And facing the main table that was Odin. When Fenrir turned his head in the other direction, that's when Thor and Hel noticed someone approaching. Actually, it was a small group of people. Can we sit with you? Asked the group leader with a nervous smile. It was Vidar, accompanied by Hermod and Vali. The 3 brothers were trying to give their best smiles. Thor did not respond and looked at Hel, who seemed to get the message. Feel free, but I'll suggest you sit a little farther away from Fenrir, or he'll think you're out to steal his food, Hel replied with a nervous smile. Vidar was the first to be seated from a safe distance. But Hermod and Vali hesitated. Fenrir had turned away from the head table and was looking at them. Hermod tried to make a joke to ease the tension, but he failed miserably. Yeah, good advice, I like having my hand, you know? It helps me feed, get dressed, and among other things, if you know what I mean, Hermod said, wiggling his eyebrows as he said the last part. Hermod said Thor in a warning tone. 2 don't get it, Hel said uncertainly. Hermod was surprised by Hel's answer. And then he looked at Thor. For real? Asked Hermod in disbelief. Thor just shrugged. 2 feel like I should be angry, Hel said. It was then that Vali commented. Ha 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 ha, relax cousin, everyone can get annoyed because of Hermod. He's the messenger god who wants to be the comedy god, but it's easier for him to piss someone off with his horrible jokes, said Vali, mocking Hermod as he sat down at the table. Is that so? So why don't you try making a joke? Asked Hermod as he sat down at the table. I am the god of rancor and the personification of daylight. I'm not a comedian at all, said Vali, impassively. I see, so don't talk about me like that if you can't do better. Besides, some people like my performance. Your mother, for example, said Hermod before being interrupted by Vali. You better not bring my mother into this, said Val in a warning tone, looking at Hermod. Hermod raised his arms in surrender, but he had a small smile. Ha 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 ha. The laugh that started at the table came from the least expected person. Hel. Even Thor and Fenrir stopped eating and looked at Hel laughing heartily in front of strangers. That was definitely a good sign. Thor smiled, before turning to look at Hermod. No such jokes here. Got it? Thor asked, narrowing his eyes. Thor spoke with a smile, but that smile, instead of welcoming, promised pain. Hermod nodded nervously, not wanting to push his brother's patience. And so, Scare's most maladjusted family began to eat comfortably while having fun. Hel, who has never felt such amusement, can't help but laugh at the antics of Hermod and Vali. Until after a while, someone else decided to join the little group, someone Fenrir and Thor noticed. Can I join with you guys? Asked a voice. It was Balor, with a smile. Vidar looked confused. Balor, aren't you supposed to be at the head table? You are the host of the day, you still need to receive guests there, Vidar said, confused. I don't think it's necessary. I can receive guests at this table very well. Also, I would like to meet the rest of the family members, said Balor looking at Fenrir and Hel. Fenrir didn't seem to mind Balor's presence, because he was still devouring his food. Hel looked hopeful. Please, cousin, please feel free, but you're the host so you don't need anyone's permission to sit. Did I just insult you? Please, I beg your pardon, for Hel said nervously, until got interrupted by invigorating laughter. Ha 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 ha. Balor had started to laugh and Thor was smiling playfully at the interaction between Hel and Balor. When Balor stopped laughing, he began to speak. Thank you, cousin, for allowing me to sit with you, and no, I'm not insulted, so there's no need for apologies, said Balor, with a smile. Oh sure, said Hel. And so, the conversation at the table of the children of Odin and Loki returned, until more people showed up. That voice. Who is it? Asked someone. The table then stopped the conversation and looked towards one person. The person who had spoken was a child who appeared not to be looking towards anyone, and he was accompanied by 3 other people. One of the people was Sif, who was holding the child's hand as if she were guiding him. Another woman, whom no one seemed to recognize, was holding 2 servings of food. The last person was a man and, to Thor's dismay, was someone he knew. Hello, my friends. It was Frey. Thor heaved a tired sigh and turned to Sif. How? Thor asked in a low voice. What Thor meant was, how did he come with you? Sif seemed to get the message, then gestured to the child. It was clear then to Thor. Frey took advantage of his little brother joining the table and decided to go too. Prince Balor? Could we join you at the table? Frey asked with a smile. But Balor did not reply. He appeared to be hypnotized. When Thor realized that Balor would not speak because he was distracted by something, he resolved to respond. Feel free to join us, Frey. And you too, after all, you're following my little brother, said Thor, looking at Sif and the unknown woman. The child, when he recognized Thor's voice, said with a tone of happiness. Is that you, Thor? Said the child with a small smile, raising his hand. Thor smiled and softened his gaze. Yes, HR, come here, Thor said, reaching up and taking HR's hand and pulling him, slowly, so that he could sit beside him, between him and Hel. Both Hel and Fenrir stared at the child, but not in a hostile way. Thor then turned to Frey, Sif, and her friend. You can sit down, but who's your friend Sif? Thor asked, curious. It seemed that Balor was curious too, as he paid attention to that question as well. Her name is Nana and I met her today. But we got along really well, explained Sif, smiling at her friend. The woman, now identified as Nana, smiled back. What can I say, I liked her personality, Nana said, pointing to Sif. Thor just shrugged and gestured for them to be seated. And so, the long imperial table, which was only occupied by 3 individuals, was now being occupied by another 7 people, totaling 10 seats taken. It was still a small number compared to the table's capacity, but the occupants didn't look like they care about the vacant seats, because they were engrossed in conversation at the table. However, all this time, Balor was the only one who was silent. He was looking at Nana. Time skip, 10 minutes. POV. Third person. The party in Valhalla has returned in full force after the unexpected arrival of some guests. Some people stared at the table, which the children of Odin sat, with disapproving looks. The people at the table of the children of Odin did not care for the looks, as they were having fun in their own way. Let's go, Balor. I bet all my savings on you. If you win, I promise I will give some part, cried Hermod, as he cheered for his little brother. At this point, Balor and Vidar were competing in an arm wrestling match. There was always this uncertainty of who was the second strongest among the children of Odin. The strongest son of Odin was undoubtedly Thor, who also held the title of strongest Norse god. Odin's weaker son would be HR, but that was mainly due to his age. After a while, Balor emerged victoriously. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, brother. But it looks like I came out victorious this time, said Balor, looking at Vidar. I must say I am impressed, Prince Balor. I never thought you were on the same level as Vidar, who is already famous among the Asgardians for his strength, Nana said with a smile. It was then that the children of Odin, who knew how Balor behaves, realized. Balor was shy. Ah, thank you, Miss Nana, thanks for the compliment, said Balor. It was at this point that HR chose to speak. Bah, my brother Thor is much stronger. You must know about his adventures in Jotunheim, said HR. But then Thor stopped eating and looked at HR, and spoke in a warning tone. HR, we've already talked about this. Don't be a sycophant. Remember what I said? Thor asked, looking at HR. HR looked embarrassed. Yes, the sycophant is the one who wants something from you, I'm sorry, said HR. Thor placed his hand on HR's head and ruffled his hair. As long as you learn, I forgive you, Thor said. Thor then looked at Balor and decided to comment. Balor, I think this is a good time to deliver your gift, Thor said. Thor then opened the storage space from his necklace and took out a small box, then handed it to Balor. Thank you, brother, said Balor. While Balor opened the small box, Thor looked at Hel and gestured toward Balor. Hel understood what Thor wanted, so she summoned a shadow and pulled out a small glass bottle that had a Drakkar inside. I must say, brother, you know me well, said Balor with a smile on his face as he had 2 knuckles, English punch, in both hands. Balor, I also brought you a present, I hope you like it, Hel said, as he held out the glass bottle. Oh, a Drakkar for decoration, asked Valak, curious. No, when you get close to the sea, remove the cork and the miniature Drakkar will transform into a fully functional Drakkar, said Hel, remembering what Thor had told her during their trip to Asgard. Balor looked at the present and then Hel. Thank you for the present, cousin, thank you very much, said Balor, with a grateful smile. Hel then smiled as if she'd done everything right and won a prize. Ah, why didn't you thank me like that when I gave you my gift, asked Hermod. Balor then looked at Hermod impassively. You gave me a fish, Hermod. A trout to be exact, said Balor. Hermod shrugged. It was a big trout, Hermod replied. No, it wasn't, said Balor. The people at the table then started to laugh. But then Thor looked at HR with a smile. You know, I was thinking about giving your present earlier, Thor said. HR then perked up. Really? What is, brother? Give it to me, please, asked HR excitedly. Easy, brother. First of all, I must know, have you ever taken lessons from Mother on how to mold your divine power? Thor asked. Yes, she already taught me how to do that, said HR. Well then, said Thor. Thor then made another portal from his necklace's storage and pulled out a piece of parchment with several runes written on it. Balor, who had a talent for rune magic, identified some runes, such as blood bonding, vital energy, and guardian. But there were others runes that he didn't recognize. I'm just going to take some of your blood, okay? It's only going to hurt at first, said Thor. HR then nodded seriously and held out his hand towards Thor. Thor then asked Sif for her sword, which she handed to Thor, and then Thor made a small cut on HR's palm, from which some blood came out. And then, Thor used that blood to stain HR's forehead. As soon as Thor smeared blood on HR's forehead, he then placed the piece of parchment on HR's face. The runes are written on the parchment then glowed and then disappear. When Thor removed the parchment from HR's face, something was different. HR now had a single rune on his forehead, in the same spot that Thor had smeared with blood. Very well now, HR, I want you to listen to me. Focus your power exactly on the same spot I touched on your forehead, so you can unlock your gift, said Thor. HR nodded and did that, only to be startled by the result. Ah, yelled HR, nearly falling out of his chair. But before HR fell, Thor caught him. Calm down HR, breathe calmly, said Thor. Thor, what did you do? Asked Balor, worried. But then, before Thor could respond, a disbelieving voice spoke first. I can see, said HR. The people at the table were surprised when HR made such a statement. Is it serious? Little brother, how many fingers do I have here? Said Hermod. 2, said HR confused. Once again the table was surprised but confused. Because not only HR got it right. HR got it right, without looking at Hermod. It was then that everyone, except for HR and Fenrir, looked at the only person who was smiling at the table. Thor. I'll explain, Thor said. Thor. Could you explain to us how HR is seeing exactly? Asked Balor. Yes? Does that mean you surpassed Mother Frigg in rune magic? After all, even Frigg couldn't restore his sight with rune magic, said Hermod. Everyone at the table looked at Thor, who hadn't stopped smiling. First of Ali didn't surpass Frigg, Thor said in finality. The table then became confused. So, how is he seeing now? Asked Vidar. I'll summarize it as simply as possible. The piece of parchment I placed on HR's face had some convergence runes as a link between the mother runes. One of the convergence runes linked 3 things. His vital energy, from which we draw our divine power, with the body, or to be more specific, the mind and the heart, explained Thor. It seemed that Balor had understood the meaning of this. However, some had not. I don't understand. How did this help cure HR's blindness? Asked Vali. For Vali, it didn't make any sense. After all, his brother was blind, but he managed to see. So the rune shouldn't affect the eyes? It didn't help technically. HR is still blind because he still has complete visual impairment, replied Thor. Vili was confused. But then, how can he see? Asked Vali. He doesn't see exactly. I didn't know how to cure his eyes either. So I had to choose another path. Basically, when HR channeled some of his divine power into the rune, he activated its secondary ability, which is to react with the heartbeat and send out a pulse of energy every time there was a heartbeat. When the pulse hits something, it returns towards HR and passes that information to his rune, which processes the information and creates a kind of image of the environment, and he can turn on and turn off this ability since he needs to focus his power on the rune on his forehead, so he just needs stop concentrating his power on that spot and the link will be severed. So basically, HR is still blind, but can see by another way, Thor explained. What had Thor created? It was something that at the time only existed in his first life. A radar. The people at the table seemed to understand most of what Thor said, except for HR, who still had no idea what Thor was talking about, and Fenrir, who didn't understand a single word and was more focused on eating. Thor's inspiration for making this skill came from one of his favorite Marvel characters, the Daredevil, but he knew the disadvantages that such ability had, so he decided to change it a little so that HR wouldn't get hurt. I must say, brother, it's an impressive skill. But now I got more curious. Which rune is the receiver of these pulses you commented on? Besides, you said it was the secondary skill. What is the primary? Asked Balor. If it were possible, Thor's smile grew wider. I'm glad someone noticed. The answer would be the same for both questions. The Guardian rune is the receiver and primary ability of the Protector rune of HR, but it's better to show. HR, would you like to have a little arm wrestling with Frey? Thor asked. Frey was confused. Now wait a minute, I didn't agree with this, Frey said, frowning. For Frey, it was dishonorable to compete against a child. But Thor just kept smiling and just looked at Hermod, who seemed to get the message. Oh, what was it? Frey, are you afraid of defeat? I wonder how the beautiful Freyja would react if she learned that her brother is afraid of a child, said Hermod. Thor knew Freyja would never approve of a competition against a child. In fact, no one at the table would want to compete against a child. However, it was pretty easy to piss off a god. Okay, I accept the challenge. But don't complain later, said Frey. And so, Frey and HR prepared. But before the competition started, Thor decided to talk to HR. HR, pay close attention. You will channel your divine power into the rune as before, but now I also want you to mold it out of the rune. Do you think you can do that? Thor asked. HR thought for a while until he smiled and nodded. Well, the match will start when Balor slaps the table, Thor said, looking at Balor. Balor was still uncertain because his little brother HR could get hurt. When Thor realized this, he spoke. Don't worry, he'll be fine, Thor said, smiling calmly. Balor didn't look very convinced, but he decided to go on. Competitors ready? Asked Balor. Frey gave a confident nod, while HR gave an uncertain nod. When Thor realized HR's insecurity, he spoke. Remember what I said, HR said Thor. It was then that HR frowned in concentration, and in that same instant, the rune on his forehead glowed purple. Balor chose this moment to announce the start of the match. Let the challenge begin, said Balor, as he slapped the table. As soon as Balor announced the start of the match, Frey applied force to finish quickly, but it did not turn out as Frey expected. Most of the people at the table were surprised by what they were seeing. HR, just 10 years old, was matched in strength against Frey, a god over 140 years old, and one of the strongest Vanir gods in the Norse pantheon. Thor didn't show a noticeable reaction, but inwardly he was anxious that the rune was working properly. It was then that something happened that Thor had been waiting for, and that left the people at the table scared. An iron arm emerged from HR's body, and began to help HR win the arm wrestling match. It was at that moment that Thor gave a manic smile. Thor was happy for a good reason. He had replicated almost perfectly one of the abilities of a particular anime. HR now had at his disposal something is never seen before. A few seconds later, Frey had lost to a 10-year-old in arm wrestling. It was at that exact moment that Thor laughed like there was no tomorrow. For now, floating comfortably close to HR, there was armor. A quite intimidating armor. This is cheating. It's cheating, right? Frey asked, looking at Thor. No, my friend. After all, it's just an armor powered by HR's vital energy, said Thor. Thor, what is this? Asked Balor. That, my brother, is the Guardian. It is responsible for two things, receiving information from the pulses and creating the image of the environment to transmit even the mind of HR, and its main function, to protect HR by responding to his will, said Thor. Thor called him Guardian for good reason. After all, he couldn't call him by his original name without others calling him weird. The original name. Stand. Time skip, 90 years, current era, 3800 BCE/age of Thor, 200 years. POV. Thor. Well, in a way, today was a special day. Today completed 2 centuries that I was born in this universe. Odin had invited me to celebrate my birth in Valhalla early in the morning. Right after Balor's centenary, most of the gods had distanced themselves from me for a stupid reason. They distanced themselves because they were afraid of Fenrir and Hel, who became people close to me. I even insisted on celebrating each one's birthday. In its own way, of course. Fenrir was easy to please. His birthday was practically just a mountain of Italian food on the table just for him. Hel was more complicated. This was because she never celebrated her birthday together with anyone. So she kind of didn't know what to do. A great example? When I handed a gift to Hel, she started to cry, saying if she didn't know whether to open it or keep it as a keepsake, because it was her first gift too. As soon as she said that, the next day I had another conversation with my parents and Uncle Loki. After a few more parties and with me bringing Hel and Fenrir every time, the gods got used to their presence. The hate had turned into indifference. It didn't matter to me. I wouldn't force anyone to like Hel and Fenrir. Whoever wanted to bond with our group, come to us. I had already decided that I wouldn't beg for validation from others. During the parties, Hel, Fenrir, and I would sit at a secluded table and calmly ate, but we weren't alone. Balor, HR, Hermod, Vidar, Vali, Sif, Nana, and Frey always joined us. And after a while, the group gained a new member, Freyja. She started by accompanying her brother and became a regular during the celebrations. Anyway, after 200 years, I didn't know what else to do. I still trained regularly, as well as forging and creating new runes. It kept me busy for a while. So I had to figure out what to do, even if it's considered ridiculous by others. It was then that he remembered something I had said decades ago. Christmas doesn't exist yet. What a disappointment. I won't wait until Jesus is born to have this celebration. Although I couldn't celebrate Christmas itself. After all, I'm from the Nordic pantheon. Also, the date of Christmas is unknown even in my previous life. Even if Christmas was celebrated on the 25th of December, literally, the odds that Jesus was born on that particular day are 1:365 days. After all, the calculations that were made had a margin of error of a few years. So I decided to create my own Christmas. I'll have some fun. The first thing I did was create my means of transport, which would be my cart. The ultimate vehicle was finished. And with the 2 goats pulling, I could fly over Midgard in the blink of an eye. I managed to build some things like wooden toys, skis, sleds, wooden swords, even dolls, and among other things. Why did I do this? It was time to meet the mortals. And I wanted to make a good impression. What's the best way for a stranger to like you? Give a present? It will almost certainly work. I mean, should it work? Anyway, keeping all these gifts plus a lot of food inside a red bag, obviously quite roomy. I was planning for the day I was going to do this tour of mine in Midgard. When should I go? Well, as I wanted to make this day a tradition, I chose a memorable date. The winter solstice? And then I waited patiently, until the day finally arrived and I was ready to hit the road. I was standing outside my home in Midgard, wearing my white coat and carrying the red bag on my shoulder along with Mjolnir, which was faithfully attached to my belt. It was already getting dark when I decided it was time to go. Finally, it's time to make history. X, Gibo, Tangrisnir, and Tangjastra, I said, whispering to my necklace which glowed in response. A blue-colored portal shone in front of me, and from it emerged the 2 goats already attached to my vehicle. The goats had been used to my presence a long time ago, but they still got nervous when they saw Fenrir. Understandable. After all, Fenrir was looking at them as if they were his lunch. As soon as I climbed into my cart, ready to go, I heard a voice. Prince Thor? Hang on. I looked towards the voice and saw someone I didn't expect. Frey and Freyja's mother. Sky. What the hell is she doing here? As soon as Sky approached, she looked strangely at my transport and the goats, but then placed her eyes on me. "We need to talk," said Sky. I honestly didn't understand. I never interacted with Frey and Freyja's parents, at least not more than necessary. After all, technically, I'm still an Odin bastard. I shouldn't relate to the nobility of the gods any longer than necessary. So what she had said confused me. "We need to talk? Since when?" What exactly do you want to talk about?" I asked suspiciously. "You won't invite me into your house so we can talk in a more reserved environment?" asked Sky. I think she expects a lot from me. "No," I replied. If there was one thing I learned, it was never to invite a person into your home when you don't know their intentions. If you want to talk, the talk will take place out here. Besides, it won't happen now, because I already have plans for now," I said. Today was the winter solstice. I've waited months for this day. I will not keep it for next year. "But it's something extremely important," exclaimed Sky. "And what I'm doing now is important to me. I won't stop just for you to have this talk," I said in finality. Was I rude? Absolutely. But so was she. Nobody likes to drop what they are doing just because one person has demanded to become the priority. It was then that Sky gave a defeated sigh. "Very well. When are you available?" asked Sky. Well, she was more understandable. This was somewhat surprising coming from a Jotun known for her explosive temper. "If you wait a few minutes is enough, I won't be late. I advise you to wait outside in the front yard. I will be back in a moment," I said. While I wouldn't interrupt my plans, I was curious as to what she wanted to talk to me about. It can't be such a bad thing, right? Fate. I just raised a flag, didn't I? Sigh. "All right, Prince Thor. I will wait for your return," said Sky as he walked to the front patio, where there was a bench to sit on. As she is the personification of the winter, I'm sure the cold doesn't bother her. "Well, I'm leaving," I said. As soon as I climbed into my chariot, I put the bag back in a safe place and took the reins, smiling. "Tangrisnir and Tangjastra. Let's walk a bit. Remember, let's slowly so that we can be seen." "Hiya!" I screamed. And it went as expected. Tangrisnir and Tangjastra shot skyward quickly. Soon I was far from my house and approached the first house, not discreetly by the way. The problem? Tangrisnir and Tangjastra made too much noise. POV. Third person. A small family of 5 people was sitting calmly next the fire. The 2 adults, the man and the woman, looked with regret at their sons and daughter. Hunting and harvesting were not favorable this year. There wasn't much food, so it should be rationed. The man and woman still chose to eat fewer portions so their children would have more food. Winter is cruel, and if you weren't strong, you could sleep in one night and not have the strength to wake up anymore. And by the scenario, the youngest child, a boy of just 8 summers, was getting weaker with each passing day. It was then that the family began to hear a noise. A very loud and frightening noise, that sometimes heaven did when it was angry. Rumble, 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 asterisk. It felt like it was getting louder. Slash. "Is the sky angry? In the middle of winter," slash said the man, confused. It was then that something strange happened. The sound suddenly. It stopped. Knock knock. The man and the woman were surprised. Was there anyone out there in that cold? As soon as the knocking on the door stopped, the sky got angry again. Rumble, 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 asterisk. Now it felt like the noise was fading away. The man, suspicious, went to check. He took a small copper knife and walked slowly to the door, along with his eldest son, 17 summers, who also had a makeshift copper weapon in his hand. As soon as the man opened the door, he was surprised by something. Slash, slash said the man, confused. In front of the door of his house were some things made of wood and something he didn't expect. Bags. It was then that the woman saw the bags, and then she walked over to open one. What she saw surprised her so much that she started to laugh. Slash ha 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 ha. "It's a blessing from the gods," slash said the woman, lifting the contents of the bag to show the man, who was her husband, and their eldest son. Beans. It was then that the 11 summer girl gathered outside and looked at the sky. Slash "Dad, look," slash said the girl aloud. It was then the people looked to the sky. The sky glowed due to bright snakes, lightning, and the frightening sound the sky made when it was angry. But there was something never seen before. A man. He was quickly distancing himself in a chariot. What was frightening was that the bright snakes, lightning, hit the chariot, but the man didn't seem bothered. And every time the chariot changed direction, the sky screamed louder and louder. It was then that the girl said the same thing her family was thinking. Slash "It's RR, slash in Valhalla's hall, a celebration was taking place. Today, the birth of one of Odin's sons was celebrated, consecrated with many titles, some being the drunk calamity, the killer of giants. But the main thing, the strongest Norse god. Now, the vast majority of people avoided Prince Thor due to certain people who now accompany him to all celebrations. Who were these people? It was Loki's children's. One was known as the godslayer and the other was known as the bad omen. No one liked the people that Prince Thor had established a kind of friendship. But that friendship had become tolerable for most. Anyway, as today was Prince Thor's name day, he was expected to be at the party, correct? Well, not exactly. Where is he? Asked someone. It was Odin, who had asked his wife, Frigg, about the whereabouts of their son Thor. He said that today he had something important to do, so he only stayed in the morning and left right after the banquet at lunch, replied Frigg. But it's his name day. Beyond that, Skadi and Tgard said that today would be a good time to talk to Thor about the proposal, said Odin. I tried to contact Thor through runes. When he answered me he said he wouldn't come. That morning party was enough, Frigg said, giving a tired sigh. He is my son. Even though he is technically illegitimate, he is entitled to at least one day of celebration. And he just wants a morning of celebration? I cannot do that, it would be considered a disgrace to others. The Thor's image was damaged more than enough, said Odin, irritated. Why was Odin angry? Due to Balor and Hr being his sons with Frigg, this meant that they are the successors to the throne of Asgard, with Balor being first in the line of succession, therefore the legitimate heirs are treated differently. The illegitimate children, on the other hand, had fewer privileges than the legitimate ones. A good example. It's the name day parties. At the name day parties of his legitimate children, all races in the kingdom of Asgard must participate. At the parties of his illegitimate children, attendance was optional. Thor's parties were quite popular, at least among the parties of Odin's illegitimate children, especially after the skirmish at Tgard castle. Everyone wanted to be associated with Thor. It was mainly out of interest, but Thor had made friends with some very influential people in the realms. However, all that changed after the centenary of Balor. I understand, my love, I told him the same thing. But the answer he gave me, he said he was tired but that he would make an effort to return by the end of tonight, right after finishing his scheduled chores, explained Frigg. This did not seem to have come the All-Father. Don't worry, Odin. I'm sure my nephew must be doing something important enough to have to ignore the festivities on his own name day, said a voice. It was Loki with a knowing smile. This is no joke, Loki, said Odin, annoyed. Well, I never said it was, replied Loki. But regarding the proposal of Tgard and Skadi lost patience and asked me to tell her where Thor lived in Midgard. She said she would pick him up or, if he's busy, talk to Thor in Midgard. While she talks to Thor, Tgard has offered to pick up Freyja, said Frigg, in a marrying tone. Honestly, I still don't like this, said Loki, with a frown. In Loki's mind, this was nothing in favor of the Aesir. Literally, the leaders of the Vanir gods would gain a living weapon of extortion, while the Aesir would gain practically nothing. Sigh, while I understand your position, brother. It will be necessary to secure the peace of Asgard, said Odin in a tired tone. But that was not the whole reason for Odin. Because Odin offered his eye and willingly tortured himself in the branches of Yggdrasil, he received the gift of wisdom. But it wasn't necessary to have this gift to see that the world was changing. Whether for better or worse he wasn't sure. And there is nothing scarier than uncertainty. Before the commemoration of Thor's name day, the gathering among the leaders of the other pantheons took place. The leader of the Greeks did not go, again. And the tension between the Nordic and Slavic pantheon was growing rapidly. The reason was simple. Influence of territories in Midgard. It was very likely that this tension will evolve into two scenarios. The first will be an all-out war between the two pantheons, with the risk of this war spreading to other pantheons, such as the Celtic pantheon. The second scenario, and what Odin wants, will be a small dispute between two representatives from each pantheon to resolve this little skirmish. I just hope Freyja is reasonable about this possible coster, Frigg said, concerned. It was then that a voice roared in Valale's hall. Odin, where is my mother? Needless to say, Freyja was upset. It was at this point that Loki chose to comment. Humph, yeah, quite reasonable, said Loki. Shut up, Loki. I already have a headache to deal with, said Odin, rubbing his temples. Location, Midgard. POV. Third person. After only a few minutes, Thor had returned to his home, and it seemed Skadi was still awaiting his arrival. She looked unfazed. All right, we can talk now, Thor said, crossing his arms. As much as Thor was acting rudely, this was mainly due to Skadi's unexpected visit, someone he never talked to alone, in his home and, from Thor's point of view, demanding to talk. No matter what Skadi said to Thor at that time. For Thor, she wants something he has and depending on what she asks it will come with a price. After all, Thor initially suspected that maybe she wanted some weapon or artifact. I'm not one to stall, so I'll get straight to the point. I want to ask if you could marry my daughter Freyja, said Skadi. Thor didn't see that coming. Huh, said Thor confused. For Thor it wasn't the conversation he had in mind. Sigh, maybe. Is this a good time to finally walk into your house and sit down to talk? Asked Skadi uncertainly. Thor just gave an uncertain nod and walked towards the door. In no time did he say anything. What the hell could he say? As soon as Thor invited Skadi into his house, he offered Skadi to sit on the sofa. Want something to drink or something? Thor asked uncertainly. Not really, thanks. But I think the sooner we discuss this, the better it will be for us, Skadi said seriously. Right. Why don't we start from the beginning, said Thor, as he sat down in the chair across from the sofa. Skadi looked a little confused. I already mentioned. I would like you to marry my daughter. I assume you know how the contract works. I asked Skadi. Yes, I know that part, said Thor, narrowing his eyes. For Thor, who had lived 2 lives, one of the things that were hard to get used to was accepting to drink mead at a young age, like 4 years old. Another thing. It was the marriage between the Norse gods, and how it worked. It was a kind of contract between 2 families. The contract was called Koster. Basically, the marriage consisted of 2 parts, the betrothal and the marriage, and this whole process started with the negotiations, always taking into account the interests of the families of the groom and the bride. If Thor were to comment on how this marriage worked, basically, he would say that it's not exactly 2 people joining, but rather 2 families as a whole. Everything started from the groom or his father, who carried out the proposal to the father or guardian of the bride. If the bride's father or guardian were satisfied with the proposal, the suitor would have to pay for the bride, and in return, the bride's father promised to give the dowry after the marriage. Both the payment for the bride and the dowry was incorporated into the bride's estate. The 2 men, the groom and the guardian, shook hands in front of at least 2 witnesses and set the date for the celebration of the marriage. The bride's consent could be consulted, but generally, this was not done. And this was a summary of the arranged Nordic marriage, called Koster. That was a big no for Thor. But Thor knew a fact about Koster. Norse marriage between Norse gods only served to solidify alliances. Now, Thor was just hoping to ask a question. I know very well what Koster is. I want to know why, Thor asked. It was then that Skadi understood. Since you know the purpose of Koster, it's easier to explain why. Let me tell you this: if I or Tgard die, there's a good chance the Vanir gods will rebel, said Skadi. This seemed to have caught Thor's attention. I thought no one would have that courage. After all, Frey has 2 of the most powerful weapons in the Nordic pantheon, the Sumarbrandr and the Gullinbursti, said Thor. And it was true. Frey, basically, had the best toys. The Sklanir was a well-known flying ship, not only in the Nordic pantheon but in other pantheons as well. But Frey had other things besides the flying ship. Sumarbrandr was a golden sword with a blade as hot as the surface of the sun, but that's not why the blade was known. What was its main skill? The sword was simply capable of dueling alone. That thing is very alive, and it doesn't need help to be wielded. But another thing that scared the others was the Gullinbursti. Basically, it was a golden boar, immune to magic. If the magic doesn't work, the right thing would be to go to the brute force, but there's a little problem. Now, Gullinbursti might not seem like such a big deal, but if Thor were to compare a god fighting that thing, it would be like a man facing a battle tank. The tank runs over the man. Gullinbursti literally, runs over the god. Of course, this comparison was made with a weaker god, but Gullinbursti was still a force to be reckoned with, and this boar only obeys Frey's commands. It was these weapons that defined Frey's strength. While it's true about Frey's weapons, he doesn't like using them very much, said Skadi, embarrassed. For some reason this was not surprising to Thor. After all, the irony was noticeable. Some of the most powerful weapons of the Norse gods, in the hands of the god of peace. Sigh, where am I into this story? Thor asked wearily. That seemed to have alerted Skadi. For now, she has to choose her words carefully. First of all, please just listen to me. If you have any questions, please save them for the end of the explanation, said Skadi. Thor thought for a moment, then nodded in affirmation. Well, where do I start? First of all, it's a fact that the war between the gods Vanir and Aesir was the 2nd bloodiest war in our pantheon. Both Tgard and your father committed things cruel. They had their reasons for being like that, but I won't go into detail. The problem was that war leaves wounds, and even when both parties are reduced to numbers so close to extinction, the old blood remains for some, but this is usually resolved with alliances between both parties. But there is no rope that binds the Aesir to the Vanir. In fact, since the end of the war, we have remained separate from you Aesir. And as no bridge has been created between us, the feeling of settlement of scores grew stronger. This Koster will be the first bridge that will be created to strengthen our alliance, but as it will be the first Koster. One must choose very carefully the people who will marry. Ideally, it would be between the royalty of both races of gods, explained Skadi. For Thor, that was a pretty short explanation. But it was clear that Koster was needed as soon as possible. Skadi herself had said that there was no Koster between the Vanir and Aesir even after the war ended. That was a mistake. But again, what Skadi commented was a fact. Must choose very carefully the people who would marry. And generally, royalty was ideal. The royalty of the gods after the war. It was very deteriorated and still had a grudge against the things that happened during the war. Odin with his blood eagles, where it was one of the bloodiest rituals Thor had ever heard. Tgard with his stretcher, where Thor noticed Tgard's cookie creativity with hooks. In short, no one wanted to marry the person who did these things to their relatives. So it seemed that the responsibility would fall to the future generation of gods. The generation that Thor found himself with. The generation of the Aesir, sons of Odin, was made up only of men, and the generation of the Vanir, sons of Tgard, was made up of a god and a goddess. The god was disregarded as a candidate for the Koster for obvious reasons, so there was only the goddess left, Freyja. Basically, Freyja didn't exactly have a choice. After all, waiting until Odin had a daughter was too risky. Freyja, in theory, need to marry an Aesir god, son of Odin. However, Be honest, Skadi. Why, exactly, me, and don't you dare lie, Thor said, narrowing his eyes. The Vanir didn't have many options. But it was because the Aesir didn't have any women who were Odin's daughters. There were far more options as a bridegroom for Freyja. Not to mention that, among those options, 2 gods were first and second in line to the throne of Asgard. Thor knew he wasn't just an illegitimate child. He was the 4th illegitimate child. If Skadi took him as an option and discarded the rest of his siblings, then it only meant one thing: be honest. Alright then. Because most of the gods piss themselves out of fear when you're in the same room as them. It's more obvious when you're drunk, said Skadi, impassively. Well, that was a very unique way of using words. But it wasn't a lie. Thor was remembered as a hero who defeated 1,000 Jotuns. But after the centenary of Balor, the hero adored by the people turned into one of the most feared gods by the vast majority of the people of Asgard. So let's face it, you want me to be some sort of weapon that will instill fear in this skirmish between the Vanir gods. By marrying Freyja, Frey will secure his rule by guaranteeing a brother-in-law who is Aesir royalty, and powerful enough as a bonus, said Thor. In shorties, said Skadi. Thor looked at Skadi impassively. Sigh. Do you realize this is the biggest bullshit I've heard? Thor asked. Skadi looked indignant. It's not bullshit. It's something that needs to be done for lasting peace, said Skadi. No, it's not. You said you want to crush any idea of rebellion, but Odin won't be on the throne forever. Balor will assume his rightful place and rule Asgard and all its lands. And my brother is adored by all, even by the Vanir gods. So the chances of anyone rebelling during Balor's rule are extremely low, Thor said. Skadi was silent. That might be true, but only if Balor assumes the throne sooner. And even if Balor took over, there would still be a chance of rebellion, Skadi said, trying to explain. But she was soon interrupted by Thor. And you think marrying Freyja to me is your best chance for peace? Even if I accepted the way you're describing the situation, there would still be a chance for rebellion as well, Thor said. True, but it would be a much smaller chance, and when Balor takes the throne, the chance will be reduced from almost nothing to 0, said Skadi. Thor was silent, reflecting because what Skadi had said made some sense. If a cost occurs between the gods Aesir and Vanir, the chances of rebellion are reduced, and after Balor assumes power, probably the rebellion will never begin. It was then that Skadi got up from the couch and started to approach Thor and did something that surprised Thor because he never imagined that the proud Skadi would do such an action. Skadi knelt and bowed. Please, I just ask you to consider, said Skadi. Skadi, the Jotun ally of the Asgardians, known for the most explosive temper of all. She was begging. Skadi, despite being a Jotun, was Njord's wife and Freyja's mother. Therefore, she was part of the Vanir royalty. But it wasn't just among the Vanir that she was royalty. Skadi, during the war between Aesir and Vanir, was a kind of princess Jotun, because she was the daughter of Thjazi, the leader of one of the oldest Jotun's clan of the pantheon. For a royal to kneel and bow, in addition to begging, for a bastard. Well, desperate situations call for desperate measures. Stand up, you're just embarrassing yourself, said Thor. Thor was in a complicated situation. Out of curiosity, why did you spare the trouble to ask me what I think about all this? Thor asked. Skadi didn't stop bowing but answered the question. It was on the advice of King Odin and Loki. They said you don't like to be kept in the dark and dragged against your will, said Skadi. Humph. So they learn, said Thor, with a small smile. Thor then looked at Skadi and his smile faded. Thor rose from his chair and took Skadi by the shoulders and urged her to her feet. Now Skadi was a little nervous, as Thor was by far taller. Thor hadn't stopped growing for some reason. And while Skadi was considered tall, with 6 feet, Thor eclipsed with 8 feet. In short, Thor was quite intimidating with just his height. It was at this moment that Thor chose to speak. Did you talk about this situation with Freyja? Thor asked. After all, the bride's consent could be consulted, but usually, it wasn't. The problem is that Freyja is the goddess of love. There is no arranged marriage, which usually starts without love, with the goddess of love. For Thor, this situation was comparable to forcing a carnivorous animal to become an herbivore. I asked Njord to pick up Freyja so we could talk right after your name day celebration, but you weren't in Valhalla this afternoon, so I asked Frigg to tell me where you lived, said Skadi. That's not exactly what I asked. I asked if you had already talked to Freyja about everything. I'll be more specific. Did you seek her consent? Thor asked, frowning. Skadi understood, and after a moment of silence, she answered. No, said Skadi. Sigh. Let's go to Asgard. I promised my mother I would join in the nightly festivities, said Thor, in a tired tone. Skadi just nodded. But before they left the house, Thor had remembered one thing. Whistle, Fenrir? Come here, said Thor, after he had whistled. It was then that something came down the stairs quickly and jumped towards Skadi, who didn't react in time. For a few seconds, Skadi saw her own death. But then Fenrir stopped his bite just half an inch away from Skadi's face. But it wasn't because Fenrir wanted. He was stopped by Thor, who was holding him. Sigh, I already told you. No killing inside my house. The smell of blood is unbearable indoors, said Thor, with a reproachful tone. Fenrir just whimpered. Thor knew this was Fenrir's way of apologizing. It was then that Thor remembered something else, and that brought a smile to his face. Wait here, Skadi, I'll just get something from my forge, said Thor, as he placed Fenrir on his shoulder. As Thor began to walk toward the room of the house that housed the forge, Fenrir glanced towards Skadi. Skadi, as she was also the goddess of hunting, knew what an animal was feeling. What was Fenrir feeling about her? Well, kill. Bad female. Protect. New. Brother. Kill. Others. New brother. No. Let me kill them. What frightened Skadi was the murderous feeling Fenrir gave off, even after being reprimanded. It was clear to Skadi, if she becomes a threat, she will not stay alive for long in Fenrir's presence. A short time later Thor returned with a small package. Fenrir. Was he upstairs all this time? Asked Skadi, giving Fenrir a wary look. Fenrir responded with a murderous look. Yeah, he's usually a very heavy sleeper, so I have to whistle loudly when I want to call him. He's pretty lazy most of the day, Thor explained. While Skadi had understood, there was something else she was curious about. I'm a little curious. For who is this package? Asked Skadi. Thor smiled back. It's a little gift to my old man. I was waiting for his name day, but after today, I've decided it's best to deliver the gift I made specifically to him as soon as possible, said Thor. Skadi was still curious, but chose not to comment. In fact, Skadi's mind started thinking about the coster again. Thor. About the coster. Have you decided yet? Asked Skadi uncertainly. I will only consider after you or your husband talk to Freyja and I must be present, said Thor without missing a beat in his walk. As Thor said this, he was thinking of all the probabilities of this situation. Thor said this just to buy him time to think. Let's go. We've wasted too much time. Did you see if Hel was still with the rest of my brothers? Said Thor, opening the door to his house. Yes, she was sitting with her brothers, since the morning she has been with them. Balor seemed to be taking care of her, replied Skadi. Fine. At least it's not Hermod, said Thor. Among all of Thor's brothers, Balor was the most responsible and trustworthy, along with Vidar. It wasn't that Thor hated his other brothers, far from it, he liked his brothers. But sometimes Hermod and Vala were more likely to cause trouble. There was even a time when Hermod courted a woman, a married woman. Needless to say, the woman's husband didn't like it at all. Anyway, at this point, Skadi and Thor left towards Asgard, intending to participate in the rest of the festivities in Valhalla that were taking place today, which was Thor's birthday. Early in the morning of that day, Prince Thor's name day celebrations began. But, for unknown reasons, Prince Thor withdrew from the celebration throughout the afternoon and early evening. During this time, the Princess Vanir, Freyja, entered Valhalla's hall hurriedly and inquired about the location of her mother, Skadi. To the guests, she looked worried. But in reality, Freyja was quite upset. Odin said that Skadi was doing something important and that he would return to the celebrations as soon as it was over. And because the answer was vague, it made some people curious about where Skadi was. It was then that Prince Loki argued that the goddess Skadi had gone to meet Prince Thor. Prince Loki's explanation was still vague, but he opened a Pandora's box. After all, many things could be interpreted from such a statement. Guests who were in the habit of assuming what was possibly going on began to think that Njord's wife was having an affair with Prince Thor. This thought was quickly dismissed as everyone knew how much Skadi loved Njord. After a few minutes, Princess Freyja found herself at the table of Odin's children sitting beside Frey, who was facing Balor and Hel. Freyja then went on to talk about how she got the news from her father that she is being offered marriage in a coster to Prince Thor. I can't believe they did this to me, I'm the goddess of love. Obviously, I won't approve of such a vile thing as coster, said Freyja, indignantly. Hermod had a nervous look at this last statement. Oh yes, definitely whoever thought of negotiating your hand in marriage doesn't deserve you, said Hermod. Balor, who was sitting in front of Freyja, started to speak. I know it's unfair, but I know my brother. He taught me a lot growing up about how to be fair and stay true to your beliefs. So I give you my word, Freyja, my brother won't let this happen. It may not seem like it, but my brother cherishes peace and freedom, explained Balor. Hel didn't make any comment. After all, she had no idea what to say because she's never been in a similar situation. I understand, Balor, but it's still hard to process that my family would do something like that. I wonder if they care about my opinion. Freyja said with a tone of defeat. I care, dear sister. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. Otherwise, I will have failed as your big brother, Frey said with a confident tone. Freyja just looked at her brother and gave a small smile of appreciation. But then she remembered her conversation with her father, about her duty as princess of the Vanir gods, and about the main reason for coster, keeping Frey safe when he starts to rule the Vanir gods. It was at that moment that Freyja's appreciative smile turned to apologetic. No brother, I will have failed you, whispered Freyja. It was then that the voice of the guard who stood at the doors of Valhalla's hall echoed through the hall. All hail Princess Skadi. Freyja looked towards the entrance and saw her mother walking quickly to the table where her father Njord sat. During this walk, Skadi caught her daughter's gaze and gave her an apologetic look before continuing to walk towards Njord. Due to Skadi's behavior, Freyja interpreted that Thor had accepted the coster. This had left a bitter taste in her mouth. Some time passed and the guard spoke once more. Hail Prince Thor, said the guard aloud. And there was Thor, standing at the gates of Valhalla, just looking. It was then that Thor's eyes met Freyja's gaze and the gaze between the two remained for some time until Thor began to stare at Odin. It was then a waitress approached Thor. The waitresses were responsible for distributing the drink and food to the guests. Usually, the drink was in the standard drinking horns. But the standard for Thor was a barrel. And that was exactly what the waitress was bringing to Thor. A barrel full of mead. Here it is, my prince. More barrels will be delivered, I promise you, said the waitress, smiling and handing over the barrel. The waitress was nervous because on Thor's shoulder, looking bored, was the godslayer. Thor looked at the barrel and then at the waitress, but he didn't smile in response. I thank you for your consideration, but I will only have a ceremonial drinking horn, Thor said. That surprised the occupants. Thor cut down on his drink? Why? The waitress just waved and ran to get the barrel and take it back, only then to get the drinking horn. But Thor prevented the action. No, let the barrel he rail make use of that barrel, Thor said. The waitress was confused. Thor wasn't going to drink the barrel, but he's still going to keep it? The waitress just shrugged and went to get the standard ceremonial mead horn. While the waitress had been fetching the mead horn, Thor decided to look at the guests. He flashed a smile at his brother's table, and a polite nod to the other tables, but not a smile. For some who knew well how Thor behaved when he was sober, his mood was quite clear. Somehow Thor was pissed. When the waitress returned with the drinking horn, Thor then thanked her and began to smile. For some reason, Odin didn't like that smile. I would like to make a statement, Thor said aloud. All the guests rose from the tables and remained silent, awaiting Prince Thor's words. However, some didn't have a good feeling. First of all, I would like to thank you for participating in my name's day party. I assure you that I am extremely happy for your consideration in coming to celebrate, said Thor, in a sincere tone. This seemed to bring some happy smiles from the audience. But those smiles were erased from the face and replaced by a puzzled expression after Thor spoke the next words. Now I, as the day's host, declare that the festivities are over, you may leave, Thor said with a smile. A fake smile. Nobody understood. After all, it was still early in the evening. Also, the party started as soon as the sun rose, so it was supposed to end with the sunrise of the next day. I understand your confusion, people of Asgard, but I need to discuss with my parents something important that can only be decided today. I ask that the people who are sitting at my brother's table remain, said Thor, in an apologetic tone. This caught the public's attention. To the guests, it looked like Thor was going to have a very important conversation. Some speculated it was a family affair, but dismissed it as Frey and Freyja were sitting next to the Aesir princes. But the guests obeyed. After all, Thor had the power of the host of the day. As everyone was leaving, just as the leading couple Vanir approached, Thor whispered in their direction. Wait outside the gates, said Thor, not looking at the couple. Neither Skadi nor Tgard said anything, but they decided to do as asked. Because it would probably be something about the coster. As soon as all the guests had left, Thor dropped the drinking horn on the floor, picked up the barrel, and began walking toward his brother's table. As soon as Thor got close, he started to smile. Thank you guys for coming, Gandbalr. Thank you for taking care of Hel, Thor said. Hel looked a little indignant. What do you mean take care? I'm not a child, cousin, said Hel, a little annoyed. Thor just smiled back. Ha 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 ha, right, of course, it's not sorry for saying you were a kid, said Thor, who put one of his hands on Hel's head and ruffled her hair. Ah, you never apologized when you said I behaved like a child, said Hermod, with a playful tone. Because I was, and still am, right? You still behave like a child, you little shit, Thor said, unmoved. Hermod grimaced indignantly. Ha ha ha. Calm down guys, said Balor worriedly. It was then that a voice spoke. It was Freyja. Thor, my mom already talked to you, didn't she? Asked Freyja. It was then that Frey chose that moment to jump across the table, and glared at Thor, wanting to look as intimidating as possible. Frey failed to appear intimidating, as Thor remained unfazed. While you are my friend, I won't let my sister forcefully marry, Frey said. It was then that something surprised everyone sitting at the table. Someone stopped Frey from speaking, and that someone was Freyja. Frey, stop. It's all right, Freyja said, smiling. But for Frey, who knew his sister's smiles, knew that the smile Freyja was giving him, it was quite false. But sister? Frey started to complain before being interrupted by someone else. So will you fight for your sister's freedom? This caught the attention of the people at the table. Who asked that question? The answer would be simple. Thor. Thor, what are you suggesting? Asked Balor, curious. Thor just smiled. Oh, you know me, brother. I'm offering the easy way, said Thor. Freyja had not fully understood what Thor was claiming. It was then that Thor chose to comment. I'd like to say to you guys to stay here, but you'd better leave too. While you technically could participate, the fewer people who know what's going to happen in this room, the better it will be, Thor said. Balor looked disappointed. You don't trust us? Asked Balor. Not exactly. You'll be more likely to stop me if you witness this conversation, so I'm just pulling you out of the conflict, Thor explained. These words caught the attention of the people at the table. Conflict. What conflict? Though Balor wanted to know more. All of Thor's brothers knew that, when Thor sets one thing in his head, he is unlikely to change. So Balor just nodded as he rose from his chair. All of y'all let's go, said Balor, to his brothers. Thor's other brothers understood the situation and quickly rose from their chairs. Hel rose too, albeit reluctantly. Thor, you really don't need our help, asked Hel. Thor just shook his head in denial. It's better to be this way. But by the way, while the celebrations in Valhalla have ended, feel free to come to my house in Midgard. We can continue celebrating there. Hel has another key to my house, so you can go with her. If you find Sif and Nana, you can call them too. But when you leave, ask Skadi and Tgard to come in, said Thor, to the people who were there. Got up from the table. Thor's brothers and Hel nodded and then headed for the exit. Frey and Freyja looked like they didn't know whether to accompany the others or remain, since what Thor will discuss with their parents probably will be about Koster. It was then that Thor looked at the royalty Vanir. You will stay until the conversation is over. Please follow me, let's have a very fun conversation, said Thor, as he tucked the barrel of mead into his storage necklace, and walked towards the head table. The Vanir siblings just nodded and followed Thor toward the head table. As they approached the main imperial table, Thor grabbed a chair and sat down calmly in front of Odin. After a few minutes, Skadi and Tgard appeared. The Vanir gods were all standing and only the Aesir, consisting of Frigg, Odin, Loki, and Thor himself, remained seated. Thor noticed this quickly. This is getting in the way a little, Thor said in reflection, looking at the table. Thor then rose from his chair, and lifted the table. He set the table a little away from the small group and then returned to his seat. While Thor could just throw the table. The mess would be unnecessary. Please sit down, Thor said, to the Vanir gods. The Vanir gods then sought out chairs to sit on. During that moment, Fenrir, who had been on Thor's shoulder all this time, jumped into Thor's lap and began glaring at Odin and Loki. Obviously, both Odin and Loki didn't like the looks Fenrir was giving them at all. When the Vanir gods returned with the chairs, they, understandably, chose to sit a little apart from Thor, who had Fenrir in his lap. But Frey and Freyja sat opposite their parents. The action was noticed by the others. Freyja, what's the meaning? Began Skadi, until she was interrupted by a voice followed by a loud growl. Sit down. It was Thor who had spoken, and as he spoke Fenrir gave a warning growl. Skadi was then pulled by Tgard to sit down. With everyone seated, the difference was visible. It looked like a quadratic formation, with Thor sitting across from Odin, Frigg, and Loki, and Frey and Freyja sitting across from their parents. No one wanted to start the conversation for a while. The tension was palpable. It was then that Thor commented. How are the territories of Asgard doing, father? Any conflict? Thor asked. This surprised people because it wasn't exactly what they thought would be asked first. I must say, nephew, you know how to break the ice, said Loki, with a smile. Thor did not smile in response. Thor, I think you and us know we should talk about the Koster, said Frigg. There will be no Koster? My sister will not forcibly marry, exclaimed Frey. Frey don't, said Freyja, trying to stop Frey, but the damage has already been done. Skadi and Tgard promptly spoke back. Shut up, Frey. It's the best way for you to guarantee your power among the Vanir gods, said Skadi. This is all thanks to the rash decisions you usually make. Who doesn't remember your little adventure in Jotunheim? Thanks to Sif, we know very well about how you acted. And not just us, but other gods too. If Thor hadn't been there, I would have probably received your head as of a sign of war, shouted Tgard. Enough, shouted a voice. It was Odin who had demanded silence. But Odin was not facing any of the Vanir. He was facing the only person who seemed quite calm at this conversation. You brought us together. Aren't you going to say anything? Asked Odin, looking at his son. Thor remained calm, and after some silence, he decided to speak. If I were to say all I want, we would spend all night in this conversation. But I'll summarize what I think about it all. But I must warn you that what I'm going to say might be a little insensitive. Odin seemed to consider for some time, until he made his decision. Very well, you may speak honestly, Thor, said Odin. Thor then smiled back. I beg your pardon in advance, Skadi, but regarding my opinion about the Koster I refuse, said Thor. And so, simply, people were surprised and shocked by Thor's response. Skadi promptly rose from her chair in outrage. I beg to you? For to consider, Skadi started to say until she was interrupted by Thor himself. And I considered. And no matter what scenario goes through my head, the Koster is the last option to solve your problems. It's the last option for a simple reason. It's risky. Very risky. A good example of what can happen. Let's see. Frey is murdered and Freyja will be in power and will marry any rebel Vanir god to establish peace in the Vanir race, and if Freyja is married to an Aesir god, she will likely be murdered too, and then the other Vanir gods would choose their leader. And that was one of the scenarios, Thor explained. The group was silent, until Skadi chose to speak. When did you think of this scenario? Asked Skadi. As soon as we left my house, on our way to Asgard, I was thinking about the pros and cons, and the cons are too much. I didn't lie to you. I respected your request and was seriously considering the proposal. But I won't participate in something that could go very wrong, explained Thor, with a tone of sincerity. But then Tgard chose to comment. You talk about murder? My people would never do such a dishonorable thing. If one of us wants to kill a person, there is a duel. There will never be someone who will kill the other in such a dishonorable way, said Tgard indignantly. In a way, this was true. In Norse culture, it was considered dishonorable to kill a person, in a way considered cowardly. The use of poison for murder was considered a cowardly way. However, Tgard, honestly, no one would mind being the dishonorable guy in the story when everyone wants the same thing. And honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if the Vanir rebelled. They would kill Frey and Freyja with poison without a second thought, said Thor, simply. Thor was sure that the poison would be the main weapon used for the murder of Frey and Freyja, in case of a revolt of the Vanir gods. Why? Because it was the best weapon for the situation of the rebels Vanir gods. The Vanir are reduced in numbers, just 50 gods. The Vanir are allies of the Light Elves, who are a force of approximately 1,000 soldiers. but when compared to the rest of the Asgardian army, as well as powerful Aesir like Thor, Balor, Odin, Vidar, and others, the chances of the Vanir losing in open warfare were certain. So there's only the last option left. The tragic death of Frey and Freyja, resulting in a new election for the heir of the Vanir, as neither Frey nor Freyja has descendants. No one would suspect that Frey and Freyja were poisoned. After all, poison was a dishonorable weapon. If anyone suspected, there could always be a scapegoat. As for the poisons capable of killing a god, there were a few. If it were a very potent poison, it would be that of the White Dragon Emperor named Albion. But another poison, just a little weaker, and one that wouldn't arouse suspicion because it weakens before killing with just a few drops? Jormungandr's poison. Another possible poison. Thanks to Thor's travels in Africa, he knew there was another creature. A very ugly creature. When Thor encountered this creature, it resembled the Grotslang, a mixture of familiar animals. But even though the Grotslang was a giant, and the fusion of an elephant and a snake, this other creature Thor encountered was a little over 12 inches tall. It seemed this creature looked like the fusion of a chicken and a snake, and its poison was quite potent. Not comparable to Jormungandr, but still quite strong, and quite capable of killing a god if administered in large amounts. Unfortunately, Thor had only gotten a small sample of the poison. Anyway, there were few, but there were poisons capable of killing a god. Were they hard to get? Absolutely. But there would always be a small possibility. The people who heard Thor's explanation were processing this information, and frankly, those who fought the wars knew very well about one thing. All is fair in a war, especially when you start on the side that is clearly at disadvantage. So Thor, what do you suggest? Asked Freyja, curious. That was the same question everyone had, but Freyja had spoken first. Freyja was worried. Initially, she was upset with Kostar, but she was afraid what her parents were saying would come true. So, grudgingly, she would do anything for peace, even if it cost her freedom. But Thor's claims had threw the Kostar out of the window, because it showed that even if the Kostar happened, there would be a probability of rebellion. It may not seem like it, but when the situation calls for it, Freyja becomes realistic. And at that moment, the rebellion can still happen. Do you want a pragmatic answer? Thor asked, looking at Freyja. As soon as Freyja nodded, Thor responded somewhat rude. To be honest, your brother needs to grow some balls, said Thor, without missing a beat. This seems to have aroused the wrath of most Vanir. What do you mean by that, Thor? Are you calling me a submissive? Asked Frey, yelling, getting up from his chair. Frey was annoyed, and for good reason. Being called submissive in Norse culture, it was an insult and affront to Frey's pride. But then someone stopped Frey and pulled him back to his seat. It was Freyja. And although she was a little upset at the choice of words, she wanted to know exactly what it meant. Now, could you give an explanation? Not so short, asked Freyja, with a small frown. It was then that Thor smiled back. From what I could understand from the conversation I had with Skadi, the Kostar would be used as the main motive, not to solidify our alliance, but to establish fear in the Vanir who want to rebel. And Frey can do that, Thor said. It seemed to make people think. But there was one small detail. Thor, I don't fight. I'm a god of peace, remember, said Frey. It was then that Thor grimaced. Yes, I know that. That's why in the summary version I said that you need to grow some balls. For Odin's sake, Frey. During our trip to Jotunheim, although you, probably, would die there, you could have killed almost half of the 1,000 Jotuns if you were using your weapons? You may not be the strongest or the mightiest, but you have the best toys that fight for you. Just give the order. Also, a god of peace? Okay, answer me this then. How can you consider yourself a god of peace if you are unwilling to preserve peace? Said Thor, asking a question at the end of their dialogue. And that question, Frey didn't know how to answer without facing his ideals. No one dared to say anything, neither the Aesir nor the Vanir. Thor, when he noticed that Frey didn't have an answer to his question, continued to speak, calmer this time. Sigh, you know, in a way, Balr is also a god of peace. But unlike you, he is more than willing to break the skull of the enemies who threaten Asgard with his own fists if necessary. Unlike you, he doesn't have weapons that fight for him, and even if he had something like that, I guarantee you that he would still use his fists. Balr believes that if he wants to be the protector of his people in case of war, he must be on the front lines fighting and bleeding for his people. And that's something I can respect from the little shit, because just a few leaders act like that way, said Thor, in a tired tone. Thor, I think that's enough, you began Odin, until he was interrupted by the least likely person. Knows right, I'm a coward, Frey said. This was considered a shock to some, as Frey was basically accepting that Thor was calling him a coward and blind in the face of conflict. Frey, you're not a coward to me, you just have a good heart. But even I've admitted to you, this is the wrong time for the kind of peace you so determinately defend. I'm proud of you now, for having recognized that too, said Freyja, placing her hand on her brother's shoulder. Frey appreciated the gesture, but he was still depressed after Thor's statements. It was then that Loki chose to speak. Well, this talk is making me sick. But before I start throwing up, I'd still like to hear your brilliant solution, nephew, said Loki, with a smile. Obviously, no one liked the choice of words, but Thor still responded. Oh, feeling like throwing up from the conversation, uncle. I understand your situation. I feel the same thing every time I see your face, Thor said. Loki lost his smile. This is no time for jokes. What do you suggest, Thor? Asked Frigg, It was then that everyone waited for Thor to respond. Want my solution? First I must know if there is any imminent conflict, said Thor, crossing his arms. Odin had no intention of commenting, but he wanted to see what his son had in mind. An imminent conflict? Without a doubt the most likely conflict is against the Slav pantheon. The reason is the same old thing. Territory dispute in Midgard, said Odin. This surprised some, such as Frey, Freyja, and, to some extent, Thor. But Thor saw this as an opportunity. Out of curiosity, what would the territory be? Thor asked, curious. Odin snapped his fingers and used some magic to create an exact copy of the Midgard map. For Thor, it was the world map he knew, with a few minor differences. On this map were marked all the territories of influence of each pantheon and faction. It was then that the map approached a particular location that turned out to be Nordic territory with the pantheons of Celtic and Slavic gods relatively close. It was then that Odin brought the image closer and showed the disputed territory between Nordic and Slavic territory. The disputed territory? Well, the disputed territory of influence is this small group of islands between our territories. I spoke with Perun before you returned to Asgard this evening for the continued celebration of your name day, and we reached a consensus on a small competition between 2 representatives from each pantheon. Pantheon victory will occur when there are no more representatives to compete, explained Odin. Thor stared at the islands shown. He knew the name, due to his previous life. It was an archipelago located at the entrance to the Gulf of Bothnia on the Baltic Sea. The name of the archipelago? Avenenma, Åland, Islands. Well, that's great, I'll be one of the 2 representatives, no need to look for the other, said Thor looking at Frey. Everyone seemed to get the message. Now tell me, Frey, will you fight for your sister's freedom? Here's your chance. If you fight using your weapons, it will show the Vanir that you have the balls to be a strong leader, maybe even surpassing your parents. But the point is, can you do it? Thor asked, now waiting for Frey's answer. And it seemed that Frey was seriously considering in the house of the strongest Norse god. Asgardian royalty along with Nanna and Sif found themselves curious about strange architecture and things they had never seen before. What's that for? Asked Hermod, pointing to a large box made of some metal. Hel promptly answered her curious cousin's question. Thor told me the name once, it was Fridge, said Hel. While most of the royalty was in the so-called living room, Hermod got bored of doing nothing and just waiting for his brother Thor to return. So he decided to explore the house, with Hel following close behind. Oh, and what does it do? Asked Hermod. Well, Thor told me how it worked, but I didn't quite understand. I just understood that it preserves the food, Hel said. Hermod was confused. Preserve the food? Asked Hermod. Ahia, I didn't understand that part either, said Hel. Hermod then shrugged and proceeded to further investigate the area Hel called the kitchen, which, for Hermod, was a much smaller space than what might be considered a standard kitchen. It was then that Hermod identified another object. A very strange object. As soon as Hermod raised his hand to catch the target, someone held him back. No, shouted a frightened voice. It was Hel who was holding Hermod's forearm. The other brothers came as soon as they heard Hel's scream, with Balor in the lead. Hel? What happened? Asked Balor. Hel, realizing she had caused a scene, was embarrassed and let go of Hermod's arm. You see, I don't think Thor will like you touching anything, especially that thing, Hel said, pointing to the object that had piqued Hermod's curiosity. Balor was confused, as was the rest of the group, and looked towards the object. It was then that Nanna, who had approached the group along with Sif, declared. Looks like a beverage pitcher, said Nanna, in confusion. Sif seemed to disagree. Pitchers aren't small. Also, it appears to be made of metal, Sif said. Balor, as curious as to the group, looked at Hel. Cousin, could you tell us what it is? And what is it for? Asked Balor. Hel seemed to have grown more nervous about everyone's gaze. Well, Thor called it a coffee maker, and I didn't quite understand when Thor explained to me what it's for. He just said he make the precious with that, Hel said. No one understood Hel's explanation. What was the precious? Well, although I'm curious what that precious would be, we'd better stay together in the living room. We are under the law of the guest, but the host, who owns the roof over our heads, is not present, said Balor, looking at Hermod. Hermod seemed to disagree. Come on, Balor, I'm sure Thor won't mind we explore his house a bit, said Hermod. Hel seemed to disagree because she didn't think Thor would like someone going through his things without permission. But before Hel could comment, Balor replied. No, and this is not a discussion, Hermod. We are going to the living room and we will await the return of our brother and host, Thor, said Balor, with a serious tone and facing Hermod. Hermod knew he couldn't go against Balor. He wasn't such a fool. Sigh. Very well then, said Hermod, with a defeated sigh. It was then that the door to the house opened. Thor, accompanied by Frey and Freyja, had returned. Vidar, who was the first to return from the kitchen, was the first to notice. Brother, you finally arrived? Shall we enjoy the rest of the evening and continue to celebrate your name day? Asked Vidar. At that moment, Thor looked at Vidar and the others who had come out of the kitchen area to greet Thor. Yes, Vidar, we can continue, said Thor. Thor then looked at Hel. Hel, could you please take them to the deck? I'll cook something, said Thor. Hel then lit up. Certainly, cousin. This way, guys, Hel said, leading the guests to the stairs. Though the vast majority of people followed Hel, 2 people didn't follow the Queen of the Underworld. It was the Vanir siblings, who chose to stay in the kitchen while Thor prepared something to cook. You should have followed them, said Thor, as he removed some ingredients from the fridge and pantry. We would like to speak with you, Freyja said. Well, although I'm cooking, my ears are open for any conversation, Thor said. Freyja then looked at her brother. Do you think that if I show to the rest of the Vanir gods that I'm strong, there will be no rebellion? Asked Frey uncertainly. Thor then stopped for a moment and turned to look at Frey and Freyja, before returning to what he was doing. You don't learn to be strong. You are forced to be strong, Thor said. Frey hadn't understood what Thor claimed, but Freyja seemed to think about that. What do you mean by that? Who forces me to be strong? Asked Frey, but who answered the question was not Thor. Life, isn't it? Asked Freyja. Yes, more specifically the position Frey is in right now, Thor said. Frey then looked at Freyja. Life? Asked Frey uncertainly. Freyja looked at her brother. You didn't choose this, Frey, I understand you. You don't want to fight, and you want an era of peace without conflict, but for one of our standing, as the royalty in a warrior society, that kind of peace is not acceptable. In fact, in a way, we are forced to be who we are because of our birth, Freyja said, in a somber tone. This seemed to have affected Frey, as did during the end of the conversation about cost or when Thor asked him how he can be the god of peace if he refuses to preserve it. Your sister is right, Frey. But that's not the only reason, said Thor. This caught the attention of the Vanir siblings. You, Frey, were thinking of an ideal world for you. But, you must understand that this ideal world is just a mirage. Because reality tends to be disappointing, Thor said, looking at Frey. So, if you think my peace is just a mirage, can you tell me what peace is for you, Thor? Asked Frey, curious. Thor thought for a moment, then went back to cooking as he answered. Peace is, you can lie down in your bed without worrying about the outside. For me, peace is more of individual achievement. But enough of that. If you want to show your people that you are their leader, you must understand that you may not get the peace you want to fight for, but you will get the obedience of your people, said Thor. After Thor stated, it was then clear to Frey. Thor did not want him to fight for the Vanir gods to be at peace during his rule. Thor wanted Frey to fight for the Vanir gods to obey him, while Frey would like to condemn such an action. After all these conversations, he knew he needed to fight, because only by fighting would he establish his dominance as the Vanir heir. By the standards of our society, you weren't weak, Frey, you were incompetent, Thor said. Frey remained silent, just accepting the truth of Thor's words. Well, the fight against the Slavic pantheon across the archipelago, it's been scheduled for a week, so, do you have any idea who you're facing? Freyja asked, looking at Thor. After some thought, Thor responded. I don't want to jump to conclusions, but it is almost certain that the leader of the current Slav pantheon will fight, said Thor. This seemed to shock Frey and Freyja. Perun? Perun may fight, asked Frey. Perun is the current leader of the pantheon, as well as being one of the heads of the Triglav, as well as being a battle maniac, so, in a way, he may fight, Thor said, shrugging. If Perun fought, it wouldn't be surprising to Thor. The question is, who would be the other Slav representative? Veles? That was out of the question, as Veles had a rivalry with Perun. A rivalry that claimed to be an endless struggle that changes the seasons throughout the year, so Thor doubted Veles' support for this situation. So Thor had no idea who the other representative would be. Anyway, we won't know until the time comes, Thor said. The Vanir siblings exchanged nervous glances, but they didn't know what else to say about the fight, so they remained silent. It was then that Freyja remembered something. Thor, what was that box you gave to your father, Odin? Asked Freyja, curious. When Thor heard the question, he stopped cooking for a moment, until he gave a smile. A very vindictive smile. Well, let's just say that King Odin will be quite impressed by the gift, Thor said. Freyja didn't understand, but Frey seemed to notice Thor's smile. It was a smile that caused goosebumps. Gift? Asked Freyja. Oh yes, I'm sure it will be a gift he will remember very well, said Thor, as he went back to cooking. Location, Asgard/Palace/Odin's room. Sigh, this meeting did not go exactly as I predicted, said Odin, with a tired tone. Frigg then sat up in bed. Well, you know Thor. He tends to surprise us with another unique perspective, said Frigg. You're right. The brat is not easy to predict, said Odin, with a small smile. It was then that Frigg asked a question as she went to the wardrobe to take off her clothes for the night. By the way, what did Thor give you before he left? Asked Frigg. It was then that Odin looked at a small package in his hands. He said it was a gift. But today is his name day. Why did he give me something? Asked Odin, curious. Odin thought Thor would be angry after Koster's attempt. But at the end of the conversation, Thor gave him a gift. It was then that Odin saw a small blue button on the box. And, out of curiosity, he pressed the button. Shit, swore Odin, in a low voice, as he looked at his index finger, which now had some blood forming. It felt like something like a needle pierced his finger. It was at that moment that Thor's voice emerged from the box. Greetings, my old man. If you're hearing this, then you pressed the button on the package I handed you. This is a little gift made by me, from the corrupted ice and a few more things. The statue is quite resistant to magic and physical attacks. Hope you like it. I know I'll like it, said Thor's recording. Statue, said Odin, confused. But honestly, Odin was more concerned about Thor's latest statement. It was then that the package opened. Inside the package was said statue. It looked like a statue of a dog. The statue was a little strange, the dog was sitting like a guard dog, but it looked like it was holding some sort of sword. It was then that the recording continued. Behold, Doggo. For some reason, Odin didn't like the name one bit, but he dismissed his worries. After all, it was just a mere decorative statue. An odd statue, but still a mere statue. So my love, what was it? Asked Frigg. It was then that Odin saw the state of dress of his lovely wife. In fact, there was no dress. Maybe we'd better leave it to talk about Thor's gift for later. Now I have a duty as a husband. A very more important duty, said Odin, as he dropped the doggo statue to the ground. Frigg just smiled and walked towards her husband. What Odin didn't know at the time is that the statue was linked, through the collected blood, to a particular hormone. The hormone? Oxytocin. Commonly referred to as the pleasure hormone. The statue was specifically linked to oxytocin enhancement levels. After a short time, the level of enhancement of oxytocin present in Odin's body was higher than the established standard, resulting in the activation of the statue. Neither Odin nor Frigg saw that the dog statue's eyes began to glow from a sky blue color to a blood red color within a few seconds. It was then that as soon as Odin was ready to go to the main course, a macabre voice was heard across the room, interrupting Frigg and Odin's amusement. No, horny. That night, for a few minutes, the king of Asgard and one of the most feared gods in the Norse pantheon screamed like a little child. And so, the day of confrontation has finally arrived. Honestly, I wasn't quite willing to fight for a set of islands. After all, I don't have this desire to expand the Nordic territory, at least not yet. I won't lie, I don't currently wish to go out on a ridiculous crusade to fight for land/influence because to me it's worthless. However, I will defend the place I call home until my last breath. I didn't intend to get too attached to my new family, but after 200 years, it was hard not to care. After all, I wanted to have an anchor in my new life. For starters, my brothers. My brothers can be a little impulsive, but I can't hate them, though sometimes they need a good kick in the ass to stay in line, especially Hermod. My cousins were other people I came to like. Hel and Fenrir, even though we are only family through the blood oath, became people close to me. Sif was my first friend. When I was young, I wasn't that close to my brothers. In fact, I think it was me walking away from the idiocies they were doing at the time. That was one of the few reasons I wanted to learn how to forge. Basically, when I was 10 years old, I would rather be alone and learn something that would be useful for me in the future, than just playing soldier. But only a short time later I met Sif, and I couldn't exactly avoid her as she was my teacher Idhuna's daughter. Was she different? Not exactly. In a short version, she had a good head on her shoulders unlike my brothers, and therefore it was easier to talk to her. Sif's friend, Nana, was unique. I didn't interact with her much, although it felt like she and Balor were getting closer over the years. In fact, Balor acted strange whenever Nana was brought into the conversation. They are. Nah, I must be imagining things. Frey and Freyja were also people I came to care about, Frey being my second friend. My friendship with Frey was complicated. In short, he was and still is an idiot. A good-hearted idiot, I admit, but still an idiot. After all, he would like to solve all conflicts like Naruto with his talk no jutsu. I learned just a few years after being born into this world, something that was a fact. Nordics only respect strength. You will only be heard if you are strong. There was something Loki had once said to me when I decided to live in Midgard. The words, well, why do you want to walk among the dirt ones? It is quite easy to discern that the so-called dirt ones was the mortals. Loki's thoughts about the Norse divine race were very clear to me. After all, currently, mortals were just cattle to most gods. Mortals were considered the weakest in the chain of power, for the simple fact that they cannot strike back. Basically, Loki believed that gods shouldn't mix with dirt. For him, it was like you wanted to crawl through the mud just to socialize with the so-called lesser beings. In short, he was and still is a big pain in the ass. Maybe he'll change his mind when the first Longinus appears. It will be quite easy to find the first sacred gear of Longinus classification. After all, just find the Roman soldier who will kill the savior during the crucifixion. The irony was the name of the soldier. The soldier's name, Longinus. It was kind of obvious that the Longinus rank descended from somewhere, or more specifically from someone. Unfortunately, I had to wait until the time came, which could be after a few centuries, or even millennia, as I didn't have a clue what date exactly I was. My thoughts were interrupted by a voice. Thor? Are you listening to me? Asked a voice. It was Balor, along with Nana and Sif, who was keeping me company while I waited for my turn to fight. Say it again, I asked. Balor looked a little uncertain, then Sif spoke. Sai, your brother wants to fight in your place, Sif said. Well, somehow, I expected him to ask that question sooner or later. No way, I said. Balor seemed a little disappointed by my answer. Thor, are you sure Balor can't compete? He keeps saying that he wants to fight for the Asgardian people, said Nana. Oh, I was fully aware of my brother's desire to fight. And yet, there can only be 2 representatives, and in this specific situation, Frey is the key player in this confrontation. He must fight, only then to bring the Vanir in line. I am the guarantee of victory. Besides that, I promised to fight, I said. Sai, I understand, brother, it's just he'd like to prove myself to my people, said Balor. What Balor was going through was completely normal. The Heart of Gold Prince wishes to fight and show his people what kind of ruler he is. However, this was unnecessary right now. I then placed my hand on Bal's shoulder. There will be other fights, little shit. Your duty as a prince right now is to show support for your fighters, so go join the old man and mother Frigg in the main room and watch the show. Remember brother, just smile and wave, I said, with a little smile. I did not lie. It was likely that there will be more fights for territory more often in the future. As much as the gods don't need the faith of mortals to live, for them it was always nice to be worshipped by lesser beings. Shit, got superiority complex. I really don't like it, but that's okay. I wish you good luck brother, said Balor. Thanks, little shit, I said. Then Balor looked at Nana and Sif. If you wish, feel free to accompany me to the royal area, said Balor. Nana looked like she wanted to go, however, Sif declined the invitation. I appreciate Prince Balor's invitation, but I'll be in the Asgardian crowd along with my mum and dad, Sif said, with a little bow. I see, in this case. Shall we go, Miss Nana? Asked Balor, with a shy smile, extending his arm. Nana just smiled and grabbed Balor's arm in a hug. Yes Balor, let's go, said Nana. Nana's answer seemed to have Balor grinning even wider. In the waiting room, it was just me and Sif. You know, it's quite rare to see Balor behave like that, I commented. Balor is courteous to everyone. But with Nana, he seems to be especially careful. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if they ended up sharing a bed one day, Sif said. For some reason, I imagined Balor marrying Nana. If that happened, I would definitely play the cool uncle role. It wouldn't be so bad, I said. Sif then looked at me. Serious? Do you think that wouldn't be a problem? Asked Sif. Technically, Nana was a Jotun, as she is the daughter of a leader named Nep. But as the Aesir had already made some Kostra over the years, another marriage between Aesir and Jotun would be frowned upon by some. But honestly, I don't think it would be a problem. If Balor wants to marry Nana, he will have my support, I said with a shrug. Before Sif and I could talk again, the other Asgardian representative had arrived. POV. Third person. Well, here we are, Frey said, a little nervous. Thor, sensing Frey's nervousness, assumed that Frey was probably nervous because it would be the first time he would fight for real, and it would be the first time he would fight using his weapons. Plus there are thousands of people watching the confrontation. Relax Frey, it's not like it's a fight to the death, said Thor, shrugging. Actually, it's a fight to the death, Frey just said. Thor just scoffed. No, it's not. The Valhalla arena was made by Buri for us to fight to the death in the mirror dimension. Whoever dies in the mirror dimension will be taken back to the real world knocked out, but very alive, said Thor. Buri made the Valhalla arena for a simple reason. Buri's reign was the reign with the fewest Nordic supernatural beings. Buri had many children, but the population was very small and there was still conflict. It was then that, in order to resolve the conflict without a bloody war, Buri had the idea of creating the Valhalla arena, a place where combatants would be taken to the mirror dimension of the entire planet Earth. There was no sign of life in that place other than the combatants. In the mirror dimension, combatants would fight to the death. When the combatant died, their body returned from the mirror dimension completely healthy and knocked out, but very alive. There was just the mental strain, which depending on the situation, could put the combatant into a coma for a few years. But these cases were rare, and there were still no fatalities. In short, Buri created the arena to resolve conflicts without having to lose his people. However, neither Bor nor Odin used the arena after Buri's death. The reason? Because they wanted there to be casualties on their enemies during the wars. The Valhalla arena will be used to prevent someone from dying. While this is true, the pain will be very real, Freyja said in rebuke. That would be true, the pain would be so real that it will be a more violent version of the ghost pain, so it resulted in the knockout. You know, hearing all this makes me rethink my decision to fight, Frey said, with a nervous smile. Thor walked over and slapped Frey on the shoulder. Too late to run, your people and all Asgard, as well as some pantheons and factions of the supernatural, will be watching you, said Thor. Frey just went pale. That doesn't help, Frey said. It was at that moment that Sif decided to speak. I think I better go now, I still have to meet my dad and mom in the audience, Sif said. Sif then looked at Thor. Well, good luck big guy, Sif said, smiling at Thor. Thor smiled back. Thanks, Sif, I'm sure Frey and I can handle it, Thor said. Sif just waved and looked like she wanted to do something else, but she just chose to leave the waiting room. Thor then felt a hand on his forearm and looked toward the owner of the hand. It was Freyja. But although at first, it looked like Freyja wanted to say something, she just stared. Freyja just stared at Thor with her eyes, with no sign of replying. This seemed to confuse Thor. Freyja, did you want to say something? Thor asked, confused. Frey, who knew his sister well, knew that at that moment his sister was using one of her abilities. The skill? With just a brief touch, Freyja will know the individual's deepest desires. However, Freyja had never been like this after knowing the person's deepest desire. Usually, Freyja used this ability unconsciously. So, she learned to ignore the most hidden primitive desires of the person. The main motivator was because she is the goddess of beauty, and that's why, when a man or even a woman looked towards her, it aroused her most primitive desires, like lust. Call her a narcissist, but Freyja was fully aware of her charm and her worth as a goddess of beauty. Freyja used this ability to distance herself from wedding suitors who only thought of her as a trophy. Because Freyja knew very well what the person felt the moment she touched the individual, she had learned to ignore such thoughts of the person. This time, for some reason, the same thing didn't happen. Freyja didn't ignore the person's thoughts, as usual, she had just stood there, in shock. Frey then shook his sister's shoulder, waking her up about her situation. I wish you all the best of luck, see you later? I'm going to join Dad and Mom? I'll be rooting for your victory, said Freyja, as she walked quickly towards the exit of the waiting room. This action left Thor a little surprised and Frey quite confused. What happened? Thor asked, looking at Frey. Not even Frey was sure. I have no idea. But for some reason I don't like it at all, said Frey, with a little frown. This seemed to confuse Thor. How do you not like it if you don't even know what happened? Thor asked uncertainly. Frey responded with a frown. It's just a feeling, call it a disturbance, Frey said. Thor looked at Frey as if he were crazy. Before Thor could speak, the sound of a trumpet rang throughout the Valhalla arena. It was time for the clash between the gods. Location, Future Islands of Enenma, Alund, /Arena Valhalla. POV, third person. The Valhalla arena was very similar to a football stadium, but with a grandstand capable of holding up to 100,000 fans, in addition to the VIP area. In addition to being a floating arena, the arena was mobile so that the confrontation could be held outside Asgardian territory. Through runes, the confrontation between the combatants in the mirror dimension was transmitted to the crowd. The VIP area is occupied by the most important figures from the pantheons or factions that have chosen to see the fight. The reason for such an invitation to other factions and pantheons was quite simple: to show others who has the biggest weapon. One of these figures, who had accepted the invitation, belonged to the Aztec pantheon and was well known for being one of the current dragon kings. Or in this case, another dragon queen beside Tiamat. Balor, who was heading to the VIP area of the Nordic pantheon, stopped when he saw the figure, and then greeted her with respect. Lady Quetzalcoatl, I see you took an interest in this little battle, said Balor, with a welcoming smile. The figure, now identified as Quetzalcoatl, only chuckled. Ha 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 ha, it's always fun to see a good fight. I'm also a little surprised to finally meet you, son of Odin, said Quetzalcoatl. Another well-known thing about Quetzalcoatl, although she was known to be quite benevolent to humans, she was addicted to confrontations, especially when she's the one fighting and when it's unarmed combat. I hear you prefer to fight unarmed. Maybe we can have a little friendly battle in the future, Quetzalcoatl asked, with a smile. Balor knew that this dragon queen was quite hyperactive when it came to fighting. Perhaps Mrs. Quetzalcoatl, who knows later, said Balor. Nana, who was with Balor, was nervous when Quetzalcoatl laid eyes on her. It felt like someone was stepping on her throat and holding her breath. Oh, and who is this young woman? Quetzalcoatl asked with an innocent smile. It was then that Nana realized something. Quetzalcoatl wasn't trying to intimidate her. It was Quetzalcoatl's own presence that was making it difficult to maintain her composure. The mere presence of a dragon, one of the dragon kings and one of the main figures in the Aztec pantheon, would make any existence far weaker to be afraid. It was then that Nana felt Balor pull her closer, and a new sensation came over Nana. A sensation of security. She is a special friend. I invited her to be with me watching Prince Frey and my brother Thor, along with my parents, said Balor. As soon as Quetzalcoatl took her eyes off Nana and turned to look at Balor when he answered, Nana seemed to have calmed down more. Quetzalcoatl nodded her head then, but she still seemed to want to talk more. Thor. I heard about your brother. Kind of hard not to know who is he, especially after he's won the title of the strongest Norse god. His stories are pretty well known. I'd like to meet him soon if it's possible, Quetzalcoatl said with a smile. Balor remained unchanged. Of course, I'll be sure to tell my brother after the fight is over. Now if you'll excuse us, we're off, said Balor, with a polite smile. Quetzalcoatl, whether she sensed Balor's haste or not, did not show it. Of course. I'm sorry if I'm in the way, I'll withdraw. I'll watch the confrontation, said Quetzalcoatl, as she started to walk away. But before Quetzalcoatl was far away, Balor heard her last comment. I have high expectations of your brother, I hope I'm not be disappointed, said Quetzalcoatl. When Quetzalcoatl was out of sight, Balor immediately looked at Nana. Are you alright? Is anything hurt? I'm sorry, I had to congratulate her. I'm the future leader of the pantheon and she is the daughter of the leader of the current Aztec pantheon Mixcatl, as well as being the future ruler, Balor said hastily. Nana quickly responded to Balor with a smile. I'm fine, Balor, really, come on, the fight will start soon, said Nana. But inside, Nana had never been so scared in the presence of someone she'd met for the first time. A short time later, the fans of the Valhalla arena were screaming for their competitors. The fans of the Nordic pantheon and the Slavic pantheon had only one thing in common at that time. They wanted to see their pantheon win. In the center of the arena, a figure stood out with a trumpet in hand. It was Heimdallr. Although it's not his main task, he has volunteered to be the announcer of the fight. Heimdallr then used his trusty artifact, the Gjallarhorn, so that the entire arena could hear him. Heads up, gods and goddesses and other supernatural beings, said Heimdallr. Once Heimdallr had caught the audience's attention, the arena fell silent so Heimdallr could be heard. To resolve a dispute over disputed territory, which would at the moment be the archipelago below the Valhalla arena, between the Slav pantheon and the Nordic pantheon, it has been decided that there will be a match between two representatives from each pantheon in the Valhalla arena, said Heimdallr, in a loud voice. Yeah, Shouts of affirmation roared in the arena. Nothing settles a dispute between two pantheons more than a good fight. Now, I will introduce the fighters, said Heimdallr. Heimdallr then pointed with his left hand towards the gate on his left. The first fighter, representing the Slavic pantheon. As Heimdallr introduced the Slav fighter, a figure could be seen exiting the gate. He is without a doubt one of the strongest gods in the Slavic pantheon. The figure was taking the form of a man carrying a battle axe. He is revered by mortals as the patron of warriors, and the reigning lord of the sky as the god of the storm. The man approached slowly to a small spot, near a rune that was marked on the ground. He is also known for his explosive temper, where his birth was heralded by an earthquake. It was then that the man stopped next to the rune. It's him, the only. The man then looked at the audience that was on the side of the gate from which he emerged, the side that contained the Slav pantheon crowd, and then raised the axe. Perun. Yeah, roared the Slav fans. When the crowd had calmed down, Heimdallr then pointed to the gate on his right. And now, introducing the first representative of the Norse. From the gate on the right side of Heimdallr, a figure began to emerge. He is known as the one god of peace of the Norse pantheon. The figure turned out to be Frey, adored by mortals for being the deity who represents prosperity, good harvests, and agriculture, in addition to marriages and fertility. Frey then stopped next to the rune that was written on the ground. The prince and heir of the Vanir gods. Frey then extended his right hand, and in it, a glow began to form. When the glow disappeared, there was something in Frey's hand. A sword. Frey. Yeah, roared the Nordic crowd. Heimdallr remained calm as he bowed briefly to Prince Vanir. Some time later, Heimdallr spoke again. And now, the second representative of the Slavic pantheon. Another man appeared at the same gate that Perun appeared. Revered as a solar deity, the man walked towards Perun slowly, and it seemed that the crowd adored him. This is, without doubt, the most beloved god among the entire Slavic pantheon and by the mortals of Slav territory. The man then stopped beside Perun. Doesn't matter your opponent. Even if it's winter, this man will burn it without mercy. The man next to Perun looked bored as if he didn't want to be there. His name is Dabig. Yeah, roared the Slav fans again. The Slav fans clamored for their representatives. But then, after the Slav crowd had calmed down, Heimdallr proceeded to present the second and final representative of the Nordic pantheon. And now, the last fighter, said Heimdallr, pointing to the gate on his right. The gate was on the same side as the Norse crowd. He is known by many titles. A figure could be seen exiting the gate. Doesn't matter your opponent. This man remains undefeated with his insane strength. The figure was easily the tallest of the combatants, about 8 feet. Every step this man took seemed to shake the arena. He is known to be the god of thunder. But make no mistake, the figure turned out to be a man well known to the Norse pantheon. He's called the god of thunder because every time he strikes his target, the roar of thunder will resonate across the sky and beyond. The man was still walking towards Frey, the one with the title of the strongest Norse god. The man then stopped walking when he reached Frey's side. The Nordic fans started screaming and clamoring as loudly as possible for the last Nordic representative as soon as Heimdallr uttered his name. Thor. After Heimdallr finished introducing the representatives of each pantheon, and after the crowd from each pantheon had calmed down, Heimdallr immediately proceeded to explain what the battle will be like. Alright then, regarding the battle, will be very simple. A showdown to the death in the mirror dimension. Death will not be real, but the pain will be so real that it will knock out the defeated one as soon as he leaves the mirror dimension, being knocked out for hours, days, weeks, or even years. Regarding the weapons that can be used, there is no limitation. Regarding the order of the fights, it will be quite simple. 2 people will face each other until someone is defeated and expelled from the mirror dimension. The winner of the fight will remain in the mirror dimension until he is defeated. Then it means there will be no exchanges of fighters, explained Heimdallr. What Heimdallr explained are the most basic and traditional rules of the Valhalla arena. Basically, the pantheon's victory will only occur when there are no representatives left. During the match, if the winner of the first fight is injured, he will still fight in the next fight even if he is injured. While Heimdallr explained how the confrontation will happen, Frey chose that moment to speak with Thor. So, who do you think goes first from the Slavs? Asked Frey. Thor seemed to think for a moment before answering. Honestly, I have no idea. Both are well known as excellent fighters and enjoy a good fight. But, Dabig seems to be a bit lazier, but he is also the most unpredictable. According to my father, Dabig has never fought seriously. While Perun fights valets every year, mortals have even associated their confrontation with the seasons of the year, Thor said. Thor's answer seemed to discourage Frey because he would be fighting experienced fighters. But Frey had never fought before. How am I going to be able to beat one of them when I've never fought before? Do you have any hints? Asked Frey. Thor then looked at Frey. A hint? Let's see. If you're going to fight Dabig, try to take him down as fast as possible as he doesn't usually fight seriously when he doesn't know the opponent, so you can take advantage of that. But if you fight Perun, be more creative, said Thor. This seemed to confuse Frey a little. What do you mean by creative? Asked Frey. Simply put, don't be so predictable when you're attacking with your weapons, said Thor. It was then, at that moment, Heimdallr chose to speak. Very well, representatives, choose your first fighter. With the first fighter decided, stand on the rune next to you, said Heimdallr. It was then that Dabig began to walk towards the Slavic team rune, meaning the Slavic sun god would be the first fighter. Frey then began to speak. So, who's going to dash? Frey said, before being interrupted. Thor had pushed Frey toward the rune. Good luck my friend, make me proud. Everyone's watching you so no pressure, Thor said with a thumbs up and a small smile. The fighters had been chosen. Looks like the fighters have been chosen? A piece of advice for fighters. Defeat will only happen when your opponent dies, so be careful. At the sound of my trumpet, you may begin, said Heimdallr. It was then that the runes that Dabbig and Frey were standing on began to glow until moments later the two fighters were gone. It was then that giant screens began to appear and began broadcasting images from the mirror dimension so that all people could see the combat. Location, mirror dimension. POV, third person. In a clearing, Frey could be seen looking for his opponent. Although the mirror dimension transported the combatants, they never transported them close to each other. The reason was simple, it would give the person some time to plan to carry out an attack, set traps, or do other things. But in Frey's case, it would be to summon their weapons. Very well. Come on Gullinbursty, it's time for you to stretch your legs, said Frey. It was then that a golden aura manifested from Frey's body and took the form of a boar made of pure energy. The boar, identified as Gullinbursty, left Frey's body and began to solidify itself. A golden-colored boar the size of a rhino was now at Frey's side. It was then that a sound resounded throughout the mirror world. A sound of a trumpet. The sound of Gyllerhorn. Frey, taking the signal, mounted the golden boar. Let's go Gullinbursty, said Frey. Gullinbursty roared in response and began to gallop. Frey didn't know his opponent's location, so he could only rely on Gullinbursty's sense of smell and keep an eye out for anything that gave away his Slavic opponent's location. However, someone didn't have the patience to search his opponent in the traditional way. A figure could be seen walking through a forest. The figure was Dabbig, who walked slowly through the forest, waiting for something to happen after the sound of the trumpet announced the start of the confrontation. Sigh apparently, I ended up further away from him than expected. Well, I'll make it easy for him then, said Dabbig. It was then that Dabbig began to float and began to fly until he was at the height of the clouds. I just hope he survives this. I'd like to stretch myself a bit since I haven't had a decent fight in a while, said Dabbig, who then raised his right hand. It was at this moment that a red aura began to emerge from his body and a small sphere of pure energy, the size of a golf ball, appeared in Dabbig's right hand. Meanwhile, Frey, who had felt the surge of energy, looked towards the sky. Gullinbursty, said Frey quickly. Gullinbursty, who seemed to have understood his master's signal, glowed yellow, before quickly turning into energy. Frey then stayed inside Gullinbursty's ethereal form. Dabbig, who was still in the sky, released the small sphere of energy. The sphere appeared to be insignificant to some who were watching from the arena. But all that changed when the sphere hit the ground. An explosion that could be described as catastrophic appeared at the spot where the sphere fell, painted the sky in red, and caused the earth to shake, and the fire from the explosion spread across the surface of the earth, burning anything in front of it, reducing the creation to ashes. The planet of the mirror dimension, considered a perfect copy of the current earth with trees and water, had turned into just empty earth. Things like trees had become mere ashes in the wind, and any source of water had ceased to exist. Dabbig had changed the very landscape of the world. After the explosion happened, Dabbig descended from the sky and headed towards the yellow dot that could now be seen from the sky. The yellow dot was Gullinbursty, who had successfully shielded Frey from the overwhelming blast. Dabbig, as he approached, gave a small smile. Ah, at least you didn't die. Can we start fighting now, Prince Frey? Asked Dabbig. Frey's answer to Dabbig. It was a sword flying towards the Slavic god. Dabbig wisely dodged the blade that was aimed at his neck. However, it was not just the sword that Dabbig should pay attention to. Bam! The golden boar, now in solid form, had charged at Dabbig and hit him, sending the Slav god flying away, thus opening a gap between the Norse god and the Slavic god. However, when Gullinbursty hits the target, the victim usually ends up with at least a few broken bones. But Dabbig looked perfectly fine. There was a red aura around the Slavic god, while his eyes glowed with a crimson color. Want to try again? Asked Dabbig, with a mocking smile. Dabbig then heard the sound of the wind cutting behind him, causing him to turn around and do something that surprised not only Frey but the arena audience as well. Dabbig was holding Somarbrandra's blade. Now Somarbrandra's was known to duel without needing to be wielded by anyone, and its blade was hotter than the surface of the sun. Frey, not understanding how Dabbig was doing this, spoke in shock. How? Asked Frey. Dabbig replied while holding Somarbrandra's. I'm a solar deity, Prince Frey. Do you really think I can get burned easily? Asked Dabbig, with a sarcastic tone. It was then that Dabbig noticed Gullinbursty running towards him. Dabbig simply smiled and covered his free hand with a red aura, but he didn't hit Gullinbursty. Dabbig hit Somarbrandra's. Somarbrandra's was then flung away by the force of the blow, and now Dabbig focused on the golden boar. Gullinbursty, while it was the strongest defense Frey had for being resistant to physical blows as well as immune to magic, had a small problem. The speed. As soon as Gullinbursty got close enough, Dabbig just jumped up and ran towards Frey with his fist enveloped in a red aura. Frey, sensing the onslaught of the Slavic god, stood up and crossed his arms in defense. However, bam, crack, ugh, squeaked Frey. Dabbig's fist ended up breaking Frey's arms on contact and sent Frey flying towards the nearest mountain, with Frey's body showing no signs of stopping until it hit the mountainside. Shit, swore Frey, cursing as he looked down at his arms, which showed bruises. Don't stare at your wounds until the fight is over, said Dabug, who had quickly approached Frey. As soon as Frey heard Dabug's voice, he looked towards the Slavic god only to realize that Dabug was already in front of him with his fist raised. Smarbrandr, shouted Frey. The sword, Smarbrandr, shot towards its master and came between the Slavic god's blow and its master in a way to protect him from the blow. You're not going to stop me with this, Frey, said Dabug, with a smile. Dabug didn't stop his blow, and when he hit the blade, he slammed his sword into Frey's chest. Bam! The force behind the blow was great enough that in addition to creating cracks in the mountain, it made Frey spit blood due to some broken ribs. Dabug, who still had his fist outstretched and applying pressure so that the Smarbrandr was stuck, extended his free hand, which began to emit a red aura, and a sphere of energy soon began to form. You know, I hear you also represent daylight. Tell me then, are you fireproof? Asked Dabug, with a sarcastic tone. Dabug intended to shoot the energy sphere at point-blank range. Cough no. But Gullinbursty is, Frey said with a smile while coughing up some blood. It was then that Dabug felt movement behind him, causing him to turn and face Frey's other weapon. The magic immune golden boar, the Gullinbursty. A red aura permeated Dabug's body, as the Slavic god stretched out his hands to stop the boar's onslaught. Where are you looking at? Asked Frey. Dabug made a mistake, he had turned his back to his opponent. His opponent had a sword. However, Dabug was not worried about being injured by the sword, as he believed that with his body imbued with the sun's divine energy, the blade could not pierce him. However, that is not what happened. Dabug looked at his chest and saw Smarbrandr's blade glowing golden. Smarbrandr had somehow managed to pierce Dabug's body. The Slavic god looked back and saw that Frey had one hand extended to the hilt of his sword. Frey had imbued Smarbrandr with his divine power and empowered the slashing power of the Smarbrandr sword. The sound of Gullinbursty approaching alerted Dabug, who looked ahead again, only for Gullinbursty to become a structure of pure energy and pass through Dabug's body smoothly and merge with Frey's body again. It was then that Frey kicked Smarbrandr into Dabug's back, forcing the Slavic god further and sending him flying away from Frey. Frey then left the mountainside and gave a weary sigh before drawing his sword. Smarbrandr, said Frey. The sword then left Dabug's inert body and flew towards him and hovered beside him. Well, I guess it's over. I guess I should get ready for. Frey started to speak until he was interrupted by a voice. Cough, I have to say you have my full attention now, said the voice. Frey then looked at Dabug, who was getting up from the ground. The wound made by Smarbrandr didn't even seem to bother the Slavic god, who now possessed an intimidating crimson aura. Dabug wore a smile, in addition to his eyes glowing crimson. Dabug's smile promised pain. Dabug then looked at his wound and the state of his clothes, which had been reduced to mere rags after Smarbrandr's blade had stabbed him and incinerated the much part of his coat, and frowned. The Slavic god then reached out with his right hand and ripped the remaining rags from his coat, showing off his physique and a few tattoos. Dabug then covered his hand with a red aura that resembled fire and pressed the wound made by Smarbrandr, intending to cauterize the wound. The solar deity's flames were strong, but due to Dabug's resistance, it took a while to cauterize the wound. At no time did Dabug show discomfort. When he finished cauterizing the wound, Dabug looked towards Frey and flashed a smile again. It's been a while since I've had this much fun. Spit. Shall we continue? Asked Dabug after he spat out some blood. Dabug didn't give Frey time to respond and ran towards the god Vanir. Gullinbursty, said Frey. An aura surged from Frey's body and it took the ethereal form of the boar, Gullinbursty, which then solidified and charged Dabug. Dabug didn't even seem bothered when he attacked Gullinbursty. Bam! The shock wave was comparable to an earthquake. Dabug, still grinning, raised another arm ready to strike Gullinbursty again. But then Dabug noticed movement to his left. Clang! Dabug had blocked Smarbrandr with his left forearm imbued with divine energy, while he had his right fist pushing Gullinbursty. It was then that Gullinbursty began to slowly push Dabug. Dabug applied pressure to his left arm and pushed Smarbrandr for a while so he had the opportunity to punch Gullinbursty. I will break your toys, Frey, so then you can fight most respectfully. With your fists, shouted Dabug as he punched Gullinbursty. Bam! Gullinbursty stopped pushing Dabug due to the shock wave. Dabug then noticed that Smarbrandr was turning towards him. Then Dabug applied pressure to his arms and pushed Gullinbursty, creating some space to now be able to deal against Smarbrandr. Dabug imbued his arms with his divine energy and began to block Smarbrandr's frantic attacks with his forearms and fists. As Dabug defended against Smarbrandr's attacks, Frey looked down at his arms and then said in a low tone, "Sibling," said Frey. Meanwhile, Gullinbursty charged again at Dabug, who kept defending from Smarbrandr. Dabug, who noticed the Gullinbursty attack, looked at Smarbrandr and smiled with an idea. While Smarbrandr furiously attacked the Slavic god, Dabug found an opportunity to grab the blade again. When Gullinbursty got close enough, Dabug dodged at the last second and forced Smarbrandr's blade to stab Gullinbursty's right eye, who roared in pain in response. Dabug just smiled at his achievement, and then looked around for Frey. However, Frey was gone. Are you going to hide now, Vanir? You let your weapons fight for you and now you hide? You are more cowardly than I thought, shouted Dabug, while taunting Frey to make him report his location. I'm not hiding, said a voice from above. It was then that Dabug looked up to the sky and saw a Drakar. The Drakar was Frey's last weapon, the Sklanir. The Slavic god noticed something different about Frey. How did you heal your arms? Asked Dabug, confused. Frey just smiled and flexed his fully healed arms a little. Well, the Sibling has many functions and things. One of those things would be an internal healing chamber, Frey replied. This seemed to outrage Dabug. This is cheating, roared Dabug. Yet Frey responded calmly. No, it's not. Don't you remember what they said? Let me remind you then. Regarding weapons, there is no limitation, and the Sibling is my weapon, said Frey. This seemed to have angered Dabug even more because his eyes gleamed with fury. Frey then continued to speak. But I won't deny it, I ran from the fight against you only faced my weapons. Well, not anymore, said Frey. Frey then jumped off the Drakar towards the ground. Gullinbursty? Assault mode, said Frey. Gullinbursty understood his master's command and then ran towards Frey, even with the Samarbrandr in his eye. As he approached Frey, Gullinbursty then transformed into pure energy, but this time he didn't merge with Frey. Gullinbursty in his ethereal form began to envelop the body of the god Vanir. It was then that Frey emitted a golden glow that blinded the Dabug and the arena audience who were watching the fight. When the glow dimmed, Dabug was the first to look at Frey. Frey now had tattoos on his body. You said you would make me fight in a more respectful way, which was with my fists, right? Well, you got what you wanted. Frey said, raising his fists. During the first fight between the gods of each pantheon, the audience cheered for everything that happened. However, Slavic fans mostly questioned whether it was a fair match, as they felt Prince Frey's weapons capabilities gave him a ridiculous advantage and viewed Prince Vanir's behavior of letting his weapons fight for him as dishonorable. While the arena audience cheered for their respective champion, the Norse gods' VIP area was utterly silent. The reason was simple. Frey's fusion with Gullinbursty. Tgard. I didn't know your son could do that. Who knew he would have that power, said Loki, commenting on the turn of events in the match. At the start of the match, the Nordic pantheon agreed on only one thing. Frey's performance in the match was mediocre. Everyone thought that Frey would, without a doubt, lose the match. Well, at least until Frey merged with Gullinbursty. Any comments, Tgard? Or are you going to say you didn't know about that? Asked Loki, more insistently. The one who answered the question was not Tgard, but Skadi. We knew about that, but we never thought Frey would use it, Skadi replied. It was then that Tgard spoke. We, the Vanir gods, are associated with nature, and we don't have much raw power difference between us. However, that doesn't work with Frey because of his weapons. When Frey uses his weapons to the fullest, especially the Gullinbursty, he becomes without a doubt the strongest Vanir god, Tgard explained. That seemed to have interested Loki. Oh, I don't see anything else besides some new tattoos on your son. Could you explain further? Asked Loki. It was then that Tgard spoke. The tattoos are Gullinbursty. Basically, Frey now has the same abilities and capabilities as Gullinbursty, but Tgard trailed off. But what? Asked Loki. The one who answered was Tgard's wife. But the price is an insane pain on his body. If the fight goes on too long, Frey will have his body so destroyed that he won't be able to lift his arm, said Skadi. During this conversation, Odin remained absolutely silent. But in his mind, he was cursing fate. Odin still remembers a part of a prophecy that haunted his dreams. The part? And Beli's bright bane against Surtur. Beli was a young Jotun that Frey accidentally killed when he was trying to tame Gullinbursty in Midgard. This, of course, was one of many events that added more firewood to the fire, resulting in Tgard's attempt to rebel. The Jotun, Beli, was just 4 years old when he was killed by an angry Gullinbursty. He was young. He was too young. Ymir, Beli's father, was very angry. And this accident was never forgiven by the Jotun tribe of Ymir. When Odin saw Frey's new tattoo, he only thought of one word. Bright. The tattoo glowed like it was alive, it was bright like the sun. Odin, as paranoid as he was, believed that Frey would use that form to fight against Surtur, and die during the fight. Meanwhile, Nanna chose that moment to ask Balor, do you think Thor knew about this, and that's why he sent Frey against Dabug? After all, Dabug does not possess any divine weapons. If Frey merged with Gullinbursty, and got his abilities, then Dabug can only use his fists, said Nanna. However, Balor didn't even need to think long to answer Nanna's question. The way I know my brother. So no, he probably didn't know Frey can do that. But maybe there's a reason he sent Frey first, said Balor. When Balor answered the question, he was looking at the Asgardian crowd, or more specifically, the group of Vanir gods who were cheering more vigorously than the others. Meanwhile, back in the mirror dimension, the fighters, Dabug and Frey, remained silent as they faced each other. Even Frey darted towards Dabug. The Slavic god, surprised by the Norse god's sudden increase in speed, stood up and crossed his arms intending to block Frey's punch. But then he noticed that there was a glint in Frey's right hand, and his instincts were screaming for him to dodge rather than block, so Dabug chose to dodge. However, Dabug had taken too long. Dabug pulled away in time to save most of himself and looked at the object being held in Frey's right hand, shining like the summer sun. It was Samarbrandr. It was then that Dabug remembered that when Gullinbursty was merging with Frey, the sword was still stabbed into the boar's eye. Dabug then looked at his left arm and grimaced. There was no more left arm. All that remained was a stump. Dabug then covered his right hand with magic to cauterize the wound, but Frey did not allow Dabug to stanch the blood. After all, he didn't have much time. As soon as Dabug noticed Frey's sudden movement, he put his wound aside and concentrated on the fight. The next few minutes consisted of Frey swinging his sword, Sumarbrandur, while Dabug did his best to dodge. It was then that Dabug kicked Frey in the stomach at the first opportunity so that there was a distance between the gods. Dabug was tired. The Slavic god was recognized by his people in combat for his strength and power, as well as his high pain tolerance. However, in this specific situation, Dabug had been injured earlier by stupidity. He's been stabbed in the chest by Sumarbrandur before because he made the mistake of not fighting seriously. Dabug may have cauterized the wound, but that didn't mean there would be no consequences. Dabug knew it wouldn't last long, mainly because he was still fighting. His physical condition was slowly dropping. However, he noticed that Frey's strength and speed were also decreasing. I think this fight lasted long enough, don't you think, Prince Frey? Asked Dabug, with a smile. Frey didn't answer and ran towards Dabug. However, Dabug chose to summon his divine power and created a storm of flames. A tornado made of giant scarlet flames made the sky red once more, however. The tornado had been stopped as it was cut by Frey's sword, the Sumarbrandur. However, it was never Dabug's intention to harm Frey with magic, as he knew it would be useless. Bam! Dabug had conjured the tornado to distract Prince Vanir, then took the opportunity to punch Frey in the back of the neck. But, while Frey was sent flying away due to the force of the blow, Frey seemed to be perfectly fine. Frey then darted towards Dabug and hurled Sumarbrandur. Dabug, realizing that the Sumarbrandur had lost its luster, coated his body to prevent the blade from piercing him once more. But Sumarbrandur wasn't looking to stab Dabug. What the? Said Dabug, surprised. Sumarbrandur was blocking Dabug's view with its blade. And Frey took advantage of Dabug's lack of vision and punched the Slavic god in the chest. Bam! Ack, said Dabug. As soon as Dabug received the blow, he was sent away. But Frey's attack didn't stop there. While Dabug was flying away, Sumarbrandur had dashed towards the Slavic god's chest area, where his heart was. But when the blade struck, it failed to stab Dabug, who had conjured up his divine aura to protect himself from the sword. However, as soon as Dabug reached the mountain, Frey appeared in front of Dabug with his right hand extended towards Sumarbrandur. As Frey grabbed the sword's hilt, Sumarbrandur glowed once more and pierced the Slavic god's heart. Cough. Well, you don't seem very talkative now, cough. It was a good fight, Vanir. Maybe I'll ask for a rematch in the future, cough. And I won't make the same mistake of not fighting against you seriously, said Dabug, with a small smile. Frey didn't respond and just turned and shoved the Sumarbrandur deeper into Dabug's chest. Pant, it's over. Arg, said Frey. As soon as Frey said these words, his right arm, which was holding the Sumarbrandur sword, began to leak blood in places. The reason was clear, some veins in Frey's right arm had burst from the pressure Frey's body was feeling at the moment. The combination of Frey and his boar, the Gullinbursti, gave the god Vanir a new power, but the pressure it put on his body, in the long run, was insane. Making a comparison, it would be like a crocodile's bite on every part of a mortal's body. Basically, what Frey's body was going through was simple. His bones were cracking and his muscles were tearing. Frey knew he couldn't delay. He then looked at Dabug and noticed that the Slavic god's body began to glow. It only meant one thing. Frey had won. But it was not the time to celebrate. Sklanir, said Frey. Frey's flying ship appeared in the sky again and began to descend towards the god Vanir. But once Frey takes the first step, crack, arg, Frey cursed, falling to the floor. Frey then looked at the cause of his fall, which turned out to be his left leg, which was now leaking blood, as well as being broken, just like his right arm. Frey then got up and started to limp towards the Sklanir. I don't have time for this, I need to get in the healing chamber before, said Frey, until he was interrupted by a sound. A sound Frey knew all too well. It was the sound of Gyllerhorn. The new game had begun. It was then that Frey heard something else just after the sound of Heimdallr's trumpet. Boom. It was a shock wave. Frey then looked up to the sky and saw something he would never forget. It looked like a small meteor, and it was heading towards Skiblanir. Bam. When the meteor hit Skiblanir, it pushed the flying ship downwards, making Skiblanir fall from the sky by the force of the hit. As soon as the Skiblanir hit the ground, there was an explosion that pushed Frey and made him fall to the ground. When Frey tried to get up, he only saw a figure emerging from the wreckage of Skiblanir. It was Perun. Well, I have to congratulate you, Vanir. After all, just a few beings can make Dabug fight seriously, besides beating him. But I wonder if the result would have been different if Dabug hadn't been injured by your sword before starting to take the fight more seriously. I suppose we'll never know, at least not now. By the way, I'm different from Dabug. When I fight to kill, said Perun. It was then that Perun charged at Frey, who had not yet left the ground. Sumarbrandur, shouted Frey. The summer sword then lunged at Perun, who just smiled and raised his battle axe. Perun then proceeded to defend against Sumarbrandur with his battle axe. The Slavic god, one of the 3 members of the Triglav, knew that, unlike Dabug, Sumarbrandur's blade could burn him much more easily, so he couldn't just grab Sumarbrandur's blade, just like Dabug did, without suffering burns. However, Perun also knew that Sumarbrandur was one of Frey's main weapons, and with the Sklanir destroyed, Frey was now reduced to just 2 powerful weapons. For someone who is very reliant on his weapons, this is a huge detriment to Frey. If Frey loses Sumarbrandur, then only the Golden Boar, the Gullinbursti, remains. Perun just smiled as he blocked Somarbrandra's blade a few more times until he applied pressure and pushed the summer sword away, and then the Slavic god did something that surprised both Frey and the Norse audience. The battle axe glowed yellow and began to change. When the glow stopped, Perun was no longer wielding an axe. Perun was now wielding a bow. This confused some of the Norse audience because the Slavic god didn't have any arrow quivers or anything like that. It was then that Perun pulled the string of the bow and then an arrow made of a golden-colored lightning bolt appeared. When Perun released the arrow, he did not aim at Frey, but at Somarbrandrar. The arrow made of pure lightning then began to split in midair. Now, instead of one arrow, at least 100 arrows were heading towards Somarbrandrar. However, the arrows did not hit the Somarbrandrar. In fact, the arrows began to form a kind of cage, which trapped Somarbrandrar. Perun, seeing the result, smiled. I knew your sword would be a bit of a nuisance, but it seems it can't cut magic easily without your help. Now, where were we? Oh yeah, said Perun, after thinking for a while. Perun then started walking towards Frey, who was on the ground still struggling to get up. Frey couldn't get up anymore, because now not only was his left leg broken, his right leg was broken right after the impact that Sibling caused when he fell to the ground. When Perun got close enough to Prince Vanir, he then placed his left foot on Frey's chest and began to apply pressure. Arg, cough ugh, said Frey, cursing his bruised body. Perun, seeing Prince Vanir's plight, smiled in response. Oh, I didn't apply much force, maybe your body wants to give up? Well, if that's the case, just say you give up, Frey. I won't judge you. After all, Tgard is one of the strongest beings in my pantheon. But then again, if you don't say you give up, I will apply pressure to your chest until your ribs puncture your lung and you start breathing blood, said Perun. When Perun didn't get an answer from Frey, he just shrugged. Well, if that's what you want, so be it, said Perun. It was then that Perun started stomping harder on Frey's chest, who didn't say anything, until a sound resounded in the air. Crack. Arg. Frey cursed. Frey's ribcage, already crippled from his fight with Tgard, finished giving in due to Perun's strength. Some ribs had punctured the lungs of the god Vanir, who began coughing up blood in response. Oh, I see you're already at your limit. Do you want to give up now? Asked Perun, unchanged. For Perun, what Frey was doing was something the Slavic god could respect. A god's pride can be easily hurt, so a strong god should never ask for mercy. It was then that Perun realized that Frey had responded weakly. It was then that Perun stopped applying pressure. What did you say? Perun asked, with a look of disappointment. Frey then coughed up some blood and he smiled. I said, you talk too much, said Frey. Frey then used his left hand to grab Perun's foot. Gullinbursty, shouted Frey. Frey's tattoos responded to Frey's call and began to transform into pure energy and then left Frey's body, settling at some distance from the two gods, but there was something different about the boar. He was brighter than usual. Just a few seconds later, Frey's boar charged Perun with unprecedented speed. Well, that was a stupid decision on your part, said Perun. Perun then applied even more pressure to his foot and stomped harder on Frey's chest. The noises of bones breaking could be heard. But Frey didn't flinch and kept his smile as he held Perun's foot as best he could. What Frey was doing was simple. He knew he couldn't go up against Perun in a fight, so his weapons were more important at this time. The Gullinbursty, however slow it was, had the highest attack power at the moment. It was then that Frey made a decision. He must hold Perun in order for Gullinbursty to succeed in his attack. Frey didn't know if Perun was physically stronger than Tgard, but Frey didn't think he had many attack options. With his body practically destroying itself with the slightest movement, and Somarbrandrar trapped in a cage made of lightning, Frey felt that Gullinbursty's blow would be his best chance to, somehow, hurt the Slavic god. So Frey used most of his godly power and transferred it to Gullinbursty, so that not only did he increase his attack power, but his speed as well. Don't get wrong, Frey knew he couldn't win against Perun. What Frey was doing at the moment was harming his opponent as much as he could, so that Thor would get the upper hand in their fight. But then something happened. The bow that Perun was wielding began to glow again and turned into a golden shield with some silver accents. Perun then raised his shield just as Gullinbursty was about to hit him. The collision looked like a new earthquake that caused a giant dust cloud and shook the earth, creating cracks in the ground and nearby mountains. Several minutes passed before the dust settled so that the arena audience could see the result. The result was a heavy hit to the Norse pantheon. Perun remained unperturbed in his position as he stomped on Frey's chest and his shield effortlessly blocked Gullinbursty. All this time Perun was looking at Frey's eyes. As I said before, it was a stupid decision. You failed, Perun said with a smile as he lifted his foot from Frey's chest. But as soon as Perun lifted his foot, yellow lightning flashed across his raised leg. Gullinbursty, realizing what the Slavic god was about to do to his master, roared in response as he tried to push harder in an attempt to stop or at least get Perun's attention. But Gullinbursty's attempt was unsuccessful. Perun just ignored the boar. Perun seemed to find Gullinbursty just a nuisance. Frey, who had let go of Perun's foot due to the loss of his strength, only said one thing. My bad. Thor said, Frey. Perun then stomped on Frey again. But the Slavic god didn't aim at his chest. The Slavic god aimed for the head of the god Vanir. As soon as Perun's foot collided with Frey's head, the ground shook once more with an earthquake. Shortly after, Frey's body began to glow. Frey was defeated. Gullinbursty, Somarbrandrar, and the rest of the Splanir wreckage began to glow as well. And so, it was the Asgardian defeat. Perun then looked towards the sky and waited. The sound of Heimdallr's trumpet once again resounded through the mirror dimension, meaning the start of the third and final fight. Perun was excited to fight. The Slavic god then shouted towards the sky, his voice roaring like thunder. "Come to me, son of Odin? May our battle resound through the sky?" "Ha ha 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 ha," laughed Perun. Perun's shield then glowed and turned into his battle axe. The representative god of the Slavic pantheon then raised his axe and shot a lightning bolt imbued with spellcasting magic towards the sky. What was Perun conjuring up? A storm. A storm that was slowly covering the world. Due to Perun's spellcasting magic, charged clouds began to form in the sky, and lightning struck the land, as well as creating tornadoes across the planet. But then another voice that, like Perun, resounded like thunder, was heard by Perun and the arena audience. "Your axe may even create storms in the sky, but my Mjolnir is the sky devourer," roared the voice. It was then that Perun, as well as the audience in the arena, was surprised by something. Whoosh! Some force had split the sky in half. It was then that a figure, wielding a hammer in its right hand, could be seen slowly approaching Perun. Who was the figure? It was Thor. "Weren't you laughing a little while ago? Why are you looking so serious now?" asked Thor, as he looked into Perun's face. Perun wasn't laughing or smiling anymore. He was shaking. The Slavic god at that moment, after this display of the son of Odin, knew that he must put forth effort in his fight against this man. If Perun was shaking, so he was scared. Not exactly. Perun wasn't feeling afraid. Quite the opposite. His instinct screamed at that moment. Perun had found a new worthy opponent in addition to his rival Valets. Perun's body was shaking, not with fear but with joy. "May our battle be considered legendary even by the deities," roared Perun. As soon as Perun finished that sentence, he charged at Thor with a new smile plastered on his face. A smile of happiness. When Perun got close to Thor, he raised his axe and swung it in a single motion that sliced through the air, aiming his powerful blow at the Norse god's neck with the intent of decapitating him. However, just as the Slavic god's axe was ready to strike Thor, the Norse god raised his Mjolnir to block Perun's blow. When Mjolnir blocked Perun's axe blow, a shockwave followed, cracking the ground in the process and causing an earthquake. During this entire moment, Perun had a happy smile on his face. Why was Perun happy? He believed he had found another opponent worthy to fight besides Valets. However, Thor was not smiling. Right after Thor blocked Perun's attack, the Norse god applied pressure and pushed the Slavic god with his Mjolnir. Perun was surprised by the force exerted by the Norse god, and he just grinned even bigger. "Finally, someone besides Valets who can be my rival," said Perun, with an excited smile. Thor, hearing what Perun had said, was confused. "Rival?" asked Thor. Thor didn't understand Perun's statement for a simple reason. Thor didn't see Perun as a rival. For the Norse god, his training served to put him on a different level of power from other gods. The main reason for this was because, over the years, Thor acquired knowledge about gods that were much more powerful than other gods. A good example: the Hindu pantheon. Only 3 gods from this pantheon caught Thor's attention. These 3 gods made up the Trimurti, the famous Hindu trinity. But these 3 gods were on a completely different level from the rest of their pantheon. When Thor discovered such gods and some of their capabilities, he became more increasingly focused on his training. However, Thor hadn't fought any gods seriously until now. The reason was very simple. No god that Thor had ever encountered had been able to get Thor's attention. Thor's biggest challenge so far was his fight in Tgard's castle. And even during the confrontation at the castle of Tgard, Thor had not, at any time, removed his restraints. His gauntlets, called Jormungandr, absorbed most of the weight of his blow, and his belt, called Jormungandr, served as an enhanced gravity belt, where only Thor would feel the weight difference and nothing but Thor's body would be affected by the weight change. Basically, Thor could feel to weigh the same as a mountain and sit in a wooden chair, and the chair wouldn't break because the chair would only be supporting Thor's weight without his belt. Also, Mjolnir had not awakened during their fight in Tgard's castle. In fact, Mjolnir has been sleeping since Thor started to wield it. Mjolnir was a sleepyhead. Thor's confusion was that Perun called him a rival, but Perun hadn't made Thor remove his restraints. Basically, Perun claimed to be Thor's rival, unaware of the Norse god's power. Well, at least Thor couldn't question Perun's self-confidence in his power. However, Thor was also somewhat annoyed by Perun's fight against Frey. Perun had made Frey suffer and only then submitted him. It was time for retribution. Thor then activated his lightning armor and ran towards Perun. The Slavic god's instinct screamed as the son of Odin disappeared from his sight in a burst of speed. Perun then turned his axe into a shield and raised it to protect him. Perun's battle instincts had saved him. Boom! A shock wave resounded through the skies and cracked the earth. As Thor's hammer hit Perun's shield, the earth shook with the blow. Thor, impressed by the shield's strength, couldn't help but comment, "Interesting weapon. But if that's all you've got, it won't do you much good," said Thor. Thor had in mind that his lightning-natured divine power wouldn't be very effective, because he was facing another deity with his lightning association. The most efficient attack turned out to be the more traditional form: pure brute force. Thor then distanced himself from the Slavic god and then did something that surprised the Slavic god as well as the Valhalla arena audience. Thor placed the Mjolnir on the ground. The Norse god didn't drop his weapon, he carefully placed it on the ground, as if Mjolnir was made of a fragile material. The truth was the opposite. It wasn't Mjolnir that was fragile, but the ground. It was then that Thor chose to comment. Well, what are you waiting for? Come on, said Thor. Perun was irritated. You drop your weapon and want to keep fighting. Do you dishonor me in such a way, son of Odin? Asked Perun, shouting. Perun was angry because his opponent had willingly given up using his weapon and wanted to fight unarmed against him, who was wielding his weapon. That was an insult. Because now it looked like Thor didn't need a weapon to fight Perun. Well, make me regret my decision then, said Thor, shrugging. This seemed to hit the nerve of Perun, because the Slavic god turned his shield into his axe again, and hurled it at the Norse god. Thor remained unaffected as he dodged the axe, letting it pass harmlessly. Perun just watched the Norse god with a knowing gaze. Only a few seconds passed and then Thor heard a sound coming towards his back. It sounded like something approaching at high speed. As soon as the sound got louder, Thor extended his hand and Mjolnir flew off the ground and went towards his hand. Thor then swung Mjolnir as he turned towards the approaching thing. The thing was Perun's axe. It was then that Thor slammed Mjolnir into the axe, creating a new shock wave. Bam! Perun's axe hit the ground and raised a giant dust cloud that blocked the view of the Slavic god and the Valhalla arena audience. It was then that Perun reached out his hand and tried to call his weapon back into his hands. But nothing happened. Perun felt that his weapon was somehow not responding. It was then that the cloud of dust dissipated and Perun saw what had happened. His axe was on the ground. And on top of it was Mjolnir. Mjolnir was preventing his weapon from returning to his hands. Well, now that we're unarmed, do you still consider it an insult? Asked Thor, who was beside Mjolnir. Perun saw red. Whether or not Thor noticed Perun's rising anger, he didn't show it and just placed his hands on his hips with his elbows bent and remained standing in place, as if inviting Perun to attack. With a war cry, the Slavic god then ran towards Thor. Bam 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 bam. Perun had landed a string of consecutive blows on Thor. With each blow that struck the Norse god, an earthquake was created. The Slavic god continued punching Thor with a speed and power well known to many pantheons. Each blow from Perun seemed to create an earthquake. This was the result of the fearsome rage of the Slavic god. Perun continued to punch even as Thor's coat was turned into mere rags. After several minutes Perun stopped punching as his anger wore off, and then he realized the Norse god's state. Thor had blood all over his face and chest, his white coat had turned to rags. The Norse god now had a smile on his face. Oh, why did you stop? Did you finally notice the state of your hands? Asked Thor. Perun, who had calmed down, noticed a pain in his hands and when he looked he was startled by the result. Perun's hands. They were badly injured. Some of his fingers were broken and there were cuts along his wrists. Well, I guess it's my turn now, said Thor. As soon as Perun heard Thor, he took his attention from his hands and looked toward the Norse god. Thor had both of his arms raised to his sides, his hands open. It was then that Thor simultaneously attacked Perun's ears with a quick, powerful slap. Bam! The force of the blow was so great that it cracked the ground around Thor and Perun, causing the earth to shake. As soon as Thor hit Perun, the Slavic god's ears spurted blood and Perun's eyes seemed to have lost focus. Perun's body then fell backward, as if the Slavic god had lost his sense of balance. When the Slavic god fell to the ground, Thor waited for an answer. For a long time, Thor remained looking at the body of the Slavic god, until the son of Odin finally commented. Sigh, Heimdallr, the match is over. He won't get up, said Thor looking at the sky. It was then that a voice came from the heavens. While I understand your claim, Prince Thor, I'm afraid it's not possible because the Valhalla arena will only recognize victory with the death of the fighter, said the voice. The voice was Heimdallr, who had used his trumpet, the Gyllerhorn, to transmit his voice into the mirror dimension. Thor could only frown. How troublesome, said Thor. The Norse god then walked towards Perun, who was still lying on the ground and looked into the Slavic god's eyes. Thor, realizing that the Slavic god was conscious, only commented. Well, I won't deny it, you're a tough guy, it's a shame you can't fight properly at the moment. I think I overdid it again, you probably can't lift any fingers right now, in fact, I don't think you can even hear me now, sigh, said Thor. Thor then lifted his foot. Thor will finish Perun the same way the Slavic god finished Prince Frey. I'd like to say it was an exciting fight but I'd be lying, said Thor. Thor then lowered his foot and stomped on Perun's head. As soon as Thor's foot hit the Slavic god, the earth shook one last time. It was then that the sound of Gyllerhorn resounded across the sky once more. But this time, Heimdallr's magical artifact wasn't heralding the start of another match. Gyllerhorn announced the end of the combat and the victory of the pantheon that still had some living representative. The victory went to the Nordic pantheon, and the prize was the archipelago. At that moment Thor, as much as he won, didn't seem to be satisfied with the result. Thor looked disappointed. Sigh, well, it's time to go home, said Thor, when he noticed that him, as well as Perun's body, began to glow. When Thor returned to the Valhalla arena rune, Frey's body lay beside him lying on the floor unconscious. The pair of Norse's gods was greeted by vigorous cheers from the Nordic crowd and respectful applause from the Slavic crowd. But when Thor looked toward the audience, he noticed that most of the applause was accompanied by fearful looks in his direction. There were only a few in the audience who didn't show fear when they looked at Thor. Who were some of these people? Well, woohoo, did you see that, shitheads? That guy was my student, shouted Idhuna, the half-dwarf who taught Thor how to forge, to the rest of the Norse crowd. Idhuna, be more honorable, besides that, Prince Frey also deserves credit for his performance and determination in battle, said Ragnar, husband of Idhuna. Idhuna seemed to have the decency to be a little embarrassed, but then she replied, yes, the Vanir did a good job too, but it was my student who asserted dominance. Ha 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 ha, shouted Idhuna, raising her arms and laughing in victory. Sigh, I can only be glad that our daughter is not a copy of you, Ragnar said, sighing in defeat. I always knew you got this, big guy, woohoo, screamed Sif. Idhuna then looked at her husband with a knowing smile. What were you saying? Asked Idhuna in an innocent tone. At least she's not always like you, Ragnar said. This seemed to have angered Idhuna. Want to sleep on the floor today? Asked Idhuna. Ragnar looked unperturbed. If you kick me out, I'll get rid of our bed so you can sleep with me on the cold floor. Maybe we even have to warm up to sleep since the floor is cold. How does that sound to you? Ragnar said with a small smile to his wife. Idhuna looked irritated but had a small smile. Sounds good, said Idhuna, her face a little flushed. Sif, who had overheard her parents' shameless flirtation, looked at the couple a little enviously. Sif, deep down, wants to have a happy marriage, just like her parents' marriage. Sif then looked at her parents and then looked at Thor again in the arena, who could be seen carrying Frey on his shoulder towards the gate on the Nordic side. Maybe someday, asked Sif, in a hopeful tone, to herself. 6 months had passed after the confrontation with the Slavic pantheon. Thor was currently in his home in Midgard, reflecting on what he could do. Don't get me wrong, Thor liked a little peace. But the more years passed, the more the boredom was noticeable. Thor only had a few things that kept him busy training and forging. The commemorative dates, as well as his Christmas, were also good distractions. However, they didn't take up much of his time, as they were just a few dates throughout the year. Sigh, what to do? Asked Thor. It was then that someone caught Thor's attention. Cousin, the thing you called jacuzzi is amazing? I never knew that. Something wrong? Asked Hel. The queen of the Norse underworld came to visit her favorite cousin today and was invited to be the first person to enjoy a new object that Thor built in his spare time. A jacuzzi. Thor, seeing the concern in Hel's eyes, just smiled. It's nothing, cousin, I'm just thinking about a few things. It's nothing major, so don't worry, said Thor. Hel didn't seem to truly believe her cousin, so she decided to do her best to distract Thor. Let's go then. You built it, so you should use that jacuzzi too? Maybe we can play that game you taught me while we chill. What was the name again? Chess? Let's go, cousin, said Hel, as she grabbed Thor's hand and pulled him to the place where the jacuzzi was. Thor seemed to be amused by his cousin's insistence, but inside his mind, the question still lingered. What to do now to assuage your boredom? At the moment Thor didn't know, but he had a feeling he would soon find his answer. Location, Asgard/healing chamber. Within one wing of the main Asgardian castle, there was an area reserved for healing and recovery from injuries. The beds appeared to be made of iron and had runes that glowed a steady green as long as someone was lying on them. This was the case with Prince Frey. Prince Vanir had been lying in the healing chamber for 6 months with no sign of awakening. The person who stood by Prince Vanir's side was his sister Freyja. Princess Freyja hadn't stopped visiting her brother since he was hospitalized after fighting the Slavic pantheon. Other people also visited, and one of them was Thor, who at least once every 3 days visited his knocked-out friend. While Thor would have liked to help, he knew what Frey was going through was just mental stress after the fight. In short, Frey just needed a long rest to mentally recover and only then wake up. And after 6 months, the day finally arrived. Freyja was sitting reading a parchment and particular in extreme concentration when something caught her eye. Ugh, said a voice. Freyja looked towards the voice and noticed its source. Frey had awakened. Brother, said Freyja, in a happy tone. Freyja then immediately dropped the parchment on the floor and hugged her brother who was getting up from the bed. The parchment Freyja was reading could only be readable by the title. What was the title? Well, he didn't look at me with lust? How? Written by Inanna, Sumerian goddess of love, eroticism, fecundity, and fertility. It was then that Frey, noticing his sister's hug, returned the hug with a tired smile. Oh, if I am receiving a warm hug from my beloved sister, then I have done something extraordinary, said Frey with a smile. Freyja then separated from Frey, with a smile on her face. And you made Frey our people now trust you. You showed them your determination and strength to win. I know you went into this fight just to preserve my freedom over love. I thank you for that, but during the fight, I know you were fighting not just for me, said Freyja, looking at her brother. Frey looked embarrassed. I think Thor opened my eyes. I think I needed to hear what my friend had to say, Frey said. As soon as Frey made that comment, he noticed a change in his sister's face. Yes, Thor, by the way, how long have you been friends with Thor? Are you very close? Freyja asked, her tone carefree. These 2 questions rang like warning bells in Frey's mind. Freyja, did something go wrong between you and Thor while I was knocked out? Asked Frey suspiciously. Freyja looked away from Frey and then spoke. No, nothing wrong happened, I'm just interested. Freyja replied uncertainly. However, one word Freyja spoke turned the warning bells in Frey's mind into warning alarms that sounded like Gyllerhorn again. The word that made Frey alert? Interested. Interested? It was then that Frey spoke. Freyja, could you tell me exactly what you want to know about Thor? Asked Frey. Of Reincarnation, the GJLL, and had been chosen by Valgrind, Valhalla's main outer gate, to the souls become the army of one, known as Einherjar. Odin was seated along with his wife Frey, and the presence of some gods in the hall, watching the small group of men and women who looked around confused. "Greetings, noble warriors," said Odin, extending his arms. As soon as Odin spoke, he caught the attention of the small group. "I am Odin, your host and the person in charge of this ballroom you are in," explained Odin. When Odin said his name, all of the small group of newly named Einherjar knelt before the Norse god. Even though there wasn't much interaction between gods and mortals, legends perpetuated among mortals about some gods. Odin was one of those gods. One of the most famous legends? Legend said that Odin was the god who, with the help of his two brothers, created the human race. And of course, there was another legend about Odin and his brothers. The murder of the primordial Jotunheimr, by the young Odin and his two brothers, Vili and Vi, resulted in the greatest flood the world has ever seen told in the stories by their parents. And that during that fight, Odin's brothers ended up dying in battle. "Rise, noble warriors, you've earned your rightful place here. But I'm afraid I have to warn you," said Odin, with a serious tone. As soon as the group stopped kneeling, Odin proceeded to speak while summoning an illusion rune, which in modern times would be comparable to the hologram. What the rune showed startled most of the newly Einherjar group. Creatures, made of fire and magma, roared in fury. There were thousands of these creatures. It was then that the rune's image shifted focus, and showed something worse. A being. A monster. Sitting on a throne and wielding a sword that appeared to be a mixture of black steel and magma, was a creature that could be described as imposing. The creature looked more like a statue, but just by looking at it, the newly Einherjar began to get the feeling that was always present in humans since the beginning of their creation. Fear. The feeling that made humans survive due to instilling their self-preserving instinct. It was then that Odin dissipated the image that the rune showed. "I know you are afraid, and many of you must be wondering what that was. But don't worry, I will explain," said Odin. The newly Einherjar then awaits the Norse god's explanation. "That thing. It's called Surtur, and it has only one purpose. To burn all existence to the point of no more life. The creatures you saw at the beginning before you saw Surtur are the children of that thing and share similar thoughts to their father. Valhalla chose you, those who fought to the death, because you are the most worthy and promising to help us stop this monster," said Odin. It was then that a newly Einherjar raised his hand as if he wanted permission to ask a question. Odin nodded and motioned for the newly Einherjar to ask his question. "I don't mean to be disrespectful, Lord Odin, but how are we who were only mortals even able to help against such monsters? Even the children of that thing are the greatest things I've ever seen. They're even bigger than the biggest moose I've ever hunted," said the new Einherjar. This made the group of newly Einherjar doubtful. How could they help? The way the rune showed the situation, they would just be sacrificed during battle. "I understand your growing doubt, but I wouldn't ask for your weapons if I didn't see the need, and as soon as you set foot in this hall, your bodies are at their physical peak. You're stronger now than you were alive, and some of you have a hidden talent for things like rune magic, the same magic I did just now. So I tell you not to underestimate yourself because now you are given the power to fight once more. The question is, do you wish to fight one last time?" asked Odin seriously. Some newly Einherjar still had their doubts. "What happens if we refuse?" asked a newly Einherjar woman, after raising her hand. Odin looked at her and sighed. "Sigh, I won't make you fight one more time. Whoever refuses my request will be sent out of Valhalla through the main gate, the Valgrind, and will be back in the river Gjll so that he ends up reincarnated to live a mortal life again, or end up a slave to his own honor who will fight until wither against anything that moves," explained Odin. The woman, who had asked the question, didn't like the answer at all, because the answer basically said, either you fight for me or you can either be immortal again and die again or, in the worst case scenario, you will transform into something else that appeared to be an eternal warrior without any thinking ability. The newly Einherjar then looked at each other and nodded. It was then that the newly Einherjar knelt once more and proclaimed to Odin, "Our weapons are yours." A short time later, after the newly Einherjar had left to feel in, Frigg began talking to Odin. "I never like it when you do that," Frigg said, looking toward the group of newly Einherjar. Frigg was referring to the choices or, to be more specific, the lack of choices that mortals had. "Sigh, I know you don't like it," said, "my love. When I returned from my encounter with the Norns, I was warned that Surtur and his children will kill many of us in the last confrontation, and our best chance of survival for not only our race but of all 9 kingdoms subordinate to us, it is if we have beings and soldiers capable of fighting so that only then we can survive Ragnarok. After all, the number of Surtur's children are growing every year. We can't turn down potential soldiers," said Odin. Odin, after hearing the prophecy of the Norns, who were the agents of fate, was never the same. The Ragnarok. The fate of the gods. It will be the biggest showdown your pantheon will have. But Odin didn't have all the prophecy, because the Norns knew that if Odin had all the prophecy, the Norse god would do anything to prevent such a fate. That's why the Norns only spoke what was necessary so that Odin would never change Ragnarok. A good example of what the Norns said to Odin? He would fight and fall against the wolf of the end, which will tear the sky. This led Odin to paranoia against Loki's children. Odin then chose to isolate each of Loki's children in one location, with Fenrir being chained. However, what Odin didn't know was that he ended up doing exactly what fate wanted for the Ragnarok happen. For fate, Ragnarok must happen. Location, land of the dead / third root of Yggdrasil / near the well of Hvergelmir / home of the agents of fate. The Norns. beings that were responsible for dictating the destiny of each living being within their territory of influence, beings that served an existence so ancient that it was said to be the creation of the dream, destiny itself. The Norns, as agents of destiny, had the function of weaving the destiny of gods and men and watching over the fulfillment and conservation of the laws that govern the realities of the people they were responsible for. Generally, Norns have full knowledge of the fate of every being in the Nordic pantheon, because everyone's fate was woven and therefore immutable. Or at least, that's what they thought. What is happening? This thread is getting in the way of all the tapestry? It's all messed up. See, sisters? The future has been changed again, said a woman. That woman was Verandi, the watcher of the present. And she had noticed a problem in the tapestry. A thread was changing what was going to happen for some time. The thread was young, about 250 years to be precise. It was then that URR, the guardian of the past, began to say, "This is terrible. This thread has altered the present and now the future is all messed up or altered," said URR, surveying the tapestry. Verandi then looked at her other sister, who looked like a scared little girl in trance. The little girl was the guardian of the future, Skuld. There was something that was standard knowledge about fate. If one changes the future, fate will unconsciously do everything to bring it into balance. Destiny is like a balance between good and evil. There will always be a balance. Somehow, the thread that changed the fate of other threads ended up changing everything, including the power of a being that was represented by a particular thread. Sister, is it so bad? Asked Verandi, looking worriedly at her sister. Skuld seemed to have woken up from her trance. Surtur will awaken later than scheduled. To be more exact, 4,286 years from now, but he will be stronger. Much stronger. Easily one of 10 existences, probably in 5th place, Skuld said. This seemed to frighten the other two Norns. The top 10 of the strongest existences. A classification completely reserved for only a few beings. Although the name is the 10 strongest existences, a single position was shared by beings of same level. A good example was the first position. The only position that hadn't changed since the creation of the universe. The position was shared by only two beings. The infinite and the dream. The two oldest beings as well as the most powerful. The top 10 of the strongest stocks was truly a ranking of another level. Even several gods and some primordials were not in that classification. But 4,286 years from now, there will be a new being that will share the 5th position of the top 10 of the strongest existences. Surtur, the twilight of the gods. What will we do? Asked URR. The Norns looked disconcerted. After all, fate had never changed so much. I think that we should remake the tapestry according to this new thread, Skuld said. This seemed to have irritated the watcher of the present. What? What do you mean by according to this new thread? We are agents of fate. We do not have a thread as a guide. We weave the past, present, and future of each thread impartially. We cannot have a favorite thread to guide us, said Verandi. Verandi strictly followed the first rule of the agents of fate. Be impartial. Sister, if we don't do this, the thread will just mess everything up again, said Skuld. Skuld, on the other hand, defended another rule of the agents of fate. Preserving the future in the best way possible. Enough of you two, shouted URR to the guardian of the past. The guardian of the past defended another rule of the agents of fate. Follow the rules of reality. We will first see what this thread will do, and we will weave according to it. Let me finish talking, Verandi, said URR looking at Verandi, who looked outraged and ready to complain. But Verandi remained silent after URR stopped her. As I was saying, we will weave according to the thread, but it will not be favoritism. We will leave the path of the thread free, and we will correct the rest by making the necessary changes so fate can adapt again. Does anyone want to complain now? Said URR. This seemed to have calmed the other two Norns. Do you think URR will be enough? Asked Verandi. URR thought for a moment before answering. No, I don't think it's enough to fix it. If I'm right, then I don't see any other option. We'll have to summon this rebel thread here so we can use Skuld's ability to see all the probabilities of each future more accurately, said URR. The Norns then looked at each other and seemed to have reached a consensus as they nodded to each other. Location, Asgard/Valhalla. The party in the Hall of Valhalla was eternal. Food and drink were never lacking. After all, it was all to feed the army of warriors until the time for the last battle to take place. However, the new Einherjar noticed when the gate guard spoke aloud. All hail Prince Thor, son of Odin, said the guard. If the new Einherjar were, to sum up, the son of Odin in one word, it would be big. Odin's son was a giant when compared to the other gods. However, some of the more newly formed Einherjar recognized Thor for something else. During the winter solstice, this god could be seen in the sky in his chariot pulled by two goats. And during this period, Thor delivered blessings in the form of food and objects. Some Einherjar, who had seen the god in their last moments of life, before dying in combat, made a point of talking to their sons and daughters about the day that was the winter solstice. Thor was loved by mortals. While the Einherjar admired Thor, the red-haired Norse god only gave a nod of acknowledgement as he headed towards the head table, where Odin sat. Old man, I will travel, said Thor. This seemed to have taken the head table by surprise. What do you mean by travel, my son? Asked Odin suspiciously. Thor just raised an eyebrow. I mean what I say, I'm going to travel. I'm tired of staying alone in our territory in Midgard when there's a world I've never seen before, said Thor. That seemed to have alerted Loki. I'm sorry to dash your hope, nephew, but it is not advisable for you to leave Asgardian territory to other pantheons around the world, and you are a prince, even if you are a bastard, your actions have consequences, said Loki. Oh, you don't understand, uncle. I clearly said I will travel, I'm not asking your permission or anyone else's, said Thor. Thor's intent was clear. The god of thunder was going to travel, and no one will stop him. Very well. But if you don't want our permission, what are you doing here? Asked Odin. Odin wouldn't question his son. Even it wouldn't help. Also, Odin would like to know how to get rid of the Demdoggo statue that Thor gifted him years ago. The statue had been preventing him from pleasing his wife for years. I came here just to let you know. And I won't necessarily be gone for years, I'll be home some days. The trip is just to see some things in the territories of other pantheons. I know what you're thinking, so relax, I won't cause any problems and I'll strictly respect the guest law, said Thor, looking at his parents. Will you go alone? Frigg asked worriedly. Now, Frigg knew her son's reputation, and she knew she wasn't Thor's real mother, but she still considered him her precious son. And, like a good mother, Frigg worried about her son. No, I'm taking Hel, she said she wants to see the world too. Sif is also interested in going with us, said Thor. As Thor spoke, he was interrupted. The reason was simple, although most of the people didn't mind Sif's company. The same couldn't be said for Hel. No, Hel is responsible for the souls in the world of the dead. She cannot let go of her responsibilities, said Odin. Loki and Frigg seemed to agree. Thor, however, had other plans. She won't let go of any responsibility. She'll always be in the land of the dead for most of the day. I'll just use the rune to summon Hel whenever she wants. Also, some of my brothers want to go. By the way, Fenrir will be at my house, so I suggest no one comes to my house while I'm gone, said Thor. Odin, Frigg, and Loki still seemed to want to disagree with Thor's journey, but they knew they couldn't do much. Sigh, very well. But can you do me a favor, Thor? Asked Frigg, accepting her son's decision. Thor, who considered Frigg his mother in his new life, saw no need to deny her request. Well, why not? What's your request, Mom? Asked Thor curiously. Frigg looked at Thor, then said, take one of the Valkyries on your journey. I don't mean to offend you or your brothers, but the Valkyries are more aware of politics among the pantheons than you are, Frigg said pleadingly. Thor didn't see a good reason to deny that request. It wasn't like the Valkyrie was a nanny, and what Frigg had said was correct. Among Thor's brothers, only Balor and HR were trained in politics. This was due to one simple reason. These two were the next heirs to the throne of Asgard. So it was an obligation for Balor and HR to know about politics. The Valkyries knew about politics because they accompanied the leaders and heirs of the Norse pantheon. It was then that Loki chose to comment. Well, since you're going to go on this trip of yours anyway, with my daughter, by the way, could you, at least, tell us your first destination? Asked Loki. Thor flashed a smile. You know, our territory in Midgard is a little too snowy, so I was thinking about a change of scenery, said Thor. Odin, understanding the meaning of Thor's comment, asked. You mean the land of Horus? Asked Odin. Thor didn't lose his smile. Yes, replied Thor. Our trip to the pantheon that would become Egyptian land was without much trouble. As soon as I notified the others of my absence, I visited Frey one last time when I learned he had woken up. When I visited Frey, it was weird. For some reason, he didn't seem to like my visit. How do I know this? Basically, when I walked into the room, I could see that he looked at the door with a smile. But when he noticed it was me, the smile turned into a grimace. He was still yelling nonsensical things like, I will never accept you, or, my favorite, I thought you were my best friend. How can you betray me like that? It was kind of obvious that my longtime friend was angry, and when I asked him why, he just said, don't make a fool of yourself. You do this to me and now you pretend to be ignorant. As Frey refused to answer me, I just shrugged. I wouldn't waste my time with meaningless conversations. So I just gave Frey the reason I was visiting him. The Skiblanir. After Frey's fight against Perun, the Skiblanir was destroyed, and as I felt a little responsible for that, after all, I was the one who dragged Frey to fight, so I decided to fix it. It took 6 months. In theory, it should be at least a few decades to fix it, but with the lightning armor the time was greatly reduced. As soon as I gave Frey the Skiblanir, he was silent before looking at me and saying, I'm still angry. But thank you. He seemed a lot calmer, so I told him about my trip. Prince Vanir just nodded and said he would like to go, but it was time for him to establish some dominance among the Vanir gods so that no one would contest his right as heir. I was proud. After all, the god of peace had finally grown some balls. With this change in Frey, in addition to his performance against the Slavs, I knew that now the Vanir gods would think twice about trying to usurp Frey. Of course, there would be some bad apples, but over time they would be discarded. I said goodbye to Frey and left his room, then returned to my house in Midgard, only to find Hel waiting at the door, with a big backpack on her back. This obviously wasn't the smartest move by the Loki kids. Sigh, Hel, why are you carrying a backpack? I asked. Hel seemed to get more nervous as I could see that her face was turning red and sweat was starting to collect on her forehead. Air. It's my basic needs, Hel said. It is a fact that Hel, the queen of the Norse underworld and the personification of death, does not know how to lie. Hel, you know I've seen you pack and pull things out of the shadows, right? I asked, with a raised eyebrow. Hel looked like a deer looking into a car's headlights. This is, AHH. Who do I want to fool? Hel muttered as she put the backpack on the floor. I just looked at the backpack and said, Fenrir can go out, I said. It was then that Fenrir jumped out of his backpack and took a sitting position in front of me. He looked like a kid who'd been caught doing what he shouldn't have. Sigh, you know damn well why Fenrir won't be able to go, I said, looking at Hel. At least she had the decency to look embarrassed. Sorry. I just don't want him to be alone again, explained Hel. I can't blame her. I didn't want to leave Fenrir alone either. But also taking the untrust-prone god killer to a land of gods he's never seen before would be a mistake. Fenrir, as much as he doesn't show it, doesn't trust others very much. Being deceived by his own father contributed a lot to this behavior. Now, if Fenrir were to interact with a god from a different culture, it is very likely that he would end up hurting someone. But that wasn't the only reason. The Egyptians were known for their true forms. The true form of an Egyptian god was most often related to animals. I don't even want to think what Fenrir would do if he saw a cat-headed god or goddess. I'm pretty sure Fenrir would go for the kill. I understand Hel, I don't want to leave him either. But it's necessary because of what might happen on our trip. We can't bring trouble to our pantheon, I said. While Hel knew it was for the best, she didn't seem to like it at all. Right, murmured Hel. I then put my hand on Hel's head and ruffled her hair, which ended up making her smile. Don't be like that, you can visit him every day, remember? You have the transport rune here, I explained. This seemed to cheer Hel up. You're right, by the way, cousin, who else is going with us on our journey? Asked Hel curiously. Well, besides you and me. Sif has shown interest in going too, as well as Hermod and Vali, and due to my mother's request, a Valkyrie will accompany us, I replied. This seemed to get Hel's attention. A Valkyrie? I didn't know they could leave Asgard. Hel said. And actually, Valkyries don't usually leave Asgard. There are only 13 Valkyries, with Brunhildr being the leader. It was unlikely that Brunhildr would accompany us. After all, she has the responsibilities as the leader of the Valkyries and the personal guard of Frey. You're right, they usually don't leave Asgard. But I think I agree with my mother about the need for a Valkyrie to accompany us. After all, they have more knowledge about current supernatural politics. But enough of that. We're on our way out. We'll meet the rest of the people in the rune of SBR, I said. Hel nodded in response and then looked at Fenrir. Goodbye, brother. I promise to stop by tomorrow to see how you are doing, Hel said, with a sad tone. I then looked at Fenrir. Well, remember what I taught you. If someone tries to break into our house, and it's not me or Hel, aim for the throat, I said. Fenrir seemed to understand what I had said, for he barked in affirmation in response. Cousin, this is rude, said Hel. If there was one thing Hel cared about, it was being a good host. That, however, could be something stupid when it comes to this world I'm living in. Come on Hel, the people must have arrived already, I said. And so, we set off towards the rune of SBR, located in the archipelago north of Midgard. The archipelago was called the Cold Edge. Using my carriage, we ended up arriving at the site in no time, and that's when I realized we were the last to arrive. Finally, I don't know how much longer I should wait, said Hermod. I immediately grimaced. No one is forcing you to go, I said. Hermod soon replied. Oh, I want to go. The problem was that I had to keep watching this, said Hermod, pointing towards Vali. Was Vali talking to the Valkyrie? I already told you, Christ. I'm sorry? Can't you forgive me so we can start over again? Asked Vali. Shit. You flirted with a waitress, in front of me. Christ replied. I was drunk. I didn't know what I was doing, said Val. Don't blame the drink. This does not improve your situation, because it shows that you have no control when it comes for drink. I don't deserve this, said Christ. It was just what I needed, a trip with an ex-couple. Cousin, what's going on? This is normal, asked Hel, whispering to me. Believe me Hel, you better not get involved so you won't get a headache, I said. And so our journey began. Christ opened a quick teleport circle to a location that no pantheon held. Coincidentally, the site was what would come to be called the Richat structure in my time. According to Christ, it was recognized as a no-man's land and a great spot for quick trips. POV. Third person. A group of 6 people walked through the scorching desert. Sand, sand, oh, look. More sand, said Hermod. For the love of our father, stop complaining, said Vali. Hermod then looked at Vali. I have every right to complain? We are walking to the land of Horus when we might as well teleport closer. But knew your girlfriend said it wasn't advisable, said Hermod, mocking. Vali seemed to have gotten angrier. Christ explained very well why we can't teleport closer. What do you think Horus would do with strangers who appeared out of nowhere on his land? Invite for a drink? Asked Vali, irritated. It was then that Christ even commented after hearing the sibling argument. Besides, I'm not his girlfriend, Christ said, pointing at Vali. Vali looked embarrassed, but Hermod saw an opportunity. I'm curious, Christ, as one of the most beautiful Valkyries I've ever seen, are you seeing anyone? If you give me a chance, I guarantee that, Hermod said until he was interrupted by the Valkyrie. While I appreciate the compliment, I know of your reputation for lusting after married women, Prince Hermod, said Christ. Hermod was upset. It was just one time. Also, I didn't know she was married, said Hermod indignantly. While these 3 argued, Thor could be seen walking calmly as he was followed by Sif and Hel. The reason Sif and Hel are following Thor closely? Well, you see. Could you let me go? Asked Thor, looking at Hel and Sif who were grabbing his clothes. The reason Sif and Hel were so close was simple. Given Thor's height, his shadow was quite inviting to protect themselves from the sun. And as Thor was taller, consequently he walked faster than the others, which was why Sif and Hel grabbed Thor's clothes, to make him walk at the same pace as them. Sorry big guy, but given our current situation your shadow is too seductive, Sif said with an apologetic smile. I agree, said Hel walking slowly. Thor could only sigh in defeat. It was then that a loud noise was heard, and the noise was coming from sky. Boom. This noise was the shock wave that occurred just as something fell from the sky near the Nordic group. The impact caused a cloud of dust that blocked everyone's view. But the dust cloud didn't last long before it was dispersed by the cause. The first thing the Nordic group saw was two wings that were outstretched due to dispersing the dust cloud. The noble-looking creature wore gold carvings on almost every part of its being. And it was tall, about 7 feet tall. It didn't seem to have a lot of muscle but, due to the creature having wings and a hawk's head, it was a little obvious who it was. I am Horus, the sun god of the skies, and protector of these lands until the day I find myself in Ra's boat, fighting alongside him. As the protector, I wonder what you Nordics are doing so far from home, said the creature, now identified as Horus, as he crossed his arms. It was then that Valkyrie proceeded to start talking, or at least she tried. Greetings noble god Horus. The one who had spoken was Hermod, who approached the Egyptian god as if he were an old friend. We are on an adventure? Our group intended to visit your vast kingdom which is famous for the unique culture of your people. I'm, personally, quite curious about the stories that revolve around you Lord Horus. Your battle with your uncle is famous even in said Hermod, before being interrupted. Spare me the ridiculous flattery and go straight to the point. Nordic, said Horus, in an irritated tone. Truth be told, Horus was feared for many reasons. His fight against his own uncle, Seth, was well known to other pantheons. A story of betrayal and revenge. A fight that lasted a millennium. However, it may be strange that the other pantheons didn't dare interfere or even take advantage of the discord of the conflict. The other pantheons didn't have the courage for one simple reason. Ra, the strongest solar deity. Although Ra was, without a doubt, the strongest of the Egyptian pantheon, there was also the existence of beings of absurd power. A good example was Seth and Horus. Seth, after being defeated by his nephew, instead of being killed, Ra spared him and instructed him to stay on his ship forever, helping Ra hunt down the sun god's nemesis, the eclipse dragon. Ra saw Seth as someone useful to be used for something more productive. Horus, on the other hand, was well known for his temper. A good example? During the confrontation between Seth and Horus, Seth challenged the hawk-head god to a simple contest of strength. However, Horus, tired after centuries of fighting over something that should have been his by right, tried to get his own mother, Isis, to hurt Seth during the competition, so that Horus could deliver the final blow. However, Isis didn't have the courage to hurt her own brother. Horus, in turn, saw this as a betrayal, and a betrayal from his own mother. When Horus realized that his mother would not hurt Seth, blinded by rage, Horus ended up ripping his own mother's head off. Fortunately, Thoth, the wisest god, ended up saving Isis by healing her. Thor came to Egypt for a single purpose, to learn such a healing technique from the god of wisdom. Lord Horus, it is an honor. I am Christ and my purpose for coming here was due to someone who seems to have an interest in the magic of your people, said Christ. This seemed to have interested Horus. We're not exactly allies. So why should I let you learn my people's magic? Asked Horus. That was a reasonable question. How about an exchange? Asked Thor. Horus, while wanting to answer the question, stopped for a moment and stared at Thor. Tall, red-colored hair. You must be the bastard son of Odin. Your name is Thor, isn't it? Asked Horus. Vali and Hermod looked insulted. After all, they were also sons of Odin, but it seemed that Horus didn't care much about their presence. It seemed that all of Horus' attention at the moment was on Thor. I don't think we introduce ourselves properly. I'm Thor and these are my brothers Vali and Hermod. We are children of Odin. This is our cousin Hel. My close friend Sif and the Valkyrie is called Christ. We came here to see your land, but I particularly want to meet Thoth if possible, and I'm willing to make a small exchange for our stay in your land, said Thor, as he introduced each of his group. This seemed to have interested the Egyptian god. And what do you have that you suppose I want? Asked Horus. It was then that Thor removed another necklace from his storage necklace, but a very different necklace. I hear that you like one particular goddess who has 2 different faces, said Thor, with a smile. It was no secret that Horus was in love with the goddess Hathor. Hathor, however, suffered from the same thing her father Ra had. In the ancient world, it did not have a certain name, but in modern times the name was well known. Personality disorder. Hathor was the goddess of the sky. She also represented dance, music, love, joy, motherhood, and sexuality, as well as aiding the journey of mortal souls to the afterlife. Her other personality, however, could be described as bloodthirsty. Sekhmet, goddess of war, disease, and healing, a symbol of pure and intense emotions such as passion and anger. It is said that during Ra's rule on Earth, he created Sekhmet to punish mortals who disobeyed him. However, it was not a pretty sight. Sekhmet did not differentiate guilty from innocent. When the goddess stepped onto the earth went on a rampant killing spree, crying out for blood. Ra, after seeing the result of his creation, was regretful and had ordered Sekhmet to stop the killing, as he saw that his daughter was killing innocent people. But the goddess was so clouded by the lust of war that she kept killing. Although Ra could kill her, he refused to kill his daughter and so came up with a plan. Ra had the idea of getting her drunk with a red drink and only then creating the other personality. Hathor. Sekhmet drank Ra's mixed drink without batting an eye for one simple reason: it was red, just like the blood of her victims. As soon as Sekhmet passed out from drinking, Ra appeared and then created another personality for Sekhmet. Hathor would be Sekhmet's opposite personality. While Hathor was the symbol of love and happiness, Sekhmet was the symbol of hate and war. Two personalities share the same body. So what, son of Odin? Can you do something? Asked Horus. It was then that Thor's smile grew. This necklace in my hands will separate the wearer's personalities into two bodies. Although the divine power will be split in half, there will be two separate people. To bring them back together, just channel the divine power of both into the necklace and the two personalities will return to share the same body, said Thor. That had definitely got Horus interested. Are you sure it will work? Asked Horus. The Norse god just replied. You have my word, said Thor. Thor then tossed the necklace to Horus, who as soon as he picked it up began sizing it up for any treacherous function. After a while, Horus looked towards the group. You are welcome in my lands. By my word and by the law of the guest you will not be harmed. I will report your stay in my lands to the rest of the gods, so feel free to explore my lands, but I recommend that you stay out of trouble. Now that the situation has been resolved, I will leave now, said Horus, as he spread his wings and flew towards the sky. When the Egyptian god came out, Hermod was the first to comment. Thor, how did you make that necklace? Asked Hermod. Not only was Hermod curious, but most of the group, except for two people. One was Thor, and the other was the one who helped Thor regarding the necklace's function. Well, I had a little help from our cousin, who has a weapon with a very interesting function, right Hel? Asked Thor, looking at Hel. Hel just smiled sheepishly. It's no big deal, starvation did all the work, Hel said, with a weak tone. Hel's knife. A pretty underrated weapon. Thor asked for Hel's help during these 6 months to prepare the perfect necklace for Hathor, using one of the powers of the knife of the queen of the Norse underworld, which was to divide, or in this case separate, souls. Once Thor was able to transfer the knife's power through the corrupted ice, he forged the amulet. The result was nothing but satisfying. Basically, while repairing Frey's ship, Thor successfully managed to forge some items that could be useful on his journey. Why did Thor do that? Well, most gods never give things away for free. It was always good to bargain. Let's go. Our little journey is just beginning, said Thor, as he resumed walking. Our stay in the land of Horus could be described as welcoming. The gods remained in the land of men, but in specific locations, scattered across the lands and never next to each other. In a way, it was as if each god had his own territory that he could call home. We ended up staying in the house of Horus. And when I say house I mean obelisk. It was weird, each god's house looked like a mixture of a temple and a standard house, with a kitchen, bedrooms, and so on, but with the structure of an obelisk. According to Christ, the structure of the obelisks was enchanted with Egyptian magic, which was intended to hide it from the eyes of mortals. And it seemed that even among the Egyptian gods, no god can enter without the permission of the god in charge of the obelisk. Initially, I found it a little confusing. After all, the period was peace and there was no longer a civil war between Horus and Seth. When I asked Christ about it, she just said not to worry because they always have been and always will be. Excluding special occasions, there are only 2 places that the Egyptian gods meet. The Divine Court, located on the solar ship, the strongest Egyptian solar deity ship. The Divine Court was presided over by Ra, and this court was only held when there were things that were extremely important and related to the divine, such as the dispute between Seth and Horus. The problem is that, according to Christ, the court began the moment Horus claimed the throne from his murdered father. If Horus and Seth's fight lasted approximately a millennium. Yes, the gods don't usually agree with each other. Nothing new. The other court was the court of men, or the court of mortals, and it was currently presided over by Osiris in the land of the dead, called Duat. Anyway, I think it was time to look for the god scribe. Christ, do you know where Thoth is located? I asked. The Valkyrie seemed to think for a few moments before speaking. If I remember correctly, he must be living in the obelisk right after the first waterfall in the river. He is one of the few gods who live there. If I remember him correctly, he likes the silence, said Christ. What Christ said interested me, but it also caught my brother's attention. Do you know him? Asked Vali. Apparently, my brother is worried about the current situation. Idiot, I'm not you. I went there because I was accompanying Odin at the time, Christ replied with a furious grimace. Following Odin? It is rare for my old man to leave Asgard and encounter another supernatural deity, let alone another pantheon. It must be important for the old man to seek out the scribe god. Very well, I'll be going. If anything happens let me know by the runes, I said. Hel and Sif then looked at me. Can I go with you? Both asked the same question. Truth be told, I think it would be advantageous for not only me to learn from Thoth, but I didn't know if the scribe god would be willing to teach anyone. Furthermore, I don't think it's a good idea, I said with finality. This seemed to have made Sif and Hel unhappy. Don't look at me like that. I'll just ask if I can have a little meeting with Thoth to learn something. I don't even know if he'll agree to my request. I just don't want you to go on a wasted trip, I explained. That seemed to have calmed them both down a bit. You come back for dinner, right? Asked Sif. Yeah, please, cousin. I saw that you brought that thing you call pasta and stuff, so will we have that for dinner? Asked Hel. Just like her older brother, Hel seemed to have acquired a taste for Italian food. That is called pizza, Hel, and yes, I'll make it for dinner, just please, while I'm gone, don't cause any trouble, I said. Sif and Hel nodded, but Sif still commented. You should be making this request to Hermod, said Sif. She wasn't wrong. Hermod, I said. My brother then looked towards me. What's up, brother? Asked Hermod, confused. What to say? While we're here, please be less this, I said, gesturing to him. The gesture? Well, you see, Thor, you're pointing out to my whole body, said Hermod. Exactly, I said. Hermod then grimaced. I'm not that bad, said Hermod. This I disagree with. Who thought it was a good idea to steal Sleipnir at 10 years old? I asked. This seemed to have activated a neuron in my troubled brother. In my defense, I was young, said Hermod. That wasn't a good excuse for one simple reason. Hermod, Vidar told me he tried to stop you, but you went anyway, and he's only a year older than you, I said. That seemed to have embarrassed him. Oh well, so what? Do you think Vidar was more responsible? Asked Hermod. Back then. Definitely not. The problem is that of all my brothers, Hermod was the troublemaker. He only gets on the line if there are some specific people around. I am one of them. I don't care if Vidar was more responsible. You know as well as I do that you're the one who usually causes trouble, I said. That seemed to have silenced Hermod. I then turned to the group. I'll go, if something happens that ends up in politics, let Hreist sort it out, and if something happens that ends up in direct conflict let me know, I said. I then left. As soon as I got out of the obelisk, I summoned my chariot and bolted to Thoth's house. As soon as I reached the obelisk in just a few seconds thanks to my chariot, I wanted to summon some of my divine power, just to alert Thoth that I was here. However, I ended up not needing it. I'm busy. I heard a voice and looked towards the origin. It was a bird. A bird that glowed a ghostly blue color. It was kind of obvious that the bird was made of pure divine power. So this is one of this god's capabilities. But what good is this thing other than the second pair of eyes? I assume you're Thoth. I'd like to have a meeting with you when you're available, I said. The bird seemed to consider. In that case, you can come in. Unforeseen meetings can arise from the need of one of the parties. I don't need anything at the moment, which only leaves you, said the bird. So that means he's already assuming I need his help. It was then that a door emerged from the obelisk, inviting me in. The bird then left the branch on which it was perched. Follow me, said the bird. I couldn't deny the request. After all, if I went inside the obelisk, I was pretty sure it would take time to find Thoth with the traditional search method. POV. Third person. The bird, of the ibis race, guided the god Thor through the obelisk. What had Thor noticed most along the way? Papyri. Papyrus stacked on shelves, on the floor, furniture. They were scattered all over the place. And Thor had a feeling that probably the entire obelisk was like that. You're not very organized, are you? Asked Thor, looking toward the rolled up scrolls on the floor. The bird that flew a little ahead of Thor then replied. With every second that passes, the past tends to grow. If I were to organize everything, would I lose the preciousness that is history, said the bird. From the bird's response, Thor could already have an idea about the kind of person Thoth was. For Thor, the scribe god Thoth could be described as someone obsessed with recording events. But Thor didn't understand that kind of ambition. A few minutes passed and Thor realized he was now in something resembling a library. And at the center of that library, a man was talking to himself as a quill jotted down a papyrus. Considering the adaptability of these beings, the future of such a species is very indeterminate. Their reasoning ability is slow, but it's changing correct that part it's evolving in a matter of a few years, and it seems that this achievement is transferable to their descendants. Violent capacity still prevails, but there is considerable improvement in social behavior than it was millennia ago. However, further observational studies must be done lest it ends up as a failure. Sigh. Again, said the man, with a tone of defeat. As the man spoke, the quill was writing rapidly on the papyrus at the same pace. When the man finished speaking, the quill stopped. It was then that the bird that was guiding Thor flew towards the man, and merged with him. Oh, a visitor? I see, asked the man. It was then that the unknown man turned towards Thor. Greetings, visitor. Horus has informed me of your group's stay. My name is Thoth. If possible, could you introduce yourself and tell your purpose for coming here? Asked the man, now identified as Thoth. Thor then took a step forward. My name is Thor, son of Odin, and about my purpose. I would like to learn, said Thor. This seemed to get Thoth's attention. Learn? What? Or rather, saying, why? Asked Thoth. Thor then responded without hesitation. I would like to learn magic, due to possible future need, said Thor. Thoth seemed to consider. Need? How do you define it? Asked Thoth. Thor thought for a moment before answering. It would be something indispensable for me, Thor replied. Thoth looked at Thor as he analyzed the answer. You say indispensable, but you didn't say the reason. A need is something indispensable, I agree with that, but there is always a reason. An example is a need for mortals for water. The reason why water is something indispensable for them is that without it mortals will die. So, what is the reason for your need, son of Odin? No half answers please, asked Thoth. Thor seemed to think for a moment. You are quite curious, has anyone ever said that? Asked Thor. Thoth just shrugged. I'm referred to as the god of wisdom. Many think it's because I have the answer to everything, but it's a misconception. I'm curious and I'm hungry for knowledge, and I love it when accumulated knowledge is put to use. A wise one does not squander how much he knows about things, but he knows things and remains silent because it is in silence that you begin to reflect on the things you know, said Thoth. The god Thoth was known for many things: the scribe, the lonely, the impartial. The title of impartial is best known among the gods for one simple reason. Thoth condemns choosing a side when it comes to battles, because if chose sides well, history will be written by the winners. The god scribe prefers only to observe a bloody battle that is taking place in front of him, and only then to record the events most faithfully. However, there were times when he was not impartial, and Thor knew about that. It is a strange concept of wisdom that you speak. After all, you were not silent when the last court of the gods took place between Seth and Horus, besides having shown clear support for Horus, and you saved Hathor with your magic, said Thor. Thoth didn't look shaken. True, but keep in mind that these were specific situations that I had to intervene in, because if I didn't do what I did, I would risk the future of my pantheon, said Thoth. Thor was a little confused. Risk the future of the pantheon? What do you mean by that? Asked Thor. Thoth then looked at the Norse god and spoke with a smile. The age of the gods will end, said Thoth. This surprised Thor a little. After all, it was a statement made with a tone of affirmation so strong that it seemed immutable. And do you know how? Asked Thor. Thoth then snapped his fingers, and a papyrus flew towards the scribe god's hands. First we have to go back a little in history. A few millennia ago, that structure that you and your group used was much more than it looks, said Thoth, with a mysterious smile. The piece of papyrus then opened, and then an aura formed, and then a kind of hologram appeared. The hologram showed an image that Thor immediately recognized. The Richat structure, known as the Eye of the Sahara. It was then that the hologram changed, and then the image seemed to show vegetation and water in the place, and it now looked like a place inhabited by mortals. This place was a joint experiment between some pantheons. Nereus, son of Pontos and Gaia, built a utopia for mortals, who grew so much that their population exceeded 1 million people. We, gods, were authorized by Nereus to see this city that humans lived in. At the time I went, it was absolutely splendid, gods and mortals living side by side, said Thoth. Thor could think of only a few things as he looked at the image of the city. Concentric circles, in the middle of a kind of lake. Thor could only associate this kind of geometric structure with a particular legendary city, Atlantis. But Nereus, in legend it was Poseidon. But Thor came from that place, and at first glance, he only saw mountains and valleys. It didn't look like it was ever a big city. How did it end up the way it is today? Asked Thor. Arrogance, said Thoth. Thor looked at the Egyptian god, and he could see the expression on his face as he looked at the picture. Disappointment. The city was to be perfect. It was founded by a mortal created by Nereus called Atlas. A new culture was established in that city. The mortals called themselves Imazion, and in that place they remained coexisting with gods. The city had as its main objective to cohabitation between gods and men. Until after a few generations, the humble people of the Imazion began to deny the gods, and this displeased some of us. Pontus then declared his son Nereus's project of the perfect city a failure, and we gods erased the city from the map over 5,850 years ago, explained Thoth. For Thor, the story was surprising. But why are you telling me this? Asked Thor. Thoth then looked at Thor before replying. Humans have disowned us because we lived among them before. If we do the same thing now as we did in the past, how long will it take until the same thing happens today or 1,000 years from now? Asked Thoth. It was then that Thor realized something. Something Horus had talked about during his first encounter with the Norse group. Protector of these lands. Protector, not ruler. Who is the ruling god of these lands? Asked Thor. Thoth then smiled in response. No one. The land is in the hands of mortal tribes, replied Thoth, with a smile. Thor, however, saw nothing funny. Why did you do this? Asked Thor. Thor ended up discovering something about the Egyptian pantheon. Horus renounced the government, but not the protection. Why? The answer is quite simple, don't you think? The humans, said Thoth. I know you mean humans. I want to know, why now? Asked Thor, insisting. Thoth then sighed. We gods control mortals too much. It was because of this control that the perfect city project was a failure in the end, said Thoth. The argument was that humans had resented the gods before because they didn't have something that defined them. The free will. I convinced Horus to give power to mortals after some time of reign. And in return, he would leave one of his lineages among mortals, said Thoth. One of his lineage among mortals. It only meant one thing in Thor's mind. Demigods. Who is the lineage of Horus? Asked Thor. Thoth then denied it. Not yet. We are waiting for the right moment and, by my calculations, it will be a few centuries from now. How do I know that? Mortals reek of conflict at the moment. What is missing now is one mortal with a desire of conquest and resources, said Thoth. That's what was missing. A mortal with a desire for conquest and who has the resources to support that desire. When this power-hungry mortal is born with the right conditions, he will remove any obstacle in front of him if it meant power concentrated in his hands. Hundreds of mortals will die. Thanks to what Thoth revealed to Thor, the reincarnated Norse god could finally have a brief idea of what year he was likely in, before the first Egyptian dynasty. And if Thoth's calculations were correct, Thor was probably in the pre-dynastic Egyptian period, the period that only ended with the accession to power of a figure considered legendary, the first pharaoh, Narmer. With Thoth commenting on the lineage of Horus among mortals, Thor was sure the first pharaoh would be part of that lineage. Narmer unified Egypt through war and bloodshed. The dynasties that followed were not a bed of roses either. But that wasn't what Thor had in mind at the moment. So you're just going to watch mortals kill each other for power? Asked Thor. Typical divine action. But again, when didn't humans fight for supremacy? When you talk like that, it's very biased. My argument is that humans are changing and therefore the best course of action would be to let them solve their problems. We, gods, will return to what we were before, figures admired by mortals, replied Thoth. Thoth's argument was clear. The gods have tried to guide humans in the past in a more direct way, and this has resulted in humans' resentment towards the gods. Thoth then asked a question that roused Thor from his thoughts. While I enjoy talking about the fascinating species that is humanity, you have yet to answer my question, said Thoth, looking up at the Norse god. That's when Odin's son remembered why he was here. I would like to learn, if possible, the same technique you used to heal Hathor, said Thor. Thoth stared at the Norse god. And the reason? Asked Thoth. Thor then looked Thoth in the eye and said without missing a beat. Be stronger, said Thor. This seemed to amuse the Egyptian. Is that your answer? Be stronger? I suppose that's a very predictable response for a Norse god, said Thoth. The Norse god then commented. I don't care if it's predictable, it's my answer for a good reason. I need it if I want to get prepared for a sticky situation, said Thor. Thor was aware of beings that could kill him if they had the right things. Like a powerful poison. Not to mention the future weapons that will exist in this world. Like Longinus. The reincarnated Norse god knew he needed something that could cover up this flaw he had regarding immunity. It was then that Thor found out about the technique that Thoth possessed. A technique that revived a goddess shortly after being decapitated and, of course, killed. Even Isis, the supposed goddess of magic, was not shown performing such a feat. Who contested this feat was Thoth, a scribe god. That must have been a severe blow to the goddess Isis. Needs to get prepared. Sure, why not, said Thoth, shrugging his shoulders. This action surprised Thor a bit. Just like that? Asked Thor suspiciously. Thoth then replied with a smile. I already said I am the god of wisdom, son of Odin. While I enjoy accumulating knowledge, it is even more refreshing to put that acquired knowledge into practice. And share it, said Thoth. For some reason, Thor thought Thoth would make a good teacher in modern times. But there's still something Thor was curious about during the conversation. By the way, you said that the age of the gods will end because of humans, but what's stopping the gods from eliminating humans again? Asked Thor. After all, the gods have already made humans start over by destroying an entire city. What would stop the gods from doing the same thing? Thoth's answer was given with a smile. Your question is valid. Gods may have killed many human settlements throughout history, but I'm sure that eventually we will find formidable humans that will represent the pinnacle of their race. But when? I don't know, said Thoth. Humans reacting. That statement held Thor's attention for good reason. Because Thor knew the story of a human, even with divine blood in his veins, considered legendary through an ancient epic known in his previous life. A legendary king, who disrespected the gods, and defies them. Gilgamesh. Well, what are we waiting for? Your lessons start now. Let's go, my student, said Thoth. This seemed to have awakened Thor, who then remembered his group. As Thoth liked to share knowledge, Thor saw an opportunity for his group to also learn from the scribe god. Wait, I'll call my dash, said Thor, before being interrupted. Thoth was not happy. No, I only accept to teach one student at a time. After all, if knowledge is dispersed at the same time to other parts, it is unlikely that they will fully understand, and so it is very likely that each student will develop a selective memory that will only remind him of some things, but not everything, said Thoth, as he walked quickly out of the library. Thor then caught up with the scribe god. What about the talk of enjoying sharing knowledge? Asked Thor. Thoth then looked at Thor. But I'm sharing knowledge with you. If you want your group to learn too, you will be responsible for their teachings. After all, I dropped my chores to teach you, and already made me lose minutes of unrecorded history. By the way, said Thoth. The god scribe then snapped his fingers, and then a piece of papyrus, along with a quill, appeared beside the god scribe. It was then that a light blue aura emerged from Thoth's body and came out. The aura had the form of the scribe god. Ugh. I never like to do that, it's always weird. Very well, you know what to do, said Thoth, looking at his clone. The clone of the scribe god looked at Thoth and did not respond, but snatched the quill and papyrus from the air and began to walk towards the center of the library from before. This ability caught Thor's attention. Intriguing skill. What do you call it? Asked Thor. Thoth looked at the Norse god. I don't have a specific name for it, but basically it's a stable construction made of divine power, so things like breathing, eating, sleeping, talking, or anything like that, are impossible actions for it to perform. However, you can write. The problem is that it's too fragile, so it's not very useful in battle if that's what you have in mind. Let's go to your first class in body recombination magic before we evolve into muscle rewound magic, said Thoth. Thor could only sigh. After all, the Norse god knew that he would be visiting these lands for quite some time if he wanted to learn the resurrection technique perfectly. But if everything is right, the result would be worth it. But if there was anything else Thor was interested in, it was building a utopia. A city where gods cohabited among mortals. Thor could only imagine such a city. Learning a technique that basically revives a god is easy. That's what I wanted to say. But the reality is quite different. I failed. I failed spectacularly, for centuries. The theory was already complex, but it was the practice of magic that was on another level. Thoth, knowing my lack of experience in healing magic, recommended that I learn the theory along with the practice. According to the scribe god, it would be easier to assimilate theoretical and practical content at the same time. According to the god with the head of an ibis, if I only concentrated on the theoretical part, when I got to the practical part I would be more lost than blind in a forest. According to the historian bird, I learn best when I put what I've learned into practice, whether I fail or not. For Thoth, when it comes to learning something new, there is no such thing as failure. There are only lessons of learning. But obviously, frustration prevailed every time I missed. The first lesson was the simplest part. Reconnect the separate parts. The object of practice? A decapitated snake. Basically, I would reconnect the snake's head with the rest of the body, and then Thoth would do the rest of the reanimation process. But, for decades I was not successful. I was stuck on the first step of the process for longer than expected. Fortunately, I've managed to live in Egypt and Asgard easily over the years. My group that accompanied me was always welcome to Egypt again, as long as it didn't interfere with politics. Why do the Egyptians welcome us at any time? Hathor. The necklace I made had worked perfectly. Of course, Hathor now only had half of her original god power, but that definitely was not a bad thing in the eyes of many Egyptian gods. Obviously, this meant that Sekhmet also had half the power. Horus could now much more easily subdue the bloodthirsty goddess. Sekhmet was now locked in an obelisk made especially for her by a god named Ta, who visited the bloodthirsty goddess when he could. In short, Sekhmet was under house arrest. But back to what really matters. Thoth's healing magic. Definitely one of the most complex healing spells I've ever seen. The magic that at full capacity could revive a god that was slain in battle. But like any spell, it has certain weaknesses. For starters, it was not possible to perform the maximum capacity of this spell if the corpse is more than an hour old. The excuse was that the soul had already left the whole body. Of course, this spell could heal simple wounds, such as broken bones or cut wounds. But I really wanted to have the full capacity to utilize this magic to the fullest. I didn't want to let anyone die. Call me weak. But I was very attached to my family and friends. No way would I let someone superpowered take them away from me. And since I don't have the power of friendship, I can only do one thing. Learn the most ridiculous techniques the world has to offer to strengthen me. Another interesting thing was that over the decades, while it wasn't class time, Thoth was a good friend. So, what do you call this game again? Asked Thoth, as he moved a piece on the board. Chess, I replied. When I introduced the Egyptian god of knowledge about such a game, he was excited to play it. I only had to explain the rules once. The bastard already played better than an amateur of my time. Talk about fast learning. Yes, that's right, chess. But what a fascinating instrument of entertainment. Where did you get such an idea from? Asked Thoth, puzzled. I then moved the next piece calmly, while answering. It wasn't as splendid as you think, I was just bored. By the way, check, I said. Thoth remained calm as he moved a piece to a more defensive strategy. Don't act like it's no big deal, it's a good idea, it could be an excellent alternative to pass the time. It's much more my style to fight that way than physically, said Thoth. This bastard was a quick learner, and we'd been playing for over 3 hours now. Either I'm terrible at chess, or he was very good at learning from mistakes in a matter of seconds as well as predicting possible moves. It was probably the second option. The reason? This was only his third game after I explained the rules. In the first game, he played more aggressively with the pieces. I took advantage of that and won quickly. In the second game, he played much more defensively. He was already making one of the defensive moves in my time, the French defense. Therefore, it took me longer to win, about an hour. In that third game, it was as if Thoth were already a professional. By the way, we have a visitor today. Someone wants to meet you if you don't mind, said Thoth. I moved to my next piece while reflecting on what Thoth had said. Does anyone want to meet me? That was interesting. Not many Egyptian gods visit other Egyptian gods. The gods I saw most often were the most social. One of them was the couple in love, Horus and Hathor. Which, by the way, they were quite active at night. Because of that, everyone in my group had to sleep in my room as it was the room furthest from the main bedroom. Another god was my current teacher, Thoth. He may prefer to live alone, but that doesn't mean he doesn't like to socialize a little. It's more like, Thoth will only join a conversation when something catches his eye or he sees a need to socialize. In short, Thoth was more of a introvert. May I know who wants to meet me? I asked, curiously. I didn't wait long for an answer. But it was not Thoth who answered me. It would be me, son of Odin, said a voice. As I looked towards the voice I saw a man. I knew this man was a mighty god. And not just any powerful god. The pressure he was putting on the room with just his presence made me a little vigilant. And it looks like it wasn't just me who was nervous. I see you're a little early, said Thoth, looking at the man. Thoth was one of the calmest gods I've ever seen. But I realized, at that moment, Thoth was afraid. I was a little curious about the Norse god who helped my daughter, so I chose to come to visit him a few centuries later when the Norse were more comfortable with our pantheon so that I can have a friendly chat, the man said. The man seemed open to reasonable conversation, and by the words only confirmed who it was. I assume you're RA, I said. The man just smiled in response. Certainly. But I think a polite introduction is more ideal. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm RA, and I don't really care about titles. It's a pleasure to meet you, son of Odin, said the man, now identified as RA, approaching me. Although I was nervous, I was also curious. It's not every day that the strongest solar deity wants to meet you. Whether that was good or bad, I still didn't know. Thoth snapped his fingers and then a chair floated towards where we were sitting. RA then sat in the chair and was silent. So, could you teach me how to play this game too? Asked RA, with a smile. And here I was a short time later, sitting in a chair playing chess against RA himself. Thoth had retired, saying it was time to record the day's events. But I knew Thoth well enough for me to know he was lying. So I don't think you came all this way just to play chess. What does someone important like you want with me? I asked. I had to be careful. If a fight broke out, I wasn't completely confident that I would beat RA. Perhaps if my limiters were removed, in addition to the awakened Mjolnir. But I still wasn't sure of victory. And it seemed RA had a brief idea of what was going through my mind. No need to be so nervous. I came here to thank you. You did me a big favor, said RA, while playing. A mighty god, thanking you? What comes next? Will pigs fly too? I don't care about thanks. I did what I did to have a passage and stay in the lands of Horus, since I'm sure the sky god would not accept my group willingly. I said. RA didn't look insulted. Ah yes, my temperamental great-great-grandson who loves a goddess he's barely seen in his long life of war. It's disappointing what we become when we don't focus, don't you think? Asked RA. I moved a piece and then responded. Your great-great-grandson was focused on leadership before. He guided the people of this land into a golden age, at least until he handed power to mortals and left it at that, I said. Horus was complicated to understand. He fought Seth for revenge and power. And, when victorious, he led Egypt into a prosperous new era. That's why I didn't understand something. After having bled, lost an eye, killed his mother, fought for 1,000 years, and ruled these lands, Horus only surrendered his power to humanity after a few centuries of rule. Why? Horus was in the best position to rule. Why did he just give up? What Thoth had told me when we first met still troubled me. The age of the gods will end? Perhaps Thoth is not referring to the existence of the gods? But if so, what was Thoth referring to? Certainly, it was a choice that confused many of us. But I supported it. After all, this is also my land and I trusted Thoth, said RA. It was something I didn't expect. For one simple reason. Do you trust the brother of your greatest enemy? I asked. Thoth was the son of Neith, goddess of war and hunting, and little sister of RA. But Neith had other children besides Thoth. Who were they? Well, you see, Serket, goddess of scorpions, Sobek, god of crocodiles, and last but not least, Apophis. RA seemed to have understood the implication of my question. We do not choose our kin, son of Odin. A good example is my great-great-grandson. I respect him and I don't hate him. His mother, on the other hand, I would kill her if she didn't bring consequences for me, said RA, with a dark tone. Well, I won't deny that Isis, the goddess of magic, didn't think very well when she blackmailed RA. The goddess nearly killed RA while blackmailing the sun god to find out Ra's secret name. It was kind of obvious that RA was angry at his own great-granddaughter's actions. RA then moved a piece. Besides, don't say that Apophis is my greatest enemy. I just keep him away from here so he doesn't threaten these lands. I'm not a kin killer for no reason, RA said. So RA does not wish to kill his nephew Apophis? This surprised me a little. I then moved my piece. If you just wanted to thank me, know that while I accept your thanks, there's no need for any of that, I said. If this god came here to give thanks, I didn't see the need to have this conversation. After all, I didn't help Hathor, or Sekhmet, willingly. I helped so I could stay and learn one of the most powerful healing techniques I've ever discovered. RA just smiled. I see, but as a father, I felt the need to thank you anyway. By the way, check, RA said, as he moved a piece. As a father, I wonder what it was like to be a father. I then moved a piece. I suppose you knew about the son of Horus, I said, with a disinterested tone. During this last century, Horus had a child with a mortal. The mortal was called Shush and she was special, for her ancestor was the son of Serket, goddess of scorpions. Horus and Thoth decided it was time, so they chose this woman from among all mortal women to carry Horus' lineage and carry out the plan to unite Egypt once more. But this time, Egypt would be unified by the hands of a mortal. The child was known to his tribe by a title, Scorpio King II. It had been a few years since the child was born. When he reached adulthood, he organized resources and set out on a campaign of conquest to unite Egypt. And he was supported by Horus and Thoth in the shadows. Hathor, obviously, was a little displeased with her lover's betrayal. The goddess left the obelisk of Horus and went to live in her own obelisk. I suppose this couple's fight won't last long. After all, Hathor was in love with Horus and the feeling was reciprocal. Anyway, the demigod child was promising. A good warrior and leader. And because of the child's real name, I knew he would succeed in uniting Egypt. After all, Scorpion King II was the original title of the mortal named Narmer. RA then moved a piece before starting to speak. Ah yes, the son of Horus. I suppose Horus and Thoth want to let the divine blood between humans so it has some form of control. I wasn't much in favor of such an action, said RA. So RA doesn't like Narmer. Narmer, as much as he has divine blood in his veins and is a demigod. He's no big deal. He hasn't developed any power or anything that I know of, other than his combat prowess. I suppose being a demigod at the moment was more about status than power itself. At least, until some demigod is born who breaks this paradigm. But then, you taught Thoth this fascinating game before you leave, right? Asked RA. I moved a piece. Yes, it's time to get on with my journey, I said. After centuries, I had successfully learned the ultimate healing technique from the god of knowledge, Thoth. As a gift, I chose to give Thoth the game of chess as a thank you. Thoth seemed to have enjoyed the gift. Learning such a technique took a great deal of my time. I was worried that my group was getting upset while we were staying in these lands because of me, but I ended up fooling myself. Everyone seemed to have fun in this land. Hel had made a new friend named Bastet. Sif and Christ were interested in the Egyptian afterlife and how it was different from Valhalla. Vali and Hermod had fun among mortals when they could, but they never caused trouble. I think everyone enjoyed the trip. I would wait a few centuries before leaving for my next destination, Mesopotamia. The reason was simple. My old man would like me to check on Enlil, who hadn't appeared at any meeting between the major gods of each pantheon for half a millennium. According to Christ, it was just a passing mission, as my mother and most of the Valkyries were suspicious about what had happened to the leader of the Sumerian pantheon. Enlil probably was sleeping. Our mission was basically to wake him up. It would take a while for me to get out of Egypt, as I was organizing some resources acquired over the centuries. Oh, another thing I'd like to ask. Would you be willing to be a witness to the union between my daughter and Ta? Asked RA, as he moved a piece on the board. Oh, is Sekhmet getting married? Since when did your daughter decide to get married? I asked. Also, Ta, it's a little hard to imagine a bloodthirsty goddess like Sekhmet married to the god of builders. Ha 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 ha. I was also a little surprised. But it seems that Ta makes my daughter happy, and for me, that's more than enough. She would like to thank you for helping her, so she wants you to be a witness to their union, said RA. It seems that the strongest sun god is a very reasonable father-in-law. However, if Ta breaks my daughter's heart, I will void the union in the next second. And I will rip out that worm's soul with my bare hands, RA said with a smile. Well, no father is so reasonable when it comes to his daughter's marriage. Anyway, sure, why not? I said, shrugging my shoulders. Excellent, thanks for agreeing, RA said. Witnessing a divine marriage should be something important. Also, it can be good between Egyptian and Nordic relations. Strengthening ties between pantheons has always been good. After all, pantheons at the moment must remain united for the future conflict to come. The conflict? It looks like the Morning Star was gearing up for open warfare. He was low on numbers, but the bat was just waiting for his race to grow in numbers before declaring war. I knew there was going to be a big war between the factions sooner or later. But when? I had no idea. All I know is that when war breaks out, the pantheons will likely choose to support one side of the biblical factions. I should do everything I can to keep the Nordic pantheon neutral. I then moved a piece. Check, I said. RA thought for a while, before moving a piece. There's another thing, said RA. I looked at RA and gestured for him to continue. RA looked unsure. My other daughter, Bastet, would like your cousin, Hel, to witness her union with Anubis, said RA. Anubis and Bastet, dog and cat, getting married. Bastet was a somewhat lonely goddess. That was until she met Hel. Hel became Bastet's best friend in just a few years. I was a little afraid of this friendship. After all, Bastet was known as the goddess of fertility. I was afraid that Hel would be corrupted. But when I met Bastet, she was a reasonable person. I know this because Hermod still tried to flirt with Bastet and ended up being rejected. That was a relief for me. After all, I wouldn't want Hel to interact with some female version of Inanna. Inanna was praised as one of the most beautiful goddesses, and had a reputation as a collector of men. As soon as Inanna laid eyes on a man, she would seduce him to satisfy Heron, then discard the man when she got bored if he weren't a god. And when I say discard, I mean kill. When her advances didn't work, she killed the same way. Basically, with Inanna the saying "it's just your turn" prevailed. I looked at RA before answering. It's not exactly me you should ask such a question. But I will notify Hel of her friend's request, I said while moving a piece. RA then quickly moved another piece. Oh, but I know how uncomfortable you would be if I approached your group without you knowing. It wouldn't make a good impression, would it? Asked RA, with a smile. That guy. Let's be clear, RA, I may have befriended some members of your pantheon, but just as you care about your family, I care about mine. Just like you, I would kill to defend the people I care about, I said. Ra's smile was gone. Even if it is me, son of Odin? Would you face me? Asked RA. I looked at RA. Maybe it wasn't my best idea. But fuck it. POV. Third person. If you threaten the people I hold dear, yes, I would stand up to you without hesitation, said Thor. As soon as Thor answered, a suffocating pressure fell on the Norse god's shoulders. Thoth's obelisk began to shake. An aura with a mixture of golden, red, and white colors began to emerge from RA, as he stared at Thor with a serious gaze. Bathed in his divine power, Ra's eyes shone like two suns. Cracks began to appear in the obelisk. Thor didn't look away and then responded to the sun god by evoking his own divine power, which was a blue color with lightning flashing periodically on his body. Thor would not falter at that moment. Even if the being in front of him is considered powerful. No, considered another level. The god who was stronger than the primordials of the Egyptian pantheon itself, Nun and Mehet were it, as well as other primordials from other pantheons. the strongest solar god who shared his position with other primordials such as the void, chaos, in the top 10 of the strongest existences, occupying the 4th position. Ra. When Ra saw how Thor responded, he did something that surprised the Norse god. Ra stopped trying to intimidate the Norse god with his divine power. Ha 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 ha, and started to laugh. Thor did not see any funny, but the Norse god was confused by Ra's intentions. The Egyptian god stopped laughing and then looked at the Norse god. I must say, son of Odin, I am pleased with your response to my actions. You maintained your composure. Maintaining your composure is a trait reserved only for the strong. So I'm glad you have a strong conviction. I apologize for my previous actions, Ra said. It was then that Thor realized something. Ra was just testing him. Why did you do that? Asked Thor. Ra smiled in response. Call me crazy, but I wanted to see firsthand if your title of strongest Norse god was deserved or was just a misconception. I'm glad you didn't disappoint me, son of Odin, said Ra. If there was anything uncertain about the pantheons, it was the balance of power itself. The Hindu pantheon is, without a doubt, the strongest pantheon in terms of raw power. The reason? The second position in the top 10 of the strongest existences was officially made up of 5 beings. However, 3 beings were from the Hindu pantheon: the Trimurti, Brahma, the creator; Vishnu, the preserver; Shiva, the destroyer. In short, the top 10 list was complex. A single position could be occupied by more than one entity. Most pantheons had beings that were present in the top 10. Only a few pantheons didn't. Unfortunately, the Nordic pantheon had no one in the top 10, and that, many times, made some beings look at the Norse as weaker or useless. A good example? The Hindu sky god, Indra. Ra, however, wanted a harmony in the balance of power. The sun god wanted the northern pantheons to have someone powerful around. The northern pantheons were 3: the Nordic pantheon, the Slavic pantheon, and the Celtic pantheon. But none of these 3 possessed someone very powerful who had caught Ra's attention. Until now, when Ra heard about the stories of Thor and his battles, as well as the Norse god's desire to learn about spells from another pantheon, Ra saw potential in Thor. However, only through achievements will the Norse god be in the top 10. What Ra wanted was to see if the Norse god would fight with all his might if he was face to face with someone, who at the moment, was more powerful. Ra wanted Thor to see the difference in power between them at the moment for one simple reason. Ra wanted Thor to grow stronger. For Ra, all pantheons should strengthen. After all, the leader of the angels was another being that occupied the second position of the top 10. And Ra knew that this god would make some move in the future, especially after his army split because of rebellions and spawned 2 more races: the fallen angels and the devils. Ra was not a fool. Anyone who knew of the current situation knew one thing: a war was approaching. A war that would possibly change the supernatural world, and, consequently, the balance of power. For Ra, the pantheons needed to be strong by all means to resist this possible war. Anyway, now you know my position. I will witness the union between Sikamet and Ta, and I will warn Hel about her friend's request. By the way, checkmate, said Thor. Ra looked at the board. Looks like I lost. Well, what do you think of a rematch? Asked Ra, with a smile. Thor didn't smile back. I pass, I have other things to do, said Thor. Thor would soon be returning with his group to the north for good reason. It was almost time to leave. Thor knew he was in Egypt longer than anticipated and he has a new mission in Mesopotamia. The Norse god thought it was time for his group to organize and travel. Although there is a mission in Mesopotamia, Thor's next destination was a little further away: China. From conversations with Thoth, Thor knew of a strange power that some Chinese beings had: Toki, a technique that Senjutsu users could use by controlling their life base, in other words, the user's own life force. Why did Thor want to learn such a technique? The reason was simple. Thor believed that Toki could be perfected, having the possibility of becoming a technique that Thor knew from an anime from his previous life: Haki. But Thor knew that to perfect such a technique he would have to learn other things. To learn about the spiritual side, Thor would have to go to a place right after learning about Toki. India, the cradle of spiritual traditions. Sikamet's marriage to Ta was normal. I mean, by the standards of the gods there was a lot of food and drink and a lot of music. My group was the only foreign group invited. This could be considered a great honor. After all, who was getting married was Ra's daughter. There was only one thing I didn't agree with: the witness. A curiosity. A witness of an old marriage had to validate the marriage bond in a single way. And no, it wasn't through a subscription. I was dumb. I should have known better, but I had accepted it because I was never called to such a thing. There was a good reason the witnesses were mostly women. Rarely was a man called to be a witness, so I thought it was an honor. I honestly didn't know what the task of witnessing a marriage between 2 deities was. In a way, I'm guilty of not paying attention to Frigg's lectures on this subject. What can I say? Few things catch my eye, and unfortunately, getting married was not one of them. But back to me being a witness part. Let's just say it was weird. Yes, definitely weird. After all, I, along with 3 other goddesses, stayed outside Sikamet and Ta's room on the wedding night. And for an hour, I only heard moans. It was not a pleasant experience. I, of course, told Hel to politely decline Bastet's request. Hel didn't understand, but she did as I asked. My innocent cousin wouldn't be corrupted anytime soon, even if she is a millennium old. Also, to forget about this weird experience I had, I ended up drinking a little too much. The next morning, I woke up in my bed, with Sif in my arms. Again, I knew I would have to talk to Sif sooner or later to define our type of relationship, because it felt like our current relationship was one of friends with benefits. It's been a while actually, but we never had a more in-depth conversation about it, because what we were doing seemed natural. But, easily enough, Sif would be a good candidate for a wife. The reason is quite simple actually. As much as in this world, power dictates how things are, there was something else that seemed to be always present. Politics. In simple terms, I am officially considered one of Odin's bastard children. Keyword, bastard. Not surprisingly, my pedigree affected my romantic relationships and potential suitors. I can be considered a prince, but, by blood, I don't have many options for getting married. Was it possible for me to marry someone with a better pedigree than mine? The answer is, maybe. Did I care about this? The answer is, not really. To be honest, it would be a little difficult, but I could possibly do it if I made the effort to pay for the bride at cost. Keywords, if and effort. To be honest, I didn't want to have a headache just to marry someone. No thanks, I'd rather get someone who's easier to accept my offer on cost so it's not too expensive for me. Also, I found Sif an easy person to get along with. Why do I say that? She's not problematic. That is, she didn't give me headaches. I would soon be completing my first millennium, consequently, I would have to return to Asgard to eat one of the apples of Ion, the goddess of youth, to stay young, in addition to holding my celebrations on the night of the winter solstice. I hoped that when I mastered the Toki technique, I would get around this problem and live without having to eat one of the apples of the goddess of youth once every 1,000 years. As I was in a hurry, I told my group that we would be leaving shortly after Bastet and Anubis' wedding. Also, I met Isis. I did not like her. That's simple. Stories reflect her as a good goddess or merciful goddess because she failed to harm her brother Seth during Horus' clash for the throne, out of pity. But she had a side I didn't like. Manipulator. Greedy. A person who would threaten someone's life if it meant she got what she wanted. Part of the family or not. Unfortunately, Isis laid eyes on the famous knife of Hel when she learned what the necklace I gave Horus could do. How she found out that it was Hel's knife that gave the necklace this ability I have no idea. Anyway, she cornered Hel during Bastet's wedding celebrations and asked to show her the starvation knife. Hel, following my advice never to speak to strangers unless I'm around, declined the request. Isis didn't take it very well. The Egyptian goddess demanded and tried to deceive Hel by abusing the guest's right. It was at this point that I found the two goddesses arguing and told Isis to back off. The Egyptian goddess seemed to consider before accepting my request. I didn't let Hel out of my sight after that. The rest was history. I thanked Thoth once again for teaching me the healing technique. I said goodbye to the other couple Horus and Hathor, who had reconnected. I said goodbye to Ra and apologized for any trouble I caused during the party. He laughed and said that if I ripped Isis' head off he wouldn't mind. It was pretty clear that Ra would no longer protect his great-granddaughter. After the celebrations, my group left for Mesopotamia. I was a little apprehensive. Enlil's temper was legendary. This god sent several floods in the place. The reason? According to Enlil, humans made a lot of noise. I didn't want my attempt to wake him up to end in a deluge. However, after a few decades and after the Horus lineage had established itself as rulers, I finally knew what period I was currently in. The current ruler of the lands of Egypt was called Ca, known as the last pharaoh of the first dynasty. I knew from here on out I should be very careful not to throw human history out the window. I didn't want Enlil to end up sending a deluge that had nearly wiped out Mesopotamia's humanity, again. So in short, the danger of changing history is a serious one. After all, imagine me killing someone who could be the ancestor of someone important like Albert Einstein. Or I could end up making things worse. Messing with human history was like playing Russian roulette. The problem is that the gun is pointed at the humans. Have we arrived yet? Asked a voice. It was Hermod, and he had been asking that same question ever since we left the lands of Horus. No? And I already said, I'll let you know when we get close to Nibiru, so you don't have to ask every second, said Christ, annoyed. It seemed that Hermod was just annoying others out of boredom. I understood my brother, after all. I was bored too. I know, but I don't understand why we're walking, said Hermod, grumbling. Sif then replied. It is not advisable to appear out of nowhere by teleportation in a territory that does not belong to us. There may be misunderstandings, said Sif. That was one of the problems of the trip. We had to walk most of the time. We were approaching the city of Nippur, due to it being the city that most worshipped Enlil. But mostly, the only city that could know Enlil's location. That was our problem. The exact location of Enlil. The Anunnaki lived on another place called Nibiru, which was a planet, and they teleported to an island on planet Earth that served as a meeting place for the Anunnaki. The island was called Dilmum, the abode of the gods or a land of the living. The problem was that Enlil was expelled from there. The reason? Enlil tried to violate Ninlil. The strange thing was that Ninlil loved Enlil and was betrothed to him. The confusion was why Enlil did it before the wedding. So yes, Enlil was thrown out of the house for being unable to hold his pants. It was then that Enlil ended up living in Kor, home of Ereshkigal, for some time. until Ninlil went to Kor in search of Enlil who, for some reason, found it amusing to disguise himself as Nurgle, the guardian of the gates of the realm of Ereshkigal, and demand sexual favors in exchange for passages through the gate. Yes, I suppose Enlil had a very strange fetish that could be accused of being a pervert. But again, Enlil's brother did worse. Inki. I don't know how this bastard can look at himself in the mirror. The reason for my displeasure was simple. Inki was the god of wisdom, water, fecundity, and creation. But he was known as a somewhat promiscuous god. Once Inki had intercourse with Ninhursag, his own sister. But it was not just that. After some time, Ninhursag ended up leaving Inki due to her brother-husband's constant betrayals. However, Inki still missed his sister/lover. It was then that sometime later Inki noticed a young goddess, who looked very similar to his lover. Inki then slept with this goddess. Plot twist, turns out the goddess was his daughter with Ninhursag. But it wasn't just that. It gets worse. It turns out that this goddess, daughter of Inki with Ninhursag, left Inki alone too. Problem is, she was pregnant too. And yes, this goddess had a daughter. And that daughter also ended up sleeping with Inki, her own grandfather. It turns out that the great-niece daughter also left Inki. But by some luck, Ninhursag found out what was going on and ended up stopping this thing before it went any further, and Inki ended up fucking a daughter/niece/great-granddaughter too. In short, Inki slept with his sister, his daughter/niece, his daughter/niece/granddaughter. Ugh. I have to keep Sif, Christ, and hell away from this guy. It was then that I saw a small town in the distance. I think we had finally reached the city of Nippur. POV. Third person. As the group approached the city, Thor removed a small amulet from his storage necklace. It was Tgard's shrinking amulet. The same amulet was used to shrink the Jotuns during the Asgard challenges years ago. Thor had taken it for himself. Basic rule. Spoils of war. Why would Thor wear the shrink amulet? Well, to mortals an 8-feet man walking around was definitely no ordinary human. So what's the plan? Asked Sif. Thor then looked at the group. We will separate. It will be faster. Get information from priests and merchants, said Thor. Vale, however, could not understand why. I can understand the priests, but why merchants? Asked Vale. Thor then replied. Enlil is known as the god of the sky and current leader of the Anunnaki. He is also the god of the wind. According to my father, when Enlil sleeps it is possible to hear his snoring according to the wind. As merchants are the ones who travel the most, we will ask them if they heard any voices in the wind during their travels from one city to another, said Thor. Although the priests could inform the holy sites, there were many places to investigate. With the legends of the merchants, Thor believed it would be possible to delimit the search area of Enlil's resting place. The group then nodded. How long will we have to get this information? Asked Hel. Thor then looked toward the horizon and saw that he had a few minutes until the sun went down. Our meeting point will be downtown, as far as time goes until sunset, said Thor. It was then that at that moment Christ spoke. This is a city full of mortals, so please be discreet. We don't want to draw attention, especially since no Anunnaki know of our existence on their territory, and we weren't even welcomed by the guests' rights, so be careful. Christ said. The Valkyrie was worried for a reason. Unlike the lands of Horus, no one came to welcome them and offer accommodation for the guests' rights. At the moment the Nordic group could be considered a hostile group in foreign lands. And that was never a good thing. The Norse group then split up and began information with the local mortals. Even individually, some of the groups stood out. Like Thor, even at 6 feet 5 inches due to the shrink amulet, he still drew attention with his red-colored hair. A rather unusual color in that location. As Thor walked he ended up catching the attention of some people. It was then that a child, who was running and looking back, bumped into Thor's leg and fell to the ground. Thor looked at the child and then heard a voice. Stop the thief, said a voice, shouting. It was easy for Thor to understand the language of mortals. After all, gods or supernatural beings don't have this problem. Thor then looked towards the voice and I saw a man, looking furious, running towards him with a kind of club in his hand. It was then that Thor noticed what he had in the child's hands. A fruit. A single fruit. Thor then looked at the child's state and realized that she was a little malnourished. It looked like she hadn't eaten in a while. The man then drew closer and closer to the child and raised his club. Enough? It's the second time you've done this in my store. The first time I let it go because your mother knew how to please me, but she's not here to calm me down anymore. I'll teach you about what happens to people who try to steal from me, shouted the man, as he raised his club ready to hit the child. It was then that a hand grabbed the club before it hit the child. The man glared at the owner of the hand, only to pale as 2 amber eyes dipped in 2 black pools stared at him. The man, obviously scared, just thought of one thing as he looked into those eyes. Monster. Thor then applied some pressure and caused the club to be crushed by the grip. The Norse god then looked at the child who was on the ground, still frightened by the situation. Give back what you stole, said Thor. The child appeared to have awakened from its trance as it looked at Thor and then towards the fruit. It looked like she was considering. Thor, knowing the child must be desperate for food, spoke once more. Give it back, and I'll give you something better, take my word for it, Thor said as he held out his hand to the child. The child had no reason to trust Thor. The only person the child trusted was the mother. But Thor's words were tempting. Okay, grumbled the child. The child then handed the fruit to Thor, who nodded and then looked at the man who was still scared. Thor then grabbed the man's arm and handed the fruit into his palm. The man then looked towards the fruit and then towards Thor and only then towards the child. It seemed that the man wanted to say something more towards the child. But he didn't have a chance to speak, as he was soon interrupted. You better go, or the next thing I'm going to crush is your arm, said Thor. Needless to say, the man believed every word Thor said as he ran in the direction he came from. Thor, seeing that the man had left, looked around and saw that he had caught the public's attention. The Norse god then looked at the girl and then knelt down so that he was closer to the child's height and didn't look so intimidating. You have someone? I heard from the man that you had a mother, could you take me to her? Asked Thor softly. Truth be told, Thor didn't exactly know how to handle this situation. After all, he acted more on instinct. It was then that the girl looked sad. Mother is not here anymore. She is in core said the child. Through those words, Thor knew that the girl's mother had died and was now in the realm of Ereshkigal. So, what about dad? Do you know where he is? Asked Thor. The girl looked confused. Mother said that father traveled, but that he will come back someday to get me, said the child. Thor looked at the child. It was then that he noticed the strange-looking eyes she had. Then Thor noticed something. Solar divine energy. There were no doubts. The child was a demigod. Well, could you follow me? I'll give you some food. Maybe we could talk a little while you eat, asked Thor. Hearing the word food, the child immediately waved. Thor then walked along with the child towards the group's meeting place. So, what's your name? Asked Thor. The child then looked at Thor. I am Ibina, I have 8 summers. And you? Asked the child. Call me Thor. How old am I? Let's just say I'm a little old, said Thor with a small smile. The child looked a little confused but kept walking. It was then that Thor spent the rest of the afternoon talking and feeding little Ibina. Thor, asked a voice. Thor then looked towards the voice and saw Sif, along with the rest of their group, approaching. Oh, who is the brat? Are you a nanny now? Asked Hermod. Ibina looked irritated as it looked like Hermod was insulting her. The brat is a little friend I made, her name is Ibina. As for if I'm her nanny, she's too smart for that, said Thor. Vala didn't seem satisfied with the answer. I thought you'd get information too, said Vali. Thor looked unconcerned. Hey, Ibina. Could you tell them what you had told me about the conversation between 2 traders while you were at the market? Buying fruit? Asked Thor, with a smile. Ibina, due to being a petty thief from a young age, was very attentive to her surroundings and paid attention to everything, including the conversation between 2 traders on the market today. A trader who came from Shurapak was delirious when he arrived here. He said he heard a voice during his journey here, on a goat trail that runs from the Euphrates to Isen, Ibina said. When the child said this information, Christ soon spoke. I got information from a priest about a small lake in that place. It says it's sacred because it was where Tiamat was defeated by Enlil, said Christ. Thor then nodded. Well, we've got somewhere to go, let's find a place to spend the night and head out in the morning, said Thor. And while the child, asked Sif, looking at Ibina. Ibina looked unchanged. The young child was forced to grow up amid the current situation. No father since birth. And now with the mother dead. She had been living on the streets of Nippur for a few months now, learned to steal to survive. But as a child, it was unlikely that she would survive long in a world that was violent and, above all, cruel. The Nordic group knew it would be a death sentence. Maybe. Could she come with us? Asked Hel uncertainly. The group was silent. For good reason. They were supernatural beings. Worst. Some of them were gods. The child, as much as she had divine blood in her veins, was part of the society of the men of the Anunnaki gods and did not know the supernatural beyond praising the gods. It was then that the group looked to the unofficial leader. Thor. Ibina, do you have someone you can trust completely? Asked Thor. Thor hoped that Ibina had someone, a relative or even a friend of her mother's. The child seemed to consider before responding innocently. Yes. Ibina trusts Ibina, said Ibina. Thor softened his gaze. Want to come with us until you get someone else? Asked Thor. It was at this moment that Christ seemed to want to interrupt, but Sif put a hand on the Valkyrie's shoulder and stopped Christ from complaining about the Asgardian prince's actions. Meanwhile, Ibina seemed to consider. The trust established by Ibina and Thor was something simple and fragile. Food. Ibina was hungry and would trust Thor as he still delivered food to her. But the food was finite. Could Ibina trust Thor after the food ran out? The rational answer would be no. In fact, the answer would be no when a stranger offered free food. Ibina had learned long ago that nothing was really for free. The young woman suspected that the food was poisoned or, at the very least, drugged with something. The young woman knew of stories about people who offered temptations like free house and food and ended up attracting young people, only to be raped and or made slaves to be sold later in another foreign city. But extreme hunger was what guided the young woman's actions. It was hard to think when your stomach was empty. For Ibina, the moment Thor offered free food, her survival instincts prevailed with the following options. Or you refuse free food and you have a chance of not waking up tomorrow to see the sun, just like mom. Or you accept the food, which may be poisoned or drugged, and you have a chance to survive one more day. But you risk being kidnapped. At that moment, Ibina had chosen the second option. And as Thor talked to Ibina for a while, a line of trust as thin as a hair's breadth was established between the two. Ibina wants to go with bloody hair, said Ibina, pointing at Thor. The child believed that if she went with Thor she would survive longer. Ironically, for what was to come, it was the right decision. Very good. Let's go Ibina, let's sleep outside the city. If you have anything you want to take you better go get it now, said Thor. The child, however, refused. Ibina doesn't have anything, so Ibina don't need to take anything, said Ibina. Thor looked at the child, and then the Norse god of thunder grabbed her and placed her on his shoulder, where the child sat. For Ibina, who has never seen anything from above, she felt like a giant. Well, let's change that with time, said Thor, as he started to walk. The group then followed Thor towards the exit of the city, but Christ was still afraid. Everyone felt that the child was a demigod. The Valkyrie was worried that this would cause trouble between the Anunnaki and the Asgardians. Sigh, I just hope you know what Prince Thor is doing, muttered Christ, before following the group. And so days passed and now the group was on the lake, next to the Euphrates River and a goat trail used by shepherds. Thor thought it best for Hel and Hermod to stay at the camp with Ibina. After all, she would be meeting an important god and the girl might not understand the situation. To Ibina, the group seemed to be just on a treasure hunt. It was then that the group heard something. One voice? No, a noise. Zzzzzzzzzzzzz, whispered the wind. Yes, Enlil was definitely sleeping. Very well, look for some cave protected with a barrier, follow the sound of the noise. The louder the sound, the closer you will be, said Thor. The group then waved and scattered around the place. But it looked like the search area was going in only one direction, to the north. A short time later, Sif had found a cave that seemed to be where the snoring noise was coming from. So and now, asked Sif. Thor replied. Let's go into the cave. If we find Enlil still sleeping, we'll have to be a little careful, said Thor. Most of the group understood, but Vala still asked. Why do we have to be careful when we wake up Enlil? Asked Vala. It was then that Christ answered, as the group entered the cave. Because most of the times Enlil was forced to wake up, he caused many floods in these lands. And, he is in the top 10 strongest existences for good reason, said Christ. As the group went deeper and deeper into the cave, the snoring noise seemed more and more noticeable, until they reached the deepest part of the cave and saw a man lying on a kind of bed. Undoubtedly, it was Enlil. So how do we do this? Did we just pour water on his face? Asked Sif. Most of the group looked uncertain, except for one. Hey, Enlil, wake up you lazy bones, shouted Vali. Thor then placed his hand over Vala's mouth and stopped him from speaking further. Amazingly, Enlil slept on even after Vala's shouting. However, Enlil's face showed discomfort and then, at the same time, the earth began to shake. Thor looked at Vali. When this is over, I'll consider whether I need to sew your mouth together, said Thor. The earth shook even more and the group looked more and more worried. All right, let's go with Sif's idea, said Thor. The Norse god of thunder then took a small water canteen from the necklace's storage and ran towards Enlil. Thor then poured water on Enlil's face. It was effective. As soon as the water spurted on Enlil's face, the leader of the Sumerian pantheon opened his eyes. Ah, shouted Enlil, getting up quickly. The god Anunnaki, as soon as he calmed down, looked around and noticed the Norse group. Who are you? Asked Enlil, confused. It was then that in the next few minutes the group went on to explain who they were and why they were there. Enlil listened attentively to the group and the explanation, but during this conversation, a figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. It was Hermod. Hey, what the hell did you do? You need to see what happened out there, said Hermod quickly. Everyone inside the cave then ran outside to see what Hermod was talking about. When the group left the cave, which was located on a mountain and saw on the horizon, a deluge. A deluge that had already hit some cities. Everyone then looked at Enlil, who had a hand on his face. Sigh, not again, grumbled Enlil. It was then that Thor noticed that the Sumerian god didn't exactly care about mortals who had possibly died. The Sumerian god regretted that he ended up causing a flood unintentionally. Thor then looked at the group. Find Hel and tell her to put some sleep spell on Ibina, make the child forget this moment. I will search the area for survivors, said Thor. The thunder god then activated the lightning armor and shot towards the devastated cities. For Thor, what happened was a disaster and now the Norse god believes he has affected the history of mankind. However, for fate, this deluge was supposed to happen. Finding survivors were rare. Floods already wreaked havoc in my time apart from a few deaths. But floods in antiquity? It was a death sentence. Cities were destroyed, houses demolished, and buried in mud. Scattered around the place were piles of bodies of young, or old. It wasn't a pretty sight. But I still found survivors. They looked at me and seemed to cry out for help. I obviously helped them and left them in safe and high places where they could rest. They called me Adad. I didn't know if they were mistaking me for someone else, or was the name they gave me. I didn't care what they called me. I had more important things to think about. A good example? I knew there was going to be a flood in ancient Mesopotamia. After all, after the flood, it would be marked by the reign of Gilgamesh. But what bothered me was that it was my group that indirectly caused the flood. This would obviously make no sense, for the simple fact that my group in theory would never have left North in the common timeline. I could only think of one thing. Fate was playing with me. It was kind of common knowledge that fate held a high position in the top 10 strongest existences not because of raw power, but rather because of its ability to shape the history of most existences according to its will. Unfortunately, at the moment I couldn't do much about it, but when I have the opportunity one would meet with the agents of fate to settle the score. If fate changed events so that the flood happened due to my group's interference, what else changed? And if this change was due to my existence as well as interference, why wasn't I contacted by any of the agents of fate? After all, I will soon be 1,000 years old. I thought about possible answers as I rescued the survivors and buried the dead. But even after I finished my actions, I didn't find an exact answer, just possibilities. At the time I was sitting near the camp, Ibana was sleeping due to simple magic and the rest of my group was asleep. Except for two. One was me, obviously, who had been on guard duty. But the other? It's really a shame I let my power slip a little. It's always frustrating not having control over something that's yours. Don't you agree, Asgardian? Asked the person in front of me. Enlil, the current leader of the Anunnaki. I can't say the same thing. I've always kept my power under control as best I could, I replied. This seemed to amuse Enlil. Oh, strange. That seal on your back tells a different story, said Enlil. Well, that surprised me a little. How do you know? I asked. I knew what my seal was, but at the time, I hadn't met anyone who realized that my back tattoo was actually a seal. Enlil hummed before answering. Many gods think that my little brother and I are mighty gods. However, if there is one thing my brother and I know, it is about seals. After all, Enki was the one who sealed the Abzu millennia ago, as he couldn't kill him, said Enlil. Oh yeah, the Enuma Eli. One of the first rebellions between generations of gods from the same pantheon. But there was something I was curious about this event. I learned that it was you who defeated Tiamat when she rose to avenge the defeat of her consort Abzu. I'm not questioning your strength, but there were legends about a kind of weapon, a sword to be exact, I said. When I stopped talking, he knew what I meant. Divine weapons are powerful things. A good example of this? The Hindus had their own divine weapons. The Astras. They were the first divine weapons to be forged, in addition to being known as the most powerful. But not all were tangible weapons. When I go to India I would go alone. I had already told my group despite the complaints. Never would I let my group around beings with those kinds of weapons. Honestly, from Thotha's stories, Astras were pretty powerful things if used correctly. Some being are capable of destroying planet Earth, just with the manifestation of the weapon. Of course, the weapons of the Hindu pantheon were frightening. But there was one that stood out. Pashupadastra. This weapon was the main reason I was afraid to go to India with my group. I didn't want to risk anyone's life. But back to the question. Although the Hindus were the first to manufacture these weapons of mass destruction, other pantheons have tried. The Anunnaki were one of them. You are quite discerning, Prince Thor. This is information that should not be told laymen, said Enlil with a small smile. Just by Enlil's smile, it was clear that he was not happy. How did I realize this? Suddenly the wind stopped. There was just absolute silence. It's not really secret information, but there are still few people who know about this weapon, and that it's used by you and your brother. For your bad luck I know that this type of weapon exists, I said. For a few seconds, Enlil was silent, until the wind returned. Sigh. Well, in a few years it won't be a secret anymore. After all, it will be quite noticeable if any god saw the sword. In simple terms, when Enki sealed the Abzu, the power of our primordial was connected to the sword. I admit that my brother and I are in a high position in the top 10 because of this sword. However, I want to know why you wanted to know about this, asked Enlil. Then the sword was connected to the power of the primordial that was sealed. Well, that complicates it a little. I had ideas to do something similar, I said, admitting. Using Mjolnir has a problem. I couldn't use the unawakened Mjolnir without my gauntlets. Without my belt, the Megingjair, I was probably dangerous enough to possibly cause Mjolnir to crack. This was something I was trying to get rid of. Mjolnir never woke up, and I had no idea how to forcefully wake him up. So I was looking to forge a powerful weapon that I could use as a replacement. If I use unawakened Mjolnir without at least my gauntlets, I could break it. So I came up with the idea of forging a powerful weapon that could withstand my full strength, without my limiters. But I had no idea where to start. So I had to look in other pantheons for examples of weapons. As my old man had asked me to come and wake Enlil, I accepted the opportunity to catch only a brief glimpse of the weapon. The weapon is known by a name, the Sword of Rupture. But as Enlil stated, the sword was only connected to the power of the Abzu. So did that mean that the sword was only powerful as long as it was connected to the power of the Abzu? If it's connected to the power of the Abzu, what would happen if someone cut that connection? I asked. Enlil answered without hesitation. If that happened, the Sword of Rupture would then be an ordinary sword. A tough and uniquely shaped sword, but still a mere sword, said Enlil. I was disappointed. I very much doubt that such a sword would be enough to withstand my full strength. So I guess I have no choice. I need to see an Astra. Only then can you consider forging a new weapon. However, this still remained in doubt. After all, I didn't know whether Enlil was telling the whole truth or half-truths or even lying. Enlil is not known as the god of truth. And since I don't want to fight him in this place and risk the safety of my group, I could only accept the answer silently and look for alternatives. I see you have my great-granddaughter, said Enlil, looking at my group. In fact, Enlil ignored my entire group. There was only one person Enlil was interested in, Ibana. Well, at least I was right about my suspicions. Ibana was the daughter of Utu, son of Enlil and god of the sun. I ran into her in town. She was alone. I offered her to come with me and she accepted the offer, I replied. This seemed to have caught Enlil's attention. Do you want to take her? Asked Enlil. Enlil asked this question in a tone so bored. I admit it wasn't my original plan. but plans can change and it's up to me to adapt to the situation if necessary. Will you stop me? I said. Enlil didn't seem to mind. Not really, you can take it, I don't care about those half-bloods. It's a fact that for most of my pantheon humans are mere fun. Yes, fun is a good word to describe what we do with them, said Enlil. Ibana will not be missed by the Anunnaki. That was the truth. For gods, especially the older ones, humans are mere entertainment. Enki himself had several sons and daughters with mortals. On the other hand, Enlil treated humans as if they were ants. If the ants bothered him too much, Enlil would kill the anthill. Well, thank you for waking me up. I will prepare for the meeting of the leading gods now. I wish you luck on your Asgardian travels, said Enlil, standing up. Enlil then walked a little, until he stopped and turned to me. By the way, although our first meeting was peaceful, as soon as you leave my territory you are no longer welcome as long as I am the leader, said Enlil. This surprised me. Is that what the term persona non grata feels like? May I at least know the reason? I asked. Enlil looked amused and pointed at me before replying. There's no way I'm going to let someone who has this type of seal in my territory roam free. It's too dangerous even for me. While I do not care for humans, I do care for my land. I will not let it possibly be destroyed if you end up releasing this seal, said Enlil. So the reason is the Berserker brand. I'm not going to lie and say it's not justifiable. Even I'm afraid to release the seal. I don't know what I would become. How long am I allowed on your lands? I asked. Enlil thought for a moment before answering. Half millennium, nothing more, nothing less. You have been respectable enough so far, therefore I have trusted you for this time. Do not betray my trust, Asgardian, said Enlil. Well, half millennium is not so bad. I think he said that number for the simple fact that he is one of the oldest gods in this world. Half a millennium must be considered by Enlil, but one more week. As long as Enlil had authorized us to be here, there was one good thing about it. I could go after the plant that was located at the bottom of the sea in the Epic of Gilgamesh. The place would come to be known as the Persian Gulf. The main reason to find this plant? Ibana was still mortal. Thank you for allowing us to stay on your lands. We will respect the guest law, I said. Enlil just waved and then the body of the leader of the Anunnaki turned to wind and disappeared into the night. I just went back to camp and sat by the fire. I could only think of what fate had in store for me. If during all this time none of the agents came to me, I have to look for them. Maybe after this journey of mine, I have to go to the Norns to talk specifically about my destination. But again, the Norns don't speak the fate of each existence lately. Maybe I have to bribe. It's no use thinking about it now. I have more important things to think about. I have to go to China to learn Toki. I have to go to India to learn the spiritual side so that I can have the possibility to bring Haki to this world, beyond the Astras. Aside from these places, there was one place I should go, Greece. For a simple fact. If the current leader, who is Cronus, decided to close the borders of the Greek territory to other pantheons, I should invade. Why the hell would I invade the Greek pantheon? There were some beings I should know about. The Telkines. And as they were technically forgotten by their leaders, I could make good use of them. They were pretty underrated. The main reason I wanted to meet them? These creatures were immune to magic. According to Frigg, not even Hecate's magic, during Uranus rule, was effective on the Telkines. This could be useful considering that magic was quite common. Although I'd like to think more about my future plans. I was tired. I then looked at the closest person and saw Hermod. Hermod, it's time for you to take your shift, I said, grabbing my brother and waking him up. UHG. Is it my turn yet? Asked Hermod. I didn't respond and just summoned my water canteen and threw it in his face. This seemed to have effectively awakened Hermod. Oh, no need to do this. I'm awake, said Hermod. I just released him and walked towards my tent. Tomorrow I will start my searches on the seabed for the plant of youth. Time, current era 2690 BCE, Thor, 1310 years old. POV, third person. And so years passed, until years turned into decades, and decades turned into centuries. The Asgardian group remained in the Anunnaki territory for over 300 years, though they visited Asgard from time to time for celebrations or other important events. The reason Thor chose to remain in Anunnaki territory was for learning reasons. If there was anything else Thor wanted to know, it was about the sealing magic that Enki was so well known for. For Thor, it was an advanced form of magic that would take centuries to learn. After all, it was this magic that sealed the primordial. Thor didn't have so much patience anymore. The Thunder God had spent over 7 centuries learning Thotha's self-healing technique, and he wasn't willing to spend more centuries to learn a technique he might never use. So Thor set out to learn the basics. Elemental sealing magic. Immobilization sealing spell. Simple sealing spells, but if used correctly can be of great help. A good example was elemental sealing magic. Although Thor may have a high immunity towards the lightning element, the other elements can hurt. It was then that Thor had the idea of learning elemental sealing magic so that he would be more confident to fight beings with weapons that use elements other than lightning. As the Astra of the Hindu fire god, Agni, the Agniastra, an Astra capable of producing flames that cannot be extinguished by natural means. Simply put, did Thor think the Hindus wielded the most powerful weapons? The answer would be yes. The Astra considered weakest was the Angelikastra, an Astra that will decapitate the target it hits. It was the only Astra without much absurd destructive power. But the rest of the Astras? They held such fearsome destructive power that it was the main reason Thor told his group that they will not accompany him to India. After learning these sealing spells, Thor headed to a city, alone. The reason was to buy new food for his group. Thor, wearing the amulet of shrinkage, walked along the path until he reached Uruk, protected city of Anu, another sky god, and father of the Anunnaki, as well as their former leader. It was then that Thor noticed that two people were approaching. It looked like these two people were coming from Uruk. Thor then greeted the two people, who were a man and a woman, just as Ibna had spoken. Kadra? Greetings, said Thor. The man and the woman spoke. Kadra, / Thor then spoke. I'm a traveler. My group and I are camping nearby. I'm heading towards Uruk to buy supplies. By any chance could you tell me about the town market? Asked Thor, looking at the man and woman. The man and woman didn't respond for some time before exchanging glances. Traveler, I know it's too much to ask. But could you accompany us on a mission? You have the physique of a warrior. Maybe you can help us and then I will accompany you to Uruk. I am a hunter but my father is a farmer. I can convince him to give you a share of the harvest in exchange for your help. You will not need pay said the man. It was then that the woman spoke. Yes, and if that's not enough perhaps I can pay by other means. I'm well known in Uruk by men as one of the best priestesses in the temple of the goddess Inanna the woman said with a small smile. It was then that Thor looked at the woman more closely and noticed the garment. The Norse god realized that he was a priestess of Inanna. In simple terms, a harlot. A hunter and a harlot. This situation was a little familiar to Thor. Just a little bit of the harvest is good. But first I want to know what kind of help, said Thor. It was then that the man/hunter said quickly responded. There is a man who looks and behaves like an animal that is said to come from the woods of Edim. This being is killing my hunts and he is big and strong. A monster I tell you. I went to Uruk to talk to the king, but he only said to take one of Inanna's priestesses. According to the king the animal will return to being a man after spending time in the arms of a woman said the man/hunter. Thor was increasingly familiar with the situation. But to be sure, I beg your pardon, I'm from far away. Could you tell me, who is the current king of Uruk? Asked Thor. The man and woman gave him strange looks, but the woman replied. The king of men. Gilgamesh said the woman. This confirmed Thor's suspicions, as well as the situation he found himself in. The hunter and the harlot are heading towards the being that was created by the gods to challenge Gilgamesh. In Kija, the beast. So, will you be able to help us in exchange for free food? Asked the hunter, raising his hand. Thor then smiled. Deal, Thor said as he reached up and shook the hunter's hand. So what's the plan to attract the beast? Asked Thor, looking at the hunter. At that moment, Thor, who was accompanying the hunter and the priestess of Inanna, was in a small clearing where there was a source of water. According to the hunter, this was the most likely place for the beast to come and drink water along with the other animals. Well, we are following King Gilgamesh's advice. When the beast arrives, the priestess will undress to seduce him. Only then the beast will become a man, replied the hunter. Thor just stared at the hunter. You're kidding, right? Asked Thor. The hunter denied it. No sir, it was the advice the king gave me. He is the son of the great goddess Ninsuna, who is a goddess able to see the future and interpret men's dreams, so the king's advice must work, said the hunter. Thor couldn't help but think of the hunter's idiocy. However, Thor only thought about the future if he were part of this adventure, so he was willing to wait. Sigh. All right, when you're done I'll be waiting for you by that mountain. Just follow the smoke. I'll always have fire lit, Thor said, as he pointed to the mountain and walked towards it. The priestess soon interrupted. Now wait a minute. Will you leave me at the mercy of the beast? I know my job, but what if the beast attacks me? I thought you would be my security, said the priestess. Thor didn't even stop walking towards the mountain. So I hope your goddess loves her priests as much as she loves her lovers, said Thor. And with that, the Norse god walked away, leaving the perplexed priestess and hunter behind. Thor was in no hurry. He knew the beast was Enkidu himself, the being that was created by the Anunnaki in response to Gilgamesh's rule. The Norse god knew that Gilgamesh's rule could be considered controversial. Gilgamesh was said to be a pragmatic king according to legends. He was neither completely good nor completely evil with his people. He was from a certain point of view, competent. The problem was that, like any man, Gilgamesh is a sinner. One of the king's most well-known sins was lust. Even so, Thor wanted to meet the king of men, as he knew he could be special. Although Thor knew that in the DxD world humans were greatly underestimated, the Norse god wanted to make sure humans could be considered a force to be reckoned with. And who better to prove it than the hero recognized as the oldest? Thor wanted to know for one simple reason. Although Thor had obtained the plant of youth for Ibna, the Norse god managed to find 4 more of these plants on the seafloor and managed to transfer and grow them in his home in Midgard. Thor had found a total of 5 plants of youth. Considering that 1 plant was given to an Ibna, there were only 4 left. If Thor could figure out if humans were special, even before the Holy Gears, then the Norse god had plans to recruit some humans. The reason Thor did such an action was for one simple reason. On the Thunder god's first millennium birthday, Balr had given him a castle. The god of light already gave a name for the castle. The Reim, Thrudheim. And for the moment, the castle was empty. It had no inhabitant. Thor had denied any inhabitant because he had no leader who could manage the castle in his absence, as the castle was located in Asgard. The Norse god was thinking of recruiting mighty and forgotten humans who could run the castle which, in the future, will be accommodating Einherjar. Ibana happened to become one of the powerful humans that Thor ended up recruiting due to the demigoddess's potential being high. Until now Thor had thought of just one more human, even if his birth is far away. In the Crusades to be exact, but which of the Crusades Thor didn't remember exactly. Thor only knew that this human was one of the greatest warriors in history, as well as an exemplary leader. But this man was unlucky enough to have been born at the same time as much more important figures. So much so that even Thor himself at the moment couldn't remember the warrior's name. The Norse god only knew that this warrior had fought alongside a leper king. Thor hoped to remember this warrior's name when the time came. Thor remembered only this man's cognomen, the Young. But now, Thor still needed to know about humanity's potential. So the Norse god waited for hours. Until hours turned into days. It wasn't until the morning of the 7th day that Thor was greeted by the hunter, the priestess, and a mixture of man and animal. Inkiju. Thor noticed that for some reason the priestess had a passionate look on her face when she looked at Inkiju, although Inkiju looked depressed. Thor then stood up and walked towards the small group. This seemed to alert Inkiju, who growled in response. Thor then stopped in front of Inkiju. "S up mate," said Thor, holding up his hand. This action seemed to have confused not only Inkiju but the hunter and priestess as well. "What is S up mate?" asked the hunter, whispering to the priestess. The priestess just shrugged. "He said he was a traveler. Maybe he's from a long way off and that's how his people greet each other," said the priestess, uncertain. Whether the priestess was right or not didn't matter. However, strangely enough, Inkiju tried to imitate the gesture. "S up," said Inkiju uncertainly. Thor then looked at the hunter. "So, are we leaving?" asked Thor. Thor's action was soon forgotten when the question was asked. "Not exactly, you see, it would not be suitable for our friend to accompany us to Uruk in his present state of attire," said the hunter. Inkiju, due to being raised among animals, was wearing the same clothes as them. None. Thor, understanding the situation, just nodded. "Okay, I'll wait a little longer. I hope you still remember your end of the bargain," said Thor. In fact, Thor had notified his group via a rune of his possible absence for a week. Although Thor went to Uruk to buy supplies, the camp could still last 10 days without purchasing supplies. "Surely sir, I honor my word," said the hunter. It was at this moment that, for the first time, Inkiju spoke. "Where are we going?" asked Inkiju rudely. Although he lived among animals for most of his life, Inkiju had full knowledge of the local dialect. He just wasn't used to talking. Who answered was none other than the priestess. "My lover, we will make you presentable so that you can enjoy the great city of Uruk," said the priestess, as she took Inkiju's hand and dragged him back along the path to the city of Uruk. Thor just looked at the priestess strangely, wondering where the word lover came from. Thor looked to the hunter for answers, and the hunter seemed to get the message. The king's advice worked, and for 6 days the priestess tamed the beast to make it more human-like, but it seems that the priestess became very attached to the beast, the hunter said. From the play on words, Thor understood. For 6 days the priestess had intercourse with Inkiju, and it seems that this made the priestess a little attached to the new lover. The Norse god just shrugged and then decided to follow the priestess. By late afternoon of the same day, the group was heading towards the city of Uruk, with Inkiju now having clothes. The priestess was still clutching one of Inkiju's arms as if she were a maiden in love. "So what is your king like?" asked Thor. This seemed like a bit of a complicated question, as the priestess and the hunter exchanged a look. "He is a capable ruler," said the hunter. "Actually, he's just a little insatiable," said the priestess. Thor asked this question just to be sure. After all, the writing of the famous epic could have been done by men for political purposes. The problem with humans was that they always changed things to be more favorable to their will. This was something Thor learned from Thoth. Humans will never record their history impartially, so there will always be inconsistencies. For Thoth, this is due to the very nature of humans. The god of knowledge claimed that even if humans knew the meaning of the word impartiality, they would never act this way. It was then that Inkiju spoke. "Insatiable?" asked Inkiju, confused. The priestess seemed to give a sad smile. "Our king is a great warrior. He built together with volunteers the walls of our great city. We were never threatened by some rival city again. We never went hungry again. The criminality of our city is almost none due to the fear of being punished for our king. But," said the priestess, before stopping to speak, as if afraid. Inkiju looked more confused. "But," asked Inkiju, waiting for the priestess to continue. But it was the hunter who answered. "But, there is always the other side. The volunteers are the men, young or old, that the king took from their homes to serve in the buildings or the army. No one can go against King Gilgamesh because he's too strong, capable of raising mountains, and while the men work, the king sleeps with any woman who catches his eye, whether married or not," said the hunter. Thor remained silent, while Inkiju looked irritated. "Forced?" asked Inkiju. The priestess gave a hollow laugh. "This matters? A man of power that has never known limits, that is our king. He even declared during his reign that any marriage within his lands he must be present, in addition to the first night decree being his, said the priestess. Basically, any man who decided to marry in the lands of Uruk, the groom would have to cede his bride to Gilgamesh on the night known as wedding night, in order for the king to approve the marriage. Why don't man and woman unite in another land? Asked Inkiju, still irritated. The hunter laughed at the question. Ha 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 ha, Let me tell you what King Gilgamesh once said to the people of Uruk, don't worry about our enemies, because everything that the sun touches belongs to me, and forever I will defend what is mine. May have seemed arrogant, but he kept his word. No one threatened Uruk after Gilgamesh showed his strength. However controversial it is, we feel safe in Uruk, said the hunter. Enkidu was silent. I want to meet this king, said Enkidu. It might have seemed like a simple statement, but Thor sensed Enkidu's displeasure when he said king. Location, Uruk/throne room. POV, third person. In a throne room, which could be described as extravagant due to its golden adornments, a man sat on a throne made of gold. The man could be described as powerful, not only because of his physical size but also because of the clothes he wore. Gold ornaments adorned their clothes that appeared to be made of the highest quality material. The man was currently drinking some wine as he thought about what his mother had said about the dream he had several years ago. The man was questioning the interpretation of the dream that his mother made. The meteor represents that someone you will face will be your equal in power. It symbolizes that soon you will have a friend who will be like your own brother. Although the lightning that struck you, waking you from your dream, it can symbolize many things because lightning is always unpredictable, said the man, reciting what his mother had said. The man's mother even warned him about the upcoming confrontation. Fuhaha, as if any mongrel could even cogitate the idea of calling me a friend, said the man, scoffing. Although the man respected his mother, there were things she said that were meaningless in the man's opinion. Man has never known anyone who could match him. For that reason, he never considered anyone his friend. For the simple fact that he considered that for someone to be his friend, he must first be his equal. However, an unpredictable lightning. Unpredictable. Fuhahahahahaha. A change of pace should be acceptable. After all, predictable is so boring, said the man, laughing. This man is no stranger to the unpredictable, even because its very existence was considered something unpredictable. But the man never cared. In fact, the only thing he cared about was his self-proclaimed fate. To be the pride of mankind. To be the greatest king the world has ever seen. Those were his ambitions. A king who will be remembered for all eternity for defying the supernatural. And when his name is recited, it will echo through time. His name will be adored by many and hated by the envious. The king of men, that was his title. And his name was, in the throne room of the Norse gods, a meeting was taking place to discuss a somewhat complicated situation. Odin, king of the Asgardians, looked at the gods in the room and then spoke. I'll be brief. For some reason Nhggr has left the lands of Niflheim and is on a collision course to Midgard at high speed. I want you to send search parties to the lands of Niflheim and the land of the dead, especially in Nstrnd, to investigate the reason for Nhggr's wrath, said Odin. While most of the gods nodded in response, there were a few that didn't understand a thing. My king. What about Nhggr? Jormungandr is no longer on the shores of Midgard and Thor has not yet returned to Midgard from his journey, so there is nothing to stop the Malice Striker from destroying Midgard. Maybe it's time to contact Prince Thor, said Aegir, god of seas. Odin just smiled in response. Don't worry. I've already sent someone to take care of Nhggr, said Odin. Location, Midgard coast, future Norway. POV, third person. In a small boat, there were two men, probably father and son, who were fishing to collect food for the rest of the family in the face of the approaching winter. However, they were heading back to the fjord after an unsuccessful fishing trip. I don't understand. Yesterday we came to this place and it was full of fish. But now there's nothing, said the younger man, complaining. Patience, Leaf. Sometimes the gods look at us smiling, but not every time they look at us with a smile so that they teach us to be more patient, said the older man. The younger man, identified as Leaf, just looked at his father. But Dad, that never happened. The fish are behaving strangely, like they're running and hiding, Leaf said. The older man looked at his son. The fish are a gift from the gods to feed us. Your wife is about to give birth to your child, and I understand that you have a duty to bring food to your family, but it's no use complaining about our current situation, so be patient, my son. Also, remember we have Jewel during the solstice, so you'll be fine, just ration food until then, said the older man. This older man was called Gorm. He was always a worshipper of the gods and always respected them. Mostly one god in particular, Thor. The reason for their worship of this god was quite simple. Thor had saved him and his family from a monster when he was only 13 summers. At the time, his family had moved near a big lake. The strange thing was that there was no other family around beside him. However, despite this unusual fact, his family settled on that lake for 5 moons, until the winter solstice arrived. It was on the night of the winter solstice that something strange happened. A song began to play through the night. Gorm didn't even realize he had gotten up from his bed, along with his entire family, and they left the house and walked through the snow towards the lake. His father, Arvid, was closer to the lake, as mesmerized by the music as he was. Gorm watched his father enter the lake and disappear into the water. Just as his mother was about to disappear into the waters too, the sky roared again. And Gorm saw a man with red hair suddenly appear in a chariot drawn by 2 goats. Gorm knew who the man was from the stories his mother told. Thor. Gorm then saw Thor jump out of his chariot and plunge into the waters of the lake. And then the music stopped. And so Gorm had control of his body again. His mother then ran to catch up to Gorm and his sister Sigurd and drive them away from the lake. It was then that Gorm saw him once more. Thor leaving the lake, with Gorm's father being carried on his shoulders. and another man with his hands and feet joined like a fish, being held by the neck and dragged out of the lake. By Gorm legends assumed it was a Grimm, a troll that lives in the waters and lures men and women into the water with music with the intention of drowning them to eat their flesh. During that moment, Grimm was screaming, "Please, forgive me, I was just eating. I am starving," yelled the Grimm, grabbing Thor's arm and trying to free himself. Gorm has never been so impressed by a god. It was then that Thor took Gorm's father back home and laid him by the fire, and then Thor made several bags appear as well as several items that looked like toys. Undress him and put dry clothes and keep him near the fire. In the bags, there are food and toys for the children, Thor said to Gorm's mother, who was still surprised about what had happened. Thor then left, still holding Grimm by the neck. The Grimm was now cursing. "Let me go, Asgardian. I was just eating. You will cause a war with my race if you kill me, do you hear me?" yelled the Grimm. Gorm only saw Thor stop and lift Grimm to look him in the eye. "The leader of your race told my father about a deserter from his people. A deserter who didn't follow my father's decree to abandon the acts of eating humans, even though there are alternatives of food. I have all the power to punish those who don't heed my father's decrees," Thor said with a smile. Gorm then saw that a line of red color appeared on one of Thor's hands. It was then that Gorm witnessed Thor tie the legs of the Grimm, who was now screaming for forgiveness, the chariot pulled by goats. Thor then climbed into the chariot and looked at the Grimm. "You and I are going for a walk." "Ha ha 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 ha," said Thor, laughing, looking at the Grimm. It was then that Gorm saw the chariot shoot into the skies and violently pull the Grimm. That day would be forever marked in Gorm's life so much, that he told the same story to his children. For Gorm, the winter solstice became special. It was then that Gorm created a celebration to thank Thor on this day, the July, a celebration to be celebrated by the family, and dedicate this day to Thor. He made sure to tell his closest friends to do this celebration too. Gorm had just created and spread a tradition. "I know that, Dad, it's really weird," Leif said. Leif had been fishing in that spot for years. That spot always had a good amount of fish, but now, there were no fish. It was then that the sea suddenly turned violent, startling the father and son duo, shaking the boat. And then something came out of the sea, next to the boat. It looked like a snake with wings on the sides of its body. It was Nhggr. The snake then noticed the boat with the two humans. "Ruoar," roared the serpent in fury. The Leaf man had never been so afraid in his life. "What is that thing?" Leif asked, screaming in fear. Leif's father Gorm ignored his son's question. There were more important things to do. How to ensure food safety for his family, as well as protecting his son. "Leif, take the boat and go," shouted Gorm. Gorm then did something that surprised Leif. Gorm grabbed an axe and jumped off the boat, falling into the sea and swimming as far away from the boat as possible. This seemed to have caught the attention of Nhggr, who looked at the action of the human who was doing a lot of movement. "Dad, what are you doing? Come back here now. If that thing doesn't kill you, the water will," shouted Leif. Leif's shout seemed to take Nhggr's attention away from the man in the water. Nhggr was now facing the boat, until an axe hit Nhggr's nose. The axe just bounced off Nhggr's scales. The serpent didn't seem to have bothered, but his attention was now on the origin of the thrown axe. Gorm had thrown the axe from the water. "Go away, you fool. Row to land, our family needs food. It's time for me to go to Valhalla. I'll be waiting for you," shouted Gorm, drawing even more attention from Nhggr. It was then that Nhggr was about to attack Gorm. But then something happened. Bam! A white-haired man appeared out of nowhere and punched Nhggr in the head, and with the force of the blow, sent the great serpent Nhggr towards the beach, causing a shock wave and creating violent waves in the sea. It was Balor. The god of light then noticed a man in the sea and then floated towards him. "Want a hand?" asked Balor, with a small smile. Gorm then took Balor's offered hand. Balor then pulled Gorm from the sea and floated towards the fishing boat, where Leif was looking in disbelief at what had happened. Balor then left Gorm in the boat and remained aloft until he noticed the empty fishing net and then looked at the father-son duo and spoke calmly. "I advise you to go a little further, towards the sunset. Have a good fishing," said Balor, with a bigger smile. The god of light then looked towards where he had sent Nhggr and the welcoming smile faded from his face. An aura of golden color then surged from Balor's body and then the god quickly disappeared from the fisherman's eyes. Boom! Gorm and Leif held on to the boat as a new shock wave surged up and shook the boat and then looked towards the source. It was the same place that Nhggr was. There was now a giant dust cloud rising in the sky. "By Odin," said Gorm. It was then that Leif spoke. "Father, change your clothes, or else death will give you a cold hug," Leif said, quickly grabbing Gorm's clothes. But then Leif noticed something. "Are they dry?" said Leif, confused. It was then that Gorm understood. "Ha ha ha ha, my son, I think we've just met the light of the gods," Gorm said, laughing with glee. The light of the gods. That was Balor's title from the mortal's perspective. "What do we do now?" asked Leif. Gorm thought for a while, before looking at the giant dust cloud. "Let's fish farther, towards where the sun rests. We'll fish while there was light. Maybe we'll be luckier," Gorm said, with a smile. And so the father and son duo began to sail away, towards the sun, where they managed to catch the biggest fishery of all their lives. Meanwhile, Thor was about to change history a bit. Again. Location, Mesopotamia/Uruk/Palace. POV. Third person. The city of Uruk. A city that was once ravaged by wars and natural disasters. But now, it was in a time of peace and prosperity, emerging victorious over any adversity. The townspeople believed that this was all because the current king was responsible for Uruk's current situation. A king who was a tyrant. But still, he was able to bring a golden age to Uruk. And now, this king was sitting on his throne made of gold, with a woman on his lap and drinking a cup of wine while there was another woman nearby who was responsible for carrying a jug full of wine to serve the king. Everything was calm, until one of the guards quickly entered the throne room. My king, the hunter and the priestess have returned from their quest. They are being accompanied by a red-haired man and a thing, said the soldier. The king, Gilgamesh, remained calm. What are you waiting for then? That I go to meet them? Fuhahaha, don't be a fool, bring them here, said Gilgamesh. The guard looked nervous. But my king, they are, said the guard before being interrupted by a noise. Bam. The massive golden doors were knocked down by something. Or rather, someone. It was Enkidu. They are already here, my king, said the guard. Enkidu's appearance startled the people in the throne room, except for Gilgamesh. You false king? You tyrant, shouted Enkidu, running towards Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh took the woman from his lap and threw the wine away. Enkidu collided with Gilgamesh, causing an earthquake that shook the palace. The king and the beast faced each other, pushing their opponent with all their strength. While Enkidu looked furious, Gilgamesh looked confused. King Gilgamesh was recognized for being strong, being able to lift mountains on his shoulders easily. It was through this strength that he was never challenged by anyone else. But for the first time, Gilgamesh didn't instantly overpower his opponent. Gilgamesh had found someone equal to him. Fuhahahaha, not bad monster, not bad at all, said Gilgamesh, pushing Enkidu. The castle floor began to crack under the strong pressure. The floor looked like it would give way at any moment. And the palace looked ready to fall. Enkidu? Enough, said Thor, entering the throne room, along with the hunter and the priestess. But Enkidu ignored him and continued to push Gilgamesh. More and more prominent cracks appeared in the palace. We have to get out of here or we're going to die, shouted the hunter, taking the priestess. The priestess tried to free herself. No, we can't leave him. Gilgamesh will kill him, said the priestess. The hunter didn't care and just dragged the priestess out of the throne room. Most had left the throne room, except for 3 beings. Enkidu, Gilgamesh, and Thor. Thor, watching the two face off in a test of strength. Very well, violence has always been the answer in this situation, said Thor. The Norse god quickly ran towards his first target, Gilgamesh. Bam. And then he punched Gilgamesh in the face, sending him towards the wall, but it didn't stop there. The force was enough to make the wall give way and Gilgamesh was sent flying out of the palace. Thor then looked at Enkidu, who was surprised. Bam. And then the thunder god punched Enkidu's face with the back of his left hand, causing Enkidu to fly and, like Gilgamesh, crash through the wall of the throne room. Sigh. These two are more troublesome than I thought they would be, said Thor. The thunder god then left the throne room calmly. But then he heard it cutting through the air. Thor then quickly dodged. Whoosh. The Norse god looked to the cause. It was a sword. A sword that appeared to be made of gold. Thor then looked to the source, and saw Gilgamesh standing at the wall that had been demolished. Gilgamesh no longer had an expression of interest. He had an expression of fury. I thought I got rid of mongrels like you, you stink of God. I'll make you know the pride of men, said Gilgamesh. There's something about Uruk. Gilgamesh had decreed that the gods would no longer be welcome in Uruk. Not even Gilgamesh's own mother escaped the decree. This kind of decree was somewhat controversial. After all, Gilgamesh was a demigod. However, the king had stated that this realm was the realm of men, not the realm of gods. No gods came to Uruk after this decree. One question prevailed. How could a demigod succeed for gods to take his threat seriously? The answer was close to Thor. The thunder god looked at the golden sword, which was starting to disappear into golden dust, and then at Gilgamesh. What kind of toy is this? Asked Thor curiously. Thor had felt a familiar feeling. A feeling he got every time a supernatural weapon in the dwarves' forge was created. The weapon can harm you. Gilgamesh walked towards Thor. Fuhahahaha, I never needed to utilize my fate-given skill. Be honored, you will be the first to witness the power of mankind, said Gilgamesh. As soon as Gilgamesh stopped talking, something happened. Small golden and white glowing portals began to appear near Gilgamesh. When Thor saw those portals he could only curse his luck. The god of thunder recognized this ability by a name. Gates of Babylon. For real, said Thor. This seemed to amuse Gilgamesh. Oh, astonished? This ability was given to me by fate. I never used it, as I never had a worthy opponent. Until now, said Gilgamesh. From the golden portals, several gold-plated weapons began to emerge. And then the weapons fire from the portals, aiming to hit the Norse god. Thor suddenly glowed blue and quickly disappeared. Gilgamesh only witnessed a fist coming towards his face. Bam. Before Thor could reach Gilgamesh, Enkidu appeared and kicked Thor, causing the god to hit the wall. Fuhaha, though I needed no help, I treasure the noble intention, you filthy beast, said Gilgamesh, looking at Enkidu. Enkidu did not respond with words. Bam. For Enkidu punched Gilgamesh shortly thereafter, causing the king of Uruk to hit his throne. I must say, Enkidu, tracking my speed through animal instincts is quite amazing. But it's not enough, said Thor, who suddenly appeared beside Enkidu. Enkidu, surprised by Thor's presence, tried to hit him. Bam. Only for Thor to react quickly and punch Enkidu. Fuhahahaha, This is so much fun, said Gilgamesh, running towards Thor. Enkidu, having recovered from the blow, rushed towards Thor again. Meanwhile, the thunder god smiled in response. So it will be free for all. Ha 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 ha. So be it, said Thor, laughing at the situation. And then the three men met in the middle of the palace's throne room. Boom. And they caused a shock wave, which was able to be mistaken for an earthquake by the inhabitants of Uruk. And so, these three fought all day. On that day, the city of Uruk was marked by a full day of earthquakes. Until late in the afternoon, the once palace of Uruk was reduced to rubble. When the townspeople went to check it out, they were surprised. The three combatants, which consisted of Gilgamesh, Enkidu, and Thor, were no longer fighting, to the surprise of the people who were present. They were drinking. Fuhahahaha. I must say, Thor, your fishing story is peculiar. I have never caught a dragon, said Gilgamesh, laughing. The people of Uruk couldn't have been more surprised. Their king was enjoying himself. I would invite you to stay at the palace, but due to our little power exhibition, the palace is currently unavailable, but all the houses belong to me. So let's go to noble Balthazar's house. He is one of the richest nobles, so he will provide acceptable accommodation. Besides, his wife is good in bed. Fuhahahaha, said Gilgamesh, laughing with glee. This angered Enkidu. Not forced. Do not covet someone else's wife. It's wrong. Do not abuse power, said Enkidu. Thor then spoke. I accept the accommodations, but the wife I'll pass up. It's not my style, said Thor. Gilgamesh looked disappointed. You two are too pure? Very well then, just the accommodations. Come, my friends, tomorrow I will rebuild my palace, and we will have a feast to introduce you to the superior cuisine of my city, said Gilgamesh, getting up. Thor and Enkidu just followed King Gilgamesh. But Enkidu looked a little disappointed. Don't call me pure. Animals disagree, said Enkidu, frowning. Thor knew what Enkidu was talking about. Before Enkidu met the priestess, animals were Enkidu's friends. However, after Enkidu's encounter with the priestess, the animals were now moving away from Enkidu. It's like the animals no more recognize Enkidu as one of them. Relax, Enkidu. If you really love nature, you will find its beauty everywhere, even among humans, said Thor, unconcerned. Enkidu thought about what Thor had said. Everywhere. Friend, Thor is right, said Enkidu, nodding. Fuhahaha. Don't tell me you're one of those madmen who pretend to be wise to get paid for advice, my friend, said Gilgamesh, laughing at Thor. The thunder god just shrugged. I don't have the patience to be wise. However, I accept to be paid for my advice, said Thor, amused. What was happening further confused the people of Uruk. King Gilgamesh had made friends. I spent my night in Uruk before returning the next morning to my group and bringing them into town. Initially, I was afraid Gilgamesh would try to make a move on Hel or Sif. But after a few weeks, I realized that my worries were in vain. Somehow, just one day after Gilgamesh met Enkidu and me, the king of Uruk drastically changed his behavior. And if Gilgamesh went out of line, Enkidu was soon rebuking the king. Enkidu changed Gilgamesh. The tyrant king began to show signs of a responsible king. Cancelled the first night law, changed army law to be optional. And most of all, he no longer slept with other men's wives, although he still slept with Inanna's priestesses whenever he was relieved of his responsibilities as king. It was strange to witness this drastic change. Changing Gilgamesh's lifestyle still had a long way to go, but I had a feeling Gilgamesh was heading in the right direction. While I found Gilgamesh's rehabilitation to be something fun to watch, there was one thing I did notice. It wasn't something I noticed right away, and the reason for that bothered me, because I didn't exactly know the answer. It all started the morning after the free-for-all showdown at the Uruk palace. The palace was in ruins. And so Gilgamesh ordered his servants to help him rebuild the glorious house of the greatest kings of the world, so that there may be decent accommodations for his friends. I didn't know if I considered Gilgamesh a friend. But again, it was Gilgamesh's perception, not mine. Anyway, Enkidu and I helped as best we could. While I was removing the heavy debris, I found something. The body of a child that was crushed by the rubble, a result of my fun during my fight between Enkidu and Gilgamesh. A lifeless look stared at me. The child must have been a servant's daughter or something like that. But what bothered me? It was that I didn't care. I indirectly killed someone because I was playing during the fight, and I didn't care. I have buried bodies of the dead from Enlil's last flood, and I have helped mortals here and there, but it was only now that I realized that I don't care if a mortal dies. Was this supposed to be normal? I pondered this question for a few days, and I still didn't have an exact answer. At this moment I was alone in my makeshift room in the newly built palace of Uruk. I reflected on the events that had occurred to me throughout my years in this new life in the universe. Hang on. What universe am I? I wondered. I wasn't remembering the name. I always knew my memory wasn't the best, but I should remember important things, right? Okay, a reminder to myself. Write a list of important things and names, just in case my memory fucks me up in the future. But back to the part about becoming indifferent to the death of mortals due to my actions, directly or indirectly. I vaguely remember that, before I was reborn into this world, I valued life. I think, ugh, what's happening to me? Divine existential crisis? Divine memory loss? Is this curable? Well, as the saying goes, if it's bad, don't worry. It will get worse. I think I need to talk to Thoth in the future. He's over 10,000 years old, and he's a god of knowledge. That old bird must have an idea about what was happening to me. However, while I would have liked to think more about my memory failure, my thoughts were on something else. Like a little legend about a dragon among the shepherds who lived around Uruk. These shepherds had family in a place some distance away, on the coast of what would become the Mediterranean Sea, the Canaanites. These people had a legend about a dragon that lived in the sea, and that dragon had mysterious magical properties, which made me curious. I think I've decided on my next step. Knock knock. I was interrupted from my thoughts by a knock on my bedroom door. Who could it be at this hour? I questioned. I got up and went towards the door. When I opened it I saw a woman I'd never seen before. Greetings Master Thor, I am Aisha, and I will be your companion for the night by order of King Gilgamesh, said the woman, identified as Aisha, bowing to me. Company? Oh, right. I think it's that kind of company. Before I could respond, a voice resounded down the hall. Hang on, shouted the voice. Aisha and I looked towards the voice. It was Sif. And she was running quickly towards us. It must be something important for her to come here at that speed. He already has company, said Sif looking at Aisha. What? Oh, are you the mistress of Master Thor? I see. Would you like me to join you for the evening activities or is it not necessary? Asked Aisha. Okay, I'm still sometimes amazed at how free the ancient world is about this sort of thing. Although while in the lands of Horus he was even more open about it. Hell, for the mortals of that land, sex was a staple of life, along with eating and drinking, and not considered something shameful or funny in any way. The most disturbing was the wedding. If it was among common people, it was enough for the woman, or in some cases the man, to go live with the partner, and that's it. The person was married. This was something I never understood while in the lands of Horus. No, I'm enough, said Sif. But I knew Sif well enough to know that from her tone, she was lying. Well, that and whenever we slept together she always passed out. Oh, I see, in that case, I will retire, have a good night said Aisha, who then bowed and left. Sif was still outside as I stared at her. She looked nervous when she noticed my gaze. What? Don't you want me for the company? Do you want me to call that priestess to please you? Asked Sif, with a sarcastic tone at the end. She was blushing. I just sighed and invited her into my room and as soon as I closed the door I made a rune so we could talk without the prying ears. I suspected something was wrong. Okay, I've known you for over a millennium. If you wanted to sleep with me you wouldn't even have to ask these questions. You'd just walk into my room and start undressing. So, can you tell me what happened? I asked. If possible, Sif's face turned even redder. I've never do that. It's just. Look, I just came here to notify you of something that happened in Asgard, said Sif. Oh, that was weird. I haven't received any notifications of anything important in a long time. Thor, my mother communicated with me. I think you know the story of Din and his banishment after he forged the Din's leaf. Well, he was found dead by Brakra and Sindri when they were checking to see if Din was still in the exile, said Sif seriously. Okay, this was something I definitely should have known about, but there was still a lot of vague information. What was my old man's answer? I asked. If there was one thing Odin had the advantage of, it was the HighschoolDxD throne. But I was surprised by Sif's response. According to my mom, she thinks your father doesn't know yet. That's what's bothering me. Odin has the HighschoolDxD besides the crows, but it looks like he didn't see what happened as he didn't notify the leader of the dwarves, or in the worst case scenario, he saw it and chose to remain silent. This last scenario may cause the dwarves to suspect Odin. I came here as I trust you to answer this. Do you think your father is somehow involved? Asked Sif seriously. Honestly, Odin's involvement could be a possibility. After all, he, along with Loki, tricked me into solving the Tgard rebellion. But my old man never showed a dislike for dwarves. In fact, he thinks the dwarves should stay in Asgard permanently and leave Nidavellir uninhabited. Because of that, I'm sure that he would never risk any animosity towards the dwarves, I said. That seemed to have relieved Sif a little. Well, I had to be sure, but there's something else. Nidavellir is located in the underground of Midgard. Investigations so far have only found one thing. It was not in Nidavellir, but it was in Midgard and right on the makeshift forge of Din, said Sif. I noticed that Sif looked uncertain about what to say, so I waited patiently. During the investigations in Midgard, traces of demonic energy were found, Sif said seriously. Demonic energy? But that meant Thor. There are devils in Midgard, Sif said. I rarely go back to Midgard after I started this journey. Also, Jormungandr was no longer on Midgard's shore. Son of a bitch, where exactly is this location? I asked. Sif responded promptly. From your house, probably 1 week's walk to the Din Forge, which is close to a fjord, said Sif. I think I'll go to that place another day. After all, someone is living on my land and they're not paying rent. My father was part of the search and investigation team. He asked me to join as well as he thinks my tracking skills would be useful. He believes this demonic energy is connected to centuries ago unsolved disappearances of forest spirits, like the Huldras, and the humans, said Sif. Honestly, it could be possible. Another reason I moved to Midgard was because of the disappearance of spirits and humans centuries ago. As soon as I moved to Midgard most of them lived close to my house, but still a respectable distance away. Once I started living in Midgard, the disappearances never happened again. I see, if you need my help just let me know. When are you leaving? I asked. This was certainly important, and Sif was an excellent tracker. Tomorrow, said Sif. I nodded and headed towards the door as I thought the conversation was over. But I was stopped by Sif, who had held my hand. I looked at Sif and raised an eyebrow when I noticed her flushed face and her head down. She looked shy. Is there anything else you want? I asked. Sif then looked into my eyes and spoke just one word. You, said Sif. She was blushing a lot for someone who tried to keep a straight face. Well, if there was one thing I liked about Sif, it was that she was very direct and spoke frankly when necessary. Also, that was a confession, right? So why the hell do I think our roles reversed? You know what? Fuck it. No matter the order of the factors, it will not change the result. Well, since you ask so boldly that it even surprised me, I see no reason to refuse, I said, with a small smile. It was then that I grabbed Sif princess style and carried her to bed. It was going to be a long night, but I'm sure it will be a very satisfying morning. Location, Midgard/Anda Island. POV. Third person. The island Inda Anda was the furthest island of the Vesterland archipelago, an island considered uninhabited by most forms of intelligent life. However, in this one, it was possible to find a figure in the middle of a blizzard on this deserted island. This figure was covered in a cloak and seemed to be calmly waiting for someone. It was then that he turned and looked at the nothing. May you appear, bat. I have already raised the barrier, said the figure, with a tone of disgust. It was then that another figure began to appear through the blizzard. The figure was a man who at first glance could be described as good-looking and who had a friendly smile on his face. However, something was unsettling. The man was carrying a dead woman's body on his back, holding the body's leg with his right hand and holding a severed head with his left hand. It was also noticeable that the leg of the dead body had a bite mark. It looked like someone had torn off a piece of meat. My, what's the matter? Did you miss me? Sorry for being late, it was rude of me, but I was a little hungry. I hope you don't mind my friend, said the man, still smiling. The figure responded with disgust. Don't call me friend, you filthy bat. You've been here a long time, and it's thanks to me that no one noticed you. Until recently, said the figure, with a resigned tone. The man carrying the body appeared to have been hurt. Oh, I'm not your friend? What? After so many times we've spent together, is this how you repay me? I feel used, said the man, who carelessly dropped the severed head from his left hand. And he used his, now free, hand to wipe away the tears that came out of his eyes. Non-existent tears. The cloaked figure didn't even look bothered, but it looked mildly annoyed. Enough of your jokes, bat. I let you stay in these lands for centuries and hid you from other beings of my pantheon with my magic so you could hunt, and in return, you would offer me resources from the underworld. But now you've been careless and have revealed the presence of devils in Midgard? The deal is over. You have until tomorrow to leave Midgard or I will hunt and kill you myself, said the figure grimly. The man holding the body changed his demeanor quickly, and now he had a welcoming smile on his face. I understand your position, my dear friend. I will hunt elsewhere, but I hope the end of this agreement is not the end of relations between devils and you. Also, I thought our relationship was quite professional and close. You won't recognize me as a friend, but can you at least call me by my name, said the man expectantly. The cloaked figure replied curtly. I refuse to associate so closely with anyone of your race. You bats shouldn't have even existed. I don't know why your former leader hasn't taken responsibility and still cleansed you and those crows from the world. Figure. The man was hurt. Come on. Just say my name. Doma Valifor? See? It's not that difficult, said the man holding the female body by the leg, now identified as Doma Valifor, a member of the 72 Pillars of the Underworld. Or more specifically, Doma, son of the original Valifor. The shadowy figure just replied gruffly. Are you done? If so, leave this place before I change my mind and get rid of you right here and now, said the shadowy figure. However, Doma Valifor looked amused. Oh, and then? Do you really think your pantheon will forgive you if they find out about me? And even if they don't, do you really think the remaining 72 pillars would associate with you? Please, you and I know the answer for that question. I was just the more open-minded devil because I acquired a very picky palate for finer meats, and you were also open-minded about me, Doma said, with a carefree smile. Valifor then took another bite of the leg he was holding and took a piece of meat and chewed it with pleasure. Virgins always have a different taste, said Doma, with a satisfied look. The cloaked figure showed disgust. When Doma finished chewing and swallowing the meat, he looked at the figure. Well, this is goodbye for now. See you around, my dear friend, said Doma. The devil Valifor then created the magic teleportation circle and waved at the cloaked figure. Bye-bye. Oh, said Doma. It was then that Valifor noticed the severed head on the ground he had dropped. How clumsy I am. You can keep the girl's head, my dear friend. Put her in a vase and put her in your room. Maybe it will lighten your mood if you wake up and have such an item adorning your room, Doma said with an excited smile. And then Doma Valifor disappeared, leaving the shadowy figure alone again. Sigh. Filthy devil. At least he won't be my problem anymore, said the figure, which then disappeared shortly thereafter. Location, Uruk. POV. Third person. It had been a week since Thor had said goodbye to Sif, and now the Norse god along with his group was eating at the head table of the newly built palace of Uruk. Everything seemed calm. However, Inkiju seemed far away in thought. Inkiju, is something wrong? I see you are sad, asked Gilgamesh, curious. The king changed a lot in the few days now that Inkiju and Thor lived in the palace. The people of Uruk praised their king's change of demeanor through festivals in honor of Gilgamesh. Never have the people of Uruk been so happy. The people begged the gods to stop Gilgamesh and his tyrannical rule, and the gods responded by creating Enkidu. But the friendship between Gilgamesh and Enkidu was not what the people were initially expecting. However, technically, the request of the people of Uruk was granted. The tyrant Gilgamesh had been stopped by Enkidu, and now there was a good and just king, as Enkidu was constantly rebuking Gilgamesh just in case. Enkidu then looked at Gilgamesh and then at Thor. He looked uncertain. Friend Gilgamesh, friend Thor. Does death await us? Asked Enkidu. Thor was silent, while Gilgamesh. Fuhahahaha, death will not meet our friend Thor, but you and I? Yes, after all, death is always waiting for us mortals. She is the lover of all humans, and her kiss is the last for all of us. But don't worry, Enkidu, I will order the people of Uruk to always offer drinks every day, for all eternity. We shall never feed on dust, said Gilgamesh. The answer had a melancholy sense, but Gilgamesh said it with a cheerful smile. I don't think Ereshkigal is like that. Remember, Kor is a very dark thing for you, said Thor. The Kor was an underworld unlike any other. There was no good or bad place on the Kor. It was just all gloomy. The souls just stayed in the caves of the Kor and fed on dust for eternity. However, if the soul had someone who was still alive and who remembered the soul in life, he could offer some other drink to the soul in the Kor as an offering. An example would be someone offering water at the entrance of a cave to someone they knew in life. Drink only, not food. There was no circle of reincarnation, so the soul's eternity just consisted of feeding on dust or offering drinks from someone who remembered them while in life, especially family. However, there was a catch. But what if the people forget about us? I'm afraid that I will simply be forgotten. The people of Uruk will probably remember us just until the dust from our bones has disappeared, said Enkidu in anguish. Enkidu was a simple being. He lived among animals, and in just a few days he is living among men. Enkidu was created, not born. Enkidu didn't mind eating dust for eternity on the Kor. He just didn't want to be forgotten. Bam! A noise roared in the hall. It was Gilgamesh who had knocked on the table. We will not be forgotten. I will make sure our names echo through time, said Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh only thought for a while before looking at Enkidu with a smile. Let's do something no one has ever done. Let's go to the cedar forest and kill the hideous creature that dwells there. We will offer the killing as an offering to you two so that he will immortalize us in the stars, said Gilgamesh. However, someone didn't seem too interested. Well, I'm sorry to inform you, but as I'm technically immortal, I'm not going to accompany you on this quest. I have my own, said Thor. Gilgamesh and Enkidu didn't look insulted, but curious. Oh, what is your quest, Thor? I suppose it is a glorious thing. After all, you are my friend, said Gilgamesh. If there was one thing Gilgamesh didn't change, it was his patterns. For Gilgamesh to be his friend, there were standards to be met. There's a legend about a dragon from a land a little far away, the land of the Canaanite people. I'm curious about this dragon, said Thor. Gilgamesh did only one thing. Fuhahahahahahaha. He laughed. As expected of my friend, I heard about this dragon. It must be the Dragon King praised by the Canaanites. I was also curious about this dragon as it is the most mysterious Dragon King so far. Few know about him, but it seems that his power is on the same level as the creature of the cedar forest, said Gilgamesh. Thor was curious as it was a chance to get information before hunting this dragon. Can you say more about this Dragon King? Said Thor, looking at Gilgamesh. But Thor was disappointed when King Gilgamesh denied it. I do not need to know about lesser beings. The only thing I know is that the dragon seems to be either the servant of the god Yam or the god himself in disguise, other than his name, said Gilgamesh with a shrug. Thor was not discouraged, however. What is the name of the Dragon King? Asked Thor. Gilgamesh just smiled. Laden, said Gilgamesh. However, for Thor, it sounded something else. The Dead Sea is well known to mortals due to the almost absence of life in its waters, which results from a large concentration of salt, about 10 times higher than other oceans. But it wasn't just that. The people who lived close by obviously knew that this sea was not a good source of resources. However, there was a river that flowed into the Dead Sea that had resources such as fish and drinking water. The river had its source on Mount Hermon, crosses Lake Huel, and then flows to the Sea of Galilee, only then to empty into the Dead Sea. That river was the Jordan River. For the people who lived nearby, this was one of the rivers that were essential for the existence and prosperity of settlements. Although the Dead Sea was still considered a place that should be avoided at all costs by mortals. But it wasn't just for lack of resources. The reason was simple. The sea was home to a creature that ravaged the region. The creature was described as a mighty 7-headed serpent that issued fire from its mouth and brought chaos and death to everything around it. For the supernatural world, this creature was not classified as a simple serpent. For the other supernatural beings, this creature was feared for being something else. A dragon. And not just a low-ranked dragon, but a dragon king. Although in the present time there were several dragons with the rank of king, it was more of a title of sorts. The reason for this was quite simple actually. There was a consensus in the supernatural about the race of dragons. They were represented as one of the most powerful creatures and they represented power. After all, they were created from large masses of energy and acted freely and selfishly. Although they are considered free-spirited creatures and act according to their desires and ambitions, it is a fact that they have a sort of ranking within the species. After all, if they are creatures that represent power, then they are creatures that only respect one thing: power. Officially, the ranking of dragons was divided into a few rankings, some of which were: low-class dragons are represented by dragons considered to be the weakest and are strongly linked to the elements. The Tgard species earth dragons are a good example. High-class dragons are technically the strongest dragons among the lower class, but with more skills and raw power. The earth dragon of the Gakia and Araba species are the most common examples. These two ranks are the lowest as well as the most common found in the supernatural world. And then there are the dragons of a certain rank that impose order and respect on both lower class and upper class dragons. King class. Currently, they are Tiamat, the Chaos Karma dragon, and the strongest king class dragon. Even after her battle with Enlil, which split Tiamat's power in half forever, she was still considered the strongest dragon king. Yamata no Orokai, the penance dragon, the king class dragon that is about to belong to the other rank due to its habit of demanding sacrifices. Quetzalcoatl. The Dawn dragon is also recognized as a deity by its pantheon, in addition to being a confrontational maniac and great defender of humans. And then there are the Dragon King brothers of the seas, who shared the same territory. Ao Guang, the eastern sea dragon. Ao Qin, the sea dragon of the south. Ao Run, the sea dragon of the west. Ao Shun, the sea dragon of the north. And these brother dragons were living in a territory quite close to another dragon king, Vritra, the prison dragon, and Indra's sworn enemy. There was also the youngest dragon to achieve king class, Tannin, the meteor dragon. Another dragon king would be the only dragon that lived in the far north of planet Earth. Jormungandr, the sleeping dragon, the biggest dragon in existence and called the Dragon of the End, as well as having as its greatest characteristic its personification, the weight of the world. This king lived in peace and tranquility in the north of planet Earth, until something happened to make him disappear. In fact, no one knew where Jormungandr was now located. The supernatural world was alarmed that the king-class dragon that represented the weight of the world seemed to be hiding from something, or someone else's. And finally, the last known dragon king, Laden, the dragon of fury, considered the most mysterious dragon of all. Besides the king class, there was another class that was known as another title among dragons, evil dragon, a title that was reserved for those dragons who are considered the most vicious and brutal of all dragons, all being dangerous battle maniacs who want to destroy everything, including themselves. Nigr was one of the few dragons to hold that title. The king-class dragon, Yamata no Orokai, was almost gaining the title of evil dragon and losing the previous title of king class due to recent actions of taking pleasure in mortal sacrifices. That was a brief summary of dragon rankings and titles. But then there was another thing this race had that almost threw the power ranking out the window. The danger was due to the creation of the dragon race. One cannot simply concentrate large amounts of unstable energy and expect no side effects to occur. The dragon's wrath was one such effect. It is a serious mistake to enrage a dragon of any level, be it a lower rank or higher rank dragon, as it can cause destruction and mayhem. Laden was a king-class dragon, the dragon of fury, easily irritable, and does not like to be disturbed. So it was common knowledge that Laden was hiding somewhere, and avoiding being bothered by anyone. The Dead Sea was their resting place, and no one in their right mind would be foolish to anger the fury dragon, drown in worms and kill in time. Nothing too ambitious. She ain't even thinking about what's really going on right now, but I guarantee this memory's a big-in, and she thinks we're just fishing. She's already. What was the next part? Someone questioned, in a small canoe, with a fishing line. It was Thor. The Norse god had been there for some time, waiting for the hook of his fishing line to catch something. The thunder god was fishing in the Dead Sea due to legends from the people who lived in that place about the seven-headed serpent. But it was already getting tedious, and his songs were already running out due to memory loss. In fact, the memory loss itself was bothering Thor, for the simple reason that it was weird. Do not misunderstand. It was not a strange thing for the gods to forget things. If they have no association with knowledge, it was considered normal. Even because the gods were like humans to a certain extent. The gods are hungry, they can be deceived, they are angry, they love, they hate, they have sexual desire. And just like a human being who forgets something in a short time, the gods forget things as the years pass. Thor still remembered much of his childhood in Asgard, not all of it, but just the important parts, like when he met Hel, Fenrir, and others, as well as his fun time on Tgard. It was the one from his previous life that was fading most quickly and completely. It was like a written sheet turning into a blank sheet. Someone was erasing his memory. Thor knew something was wrong. But, as Thor had some knowledge about runes, a temporary solution was made. A memory rune that was invisible and located on the back of his neck, which had a function similar to a pensieve, to protect his remaining memories. But while it may have saved some parts of the memory of his previous life, not everything was saved. For Thor, this was no coincidence. Someone has erased his memories of his previous life. And if there was anyone that Thor was suspecting, it was the cycle of reincarnation. After all, reincarnation was something that occurred in the supernatural world with some beings, humans being an example. But gods? It wasn't necessarily considered reincarnation, but rather avatars, which was basically a weaker version of the original body. Avatars functioned as new bodies for the gods. Vishnu was well known for using avatars to interact with humans. When the avatar was born, the original body went into a kind of coma until the avatar's death. Although they are two different things, both processes were under the jurisdiction of a single being. Samsara, when I find you, top 10 or not, you'll have some explaining to do with me, said Thor, whispering with a frown. As Thor thought about Samsara's possible action, time passed faster than expected. Until night came. You know what, I got tired of waiting, shouted Thor. At no time did Laden take the bait. If Laden doesn't want to leave peacefully, Thor will force him to leave? The Norse god then raised his fist and pointed towards the sea and shot lightning. The seawater glowed blue until the glow disappeared. Splash. Roar. A creature's roar resounded through the night on the Black Sea. It was without a doubt, Laden. Thor just looked at the creature. And he remained silent. The Norse god seemed to be thinking about something as he faced the king-class dragon. That's when the seven-headed serpent looked in Thor's direction and stared at the Norse god. Are you a god who dares to awaken us? Are you not afraid of death? After all, I've killed many gods who dared to bother me, but you seem calm. Have you accepted your fate? Asked one of the heads, with a curious tone. Thor, however, gave an answer that sent a shiver down the king-class dragon's spine in fury. I may seem calm, but in my mind I'm choosing the best way to kill you. Too many options you know? Asked Thor, with a sarcastic smile. Laden was obviously infuriated by the arrogance shown by Thor. Little did the Fury Dragon know that it wasn't arrogance. It was confidence. You will be just another god I will kill, roared Laden, launching himself towards Thor. Thor took out Mjolnir, which was attached to his belt, and lifted it with just his right hand. Come to me, Lute. I will make a new purse out of your skin to give to Hel for her birthday. Ha 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 ha, said Thor. For a brief moment Laden was confused. What is a purse? But that thought soon faded when the battle began, and then a shockwave followed, as well as an earthquake, scaring most of the people who lived nearby. The people who lived nearby didn't know what was happening, they just thought that some god was in a bad mood and was taking out his wrath on the land, when in fact, Thor was just looting. Location, Uruk. POV. Third person. Only a day had passed since Thor's departure in search of Laden and Gilgamesh and Enkidu's departure in search of the creature of the cedar forest with the face of a lion. Huverwa. It was not late in the morning that the city of Uruk saw its king, returning victorious from his journey. Gilgamesh, 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 cried the people of Uruk, who received their king who carried the decapitated head of what looked like a lion. Fohahahaha, can you see that Enkidu? It's like I told you before, that's how men achieve immortality. By glorious deeds, said Gilgamesh, shouting at the end as he raised the monster's head for the people of Uruk to see. Enkidu, however, looked uncertain. I don't know Gilgamesh. I think the gods may seek retaliation, said Enkidu. Gilgamesh soon looked at Enkidu, confused. But it was you who told me to kill Huverwa, said Gilgamesh. Enkidu promptly replied. Although I came up with the idea, it is you who are disrespecting the creation of the gods as if it were a trophy, said Enkidu, a little annoyed. In a way, Enkidu could relate to Huverwa. Although the creature is the son of Hanbai, an evil god, the creature had a mission given to him by Enlil himself to protect the forest from the cedars. Just like Enkidu, whose mission was to preserve the balance between men and beasts, as well as stop the tyrannical rule of Gilgamesh. For Enkidu, he and Huverwa were servants of the gods. Although Enkidu agreed to kill Huverwa, he disagreed with bringing the monster's head as a trophy. And you wanted us to just bury the creature and give up our chance for our names to be eternal? Meaningless? I promised you that even if death defeated us, I would make sure that we would never be forgotten, said Gilgamesh, with conviction. Enkidu just sighed in resignation. Although he managed to change Gilgamesh, some behaviors of the former tyrant were still perpetrated. One of them was pride. If Gilgamesh made a promise, he would fulfill it, no matter the means necessary. Gilgamesh had promised Enkidu that they would be immortal according to human limits, and that was exactly what the king was doing. With the death of the terrible Huverwa at the hands of Gilgamesh and Enkidu, the king of Uruk was sure that no one would forget their names for millennia. So, has Thor returned from his own journey yet? Asked Enkidu, looking at Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh responded promptly. Although Laden is said to be a creature of the same rank as Huverwa, it has become quite known for slaying gods and is one of the feared but mysterious king-class dragons. Perhaps our friend might need our help, although he shouldn't. After all, since he's my friend then he must be strong enough, said Gilgamesh. Enkidu seemed to stare at Gilgamesh in disbelief. After all, the king's logic was simple. If he's my friend, then he must be strong. But though Enkidu wanted to speak, he thought of Thor and the clash between them that demolished Uruk's palace. Enkidu, being part animal, fully trusted in one thing: his instincts. And during the confrontation, Enkidu's instincts soared when he was fighting Thor. But because of the result, which virtually all of Uruk's people believed was a draw, Enkidu knew one thing: Thor didn't fight seriously. In fact, Enkidu believed that Thor was just having fun. Enkidu kept that thought from Gilgamesh, as he didn't want to see the people Enkidu came to call friends fight again. It was then that Enkidu and Gilgamesh approached the courtyard of the rebuilt palace and saw something that surprised them. Thor, sitting on a severed head of what appeared to be a giant water snake. The Norse god smiled at the sight of them. I thought you guys would take longer, I've been here most of the night, said Thor. One day. It took a day for Thor to travel to the predicted location, locate Laden, fight Laden, kill Laden, and bring back his head as a prize. And there was still plenty of time. Fohahahahaha, as expected? But tell me, my friend, where did you leave the rest of Laden's body? Asked Gilgamesh, Curious. Thor then looked away, before answering. Well, let's just say the rest of the body isn't in good shape, said Thor. Location, Yamhamela/Al-Bar-Al-Mayyit/Dead Sea. POV. Third person. Yishak was a simple man. He obeyed the rules created by his father and the father before him from the beginning of his family, and the rules were simple. Honor the gods. Love your wife. Defend your home. But Yishak wasn't prepared for what he was seeing. By the gods, whispered Yishak, in disbelief. The man came to the Dead Sea the next morning to investigate, for in the night the sky roared and shone like never before in the place where according to legend was inhabited by Yam's servant. But when it arrived at the place, there was nothing else. Literally, the sea that once existed was no longer there, though it could be seen that the river was continually bringing water to the site. But there was something else. In the center of where the sea was, there was a carcass that was more like a bloody pulp. The reason the carcass looked like a giant pulp bathed in blood was simple. The carcass was crushed. It was crushed to the point of looking like a mere stain on the earth. Baal be praised, said Yishak, in awe. Location, Uruk. POV. Thor. Upon my return from my small loot I left the head outside my storage location for practical reasons. The parts of Laden's body that I didn't destroy ended up being placed inside my storage collar, which was upgraded during my stay in Uruk. Unfortunately, one head didn't fit and I had to carry it. It was somehow funny to see the people of Uruk reacting to me as I carried Laden's head with one hand. However, it made me want to upgrade my storage space on the necklace again. This time I'll leave a space of 5000 m, it should be big enough for anything I want to store. I was currently attending the feast in the rebuilt ballroom of Gilgamesh, along with my party. It was then that I was caught by Hel, who looked at me. How was your adventure, cousin? Did you find what you were looking for? Asked Hel curiously. Sincerely? Yes, I replied. I will make good use of the loot. But I was a little disappointed. I honestly expected more from someone who held the title of King-class dragon. There is little time left for my group to travel, but this time I will go alone. There was only one thing I wanted here. Adipa's skeleton, which must still be preserved somewhere buried in these lands. What I want to do is something simple. Gods can bring things to life if they have the right items. Create a human? It was child's play. But to create something else? Well, that depends a lot on the resources. I want to create a being capable of protecting my land while I am away. Fenrir is my guard dog. But Fenrir cannot effectively guard my house if he has to probe the territory around my house. Then I will create someone capable of that. And as a creator, I already have a good idea of what to do, and I have a perfect name. I will call my future creation Ygri's. A lonely man could be seen in the place that was once the Dead Sea. This man could be described as having an extremely handsome appearance. At this moment the man was slowly approaching the rest of Laden's body, after Thor's fishing. What was left of Laden's body was so little that it was comparable to the carcass of a blue whale. I must say, it must have been an impressive fight. For humans, said the man, seeing the destruction around him, and raising a magical barrier. When the man approached the rest of the body he raised a hand and created a magic circle. Soon Laden's body disappeared, being teleported to the man's house, in the underworld. Sigh, I'm risking a lot by coming here early, but unfortunately due to Laden's sudden death, I had to act early. I just hope my lord doesn't notice my absence, said the man with a slight tone of concern. Do you really think one of my generals could just slip away unnoticed by me? Asked a voice. As soon as the man heard the voice, he couldn't help but freeze for a second, before turning and looking towards the source of the voice. Lord Lucifer, said the man, in a weak voice. It was noticeable that the man was scared. The first Lucifer, the leader of the devil faction and race, feared even by his own faction, due to his power and cruelty. There isn't a single devil that can compete with Lucifer at the moment. Although Lucifer and Lilith's son showed promise, he was still just a child compared to Lucifer. Still, Lucifer's child would be a force to be reckoned with in the future. Rezevim is a worthy heir, in Lucifer's words. Lord Lucifer, I deeply regret not having notified you of my absence, I thought the man said quickly, before being interrupted. Lucifer silenced his subordinate just by lifting a single index finger. Before you start with your apologies, answer the following question, Leviathan, said Lucifer. The man, now identified as Leviathan, was silent and nervously waited for Lucifer's question. It was then that Lucifer asked the question, in an emotionless tone. Why haven't you kneeled yet? Asked Lucifer. It was then that Leviathan realized. He was so surprised by the appearance of his leader that he forgot the basics when he is talking to Lucifer. Respect the hierarchy. On your knees, said Lucifer calmly. It was then that Lucifer, using the index finger that was still raised, pointed downward. Immediately Leviathan felt the effect. Bam! One of Lucifer's 3 generals was now lying on the ground, and he was being pushed down to the point where there were cracks around his body. To Leviathan, it felt like a mountain had fallen on him, and it was getting heavier and pushing him to the ground. Amid the pain imposed on his body, Leviathan still tried to speak, gritting his teeth. My lord, I beg you for mercy. I never meant to disrespect you. It was a foolish mistake, said Leviathan. The devil faction general's request seemed to have gotten a reaction from Lucifer. Fun. You forgetting to kneel, I might even let it go with just a small punishment because that I might consider a foolish mistake. But begging for mercy? It looks like you're determined to die today, General Leviathan, said Lucifer. Leviathan sank further into the ground. The underworld general seemed to have understood that he had made his situation worse. Never beg Lucifer for mercy. It is a sign of weakness. My love, if you kill every fool in the underworld then you won't have an army anymore, said a voice. Lucifer didn't even look at the source, as he already knew who it was. A beautiful woman, with horns adorning her head, approached Lucifer and hugs him. Lilith, can't you see I'm busy right now? Go back home. I'm not done with this fool yet. When I hear his bones crack, only then I will consider stopping, said Lucifer, coldly. Lucifer was angry, and for good reason. One of the devil leader's generals had just tried to do something behind his back. For Lucifer, this was a sign of betrayal. I know you're angry, Lucy, but think first of the devil faction before the actions of a fool, said Lilith, whispering in Lucifer's ear. Lucifer reflected in silence, and in that silence, Leviathan thought he would be executed. After all, although Lilith is considered the voice of reason for Lucifer, she was not always successful in convincing her lover. A good example was the murder of Valifor by his own son, Doma Valifor. Lilith tried to convince Lucifer to kill Doma, however, Lucifer ignored the request as he saw potential in Doma. Doma was stronger than the original Valifor. And if there was anything Lucifer was looking for right now, it was strength. After all, he was about to start a war against heaven. Before my decision, tell me, Leviathan, why exactly do you want the carcass of a dragon king? And know that if you lie I'll give you to Stilas. He needs a test subject in his lab, said Lucifer, coldly, ceasing to point his index finger down and releasing Leviathan in the process. Leviathan soon became nervous. Stilas. It is a well-known demon because of his power over gravity, matter manipulation, and telekinesis. But there was one other thing he was known for. Lucifer's left hand. Responsible for the scientific division of the devil faction. And tasked with carrying out any experiment that will raise the power of the devil faction. Luckily, Leviathan knew Stilas well, and for good reason. My lord, I would deliver Laden's remains to Stilas, said Leviathan hastily, getting to his knees. This seemed to have taken over Lucifer's curiosity. Oh, do you mean Stilas knew about what you were doing? What audacity, maybe I'm getting too soft with the punishments for insubordination, said Lucifer, reflecting. But quickly Leviathan continued with the explanation. No, my lord, Stilas doesn't know. I wasn't going to notify you until I reached the underworld, said Leviathan. Lucifer only raised an eyebrow. Then continue your explanation, General, and be brief, said Lucifer. Leviathan knew better than to stall in this situation, so he decided to explain in one simple sentence. I believe Stilas can retrieve the Laden bloodline for the devil faction, said Leviathan. This seemed to surprise Lilith. But how? Asked Lilith, not understanding. Lucifer replied to Lilith. Stilas had notified me a few years ago about a project. The project was about cloning. The goal was to increase the number of my legions faster, to be able to match the heaven. But the project ended up being a failure due to the low success rate, plus the clones' life expectancy, power, and intelligence are extremely low. They wouldn't even be fit to be sacrificial soldiers, said Lucifer, in disgust. It was then that Lucifer looked at Leviathan. If you're going to use this failed project, you must give me a good excuse to spend resources on something that won't be useful in the long run, said Lucifer. Leviathan then replied. Although Stilas' cloning project was the driving force, I thought that bringing the power of a dragon's bloodline might prove fruitful for the devil faction, my lord, said Leviathan. Ha, ha ha, ha 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 ha. As soon as Leviathan finished his explanation, Lucifer started to laugh. You were ambitious, that I admit. However, dragons are well known for the way they are created by unstable energy. But I must admit, your ambition was for my faction's benefit, so we'll do it like this. Capture any mortal, as long as it's a female, and take her to Stilas along with Laden's body. I'll be responsible for the final result, said Lucifer. Leviathan can only lower his head further. While the general wanted to dispute credit for the work, he knew it would be an even more foolish move on his part. However, I am being generous. In return you will have descendants with the end result if all goes well, said Lucifer, with a smile. Leviathan did not like about that. But my lord? You want to contaminate my bloodline with, said Leviathan, before being interrupted by Lucifer again. Leviathan was lying on the ground again, with Lucifer pointing down. Did I hear you right? My bloodline? Remember what you are, General. You are an instrument for my faction, said Lucifer. Lucifer spoke coldly to Leviathan while Lilith remained silent, as she knew that whatever she says, Lucifer would not hear her. You gladly followed me to the underworld. I never tried to convince anyone to follow me in my rebellion. You, like thousands, have knelt and pledged allegiance to me, but at this moment your actions are questionable, General. I'm giving you a chance, but it's your mistake to think you have a choice. You will heed my order, General, said Lucifer. Leviathan only responded weakly. Yes, said Leviathan, gritting his teeth. Lucifer hasn't stopped yet. Yes, what? Asked Lucifer, pressing even harder, causing some of the general's bones to break from the pressure he was feeling. Arg. Yes, my lord, said Leviathan. As soon as Leviathan answered, Lucifer once again stopped and soon made a magic teleportation circle. Remember, General, you just have one chance, said Lucifer, before disappearing. Leviathan slowly got to his feet and just gritted his teeth in pain and pent-up anger. As much as the general is angry with his ruler, he knew he could never go toe-to-toe against Lucifer. And if the general asked another devil for help, it was quite possible that Leviathan, and his descendants, would be extinct. Just like the House Sargatanas. The House Sargatanas were devils with the power of brainwashing, mind-reading and memory erasure and stealing abilities, as well as the gift of invisibility. In short, they were the perfect spies. Too bad they decided to be double agents, and work with Mephistopheles. When Lucifer found out about the betrayal, no one of the House Sargatanas was left. An entire house was extinguished. And Leviathan definitely didn't want to be next. I need to get to Stella's as soon as possible, said Leviathan, before making a teleportation circle to the underworld. Location, Uruk/Gilgamesh's palace/Thor's room. POV. Thor. I had been living in the city of Uruk for some time. It was already night and, for the moment, I was alone in my room. Boredom was taking over me. It's only been a day since I returned from my successful fishing trip and I was still looking for Adipa's burial site. Adipa was likely buried on the island of Dilmun, so it would be my first destination tomorrow. Hello, said a female voice. It was time for this woman to say something. She had been at the window for some time. I looked towards the voice and saw one of the most beautiful women in my life. Hello Laden's Slayer, for slaying a dragon that has slain other gods I suppose you deserve a reward. A place on my bed sounds fair, don't you think, said the woman. Yes. I already knew who it was. I got up from my bed and walked towards the woman. POV. Third person. Inanna. Goddess associated with love, eroticism, fecundity, and fertility. A goddess who always got what she wanted. A goddess who dominated men and women who called her attention through pleasure. A goddess that was never denied. Until now. What do you think you're doing? Shouted Inanna, in indignation. At this moment she was being held by the leg by Thor who was at the window. When Thor heard Inanna's question, he looked at the goddess and answered. I'm throwing out the garbage, said Thor, with a smile. It was then that Thor dropped Inanna and let her fall to the ground. Thor's room was on the first floor of the palace. Thor then went back to his bed, hoping to get a good night's sleep. Do you think you can deny me like that? Said a voice, with an angry tone. Thor looked out the window and saw Inanna, this time floating. Oh right. Magic, said Thor, listlessly. Inanna re-entered Thor's room and said angrily. I am Inanna, goddess of fertility, love, and eroticism, Dumuzid's wife, daughter of Nannar, granddaughter of Enlil, and did you dare to ridicule me by denying me this way? Who do you think you are? Asked Inanna furiously. For the goddess collector of men, such disrespect was never shown. The goddesses of love were the most beautiful of all the pantheons, and they had a very peculiar skill. The ability to arouse lust in all beings who looked in their direction. Inanna was recognized as a gatherer of men even among the gods for one simple reason. No matter who it is, if someone caught Inanna's attention, the goddess will take them to her bed, to alleviate her carnal desires. When Inanna got bored with the new lover, she would discard him and go looking for a new bed warmer. Thor just scoffed. Is it to say titles? Alright then, I am Thor, son of Odin, strongest Norse god and vanguard of Asgard. There are more titles, but I don't see the need to share at the moment, said Thor, shrugging. Inanna then said calmly with confidence. I see, now, shall we go to bed or not? Asked Inanna, crossing her arms over her full breasts. Thor just stared at Inanna. I'm going to my bed. You're going to the door, said Thor, pointing to the bedroom door. Thor had his pride. The Norse god definitely didn't want to be known as another bed warmer to the goddess Inanna. Are you sure? Asked Inanna innocently. The Sumerian goddess approached Thor and pressed her breasts to the Norse god. Inanna was appealing to the Norse god's lust. However, Inanna's plan didn't go as planned. Get out, said Thor, narrowing his eyes. Inanna just stared before sighing and slowly walking out of the room. She knew she couldn't fight this god to take what she wanted. For Inanna, it felt like Thor was on a par with her grandfather, Enlil himself. Sigh. Alright, I'm leaving, said Inanna, with a tone of defeat. Thor just watched the goddess leave her room before sighing and heading to bed, intending to sleep through the night. Outside Thor's room, Inanna just stood in the hall of the palace, thinking about what had happened. The goddess then made a magic circle and removed a piece of parchment. The scroll remained floating beside Inanna even as the goddess began to walk. Note: for my next job possibly encountered my first rejection. It was a Norse god, son of Odin, which I find strange seeing as I took his father into my bed once a long time ago. Maybe he has a preference for men? Unlikely, as my reliable sources say he slept with a woman from his group, said Inanna. As Inanna spoke, words magically appeared on the parchment. First rejection by a god, god's name, Thor. Title for my next work, lust isn't enough. Yes, that's a perfect title, said Inanna, approaching a door. It was King Gilgamesh's room. Now, for my next work, the title will be Make a King Beg to Have You in His Bed. This one should be easy, after all, he's only a mortal, and no mortal in their right mind would deny a god's wishes, said Inanna, with a confident smile. The soldier standing guard just stared at Inanna, mesmerized. Inanna just smiled at the soldier, who passed out due to his nose had bled too much. Inanna, seeing the result, just scoffed. Yes, very easy. Ahem. Hello, King of Men, said Inanna, opening the bedroom door, and smiling. The next morning, Thor was heading towards the dining area. While walking, the Norse god was talking to someone through a communication rune. It was Odin. So there is still no news of the missing? Asked Thor. Unfortunately, even though I've assigned several search parties, no more signs of demonic energy have been found. Sigh. It's almost certain that the bat must have already left Midgard, said Odin. Thor frowned. Do you think this devil was responsible for Dane's death? Asked Thor. Odin remained silent before answering. It's a possibility, said Odin. For Thor, this could escalate into a greater conflict. After all, if it proves a devil had killed an Asgardian. However, we have no proof. The devils can only claim they were passing through and coincidentally were near Dane's forge, which they did not know the location. We can't just accuse some devil. I don't want to bring another war as my last act as ruler of Asgard before passing the power to your brother, said Odin. Thor just nodded. Thor wanted the Norse pantheon to be neutral towards the three biblical factions to keep Asgard out of future trouble. But then, problems aside, how is your stay with the Anunnaki? Have you met Inanna? Asked Odin with a knowing smile. Thor grimaced. Yes, I met the man collector. I threw her out of my room, said Thor. Odin looked horrified. You denied her? Don't you know it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Asked Odin. Thor looked apathetic in the face of Odin's despair. Believe me, old man, I'm sure sleeping with Inanna isn't a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, said Thor. Odin disagreed. Did you see those tits? I would give my other eye just to enjoy those valleys again, said Odin. This time Thor was horrified. Again. Did you sleep with her? Asked Thor. After discovering such an event, Thor did not regret his decision. After all, what son would want to sleep with a woman who has slept with his father? But of course I slept with her. I was younger and as I hadn't met your mother yet, so I took my chance while I was visiting Ninurta because he had asked me for a favor to help a mortal named Quim, said Odin, with a smile. Odin seemed to be reminiscing about old times. But Thor wasn't interested. Goodbye, old man, thanks for sharing a little bit about your adventures. I guarantee I won't forget about your lessons, said Thor, dryly. For Thor, most of Odin's actions boiled down to this: how not to be a god. Thor then turned off the rune and continued walking towards the dining room, until it was interrupted by a tremor. Gaudu gaudu. An earthquake? Asked Thor, confused. But Thor noticed something odd. The earthquake had the pattern of footsteps. Run from the monster. Run. This is the divine punishment. It's the creation of the gods. It's our end. Save us, Gilgamesh. Thor only heard the noise of screams outside the palace. The Norse god just looked out the window and widened his eyes. Must be Mondays, said Thor. At this moment, on a collision course to Uruk, something was moving slowly, with each step creating an earthquake. The creation of the Anunnaki and one of the autonomous weapons of the Sumerian pantheon. The sky bull. Gugalanna. Waking up in the morning and seeing a giant, winged, bull skeleton coming toward you was a good way to change your routine. I mean, it wasn't the most normal thing in the world. Not because it was weird. After all, I am part of the supernatural world. But why was it something that changed my routine? I knew what it was. After all, Gugalanna had a reputation. The gateway to the classification of the strongest beings, occupying the 10th position along with other beings. In addition to being the only one in the top 10 not to have the ability to think for a simple reason, Gugalanna is an autonomous weapon. A weapon that was created shortly after Enlil's Sword of Rupture. While I wanted to test my strength against this thing and possibly get into the top 10 with my win, there was one small quirk. This was not my fight. I don't have enough reason to defend Uruk. Besides, Uruk already had his protector. Do not fear my people. As I had already promised at the beginning of my reign, no one will harm what is mine, said Gilgamesh. The people of Uruk seemed to hear the decree of King Gilgamesh, who was accompanied by Enkidu. It looked like Gilgamesh and Enkidu were going to face the creature. Oh, my friend Thor. Do you want to fight too? It will be a worthy fight that even the great Sky Father Anu will descend from the stars and honor you with the highest honor you deserve, said Gilgamesh. I noticed that Enkidu stared at Gilgamesh in confusion. Wait, you not we? And what about you, Gilgamesh? Asked Enkidu. Gilgamesh just laughed before replying. Fuhahahaha, my friend, you tell good jokes. I was already born with the highest honor, bestowed upon me by fate itself. How do you think I have such ability? Asked Gilgamesh, creating a white-colored portal with golden strokes. This was something Gilgamesh always said when asked about something he considered superfluous. Fate bestowed him with power, and with each passing day, more and more I believe that fate has given Gilgamesh a helping hand. My old man was one of the most perverted men I've ever met in my entire life. Although I have not yet met Enki, and Enki had a reputation that compared to Odin. Well, by the rumors and stories, if I were to compare Odin with Enki in the perversion aspect, Odin would be a chaste virgin. Anyway, if there was anything useful that Odin taught me, it was one thing. Fate is absolute. The wisest of Asgard said so. Although I rarely take my old man seriously, I always listened to my mother Frigg. When I arrived in this world, the first thing I saw was Frigg. She was a good mother, and she always told me about the stories of this world. I learned a lot from her. One of those lessons learned was about destiny. According to Frigg, fate was not necessarily the strongest or the most powerful. The fate was absolute for good reason. The ability to define the fate of all living and non-living beings. Without a doubt, I was in the plans of fate. I really need to visit the Norns. I'm sorry, Gilgamesh, but it's not my duty. I'm neither king nor protector of this city. Also, I'm a god, remember? I don't think the Anunnaki will let it go if I interfere directly, I said. It was a poor excuse, but it was the best I had at the moment. I understand, my friend, it's a pity. Come on, Enkidu, let's become a legend to men and gods, said Gilgamesh. The king then ran toward Gugalanna, with Enkidu following him. And in the palace, I stayed, sitting and eating my breakfast brought by a servant. I wasn't the least bit worried. Even from a distance it was possible to see that Gilgamesh and Enkidu were managing to make Gugalana retreat. As I had no reason to help, I just stood by as the king of Uruk and his best friend fought a weapon created by the gods. In a way, the sacred gear was the name of the weapons made by the god of the Bible and given to humans, while the Gugalana was technically a divine gear. Of course, I knew that the sacred gears are already being created by the god of the Bible himself. After all, there were already rumors of humans with supernatural abilities, but nothing of note. I suspected the Big G was already granting humans that kind of power. But again, would the Anunnaki miss the giant bull? The answer was too obvious. Definitely yes. However, if I'm right about Gilgamesh's ability bestowed by fate itself, perhaps I can get my hands on Gugalana in the future, without needing to come into conflict with the Anunnaki. My, were you waiting for me? Said a voice. It was a female voice, and for just a brief moment I thought it was Inanna again. But as soon as I turned around, I was wrong. Even through it was woman. It wasn't Inanna. It's kind of unlikely for me to wait for someone I don't know. Who would you be? I asked. I was suspicious. She just gave me an innocent smile. You don't need to be so alert, son of Odin. After all, my son considers you a friend. My name is Ninsen, said the woman. Ninsen, the goddess of healing. I was immediately interested. After all, she also has other interesting abilities. Oh, what did you come here for? Did you come to tell me my future? I asked. The ability to see into the future was one of those interesting abilities. Ninsen just kept smiling. You may already know, this ability of mine is not very reliable for a simple reason. I'm not one of the agents of fate. If I remember correctly, one of the Norns has the same power that I have, but I assure you that she is more reliable and powerful, Ninsen said. I just shrugged. It doesn't really matter if your ability is weaker or stronger, I just want an answer to my question, not an excuse, I said. Ninsen just stared at me. For a brief moment, I saw Ninsen's eyes gleam. And she froze in place. POV. Third person. Though in Thor's vision, the goddess Ninsen had frozen in place. In Ninsen's vision, she went to another place. A place she knew all too well. The dimensional gap. Home of infinity and dream. And Ninsen saw Thor floating, and bleeding. Thor's entire body was covered in blood and it looked like he was unconscious. Ninsen also noticed someone else, or rather, something else. It was a hideous creature. It seemed that the whole body had the characteristics of various animals, having 7 necks, 7 heads, with 10 horns, as well as 7 long tails, plus 4 stout arms and 2 legs that are even thicker than the arms. Its main body is that of a primate leaning forward and is covered in black fur and what appears to be scales all over its body. Ninsen was fully aware that this was just a vision and that this was not real and will probably never happen. But the goddess cannot think that if this creature, this beast, existed, it would be the end of the world. The creature seemed to be just staring at Thor, waiting for something. It was then that Ninsen saw Thor open his eyes, not in fear, not in determination, but in acceptance. I'm sorry, Rai. I'm going to be late for your birthday, said Thor. It was then that Ninsen saw Thor face the hideous creature and start talking a chant. I, the one who is about to fight, will drown myself in madness in search of power, said Thor. One sentence. A phrase that made Ninsen break out in a cold sweat. And Ninsen suspected it was just the beginning of a chant. Before Thor continued with the chant, hundreds of seals appeared. Forbidden stamps. And then a flash of light blinded Ninsen, and the beast had been sealed away, but Thor had fallen into a crevice created from the seals and the chant's quote. Thor was gone. And then Ninsen blinked just once before realizing that her vision of the future was gone. POV. Thor. Well, you will disappear from this dimension, said Ninsen. What? What do you mean by that? Does that mean I'm going to die? I asked. Ninsen just shrugged. It's like I said, this power of mine isn't very accurate. I just saw a brief flash, you were fighting something. A scary thing with 7 heads. And then you started to say a few words, but suddenly hundreds of seals appeared. That was the last thing I saw before from the flash of light, Ninsen said solemnly. This was not what I expected. Fighting a 7-headed thing? To vanish? Was I sealed? No, Ninsen said disappear from this dimension, but then, where did I go? Don't be too worried about it. What I said may not even come to fruition, Ninsen said. Ninsen's words snapped me out of my thoughts. I'm curious. What do you want from me? I asked. Ninsen just stared at me and then looked at Gugalana who was being knocked to the ground. Sigh. I need a favor, said Ninsen. I got curious. And what kind of favor would that be? I asked. Obviously, I wouldn't commit to a favor if it didn't do me any good. I hear you've already met with Thoth. I need you to convince him to help me with a small project at the behest of the god Marduk, said Ninsen. Oh, the next leader of the Anunnaki? And may I know what project that would be? I asked. Ninsen flashed a dreamy smile. It will be the rebuilding of a ziggurat in Babylon. Marduk wants to make a different ziggurat. The purpose of the ziggurat is to bring men closer to the gods once again. For a reason, cities, they are worshipping Yahweh. Marduk sees this as an affront to the pantheon, Ninsen said. Bring men closer to the gods again. I thought you had already given up on this idea of bringing men and gods together after Nereus' failure with the perfect city. Marduk wants to repeat the failure. I asked, scoffing at the idea. Atlantis, or the utopian city, has been built before, and it was a failure. But Ninsen looked solemn. I know it sounds crazy, but we need to do something, otherwise our influence will be reduced and we are not strong enough if there is a direct war against Yahweh. Not even Enlil, who is the strongest of us, can defeat him. So we need to look for another form of influence, and the best way is to enchant the ancient ziggurat that was built by the mortal Enmerkar, the grandfather of Gilgamesh, said Ninsen. I'm sure I could convince Thoth to help. After all, the old bird is always interested in that sort of thing. And earning a favor from this goddess can be useful in the future. Very well, I will speak with Thoth. And I will call in this favor in the future, I said. Ninsen smiled in response. Thank you, I won't forget that. Finally the foundation of heaven and earth will be rebuilt. Itmenenki will no longer be a dream, said Ninsen dreamily. So that's the name of the ziggurat. Itmenenki. Location, underworld/devil's territory. POV. Third person. The underworld is quite similar to the human world, but with a much larger land mass, as there are no oceans, only lakes, in addition to the sky being purple during the day and night. In the midst of this place was a place that stood out from the rest. In isolation, there was a mansion in the middle of nowhere. Every devil feared this place, but not because of the mansion's appearance, but of those who lived in it. At that moment there was someone who appeared from a teleportation magic circle in front of the mansion. It was Lucifer, and he was together with 3 other beings. The first was Lucifer's most trusted general, Leviathan himself. The second was Lucifer's right hand, Lord Lucifuge himself. The latter was quite similar to Lord Lucifuge, except for being considerably younger. Lord Lucifuge, remember that although there is a certain rivalry between you and Stellas, I hope you will maintain your composure, Lucifer said, looking at Lord Lucifuge. The older Lucifuge nodded quickly. Surely, my king. My son Sebastian will also follow your orders, said Lord Lucifuge. The rivalry between Lucifuge and Stella was for a simple fact. Both were Lucifer's most trusted devils, and both had divergent beliefs and ideals. And so the little group entered Stella's mansion. Lord Lucifuge, you don't like Stella's for one simple reason. Arg. Screams could be heard throughout the mansion. Only Lucifer remained expressionless. Leviathan and the younger Lucifuge looked nervous, while the older Lucifuge had a disgusted expression as he knew exactly what was happening. As the small group, led by Lucifer, walked into the house, the screams intensified. However, another sound began to be heard. Hum 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 hum. Someone was humming through the screams of agony. Lucifuge frowned as the group finally found the source. Someone was lying and trapped on a table, and another being was standing next to that table. The being that was standing was the origin of the singing, while the one that was lying down. Arg? Please, let me go. I didn't do anything to you, he shouted the being that was lying down. The being that screamed in agony was easily identifiable as a fur-covered creature with only one eye on its head and a large mouth full of sharp teeth in the region of its body where the navel should have been. Oh, I know you didn't do anything wrong to me. However, that's not relevant. What I want to know is how humans transform into you, said the being standing next to the table wearing a kind of mask. This was Lucifer's left hand. Stellas. I don't know. I've already told you everything I know. The first shaman of my land cursed the forest. Any elder who leaves the tribe on a full moon night will be transformed into the same thing like me, cried the creature in despair. Stellas seemed to consider. I see. In that case, I must find out for myself, said Stellas, holding up a hand. Stellas's hand had blades for fingers. But before Stellas could continue with his action, Lucifer interrupted him. Stellas, you have other priorities at the moment, Lucifer said calmly. Stellas seemed to finally notice the presence of more people in his room. Master Lucifer? How rude of me. Sorry for not receiving you at the entrance of my humble home, although the defenses of my house recognize you and your company, said Stellas, bowing to Lucifer. The creature on the table also noticed the number of people and screamed in desperation. Please, help me. This monster is going to, said the creature, before being interrupted. Stellas had raised his hand and closed it into a fist, resulting in the table in the room shifting at Stellas' command and crushing the creature that was lying on it. Stellas then looked at Lucifer and just went back to talking. I'm sorry to hear such laughable words, Master Lucifer. I like to hum to the rhythm of the screams, so I keep them awake and aware. It helps me pass the time while I work, said Stellas, bowing again. Lucifer was unconcerned. Don't worry about it. I must say I've never seen such a creature. I'm curious, what's its name? Lucifer asked. Stellas seemed to like the question. I don't have the specific name. It was Doma Valifor who captured him and brought him to me in exchange for some blood potions. According to young Valifor, the locals call it the Mapinguri, and it looks like these creatures were once human, Stellas said excitedly. Lucifer just nodded. I see, but then, how is the other project? Lucifer asked curiously. Stellas seemed to quickly consider his words before replying. Laden's cloning was a success, however. It will only be able to live for a single millennium at most, said Stellas. Lucifer frowned. After all, that was a short time. Lucifer hoped he could use Laden's clone in the war he was planning, but it seems that wouldn't be possible as Lucifer was just waiting for an opportunity, and that opportunity definitely wouldn't come in this millennium. Lucifer then looked at General Leviathan. Congratulations on your second marriage, General. Remember, our race is not that fertile, so I suggest you try more often. I expect a second heir of yours in at most half a millennium, Lucifer said. Leviathan soon knelt down. Thank you, my lord. I will not disappoint you, said Leviathan. Although he didn't like the idea of contaminating his bloodline, Leviathan knew that it would be complete idiocy to go against Lucifer's wishes. I hope so, Leviathan. Or else your first son will have to assume the responsibilities of an heir a little sooner than expected due to your unexpected absence, Lucifer said, narrowing his eyes. For those present in the room, the warning was clear. Fail me and you'll lose your head. Location, Uruk. POV. Thor. A month had passed since Gilgamesh and Enkidu's victory over Gugalana. In the first week after the victory, something happened. Enkidu became sick. A fatal disease. He ended up dying a week after showing the signs of the disease. Gilgamesh stayed by the side of his best friend for 7 days and 7 nights, until Enkidu gave his last breath of life. Well, at least until I resurrect him with the magic taught by Thoth. Obviously, I would not let Enkidu die, as that would trigger Gilgamesh's quest for the plant of youth. The same plant that was in my possession. However, my solution didn't seem to be definitive, since the next day after I had resurrected Enkidu, he got sick again and ended up dying again. And I ended up resurrecting Enkidu again. For the rest of the month that followed I practically resurrected Enkidu several times. I didn't care, as it didn't deplete my divine power, so I was fine. But it was in the middle of tonight, at the end of the month, that things got a little interesting. For my father's sake, stop resurrecting him Asgardian, shouted my guest. This was Anu, the Sky Father and former leader of the Anunnaki before his son Enlil took the power. And right now, he was complaining to me about something trivial. That it was about me not letting Enkidu die from the disease Anu was causing. By Inanna's behest, by the way. Apparently, Inanna didn't like being refused by Gilgamesh again and being hit by Enkidu with a piece of Gugalana's body. Specifically, a piece of Gugalana's left hind leg. Yes, in short, Enkidu created baseball with a piece of Gugalana serving as a bat, and Inanna serving as a ball. With all due respect, Anu, why are you doing your great-granddaughter's bidding? You are more powerful, as well as holding more authority than her. You are the father of Enlil, so why are you obeying Inanna? I asked. After all, it didn't make any sense. Then Anu began to explain. For 2 simple reasons. First, Enkidu has just humiliated someone from the Anunnaki pantheon. This doesn't bring a good image to us, especially now with the increasing worship of humans to Yahweh, within our territory. The second reason is that Inanna is very dear to my wife, Ki, so, said Anu, the last explanation being said with an embarrassed tone. So his wife, Ki, is blackmailing the husband, Anu, into following Inanna's will. It's time to change the game. I just smiled at Anu and walked over and put a hand on his shoulder. I see. Come with me my friend, I will teach you what a thought is, I said mysteriously. As I pushed Anu through the palace, Anu looked confused. You mean Thoth, the god of knowledge? Ra's nephew, asked Anu, confused. I just smile. No, but I assure you it will be a valuable lesson you will learn, I said. It will be an interesting conversation. Location, Zagros Mountains / entrance of the Kor, Sumerian underworld / home of Ereshkigal. POV. Thor. Kor was dingy. After all, the Kor is basically several connected caves located deep in the soil of Sumerian territory, where the inhabitants were believed to continue a dark version of life on Earth. The only food or drink was dry powder, but the deceased's relatives poured libations for them to drink from time to time. Unlike many other afterlives in the ancient world, in Kor, there was no final judgment of the deceased and the dead were neither punished nor rewarded for their deeds in life. In addition to the souls of the deceased, the Kor was also home to the descendants of Ereli, the demons of the Sumerian world. I was here for one reason only. I came for Adipa's soul. But first I had to find her. Although generally if the deceased is forgotten the soul will disappear, Adipa was a special case. After all, he was the son of Enki. There was only one being who could help me find Adipa's soul. Ereshkigal. The owner of this place is called Kor. My thoughts were interrupted as I saw my first destination. The gates of the underworld. Stop right there. Who are you? Shouted someone. I turned towards the origin and saw someone walking towards me with an axe in their hands. I raised an eyebrow. I just want to talk with Ereshkigal. I came to ask her a favor. I said, trying to explain. But it looks like this guy doesn't want to have a reasonable conversation. My beloved wants nothing to do with you. I am Nergal, the guardian of the 7 gates, and I will not let you through, said the being, now identified as Nergal. I knew that sooner or later I would find this guy. After all, Nergal was the only god to disrespect Ereshkigal. It was only after Enki warned him of the power of the queen of the Sumerian underworld that Nergal decided to apologize to Ereshkigal personally. However, no one imagined that Nergal would end up falling in love with Ereshkigal's appearance. Unfortunately, for Nergal, the sentiment was not returned. But he was still devoted to Ereshkigal. I just want to ask Ereshkigal for something, not you, I said. Nergal then approached and stood just an arm's length away from me. The goddess Inanna also wanted to demand to speak with Ereshkigal to have her husband, Dumuzidai, back from the dead. Inanna thought her goddess status would help, but Inanna arrived at Ereshkigal's palace completely naked. As she passed at every gate she was to give up something of value, by order of Ereshkigal. Now tell me how you expect to get through the gates if your god status is of no use here in the Kor, asked Nergal, mockingly. Nergal was taller than me, maybe he has 9 feet. And as a god of war, he was quite confident. Too confident. Then I will ask you to please open the gate for me so I can have my talk with Ereshkigal in private, I said. Nergal stared in disbelief before acting. Ha, ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Do you really think I'm going to open all 7 gates out of goodwill, just because you asked, please? You know how to tell jokes, Asgardian. Ha 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 ha, said Nurgle, as he laughed. I remained expressionless. I never said you would open the gate out of goodwill, I said. That seemed to stop Nurgle's laughter before he looked at me. Location, Ganzur/Ereshkigal Palace. POV. Third person. Ganzur's palace was no ordinary castle. After all, it was located underground. So it was just the biggest cave in the entire core. And in the center of Ganzur was a woman, sitting on a throne and playing with a green fire between her fingers. The woman was the queen of the Sumerian underworld, Ereshkigal herself. She was in that moment, reflecting as she looked at the small flame in her fingers. Only in death do you realize that life is just an instant, said Ereshkigal. Ereshkigal, like most gods of death, lives in isolation from the other gods. There are few gods of death who still remain sociable with the rest of the pantheon. Ereshkigal just didn't feel the loneliness because of 2 beings. Husbishag, the secretary of Ereshkigal, and Namtar, the Sumerian god of fate, the messenger of Ereshkigal and husband of Husbishag. The 2 were Ereshkigal's best friends, and they protected her from other beings. All was peaceful until Ereshkigal froze and released the flame from her hands because she had sensed a disturbance in her realm. The first gate was opened, said Ereshkigal, confused. For Ereshkigal, it was confusing. After all, Nurgle had orders not to open the gates to anyone except 2 beings, but it was not the time to open those gates yet. Which can only mean one thing. Someone broke through the first gate of core. Ereshkigal, realizing the situation, frowned. It was then that someone caught the goddess's attention. Ma'am, we have a troublesome guest, someone said. That was Husbishag. As soon as Husbishag finished speaking, Ereshkigal felt a new disturbance. The second gate has been breached. It was then that a new voice echoed through Ganzur. What is happening? I felt 2 earthquakes all over core. It was Namtar, one of the agents of fate and god of luck, as well as being the husband of Husbishag. As Ereshkigal and her allies thought about what was happening, just a few minutes later the 3rd, 4th, and 5th gates were breached. Location, core/6th gate. POV. Third person. The gates of the core only opened according to the will of Ereshkigal and the Kurds, and they remained closed the rest of the time. Boom. The 6th gate was knocked down by the collision of something. It was then that something started trying to get up from the rubble of the 6th gate. It was Nurgle. "PLE please, I've already apologized and said I would open all the gates for you," said Nurgle. Nurgle was completely wounded. It was then that someone walked through the 6th gate and approached Nurgle, who was still trying to get to his feet. It was Thor. "And I've already said that I accept your apologies. But I still prefer to use your body as a key to open the gates," said Thor, narrowing his eyes. The Norse god then raised his foot in a ready-to-kick position. Nurgle, seeing what was going to happen, yelled quickly. "Wait," shouted Nurgle. But he was ignored and ended up being kicked by Thor, for the 6th time in a row. Nurgle's body crossed the entire area of the cave, from the 6th gate to the 7th gate. As soon as the body reached the 7th gate, the last gate was destroyed as did the 6 previous gates. The 7th gate was the entrance to the Ganzur area, the home of Ereshkigal. As Thor passed through the 7th gate, he saw 3 beings in the center of the cave. These beings remained silent, staring at Nurgle's now unconscious body. It was only then that the woman, who appeared to be the leader, looked at Thor. "I am Ereshkigal, ruler of the core and ruler of the dead. May I know who you are and why my only guard at the gates of the underworld lies unconscious at my feet?" asked Ereshkigal. Thor just explained calmly. "My name is Thor and I came here just to ask you a favor, but it seems your guard wasn't very reasonable. So I asked him to open the gate politely," said Thor. Ereshkigal, as well as Namtar and Husbishag, looked surprised by Thor's response. "Politely," said Ereshkigal, looking at the unconscious Nurgle, and the 7th gate knocked to the ground. But it was Namtar who had a different reaction right after hearing Thor's name. Namtar had the look of recognition. "Thor. So it's you," said Namtar. Thor looked at Namtar, confused. "What? Have you ever heard of me? I've never seen you before," said Thor, frowning in confusion. Namtar seemed amused by the situation. "Not exactly. As one of the agents of fate, I have friends in a few pantheons. Your pantheon is one of them. Varandi doesn't like you very much and Skuld thinks you're funny for some reason," said Namtar. Thor was confused and afraid. After all, it seemed that the Norns were talking about him. Before Thor asked Namtar more about Narnas, Ereshkigal chose that moment to interrupt the conversation. "You said you wanted a favor from me. What favor would that be?" asked Ereshkigal, curious. Thor then looked up to Ereshkigal and chose his words carefully. "I'd like to ask Oedipu's soul for," said Thor, before being interrupted. "No? There's a good reason. The core has known the land of no return. No soul should return to the world of the living beings," said Ereshkigal. Thor knew this could happen. After all, the name core is a short abbreviation of Kornogia, which means exactly what Ereshkigal had said. The land of no return. "Ereshkigal, I know this is a rather unusual request. However, I'd like to do it the right way," said Thor. This caught Ereshkigal's attention. "What do I mean by the right way?" asked Ereshkigal, curious. Thor then smiled. "I know that for the souls of mortals there is no judgment, only the supernatural is a fair judgment. However, Oedipu should be a special case," said Thor. Husbishag soon interrupted. "And why would Oedipu be special? Why is he the first human chosen by the gods of our pantheon?" asked Husbishag. Thor continued to smile. No for being tricked by accident. He shouldn't be judged as a human, but as a supernatural being, Thor said innocently. Ereshkigal frowned in response. What do you mean by that? Asked Ereshkigal. Thor then explained. I know that a long time ago, Oedipa refused the gift given by Anu, which was the water and bread of life made from the plant of youth, and therefore Oedipa refused immortality. However, there is a great mistake, as it was unfair, said Thor. This made Husbishag, Namtar, and especially Ereshkigal more and more interested. And what mistake would that be? Asked Namtar. That was a question Ereshkigal was ready to ask as well. Simple. Enki unintentionally caused Oedipa to remain immortal. If Oedipa had not obeyed Enki's instructions, he would be immortal, and therefore there would be a judgment for a supernatural being, or there would not even be a judgment at all, because he would be an immortal, said Thor. This was one of the few pieces of knowledge Thor still had of his previous life, and Frigg had also expressed that this might have happened, but no one wanted to make amends, or no one knew. What Thor said made Ereshkigal nervous, because it meant Oedipa shouldn't even be in the core because of Enki's mistake. An error. Ereshkigal's first possible mistake. And for a goddess who took pride in her work as ruler of the underworld. It was like the end of the world. What? No, that couldn't have happened. Do you know what that means? Said Ereshkigal in panic. That was a side that Thor found fun to see. For Thor, it was like seeing a not-so-lonely version of hell. Ereshkigal grabbed Husbishag and shook her to the point that Husbishag was disoriented. What will become of me? Can you imagine if my little sister found out about this? Inanna will never leave me alone again, screamed Ereshkigal, still in a panic. Namtar soon tried to stop Ereshkigal from hyperventilating. My lady, calm down. Remember, you are in front of a stranger, said Namtar, whispering the last part. Ereshkigal froze and glanced in Thor's direction, who was grinning amusedly, then dropped Husbishag. Ahem, it's a pretty substantiated claim, but what would be your solution? Asks Ereshkigal. Thor then took a step forward. I propose a second chance. Let the soul make the decision. After all, Enki, purposely or not, made Oedipa blind and foolish. If Oedipa chooses to live, then he will live according to his will, said Thor. Ereshkigal seemed to consider before making a decision. Consider it done, said Ereshkigal. For Thor, it's never been so simple to recruit someone. Darkness, dust. Those were the two things that followed me the most after my death. But then again, I expected nothing less from Queen Ereshkigal's kingdom. But I do not understand. I've always known what awaits mortals in the afterlife. After all, I was a priest, before I was a king of the great city of Eridu. I was the first king of mankind. I did my best for my people. I always praised the gods, especially my father Enki, every day, whether in the scorching heat of the day under the sun or the icy cold of the night under the moon. I loved and respected the gods. But then, why did they abandon me? Why did my father abandon me? Did I not do what he asked me to do? He even commended me for standing my ground before the great King Anu and for refusing to eat and drink the food of immortality. Perhaps. Didn't he love me? Before I could even think of an answer, I saw and heard something after quite a while. The first thing was something that replaced my dark vision. A bright light. A bright light appeared through my darkness and blinded me for a brief moment. And at that moment I could feel it again. Feel the chill of rocks and the heat of a nearby flame, in addition to the stuffy environment. The other thing that surprised me was something simple. One voice. Hey, you're finally awake. It was then that I looked towards the voice and noticed another person sitting in a chair nearby. A rather tall man, with long blood-colored hair, but what stood out the most was the golden metallic lines on his face and eyes with black scleras and golden pupils. Who is this man? Hey, I know it can be a little disorienting. After all, you're alive again, but it will pass. I suggest you stay calm because your new life is a little complicated, said the blood-colored haired man. I don't understand. What is he talking about? I suppose an introduction is appropriate, don't you agree? Asked the man. I could only nod. I had to know what was going on. I am Oedipa, the priest king of the city of Eridu and the first king of men by the will of Anu, I said. My throat was as dry as the dust I'd eaten for years. Nice to meet you, Oedipa. I am Thor, Norse god of thunder, most of all, said the man, before getting up from his chair. The man, now identified as Thor, approached me until he was only a few steps away. I'm your father, or something close, said Thor, shrugging his shoulders. What? No. My father is Enki, the god of wisdom, I said. Thor seemed to think I was saying something funny because he smiled right away. Well, as I said, your situation is unique. What you have from your past life at the moment are two things, your soul and your skeleton, said Thor. Say what? Your flesh is the flesh of a dragon king, said Thor, smiling. What? And your blood? Well, it's actually my blood, said Thor. For Anu's sake. I just closed my eyes for a few years and then suddenly this happens? What did you do to me? I asked. This can't be happening. No, it must be an illusion of the core. Queen Ereshkigal must be playing with my soul again? Yes, should be it. Oh, denial? I did what I did to give you something your father never gave you, a second chance, Thor said, smiling. Thor then reached for me, but I just got up off the ground and ignored it. I admit I'm a little irritated. My father would never allow such sacrilege on me. Also, my father will always cherish the cycle of life, so of course, he won't bring me up from the dead. A second chance is sacrilegious and disrespectful to my father, I said. It was then that I saw that Thor stopped smiling. Oh really? So, was it out of that respect that he deceived you when you were offered immortality? Was it out of this respect that he, your own father, accepted your first wife, Lilith, as his lover? Was it out of that respect that your father also slept with your second wife, Eve, who ended up pregnant with his child? And it was out of that respect that you forgave Eve and raised this child generated by infidelity as your own, and when the child grew up ended up killing your firstborn? Asked Thor. I never had the opportunity to answer every question. How could I? It was then that Thor one last sentence. Wake up to reality, Oedipa. You were used as a fool and then discarded when you served your purpose, said Thor. It was the purest truth. Abael, my son, my firstborn, my first star of the night. He was taken from me. Kyan did that. How much do you know? I asked. It was then that I saw Thor go silent for a brief moment before answering. I admit not everything, or rather not everything according to your point of view, said Thor. So that's it, huh? I always loved and respected my father. He was always hopelessly weak when it came to women, so I shouldn't have been surprised, but, I said, before stopping, a son should never hate his parents. This was almost an absolute law my father taught me when I was growing up. My father used to say another saying. Only the good men can be able to forgive someone and leave the past in the past, so there is a future that you will always look forward to. It was for this teaching that I forgave my second wife Eve and we had a great marriage, with 30 sons and 30 daughters, but the price. I lost my firstborn because of this. But you hate them, don't you? Asked Thor. I denied. No, I'm just disappointed, I said. But it looked like Thor wasn't convinced. You don't have to lie, I even admit that hate is not productive, but it's very easy for you to hate someone who has hurt you, and you know as well as I do that betrayal hurts because it never comes from the enemies, but from the people we love the most, said Thor. He was right. I loved Lilith, and she hurt me. I loved Eve and she hurt me. My father, Inki, someone I loved the most, hurt me. I still raised and loved Kyan as my own son, and he killed my true firstborn son. And I still had to make my firstborn's murderer my heir, not my son Seti. What can I do now? I asked. I couldn't live again like before. I don't want to get hurt again. If you want a fresh start then live for me, I will be fair to you, that I will promise, said Thor. It was then that I looked at Thor and saw him holding out his hand to me. Fair. I like that word. I then didn't take the outstretched hand. I knelt. I will do my best to be worthy of this new chance at life, Master Thor, I said. I want a second chance. I need a second chance. I now know this. A new life, far from injustice, impunity, betrayal, and intrigue. That's my biggest wish right now. No need to call me master. Technically you are part of my family now. You may not have my flesh but you have my blood, said Thor. That. It was a surprise. After all, I had to call Inki a master for quite some time before I was allowed by him to call him father. Wait. Does that mean Thor is my father now? After all, I don't have the blood of Inki according to Thor's words. I suppose I'll find out only in the future. First I had to know one thing. What do you want from me? That I serve him as a priest? I asked. After all, being a priest was what I did, even before I was a king. It was then that I saw Thor smiling. Priest? With the flesh of a dragon king and the blood of a Norse war clan god? No, that would be a waste of potential. You will be a hunter, and I will train you myself, said Thor smiling. Hunter? It makes no sense. What am I going to hunt? I asked confused. Definitely, this hunter wouldn't be able to hunt any animal. After all, he said that I would be trained by him, and he also said that he is part of a war clan. So I suppose I'll be some kind of warrior. But then does that mean that I will be subordinate to him? Will I be subordinate to another god? You won't have something specific to hunt, because it can vary a lot. You will have your free will, however, you will have only 2 duties as my only orders, said Thor. 2 duties? The first duty is to remain in the territory I will designate you, which is also the territory where I live, said Thor. That was fair because if I didn't follow that rule, I could be accused of trespassing. Just like my son Abael. Your second duty is to protect the territory you will live in from any threat, capture or kill whoever tries to harm you. Preferably capture, said Thor. That was strange. If I'm just going to follow these 2 rules then, I don't need to honor the gods? I don't need to bow my head when greeting someone higher up? I don't need to obey the gods? Do I not need to accept any decision imposed on me by the gods? Like marriage? I don't need to serve? Is this freedom? POV. Third person. Although Oedipa is wondering if what he will feel would be a kind of freedom, Thor had calculated every word he would say to Oedipa for good reason. Thor wanted Oedipa as an ally, not a servant. Thor was offering Oedipa a sense of freedom and free will so that Oedipa would be more devoted to Thor's orders. After Thor found out about the devils invading Midgard, he knew he should be as practical as possible in solving the problem. Because Fenrir is the watchdog of Thor's house, the Norse god needs another being to guard the remainder of Midgard's vast territory. Thor found Oedipa as a solution. The first king of mankind. And the first human was graced by the gods for dedication. Thor took advantage of Oedipa's history and his relationship with the Sumerian gods. Oedipa was a son of Inki who devoted himself to the gods all his life. In addition to being the first king, he was a priest. A dedicated priest. Anu, the leader of the Anunnaki at the time, knowing Oedipa's dedication to praising the gods, invited him to a celebration. Initially, when a human was invited by the Anunnaki, they would eat and drink the food of death, as the humans somehow ended up disrespecting the Anunnaki, who only saw them as mere sources of entertainment. However, Enki advised Oedipa never to accept any food given, and due to the law of the guest Oedipa would be safe from any affront. What Enki did not count on was that Oedipa was very polite and respected all the gods. By this act of respect, Oedipa became the only mortal to be protected by the strongest of the Sumerian pantheon, Enlil himself. Even though Enlil was not very fond of Oedipa, due to Oedipa's existence served as a reminder that Enki betrayed Ninki and had Oedipa with a mortal. To Enlil, this was a desecration of the Anunnaki's race. But contrary to what many thought would happen, Enlil ended up leaving Oedipa alone and turned his anger at the desecration of the Anunnaki race on Enki. For Enlil, the relationship between the brothers ended that day, and the strongest Sumerian god proceeded to deny his own brother. Oedipa's actions by the gods also changed Anu's opinion of humans. And for these reasons, Anu did not offer the food of death as planned, but the food of eternal youth. But Oedipa thought it was the food of death being offered to him by Anu, and trusting his father, Enki, he turned down the offer. And Enki didn't stop it, but not because he didn't know about the exchange of the food of death for the food of eternal youth. On the contrary, Enki knew of the exchange. The god Enki only believed that half-blood humans and the rest of humans should forever be mortal. Enki asked Anu to let Oedipa remain mortal so that Oedipa would identify more with humans than with the Anunnaki, even though he was technically a demigod. Enki did not want the longevity of the gods to be given to humans. When Oedipa refused the offer of the food offered to him, King Anu was not only perplexed, he was ashamed. To Anu, Oedipa's actions were very strange. In the end, Oedipa left as a mortal and returned as a mortal. As Oedipa was chosen by Anu as the first king, and the descent between Enki and Enlil, Oedipa decided to appease the strongest twin gods and ended up marrying Lilitu, sister of Ereshkigal and granddaughter of Enlil, and Eve, half-sister of Oedipa and daughter of Enki with another mortal. Enki and Enlil approved marriages only for peace. However, no one thought about the key factor, Enki's hopelessly lust. Lilitu did not like the marriage proposal, because for her, a pure-blood Anunnaki, it was humiliating to marry a demigod. Eve, on the other hand, was paranoid about the right of succession. Oedipa's half-sister had ambition, she wanted her children to inherit the throne, but she had something that stopped her. Lilitu had pure Anunnaki blood, being the sister of Ereshkigal and the daughter of Nannar. Eve was a demigod, daughter of Enki, and immortal. It was then that Eve had a plan. While Lilitu had no son or daughter, due to the heartbreak of having to marry Oedipa, Eve seduced an Anunnaki that could change the game. The Anunnaki was Enki, her own father, and father-in-law by marriage. And then Eve slept with Enki and Oedipa successively until she was pregnant. And pregnant Eve was pregnant with twins. The older twin was named Cain, and it was apparent to Oedipa that he was not the father. Ninhursag had confirmed Oedipa's assumption. The younger twin was named Abael, and he was Oedipa's firstborn son. Eve claimed to Oedipa that the betrayal was for political reasons and Oedipa forgave her after some time. However, unlike Cain, Abael turned out to be a favorite of the gods. Eve's plan didn't go exactly as planned, and everything indicated that Abael would inherit the throne after Oedipa's death. But then the tragedy. Cain killed Abael for the throne, as Cain felt threatened, even though he had a more prestigious lineage than Abael. While this fight for the throne on the part of Eve took place, Lilitu, angry at having married a mere demigod, ended up finding comfort in someone's arms. Or to be more exact, in someone's bed. That someone was Enki. And then Lilitu forsook Oedipa and became Enki's lover, having with the god of wisdom 2 daughters, Lulua, who became the wife of Cain, and Alamath. Unfortunately, as much as Oedipa ended up having 30 more sons and 30 daughters, none of them ended up being the future heir for the simple fact that none of them came to the attention of the gods like Abael. And so the throne of the first king ended up being given to Cain after he had returned from the exile given to him by Enlil for committing fratricide. Oedipa had to kneel before the murderer of his own firstborn, and the result of the betrayal of who he considered the love of his life with his own father. After Abael's death and the story that followed, Thor could be sure of one thing about Oedipa. It was almost certain that Oedipa was no longer so submissive to the gods. Quite the opposite. It was quite likely that the first king of civilized men had a repressed hatred. Thor explored the truth and what to say so that Oedipa would willingly follow him. And it worked. "You can rise up, Oedipa, no need to kneel, although I can make something symbolic of it," said Thor, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Oedipa, who remains kneeling towards Thor, was confused. "Symbolic in what way?" I asked. Thor then smiled. "Well, you knelt before the Accord of 7 of the Anunnaki as Oedipa the priest, and you stood up as a Lulim, the first king of humans, until your dying day. Let's do something like that. Before me you're kneeling, after having lived as Oedipa and a Lulim, so I'll give you another name," said Thor, explaining. Oedipa nodded, understanding the logic behind Thor's explanation. To have a new life it is necessary to have a new name. "Stand up, Ygritte, my first son," said Thor, with a small smile. Oedipa, now called Ygritte, stood up and looked around him and realized something. He was in a kind of forge, or more specifically, he was in the forge of the kingdom of Ereshkigal. *N/A. I will be referring to Oedipa as Ygritte from now on. "Are we still on Kor?" asked Ygritte, confused. Thor started walking towards a spot in the forge as he answered Oedipa's question. Yes, we are here because next time I leave, I will no longer be welcomed to this land by decree of Enlil. I will go east, so I asked Ereshkigal another favor in exchange for a better security system to replace the 7 gates of her realm, and Nergal I would be allowed to use the forge of her realm, said Thor, scouring the area. This news surprised Ygritte. Nergal replaced? I thought he would never stop being the Kor's guard so he could have a chance with Miss Ereshkigal, said Ygritte. Thor paused for a moment, before picking up a chest and walking back to Ygritte. He will retire due to an accident at work, but that doesn't matter anymore. I promised Ereshkigal a replacement for the gates and guard him in exchange for the underworld forge to bring you back to life and forge some toys, said Thor, placing the chest in front of Ygritte. Thor then gestured. Wear it, it will help you on our journey to the east. You will accompany me so that you will receive teachings not only from me but also from other important gods and goddesses. I'll meet Ereshkigal to sort out the problem with the gates. Meet me at the exit. See you soon, Ygritte, said Thor. The Norse god then left the place and left Ygritte lost in thought before opening the chest given to him by Thor. It was then that Ygritte saw what was inside the chest. A kind of armor. While Ygritte remained at the forge, Thor made his way towards meeting the queen of the Sumerian underworld, Ereshkigal, at the 7th gate of the underworld. Thor found Ereshkigal waiting for him. So Asgardian, what's your idea of fixing this? Asked Ereshkigal, displeased, gesturing to the 7th collapsed gate. Ereshkigal was unhappy with what had happened to her kingdom. All 7 gates were destroyed and the only guard at all gates was left unconscious and traumatized after waking up. Nergal abandoned Kor as soon as he woke up. Thor remained calm in the face of Ereshkigal's displeasure, before summoning the storage space and pulling out a small, bluish-colored cube. This is something that I came up with recently. In theory, it will create barriers according to the power and will of the user, as well as create energy constructs. Not so resistant of course, but can work perfectly as guards for all 7 gates, or in that case barriers, in your realm. I shaped this artifact with my energy and was hoping to use it in Thrvangr, my home in Asgard after my journey, but due to the trouble I've caused you can keep it, said Thor, holding the artifact towards Ereshkigal. Ereshkigal hesitated for a moment before accepting the artifact. Thor delivered such an artifact for one simple reason. You can always forge a new and better one, so it doesn't make much difference to give an experimental prototype. So how does it work? Asks Ereshkigal, assessing the artifact. Thor responded promptly. You will pour your divine energy into the cube and place it next to you. Keep in mind that within the area demarcated for use, the amount of guards will be inversely proportional to the quality, and the number of barriers created it will be according to the energy you will power the artifact. Keep the artifact close at hand in case you want to change something or if the artifact needs more divine energy from you, explained Thor. Ereshkigal seemed to understand most of the explanation but not all of it. What do you mean by the number of guards will be inversely proportional to their quality? I don't understand, said Ereshkigal, with a shy smile. Thor just shrugged. Well, that's what it means. A good example is you. If you end up creating 700 guards, each will have the strength and power of an angel with 3 pairs of wings. If you only create 7 guards, each of these 7 guards can probably kill a low-class dragon, and give a high-class dragon a little warm-up, said Thor. This surprised Ereshkigal. The guards may not be as strong as Nergal individually, but they're still promising. However, Thor explained only one possible probability. After all, the artifact has not yet been tested on a large scale. In addition, you need to know the cost of everything. From the area that will be demarcated by the artifact, the production of barriers, and the creation of a certain number of guards. So if I feed my energy to the artifact now and set up 7 barriers, 7 guards for each gate and let the use area occupy from my throne room to the entrance of the first gate, how long will it take for the artifact consumes the energy until I need to feed it with my energy again? Asked Ereshkigal. Thor hummed thoughtfully before answering confidently. 1 lunar cycle, said Thor. Ereshkigal reacted quickly. I accept the artifact. It was nice doing business with you, Thor. You are more than welcome in my house, said Ereshkigal quickly. The goddess then took Thor's hand and shook it quickly, sealing the deal. While Ereshkigal's reserves of divine power are not the greatest among the Sumerian gods, Ereshkigal's divine power is endless while in Kor, because the realm will constantly supply Ereshkigal's power. So the goddess doesn't have to worry about being helpless right after feeding the artifact with divine energy. It was then that a figure fully clothed in armor walked towards the gods. The presence of the fully armored figure was quickly noticed by the gods. Oh, Ygritte, it's about time. I thought you were having a hard time putting on the armor, said Thor. For a moment Ereshkigal looked confused. After all, she didn't know who Ygritte was but suspected it was a dupe due to Thor's action towards the figure, as Thor didn't know anyone in the Kor. Ygritte did not answer and just bowed his head in respect to Ereshkigal. For Ygritte, Ereshkigal was one of the few beings he could still respect in his second life. Well, I think that's it, Ereshkigal. I will retire from your lands. It was a pleasure to meet you, Thor said, smiling and nodding in respect. Ereshkigal looked embarrassed as she blushed. Farewell, Thor, may your journey echo through the times, said Ereshkigal. And so they parted. Thor and his new ally, Ygritte, departed towards the surface, while Ereshkigal headed for the throne room. After a while, Ereshkigal was in the throne room, where she placed the artifact on a stone pillar, created next to the throne. As soon as Ereshkigal placed the artifact, she fed it with divine energy from her, and the artifact, which was once a blue cube, became a cyan-colored cube. In the first few days after Thor left the land of the Anunnaki, the artifact worked flawlessly. However, on the 7th day, "What is this?" asked Ereshkigal, confused. What Ereshkigal was looking at that moment, it was a kind of stone. The color was black with cyan accents. The stone had appeared over the artifact that Ereshkigal had received from Thor. This stone also had a strange shape. The stone was shaped like an egg. The artifact Thor gave to Ereshkigal still had some of Thor's divine energy. And then, when Ereshkigal fed the artifact with her divine energy, the artifact changed color. This means that within the artifact the divine energies of Thor and Ereshkigal were fighting, the fusion of the element lightning with death taking place. And both energies ended up forming a great mass of energy. When you have a large mass of unstable energy, it ends up being the perfect condition for the creation of a specific being. A dragon. POV. Third person. It had been about 7 days since Thor left the lands of Ereshkigal. The thunder god returned to Uruk, where he bid farewell to Gilgamesh and Enkidu and notified the small Nordic party of his departure to the east, in addition to introducing the only being that will accompany Thor on his journey to the east, Ygritte. When the others saw Ygritte, they were automatically curious, for the presence of this armored being was a cross between dragon and divinity. Unfortunately for the curious, as soon as Ygritte left the lands of Ereshkigal, he took a vow of silence. At that moment, Thor and Ygritte were leaving the Sumerian territory and approaching the Elamite territory. However, neither Thor nor Ygritte realized they were being watched from a distance by someone. It was a man, who had bronze skin and dark brown hair, and his eyes were such a deep blue that would resemble the sea. This was Enki, the god of water and wisdom, as well as Thor's travel companion's former father. Enki was about to take the first step toward Thor and Ygritte, but he was stopped by someone. "Don't you dare, little brother, or I'll break both of your legs," said a voice, with a tone of authority. It was Enlil. The threat seemed to have its effect, for Enki dared not go forward, but Enki's face showed no fear. "Brother. It's been a while," said Enki, with a small smile. Enki's carefree attitude was definitely not contagious, for Enlil had a serious expression on his face. "Adapa was dead, neither you nor anyone else can interfere in anything after his death," said Enlil. Enki frowned. "He is still my son," said Enki, before being interrupted. "He was your son. Adapa died and came back to life, because of Thor and Ereshkigal, but neither of them had violated the law of the Anunnaki, so I suggest you stay where you are and don't interfere, Enki, or I will be forced to act against you, brother," said Enlil. Enki had a sarcastic smile. "As if you weren't eager to kill me. I understand my limits. Without the sword of rupture I am weaker than you, as you would still remain in the top 10. My talent is in the runes, so I am not crazy to fight you, brother," said Enki, raising his hands in a posture of surrender. Enki then turned away from Enlil, but not before speaking. "You know, you can't hate me forever. I know I made mistakes, but I assure you I never had bad intentions," said Enki. Enki then felt a strong pressure. Enlil was furious. The winds began to grow stronger, as Enlil's eyes shone with power as they faced Enki. "You admit that you made mistakes. But the problem is that you never tried to correct those mistakes. You shame our Enki race. I should have killed you millennia ago," said Enlil. Enki seemed unperturbed. "Maybe. But I'm still here, so there must be some part of you that forgives me," said Enki, with a smile. Enlil, however, did not smile. "You are right, and that part is called our mother, so do not push your luck, Enki," said Enlil. Enlil then disappeared along with the wind. Enki still remained at that place before looking towards where Thor and Ygritte were. "Perhaps I can speak with you again in the future," Adapa said Enki, with a melancholy look, before forming a teleportation circle and disappearing. As soon as Enki disappeared, Thor stopped walking, looked towards the place where Enlil and Enki were, and frowned. Thor had felt the Enlil's power, as well as the strong winds. The Norse god then looked at Ygritte, who was standing and waiting for Thor, and spoke. "Come on, Ygritte, let's keep walking. When we get to the east, we'll still need to find someone who can help us, or to be more exact, convince them to help us," said Thor, sweating. Thor had little misgivings about the deities of the east, and the reason was for their fame. One of them was one of the big three of the Shinto pantheon, Isanaga's right eye, brother of Amaterasu and Susanoo, Tsukuyomi. The fame of this god could be described as something funny. The story was simple. The goddess Amaterasu sent Tsukuyomi as her representative to visit another Shinto goddess, the goddess of food, Yokomachi. A feast was organized by the goddess of food, and everything was going well, until Tsukuyomi discovered how the food for the feast was made. Needless to say, the feast was remembered for Tsukuyomi's fury and Yokomachi's murder. Of course, the Shinto pantheon shouldn't be the example of the gods of the East, after all not everyone had Tsukuyomi's temperament. Also, Thor's biggest problem is finding someone willing to teach him about Toki. Thor had someone in mind, but he wasn't entirely sure, because Thor didn't know if this existence had been born yet, as he hadn't heard rumors of anyone facing a divine army alone. Thor would then have to be practical to discover the whereabouts of this existence. First, Thor researched a weapon described as a golden staff that weighed 8.1 tons and could change size. Thor found such an object. Rui Jinggubang, described as a treasure of Aoguang, one of the 4 dragons, and king-class dragon, the Eastern Sea Dragon. Thor's fate at the moment was clear. He needs to meet Aoguang first. Location, Vormir/center of the universe. POV. Third person. Vormir was the name of the planet that was located at the center of everything, where everything took place. On this planet, there were two twin towers, which respectively represented life and inevitability. Vormir was where the current everything of the universe originated. And from the beginning, there was only one being. Originated from the dream. The primordial of destiny. Or as he was known to others, Fathom. And at this moment it was possible to find someone in the middle between the twin towers. He was a man, with long blonde hair, dressed in golden armor sitting in the air with his legs crossed and with his eyes closed. It was then that a woman, with bronze skin and emerald eyes, appeared next to the armored man. Fathom. Are you sure it was necessary to do what you did? Asked the woman uncertainly. The man, identified as Fathom, replied calmly. It was necessary, Samsara. When you came to me about someone who was not affected by the reincarnation cycle, I was silent until the future changed so much that I had to intervene myself, Fathom said. Samsara still remained uncertain. How much of the future has changed? Asked Samsara. Fathom then opened his eyes, which were a blurred steel color. Fathom appeared to be blind. Before the future was altered several times due to this being not following the rules of the reincarnation cycle, a tall, six-eyed, golden-armored mechanical humanoid being nicknamed the Incarnate Devastation and the Fierce God would invade our house in the future, but now, said Fathom, pausing before continuing. Samsara looked worried by Fathom's hesitation. Sigh, there will be no invasion from the Fierce God, but another will take his place, said Fathom. Samsara quickly questioned. Who will take his place, Fathom? Asked Samsara. It was then that Fathom looked towards Samsara and spoke the words that would haunt the dreams of the existence responsible for the cycle of reincarnation. The absolute despair will come, and there's nothing we can do to stop him, Fathom said. Months have passed since I departed from Sumeria and my arrival in the land of the young master. My journey turned out to be quite uneventful, which was strange. After all, I've walked these lands and I haven't been approached by any god or goddess directly. Emphasis on directly. I couldn't be on this earth without anyone noticing me. The thing is, who noticed me, and why didn't show up yet? Even during these months, I could not find the twin dragon of the Eastern Sea, the original holder of the Ruijingu Bang, the monkey god's weapon. I expected the monkey to be famous already. Unfortunately, no mortal has ever heard of a monkey god. Although some travelers coming from the southwest of where I was, what would one day be known as India, claimed of a monkey god. An insanely strong monkey god that I suspected was in the double digits. Hanuman. Which I suspected was an avatar of the Trimurti due to the insane force of the stories, but which god of the Trimurti I wasn't entirely sure. While I would like to meet this guy, it will be a journey to another time, for the monkey god I wanted to meet at the moment was the guy who would teach me the technique that most Eastern gods had, and that I learned from his existence through from my mother Frey. Toki. While I was lost in thought, I noticed my traveling companion and a corpse of a monster that I recognized immediately. Igris, I've already told you that you can't just kill any supernatural being in foreign lands, I said, sighing. Igris seemed to consider, before leaning a little towards me. My lord. The creature. It's a nuisance, said Igris. Oh? We weren't close to the new year for this creature to be on land. So what did Igris do? Why do you say that? I asked curiously. Igris seemed to consider. Although he took the vow of silence, I asked him to at least respond to me, otherwise, our communication would be impaired. But that made him still speak a few words. I was scouring the bottom of the sea, looking for the dragon. This creature spotted me and tried to devour me, said Igris, pointing to the corpse. Ah, that was a very anticlimactic reason. Again, the race of the Neon is a plague on these seas so far to the east of the world. Although the 4 twin sea king dragons keep them at a minimum population, it is possible to come across a young Neon now and then, but never an adult one. Although once a year the Neon have such a large population that some end up escaping the sea and heading for land. I just looked at the creature. Well, it was defensive, I suppose, but what do you want to do with the corpse? Don't even look at me, it's your kill after all, I said. Igris then looked at me and back to Neon's corpse. It was then that Igris unsheathed the simple sword, which I had forged a short time ago to assist him in combat until I had a worthy weapon, or I forged another sword from better materials and decapitated the corpse. Trophy, said Igris, simply. I could only sweat in response. Well, each with their quirks, I suppose. And it looked like Igris is starting to develop a quirk of collecting trophies. Perhaps this is the result of a cross between a dragon of fury and a god from a war-prone clan? My master, said Igris. Another thing that bothered me was the fact that even though I had said he was my family, Igris still insisted on referring to me as master or lord. I suppose old habits take time to die. I just waved in his direction and asked him to continue. Why are we still here? Asked Igris. A valid question, I suppose. As you already know, our objective is to learn Toki, but I think I owe you an explanation as to why we have remained in the western terrestrial limits of this great land for so long. We have a secondary objective, which will depend on you mainly, I said. Igris seemed to react as he quickly knelt. What orders? Asked Igris. Such devotion was what made me a little worried. After all, I don't want a fanatical sect in the future. What separates 2 of the most influential pantheons in the East is only the Eastern Sea. The armor I forged for you was made of blood copper and pure Sumerian gold, mixed with corrupted ice, which nullifies magic. Including detection magic of simple, intermediate, and advanced presence, I replied. Of course, it wasn't cheap stuff, but it would be worth it. Even now, if an alien god performed a detection spell where we are, it would only show my presence and Igris would remain camouflaged. While I would have liked to carry out this quest myself, I was disappointed that the amount of ice corrupted in the armor was not enough to camouflage the presence of a full deity. Although, apparently if you were a demigod it was possible. We stay on this side, so that I can identify and evaluate the best place for you to continue your journey further east, on some islands close to the land of the rising sun. It will be your first mission as my hunter while I learn Toki. I have full faith that you will succeed in it under your abilities, I said smiling. There was something else that had caught my attention, and I would definitely capture it at some point. You will go to those islands that I suspect are the habitat of the being I want you to look for. I suggest you get information from the local people about the 4 fiends. I don't care about 3 of them, only one caught my attention. Look for any legend about the fiend of gluttony. You can get information from both the people of the land we are in and the people of the land of the rising sun, I said. The being I sent Igris to hunt was a well-known creature for its unique power and ability. I learned about this while learning Thoth's healing technique, which kept records of various things in the library. In addition to the standard advanced regeneration ability of the 4 fiends, gluttony had the ability to devour and consume everything in an infinite capacity, no matter if they are living creatures, objects, or special abilities, including magic. I couldn't help but wonder if this ability would be valid for the holy gears that would appear in humans in the future. But he was a secondary objective. After all, not even I would know the limits of its ability. Even Thoth hadn't that kind of record. Understood, said Igris. Igris then stood up and seemed to consider before leaving. When should I leave? And how soon should my return be? Asked Igris. I thought briefly. I'm sure Toki will be simpler to learn compared to Thoth's healing technique. The hardest part was finding a teacher willing to teach. We'll be here for 10 years, that's the longest after we're done here. We'll head west, but further south, I said with finality. India, the cradle of spirituality, was my next destination. The place I would find out whether or not it was possible to replicate Haki to some degree. Oh, by the way, Igris, the side quest, while important, is not necessarily my priority at the moment, as I'm sure I will have other opportunities. Consider the side quest as your test in this new body, as you now have dragon flesh and blood of a god. If you can't complete the quest, don't worry so much, I said casually. That was the truth. Gluttony was said in Thoth's records to be a powerful existence, but due to the unique abilities, it was difficult to know the exact position between the 3 or double-digit ranking of powerful beings. The only thing Thoth was sure of was that no fiend was definitely in the top 10, or has not shown the ability so far to be in the top 10. I sent Igris to test his new body, as well as learn the capabilities of the gluttony, which was the most powerful of these 4 fiends. If Igris is on the brink of death, the armor will react and he will immediately teleport to me. Also, if Igris fails the mission, I can always hunt gluttony during the Great War personally. Igris seemed to think for a while before answering. Understood, said Igris. I think I should ask him to relax. Why is he so serious? I could only sigh before heading to the ocean. I think it's time to fish again. Location, Sumeria/Kor, Kingdom of Ereshkigal. POV. Ereshkigal. I was always feared by many, loved by few, but undoubtedly all beings, mortal and immortal, respected me. That's the result of being a goddess of death, I suppose. I thought it would be like this, forever. The love of my friends Husbishag and her husband Namtar, Nurgle's fanatical love, and the fear and respect of the others. But then, a few days ago something happened that changed things a little. I gained another friend. Wait, should I really call you my friend? No, my baby, I said, caressing the being's belly in my lap. I knew it was a dragon, but in my eyes, you're the cutest thing I've ever met, I said, pulling the little dragon into my embrace. My little baby just squeaked in response. I took it from my embrace and looked into those bright blood-colored eyes that had been staring at me since the moment the egg hatched a few days ago. The muzzle suddenly quivered. Achoo sneezed the little dragon into my hands, with emerald-colored fire shooting from its nostrils, and purple lightning flashing from its beautiful little wings. Is my baby okay? I asked, worried. He's never sneezed since the moment he was born, and I've never let him out of my sight. Maybe Kor is too cold for him? Should I take him to see the sun for a bit? He also refuses to eat any food. Looks like he's not hungry. Or maybe my food is so bad that my own child refuses to eat it. What a pathetic mother I am. I could feel my eyes watering. It was then that I felt something wiping my eyes. I looked and saw my baby's tail. I looked at him and realized he was showing his concern for me. Oh, thank you, I said, pulling my son into a hug again. It was then that my friend Husbishag appeared in my throne room, accompanied by her husband Namtar. I think the meeting of the gods ended earlier than expected. I can finally introduce them to my son. My lady, it's good to be by Enlil. What is it? Shouted Husbishag, pointing at me and, more specifically, my baby. Well, I suppose those who have never seen my baby, they will find him a little different. But you don't need that reaction. Hey, it's my son you're talking about. I screamed in response and pulled my baby closer to me to comfort him. He might be hurt by your words, you know? I looked to Namtar for support, but Namtar seemed to be frozen and thinking about the world itself. My eyes could see that his eyes gleamed with an unearthly tone. Oh, is he having a vision of fate again? He seemed to come to himself and whisper a few words that I heard perfectly. It's not just 2 anymore, but 3, said Namtar, in disbelief. 3. 3 what? Anyway, my precious son, you need a worthy name? But I don't think it's fair that I decide alone, even though it's normal for the mother to be the one who names the child. Also, the father. I felt my face heat up in embarrassment. How am I supposed to explain the situation to him? I asked, looking at my son. My beloved son seemed to sense my mood as he tilted his head in confusion. It was then that my son looked at the gate and narrowed his eyes. It was then that I saw someone else coming after Husbishag and Namtar. My love? For many moons, I don't see you, the woman who lights up my night and guides me to tomorrow. Today, I came What has this disgusting creature done in my future place, I mean in my lady's lap? Shouted the person, in indignation, and pointing at my son. It was Nurgle. I hoped he would never show up here again out of fear. Unfortunately, it appears that was not the case. Also, disgusting creature? My son? The nerve of him? But before I could even respond, my baby didn't seem to like the tone and broke out of my grip and growled at Nurgle. It was then that I saw Nurgle do the unthinkable. He raised a battle axe and threatened to hurt my baby. Nurgle, don't you dare, or will I said quickly before being interrupted. Bam. Nurgle didn't even hesitate. But my son was fine. It actually looks like my son's beautiful scales glowed an amethyst color. My son then attacked Nurgle with his tail and, bam, threw Nurgle out of the throne room. Oh, just like his father. Oh, come here, my little one. I'm so proud of you, I said, stepping down from the throne, and walked quickly to my baby and gave him another hug. Come on, it's time for you to rest. I'll tell you some stories about your father, I said. I then leave the throne room, right after I wave goodbye to Husbishag and Namtar, who are still looking at my baby in fear. Oh, maybe in the future they'll see my baby's cuteness just like I do. POV. Third person. As soon as Ereshkigal left the throne room, Husbishag glanced at Namtar. Clarify what that was, asked Husbishag, pointing to where Nurgle was thrown. Namtar just smiled. A future emperor, my love, the dread dragon, the Dark Emperor. Its scales are unbreakable and its rage will reflect any power, said Namtar. Husbishag sweated cold. There were only 2 emperors a long time ago, who were stronger than dragon kings, except for Tiamat. What did he do to Nurgle? Asked Husbishag, curious. Namtar looked at his wife and replied. Counterattack, said Namtar, with a nervous smile. Location, future Canada/Lake Huron/Manitoulin Island. POV. Loki. Finding my lost son was a headache, and to think he would go so far from home. Perhaps Thor is no longer a viable option to solve Asgard's problems more ultimately. Besides, he's already caused me more trouble than I expected. I didn't expect Thor to be so protective of Hel. My original plan was to make Hel lonely enough so that when I showed up, I'd take advantage of her possible loneliness and turn her into being totally dependent on me. It would be simple to blame my foolish brother for his delusions of peace, with Hel obeying me in exchange for love and recognition, giving me command of an endless army of Tgard, me freeing Fenrir and luring Jormungandr into war would be ideal. After that, it was the war to take that boy off the throne. I would never let Asgard fall into the hands of someone as soft-hearted as Balor. Although Balor has the potential to be a ruler, he prefers diplomacy. It doesn't matter how many times I tell him that we are a warrior society and force, like it or not, is our main argument. Unfortunately, Thor spoiled most of my plans. He took Hel and became quite protective of her well-being. He freed Fenrir, who turned my godkiller son into a mere guard dog. It traumatized Jormungandr, to the point that my son, considered the weight of the world and a dragon king, fled from his own land. Fortunately, there are other ways to get what I want. Also, the Bat Valifor owes me a favor. I just need to find other ways to achieve my goal. I saw some humans making some kind of sacrifice on the edge of a big lake. /Hail and Hayek, grant a safe passage through your domain said an old-looking man, then slitting an animal's neck and letting the blood drip into the lake. Perhaps I may have found a clue to my son's whereabouts. POV. Third person. Loki then walked towards the small family who was ready to board a raft. Loki then made a magic circle and shot a simple fireball that went towards the raft, which had a child inside, waiting for the rest of the family. As soon as the fireball made contact with the raft, the small improvised boat caught fire. Only the screams of a child could be heard in the fire. /Aniabur, cried the woman in despair, holding a baby, who began to cry. The older man turned toward Loki in fear of the magic, but the anger at the death of the man's daughter was still noticeable. Loki glanced briefly at the burned boat. Oh, I didn't notice your other offspring on the boat, just wanted to get your attention anyway. Now that I have your attention, tell me more about this Enhyaek, will you? In return, you can meet your offspring again, said Loki. The man remained cautious as he had just witnessed magic for the first time in his life. But the woman, that was holding a baby, soon replied when she saw a ray of hope. After all, to the human family, Loki was a god or at least a powerful shaman. By all means, he probably could bring the dead back to life. /Enhyaek is the water spirit of our land. We come from the land where the sun sleeps. Legends passed down by our ancestors say that it is a giant serpent that lives in the Great Lake. That's all we know. Now, please bring my daughter back. Whether you are a shaman or a god, we will praise you too, but bring my little one back, I beg you, the woman said quickly, with a desperate tone. Loki remained impassive. Why, thank you for your cooperation. As a god, let me fulfill my part of the exchange, said Loki, creating a magic circle. But what appeared? It was another fireball. Now you will be gathered again, said Loki. Then the fireball shot out of Loki's hand and set the family on fire. Loki stared impassively at the fire as he listened to the screams. So fragile, so noisy. Well, where the sun rests, huh? West then, said Loki. It was then that the Norse god walked back in the determined direction, in search of the water serpent spirit Enhaeik, who Loki suspected was what the locals were calling his son. Jormungandr. Location, east coast of future China. POV. Thor. Well, this quest is more complicated than I thought. No sign of the dragon. Even if I search the bottom of the ocean, I'm starting to give up on finding this dragon. I had sent Ygritte on the side quest, along with a few things that might help him capture gluttony, as well as the water of life I made with one of the immortality plants I got in Sumer. Now, I was heading towards the nearest village in search of more reports of any supernatural beings. That's when I saw a kid with a monkey's tail. Monkey. Is my luck smiling on me again? I asked, in disbelief. I saw the child running along the path I knew led towards a specific mountain. I may have found the god I was looking for, but it's just a kid. You can't teach me anything I expect. But I couldn't help but be curious. Where is he going in such a hurry? POV. Third person. The monkey-tailed child was actually an orphan, who was born by specific means in a mythical stone formed by the forces of chaos, which resulted in a playful and adventurous personality. He initially had no name. After all, he didn't know what a name was. And so, he lived at the place of his birth on Huiguo Mountain. During the early stages of his life, he lived on this mountain that was home to ape species. At the age of 5, he earned the respect of the local monkey clan when he proved his worth by jumping down a waterfall and finding a new home for the monkeys through it, and thus became the king. The Monkey King. But respect was not enough. The young king became aware, after the death of one of his subjects, that his time would come someday. Mortality was never so terrifying for the young king. Therefore, he decided to go in search of the long-awaited immortality, dressing up in human clothes so that he would be accepted into sects. The Monkey King's plan was a complete failure, as all the sex masters and apprentices saw through the disguise, which generated mixed reactions. The so-called apprentices mocked the young king for the stupidity of the disguise, while sect masters refused to teach a monkey in the arts of cultivation, as they believed that due to the nature of Phelan Dafa cultivation practice, the young Monkey King would never learn due to his own personality. No master wanted to waste his time with a useless apprentice. It was then that the young Monkey King met a peculiar master, Zushi. And after much insistence, Master Zushi took the young Monkey King as an apprentice and gave him something the king didn't have until now, a name, Sun Wukong. Master Zushi was impressed by the young Sun Wukong's determination and his ease in learning. However, young Sun Wukong was very sly, and Master Zushi was losing patience in the face of such a personality of his most renowned apprentice. Another problem that worried Zushi was the growing vanity displayed by Sun Wukong. Young Sun Wukong made a point of demonstrating that he was the best apprentice for everyone, especially those who had previously mocked and denied him guardianship. Although Zushi was worried, he still continued to teach the young man more rigorously, in the hope that his students' growing ostentation would be lessened. Did not work. And now, at the age of 10, Sun Wukong was returning to his master Zushi's sect after almost successfully performing one of the most advanced lessons, the ability to transform. The almost success was kind of obvious. No matter how much Sun Wukong wants to, if he turns into a human, his ape tail would show. But to Sun Wukong, it didn't matter, due to the simple fact that not all masters could transform 71 different things perfectly. Just a single transformation wasn't a complete success. The transformation of a human. And then, as soon as young Sun Wukong arrived at Zushi's sect, he shouted, "Master, Master, look, I achieved," shouted young Sun Wukong, as he jumped excitedly towards a tree in the middle of the sect. Master Zushi was sitting in the form of the lotus position with his eyes closed and seemed unaffected by the excitement of his most prestigious student. Sun Wukong looked upset. "Teacher, look, please," said Sun Wukong, in front of Zushi. Master Zushi then opened one of his eyes and saw Sun Wukong, who stretched out his arms in display and gave his master a giant smile. Zushi, however, didn't smile and just closed his eye again. "Congratulations, my student, you transcend many masters in terms of skill and persistence, including me. But remember that the person who keeps calm proves that he has." Zushi began before being interrupted. "Wisdom, I know, you said the same thing when I mastered the advanced art of jumping in a week. Now, what's next?" asked Sun Wukong. Zushi was silent before standing up and opening both eyes. "Sunday. If you don't change the path you're on now, you'll end up right where you started," Zushi said seriously. Sun Wukong didn't seem to understand, and when he went to question his master, Zushi widened his eyes and positioned himself in front of Sun Wukong, and assumed a defensive posture, looking towards the exit. Zushi didn't feel anything, which was strange since he had reached the limit of Phelan Dafa cultivation, having full mastery of the vital energy that was Qi, being able to manipulate and detect, thus mastering Senjutsu, thus achieving the grail of Xian, a sage. Zushi only noticed that someone was approaching because he was always manipulating his Qi to heighten his senses. That was how Zushi heard heavy footsteps approaching his sect. What worried Zushi was the scary reason behind it. He didn't feel the aura, so he didn't detect anyone approaching. For Putizushi, who was a Sien in his own right, and had full knowledge of the supernatural, he considered only two possibilities. The first possibility was that someone with mastery over chi of his level or higher was masking their life energy with the environment, an extremely advanced technique and being the only technique necessary for a transcendent master to become a Sien. That possibility would put anyone on the defensive, but it wasn't the scariest possibility. No, the scariest possibility was definitely the second. The second possibility was that the person approaching the sect had an aura that transcended the limits of Putizushi's own understanding of senjutsu. Both possibilities put Sun Wukong's master on the defensive. It was only a few seconds before a figure could be seen through Putizushi's eyes. An extremely tall man with long blood-colored hair that reaches past his waist, golden eyes with sclera the color of the night sky, and wearing a sort of winter coat, with a strange-looking hammer attached to a golden belt, plus something like gloves covering the hands. The man approached Putizushi, who had not let his guard down and was still protecting Sun Wukong, and spoke for the first time. "Hello there," said the man, with a smile. Two beings were sitting under a tree, located in the middle of the local master's sect complex, drinking a kind of tea. Or at least, one of them was drinking tea. "I'm sorry for the refusal, as I'm not much of a tea drinker. I hope you don't mind," said the taller red-haired being. This was Thor, and he was talking to the sect master of the sect he was in, and the master was right in front of him watching him warily. The sect master was Putizushi, a Sien, or sage according to the supernatural world. "I don't take offense to your likes and dislikes," Putizushi said calmly as he sipped some tea. It was then that another voice spoke. "Hey, don't refuse someone's hospitality. It's rude," said the voice. It was young Sun Wukong, who had climbed the tree and stood on a branch, looking at Thor with a frown. Sun Wukong didn't know why, but in his eyes, Thor was just someone rude and an ignorant foreigner. However, the young king's instinct screamed in warning in case of any conflict. "I apologize for my student, he's young and quite loquacious," Putizushi said, not taking his eyes off Thor, who grinned in response. "I don't worry about such things. I didn't come here for that," said Thor. Putizushi didn't show a reaction, while Sun Wukong seemed to want to retaliate with disrespect, but chose to remain silent because of his master's actions. "With all due respect, what's a god doing here?" asked Putizushi. Thor raised an eyebrow. "Oh, how exactly do you know I'm a god?" asked Thor. Putizushi didn't respond right away, as he seemed to consider his next words carefully. "I'm a Sien, I have full knowledge of the supernatural from learning and mastering life energy. Moreover, I fear that you are not the first god I meet in my short life on the mortal plane. Your presence passed to me the same presence as he, so I assumed you are a god," said Putizushi. That seemed to interest Thor. "Same presence as he? Who is he you speak of?" asked Thor, curious. Putizushi, for the first time, looked away from Thor and now had a melancholy countenance. "An old friend. The one who taught me senjutsu. Hou-Yi," said Putizushi, looking out into the sunset. Hou-Yi was once an archer god who was expelled from the divine plane for killing 9 of the sunbirds, which were 9 of Dejun's wandering children, rather than bringing them by the heel as Dejun wished. Dejun stripped Hou-Yi of immortality and banished him to the mortal plane, where the former god had many adventures. And in one of those adventures, he found love. But there was still something that bothered the former archer god: mortality. When Hou-Yi sought immortality for himself and his wife, Chang'e, who had married Hou-Yi while mortal, the two of them ended up separated by carelessness and curiosity of both. Chang'e ended up ascending to the moon, while Hou-Yi remained on the mortal plane. Devastated by the separation, Hou-Yi, who was once a great respectable hero, became a recluse and someone unfair and cruel. But he did not stop having apprentices among mortals. The senjutsu was Hou-Yi's attempt to extend his life so that one day he can be reunited with Chang'e. During a hunt, Hou-Yi was betrayed by some of his disaffected apprentices, led by Feng Meng. Hou-Yi died as a mortal by the very students who looked at him with envy of his powers and abilities. But his spirit, attuned to senjutsu, ascended to the sun. That day was one of the most difficult days for Putizushi, who had lost his own master and a close friend. Although Hou-Yi was considered a tyrant by many, in Putizushi's vision he saw something else. A broken man, who had lost the love of his life and who didn't know how to react other than becoming reclusive and cruel. Although Thor was a little curious about such a being, it wasn't the Norse god's priority at the moment. "I would like to learn senjutsu," said Thor, with a tone of finality. Thor got straight to the point. The sooner he learned senjutsu to gain access to Toki, the sooner he would go to India where the concept of haki would be tested in that world. Putizushi had found the request strange. I'm afraid I don't understand your request. The Eastern gods seek harmony with nature since the beginning of their lives, and this was one of Hou-Yi's teachings. If you are a god, and you are not already in harmony with nature until now, where are you from? Asked Putizushi. I'm from afar, far west of here, said Thor. Putizushi and Sun Wukong were surprised for just a few seconds. So, a deity from the west came all this way to learn senjutsu. If you can satisfy my curiosity, what do you expect to find after you learn senjutsu? Asked Putizushi. Thor raised an eyebrow. Senjutsu will help me in the future. I'm afraid I can't talk more about the case, said Thor. For Thor, there were many things senjutsu could be useful for, but the main reason for Thor's journey east was clear. Learn as many techniques as possible from the other pantheons. The reason for this was that Thor knew there was going to be a war, and besides the fact that his pantheon will have its own threat. To Thor, the logic of future knowledge was clear. The Sumerians had the Utikki. The Greeks would have Typhon. The Egyptians had Seth and Apophis. The Slavs had Veles. The Shinto had Tsukuyomi. And so on. The Nords had Surt. Thor only saw Surt once, during a gathering with his family centuries ago. At first glance, Surt looked menacing. Whether Thor could defeat him without a continent blowing up is what Thor is not sure. But just in case, Thor was making plans for this moment. So, you're claiming that Senjutsu will help you. I see. I honorably accept your request for guardianship, God Deputy Zushi said, before being interrupted by someone who had been silent for a while. Sun Wukong. Now, wait a minute, shouted Sun Wukong. The young Monkey King jumped down from the tree branch and landed beside Pewdie Zushi. Sun Wukong then pointed a finger at Thor. You can't just gain training? Did you know that I suffered and begged a lot for Master Zushi to accept me? Why do you have such treatment? Asked Sun Wukong. In a way, what Sun Wukong was now witnessing was a complete injustice for the simple fact that the young Monkey King was refused guardianship by several masters until he found Pewdie Zushi. Zushi treated him impartially, not because he was a monkey who wanted to train. Master Zushi was fearful at first because of Sun Wukong's active personality, but after much insistence, Sun Wukong was accepted as an apprentice. But then someone comes along, gives a simple, weak explanation as to why he wants to learn Senjutsu and has now been accepted as a disciple without any problems. In Wukong's mind, the reason was that Thor was a god and had special treatment. This made young Sun Wukong unhappy with Thor's presence. Pewdie Zushi looked like he wanted to scold the young apprentice, but before any words were said, Thor spoke. But it's not your decision. Who decides who to train is the master, simple as that. A good example is if you are the master here and I seek to learn your teachings, but then you refuse my request, I'll just leave in the same way I came in and looked for another master, said Thor, shrugging. Could Thor have gone to learn from other masters or even other gods? The answer would be a maybe verging on no. Thor chose Pewdie Zushi first for a very simple reason. Pewdie Zushi was the only master who volunteered to train a supernatural monkey and, basically, slapped the other masters in the face who refused Sun Wukong's request when the Monkey King became the best apprentice among the sects. This made good points in Thor's view. Thor's answer seemed to have angered young Sun Wukong. Sunday. That's enough, the god of the West is right. Respect my decision, said Pewdie Zushi, calmly. Sun Wukong looked at Master Zushi in surprise and just ran to the compound that was the dormitories. The entire time Master Zushi remained to look at Sun Wukong's exit. Sigh. I apologize for my apprentice's behavior. He is young and still undisciplined, said Pewdie Zushi, looking at Thor and bowing a little. Thor seemed to disregard the apology. No offense taken, now are we done here? Can we start my training? Asked Thor. Pewdie Zushi took a serious stance. We will start training tomorrow, but there is something you need to answer me first, for the safety of my disciples, said Pewdie Zushi. Thor was confused. After all, he didn't mean to hurt anyone here. May I know exactly what you are referring to? Asked Thor, confused. Pewdie Zushi narrowed his eyes as if gauging Thor's reaction. I am referring to the malevolent energy that exudes from your back, said Pewdie Zushi. The youngest sage in history had stood guard the moment Thor set foot in the sect, always fearing a trap or attack. Pewdie Zushi noticed the energy that the berserker mark on Thor's back exhaled. For any Sien or Senjutsu user who looked at Thor, they would see a shadow behind the Norse god and dazzle any ray of light and leave anyone on their guard. The shadow had red eyes that exuded an unhealthy joy as if the shadow was making fun of the fear of others. And the smile. It was a red smile of satisfaction that did not exude happiness, but it seemed that the smile served to mock those who feared the shadow, as if inviting the opponent to try to face the said shadow. But what caught Pewdie Zushi's attention the most was the symbol that was located a little above the red eyes, right in the middle, where the forehead would be. The symbol was colored red, as were the eyes and smile of the shadow. The shape of the symbol was strange to Pewdie Zushi, as he had no knowledge of the grammar of Thor's homeland and therefore did not know what it meant. My back. Oh, said Thor. The Norse god then took off his coat and then the top of his toga, which was more of a sash, and then turned, leaving Pewdie Zushi to look at the tattoo on Thor's back. In Pewdie Zushi's Senjutsu view, however, it was as if the shadow face was an inch away from his face. What a horrible feeling. It's as if your equilibrium state is split into two parts, said Pewdie Zushi. Thor then dressed again and looked at Pewdie Zushi. What do you mean split into two parts? How do you feel with your Senjutsu? Asked Thor, curious. Pewdie Zushi stopped channeling Senjutsu and only then responded to Thor. Senjutsu is an art that can control the flow of vital energy in living beings. Generally, a Sien, or someone superior in the art of Senjutsu, can detect a being's aura. In your case, it's like you're split in two, said Pewdie Zushi. Thor looked confused. I suppose this is not a common thing, said Thor uncertainly. Pewdie Zushi nodded in agreement. Actually, the imbalance in one's aura is one thing, but two auras, different from each other, inhabiting the same body? This is something that has never happened before as far as I know. I strongly suggest that you go to the land of the Hindus in search of connecting with your spiritual side to know the reason for such a division, said Pewdie Zushi. Thor considered the advice and nodded in response. I see. But do you have a god in mind that will help my situation? Asked Thor. After all, Thor was unaware of any Hindu god's personality. They might as well try to kill him after learning about the mark of the berserker. Well, given the nature of the mark, Shiva would be the best option and Vishnu would be the worst option, said Zushi, in a firm tone. Thor looked confused. When you refer to worst option, you, began Thor, leaving the question in the air. Zushi did not immediately respond. Sincerely, I do not know. Vishnu is on the side of preservation, so he will intervene when creation is in jeopardy. You risk your life if you meet Vishnu is uncertain, as you are also a living being and some god that is not under his jurisdiction, said Zushi. The common sense among the gods of all pantheons was something that all supernatural knew. Only two beings actively intervened in all pantheons. Samsara was one of these beings, and responsible for the cycle of reincarnation of all pantheons, in addition to being the existence that even the Trimurti, the most powerful trio of gods, would ask for permission to use an avatar. The other existence was something more present in not just all pantheons, but all of existence. Fatum. Destiny itself. Everyone says, everything has a purpose. In a way it's true. Although a being's fate is decided by themselves, not by conditions or luck, but by decisions made, Fatum has the ability to see far beyond the limitations of time. Fatum sees the past, present, and all possible futures of the universe. All timelines. Fair enough, I'll keep your advice in mind. Where are the dorms? I think I'll call it a day, said Thor. Zushi nodded and pointed to a large 2-story house. Thor then withdrew and left the young master Zushi alone in thought. Sigh, a god from the west wanting to learn senjutsu? Maybe. Is it fate? Asked Zushi. The young master then rose as soon as the sun was no longer in sight, and at night the moon reigned in the sky. Time skip, 5 years. POV. Thor. It was faster than I thought. That was the only impression that crossed my mind as I looked at the white aura, with shades of blue, along my body. Senjutsu was like second nature, although learning the more advanced forms was my main contract. Transformation art was not something I was interested in, but the other arts like jumping art, I could cross from the moon to the earth in 2 seconds. Of course, if I did that, according to Zushi, I would blow up the earth on impact and shatter the moon, so I never tested the theory. Another thing was my attempt at haki. Turns out I could consider senjutsu a bastard form of observation haki. Weaker than haki, but it will still do. Of course, I couldn't predict the future, but locating beings through the aura was enough, for now, not to mention that senjutsu was already better than normal detection magic. Another thing. Toki was a success. I could shape my divine life energy and use Toki for combat perfectly. Unfortunately, the Toki was considerably weaker than the haki armament, but I suppose that only in India will I be more likely to improve what I already have, in addition to trying to create the haki of the conqueror and especially getting answers for my berserker mark. In the 5 years, Igris returned. He failed the mission. It seems that the fiend of gluttony is so hidden that no one has heard of any legends about it. At least I already have something to do during the Great War. Another thing that happened was Sun Wukong's banishment from the sect. The motive was as childish as the Monkey King behavior. Apparently, Sun Wukong was quite upset that a god of the West had stolen his best apprentice spot, and Sun Wukong's resentment towards me was noticeable. Zushi, however, saw an opportunity to teach humility and modesty to his student. Did not work. Sun Wukong was found showing off his abilities to some humans. Zushi learned of what had happened and so, displeased with his pretentious student, he ended up banishing Sun Wukong from the sect, never to return. The young Monkey King begged to stay but was soon refused. Sun Wukong then, at the age of 15 and the youngest Xian, was expelled from the section. But not before declaring that one day he would go west to challenge me to an apprentice duel and take what was his by right. I didn't respond to the challenge. Anyway, with my success in this land, it was time for me to continue with my journey. But now, it will be my return to the west. With my first stop in India, and my second stop in Greece. Are you leaving already? Asked someone. I looked towards the voice, and saw my so-called teacher, Zushi. Yes, I'm on my way out. It's a miracle I haven't gotten into trouble with some deity of this land. Better not push your luck, I said. Zushi looked at the horizon. Our gods are different, they rarely interact with the mortal land. In fact, they would only act if you decided to do some damage, said Zushi. I raised an eyebrow in confusion. Even though I knew my presence was being watched by someone from time to time, it's still too much freedom for a foreign god to enter a territory without talking to the local deity. Not to mention this never interact plan. The land of future China was not so restricted at the present time. Why did your gods decide to distance themselves from mortals? I asked. Zushi gave a small smile. Immortality is seen as an accession. As the gods are in a higher class in the hierarchy of existences, and as the mortal land is, well, mortal, the gods see the earth as if it were some kind of exile, said Zushi. Well, I suppose it's like that everywhere. But it seems that here in the East this kind of godly behavior is more strict. Well, whatever. Goodbye Zushi, until next life, if you light up too, but if not. It was nice meeting you, I said. Honestly, he would get along well with Thoth. POV. Third person. While Thor left the sect, accompanied by Igris, Zushi just stared at the Norse god's back. He was an interesting student. But I worry the day that presence dares to take over his body, or worse. He willingly lets the presence take over, said Zushi. The master then entered the sex complex. After all, there were more students to teach. Location, Midgard/House of Thor. So I said to the mirror, what's today's menu? Then I replied right away, I don't know, I'm not the cook, ha 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 ha. Ha ha, ha, said the voice of a woman who was embarrassed by the looks. The woman was Hel, who had just attempted a joke for the guests. Needless to say, it wasn't the best reaction Hel wanted. The guests were actually some of the women Hel met. Sif, who was holding a drinking horn full of mead and didn't seem to mind the joke as she continued drinking. Freyja, who was looking at Hel with a strange look. And finally, Nanna, who was looking at Fenrir, who was sleeping at Hel's feet, attentively as if waiting for something to happen. Yeah, so, Hel, could you explain why you called us here? Asked Freyja, confused. This seemed to get the attention of Sif, who stopped drinking, and Nanna, who stopped staring at Fenrir. All three women looked at Hel expectantly. Poor Hel, however, looked uncertain. Well, Thor told me something about a fun meeting to improve my social skills. He said the meeting was called a slumber party and it would be good for me if I invited someone to have fun, as long as it's girls, so I called you, Hel said, averting their expectant gazes. Freyja quickly began to speak. Oh, Thor? Did he tell you to talk to me? Asked Freyja, in an excited tone. Sif and Nanna raised an eyebrow toward Freyja. Meanwhile, Hel replied. Not specifically, but yes, said Hel uncertainly. Freyja looked remarkably happy. Oh, that means he thought of me? But what a dizzying feeling. What does he say about me? Asked Freyja. But it seemed that the goddess, and princess, of the Vanir, was asking the question more to herself than to Hel. He doesn't speak, Hel said weakly, but Hel's answer fell on deaf ears. That seemed to have caught Nanna's attention. Since when you had this interest in Thor, Freyja? Asked Nanna, confused. Sif didn't seem to care where the conversation was going, and she was soon back drinking her mead. Since the dispute with the Slavs. When I found out that there is a man who looks at me without a hint of lust in his eyes, said Freyja dreamily. This only seemed to confuse Nanna more. If he doesn't want you, how do you expect to have him by your side? Asked Nanna. For Nanna, it was somewhat confusing. She initially lusted after Balor, but as time passed, lust turned into love. Freyja seemed to hear the question and looked thoughtful. I don't know. Frankly, I was never in that situation, Freyja said uncertainly. It was at this moment that Sif chose to speak. I really don't know what a fuss you're making. Make him drunk and take him to bed. It worked for me, said Sif. Nanna's mouth dropped open in surprise, while Freyja seemed to hear a curse. What did you say? Asked Freyja, screaming. But Hel, drop him up, take him to bed. Oh, asked Hel, confused. She was confusing what Sif had said with the effect of too much mead ingested had on Thor, which resulted in a thunder god blackout most of the time. Are you deaf or do you want me to draw too? Asked Sif, looking at Freyja. Princess Vanir soon said. I know you and some waitresses have already bedded Thor, but how long will you just have fun? Or do you think Thor will approach your father and mother with an offer? Asks Freyja. Sif then looked away and frowned. Freyja softened her gaze but still continued. I don't want to upset you, Sif, but you seem to forget that Thor is still a prince, as well as the strongest in Asgard. High-ranking Asgardian women already have their eyes on him. You may have gotten to him first, but you're unlikely to end up with him, Freyja said, her tone soft. Freyja didn't want to upset her longtime friend, but that was the truth in her eyes. Sif looked saddened by the facts being told. Something all the other women noticed. No, it might never happen. My family can't offer anything in return for agreeing to marry a prince. I'm fully aware of that fact, said Sif. The other Asgardians said nothing. But I've never slept with anyone than him because deep down I hoped, in fact I still hope, that one day I can wake up next to him not as a one-night lover but wife, said Sif, whispering the last word. The young Einherjar then looked Freyja in the eye and said unperturbed, Aren't you the goddess of love? Look me in the eye and may I have your word that you will speak the truth. Do I love Thor? Said Sif. Freyja looked Sif in the eye, and sighed in defeat as she looked away because she definitely knew one thing. Sif loved Thor. A feeling that started as a friendship and evolved over the years. So Sif and Freyja want to marry Thor. Just do it, someone said with a shrug. It was Nanna who had spoken. Such an idea caught the attention of Sif and Freyja. As if it were that simple, said Freyja. Hel remained silent as she watched the conversation unfold, until she quickly left the room. Nanna tilted her head in confusion. And it's not? Asked Nanna. Of course. For starters, there's the problem of sharing, said Freyja. Nanna responded promptly. Thor is a god. Now, do you know how many wives Dabak has? 3, 4 in winter? Your friends, you can work it out, but you need to talk to Thor first before anything else, said Nanna. Sif and Freyja seemed to consider as they exchanged a look. It was at that moment that Hel appeared with a box. How about we play a game? Thor created this game called Monopoly, and he explained to me how to play it. I'm sure we'll have fun, said Hel quickly. The Asgardian women looked at Hel and shrugged, joining the table and forming a circle. But then Sif noticed something. Hel, where is Fenrir? Outside Thor's house, a bush moved towards a window of the Thunder God's house. As soon as it got close enough, a head popped out of the bush. It was Frey. I'm going out with some Frey friends. Don't worry, Frey. Take care of your social life, Frey. Well, I would take care of my social life, sister, but you didn't tell me the part where you would go to the being's house that you drew the face and spread the drawings all over your room, said Frey, muttering. The Prince Vanir then looked at a window and began to float towards it. But as soon as Frey looked up to see what was happening inside the house through the window, he was met with a look of a pair of apathetic yellow eyes that belonged to a known godslayer. Frey seemed to freeze under the gaze. Only a few seconds passed until Frey decided to act. Understandable, have a good night, said Frey, as he walked down and out of the area of the house in quick strides. All this time Fenrir was looking at Frey as if expecting Frey to turn his gaze back to the house. Unfortunately for Fenrir, Frey didn't look back, let alone dare return to Thor's house. Nothing happened the rest of the night in Midgard. But the same couldn't be said for Thor the other day. Location, territorial limits of future Bangladesh with India. During dawn, Thor came across the first Hindu deity. But he just didn't expect it to be this way. Sorry, could you repeat that again? Asked Thor. At that moment, Ygritte was also looking at the same thing as Thor. A young woman stood in front of Thor. But of course, I have come to wash away the negativity of your body, said the woman uncertainly. Thor and Ygritte blinked and exchanged a look. The thunder god then looked at the goddess in front of him. You mean I need a bath? Asked Thor. Well, this one I didn't expect. Meeting Gunga and discovering that the woman I was seeing in front of me was part of a river was one of the few moments I was surprised. It also didn't help that I didn't understand much of what she was talking about. So are you asking me to bathe in you so I can be cleansed? I asked. Just to make sure. After all, this was a strange request for me. Kind of. Just take off your clothes and dive into me and then I will cleanse you, said Gunga. Well, my mind might be a little degenerate. But then again, will she be able to help me with the mark? I know that Zushi informed me to look for Shiva, but I didn't know exactly where the god of destruction lived. And honestly, the more time passed, the more I was afraid of this mark. Because I don't know how to release this seal and, mainly, I don't know what will happen if I release it. Alright, where are you? I asked. It's kind of tricky to refer to someone who's technically not here, not completely in the case. Gunga then looked to the west. I'm a little far away in that direction. I'm the first river you'll find, so let's go. As we walk, I can introduce you to some stories from my land, like, did you know that there is a goddess of the dawn who has the most beautiful breasts that make the sky shine? Asked Gunga excitedly as she started walking to the west. I, like Ygritte, started following the goddess. Yeah, must be incredible. Tell me, do you happen to know Shiva? I asked, wanting to change the subject. I don't think, if I know of the existence of a goddess who bears her breasts to light up the sky, is something important. Oh, why don't you ask him yourself? Asked a voice, with a childish tone. POV. Third person. Thor broke into a cold sweat, as he didn't notice the being's presence until the voice appeared, but he maintained his composure not to despair. But Ygritte, however, soon unsheathed his sword and made a decapitation movement aiming at the source of the voice, which seemed to be a hand's breadth away. Clang. Although Ygritte's sword hit the neck, the sword failed to tear the skin. The sword hit a child, which confused Ygritte for a few seconds. But not Thor, because the Norse god knew that in front of him was a powerful being. Gunga, at that moment, had approached the apparent child, with palms together and then knelt bowing to the child. The goddess, who was the personification of a river, then lightly touched the child's feet, still with her head bowed. The child looked at Gunga and smiled softly. Gunga, I know your goal is to wash the world of negativity so that it can thrive, but in this situation, I'm afraid I have to interfere for your safety, said the child, with black and blue hair. Ygritte soon get away from the boy, because he soon notices that the boy was not just any child to behave that carelessly, even with a sword at his neck. The child soon looked at Thor, who was standing nearby. Shall we talk in a quieter place? Asked the child with a smile. It was then that the child disappeared and reappeared alongside Thor. The child then placed his hand on Thor and created a portal that looked like a puddle of water just below him, and so the Norse god and the child sunk into the ground. Ygritte, seeing that Thor was being kidnapped, soon bolted towards the puddle, only for him to arrive too late. Ygritte then looked at Gunga and raised his sword. Where? Shouted Ygritte, asking about Thor's whereabouts. Gunga, however, remained unperturbed and responded with a big smile. Oh, don't worry. The Great Auspicious said he just wanted to talk, said Gunga innocently. Although Ygritte wanted to question more about what she meant, he didn't know that Gunga could help him at the moment. Furthermore, a feeling of helplessness haunted Ygritte's subconscious. After all, he had just met someone who was on a completely different level, and that made Ygritte more determined than ever. I need more power, said Ygritte. Location, one of the particular dimensions of Vishnu/Kroskara, Ocean of Milk, /Thyroparkadal, Sacred Sea of Milk. POV. Third person. In a dimension where a vast ocean of calm blue waters was the only thing existing, a small boat, which looked more like a resting bed, which was shaped like a large serpent, floated peacefully. Near the boat, a portal formed in the water, and then Thor along with the child appeared. The child then released Thor and then smiled at the Norse god. Well, now that we're here, let's start our little dialogue, shall we? I asked the child. Thor was silent for just a few seconds before he acted. The Norse god jumped to get away from the child. Although the dimension was made up of water, it looked like it was possible to walk on the surface as if it were something solid, although waves could still be made. The child soon raised an eyebrow at Thor's actions. Oh, am I that scary? Asked the child, with an amused tone, while still smiling. Thor, however, didn't smile at all. He knew who it was due to the description given by Zushi. Shiva. In fact, for the first time, the Norse god was nervous, as using senjutsu, Thor caught a brief glimpse of Shiva's power. What Thor saw was something terrifying. Thor has already witnessed some of Ra's power, but at this moment, if I were to compare Ra against Shiva, it was like comparing a lake against a vast ocean. The difference was absurd between rankings 4 and 2 in the top 10. In fact, each position had its own gap between the other positions in the top 10. Considering that technically I've just been kidnapped, I think my reaction to you is justified, said Thor, as he removed Mjolnir from his belt and held it in his right hand. Shiva looked at the action with an amused look, but then made gestures with his hands as if to dismiss the action. I'm not interested in fighting right now. In fact, I want to try to help, said Shiva. Now it was Thor's turn to raise his eyebrow, but you could see the confusion in his eyes. How do you, said Thor, before quickly breaking off. No, I need help. Well, I know Ra, and he told me some things about you at the last meeting between the leaders, so he asked me to help you. A tree will not deny shade even to the woodcutter, an interesting saying, right? I'm sure you understand the meaning, said Shiva, with a smile. Thor paused for a moment and then put the Mjolnir away again. Shiva nodded in satisfaction and then gestured towards the serpent boat. Are you ready to talk? Asked Shiva. Thor was silent and then nodded. The Norse god then followed Shiva towards the boat. A short time later, the two were facing each other in the lotus position, Shiva still holding a calm smile, while Thor looked around curiously. Where are we? Asked Thor. This is one of the personal dimensions of the Trimurti. Here specifically is Vishnu's resting place, which I borrowed for a while, said Shiva. Thor looked at Shiva. Does he know I'm here? Asked Thor. Shiva didn't lose his smile but looked on with amusement as he thought about the question. The real question would be who doesn't know. We are very intertwined with the spirituality of the world. From the moment you took the first step into these lands, most of, if not all, the gods and goddess felt your presence, or rather, the negative presence emanating from your back, said Shiva. Sigh. So what do you want to talk about? Asked Thor. Oh, but wasn't it you who wanted to talk to me? This is what I heard while you were talking to the young Gunga, said Shiva. Thor sweated, but the Norse god then proceeded to remove the robes from his upper body and turned his back on Shiva. Any advice on how to handle this? Asked Thor, showing his back. Shiva only gave one look, before replying. I won't help, said Shiva. The Hindu god had even lost his smile. Thor froze to ponder the answer. You won't. Not I can't or I couldn't. Won't you help me because you just don't want to? Asked Thor, turning to Shiva. Shiva just gave an apologetic look. It's not that simple. You are definitely an anomaly. Your aura is divided, but there is still a strange connection. If I do something I may end up hurting you more than helping you, said Shiva. Thor only frowned, and then softened his gaze as he faced Shiva. Since you won't help me, could you please teach me? Asked Thor, as he looked at Shiva expectantly. The Hindu god stared at Thor and then stood up with a smile on his face again. Before I made up my mind, I need to test something, Shiva said. Shiva then began to glow with an amethyst aura that blinded Thor for just a few seconds. When the glow ceased, Shiva was no longer looking like a preteen child. Now Shiva was a full-grown male of Thor's height, with blue skin and long black hair, wearing armor and a tunic around his waist, in addition to now having 4 arms, with one wielding a sort of trident. An albino viper snaked around Shiva's torso, its eyes glowing red. Come on, Asgardian, how about a friendly little spar? No magic or tricks, just fists, Shiva said. With a smile, the trident then disappeared and the albino snake wrapped itself around his neck. Thor seemed to consider. Why? Asked Thor, confused. Thor was confused as he didn't know the reason for the spar. Shiva still had a smile on his face when he replied. First lesson, everything I ask for has a purpose, said Shiva, getting out of the small boat and jumping on the surface of the sea. Thor, still confused, chose to follow Shiva out of the boat shortly thereafter. This little spar will give me a brief idea of what level you are at, said Shiva. Thor looked at Shiva. I heard you could read minds, so you'd know my goals and what I could do, said Thor. As they walked away from the place they had just talked about, the boat began to sink into the sea. It was then that Shiva turned to Thor. I can. But it seems that this seal is also getting in my way, said Shiva. Thor blinked. Wait, what? Asked Thor. Shiva's smile seemed to have gotten bigger. Yes. Even though it looks like something of malevolent and negative origin, it seems that the seal is protecting you mentally, which intrigues me, said Shiva. There was also another thing that intrigued Shiva. Trimurti also could see the future to some extent, but when Shiva used this ability to see Thor's future it was always confusing, as sometimes Shiva saw Thor releasing the seal. It wasn't a good thing. It was worse than the time when Kali went mad. Much worse. Shiva asked for a small spar to push Thor to the breaking point and use the skill to see in which situation Thor would release the seal. Obviously, the Hindu god would stop when he saw that Thor was getting closer and closer to releasing the seal. Thor still looked at Shiva confused, but decided to fight. The Norse god thought it unlikely that Shiva would ask for such a pointless thing, so at this point, he could only trust the Hindu god. So, shall we start? Asked Shiva, extending all 4 arms invitingly. Thor looked at Shiva and then smiled, taking the Mjolnir out of his belt and placing it inside the necklace's storage space, and then he made a decision. The strongest Norse god, for the first time, removed the Jormungandr pairs. The gauntlets were specifically created to absorb most of the impact of his heavy blows, and one of the things that were created to prevent Thor from ending up breaking Mjolnir in combat. When Thor removed the gauntlets, he stored them inside the storage space along with Mjolnir. It was then that Thor assumed a fighting stance, hands raised, while Shiva remained standing, unperturbed. Both were smiling at each other. It was then that Thor and Shiva disappeared and reappeared just an arm's length away with fists raised. Boom. When Thor's fist collided with Shiva's fist, the dimension shook violently on impact. The sea, once calm, had become a raging sea that was only seen in storms. This was just a spar between Thor and Shiva, but if it had happened on the mortal plane, at least one country would have already exploded in the collision. Location, Midgard, future Norway, / House of Thor. POV. Third person. At Thor's house, at the dinner table, Sif, Nanna, and Freyja were in the middle of breakfast after the amused, in Hel's words, night. Hel had left, as she wanted to walk Fenrir around the estate, as Thor denied that Fenrir was a completely lazy resident. So, it was an interesting night, don't you think? Asked Nanna, with a smile. Sif just shrugged, while Freyja, oh, it was, dare I say it was a fun night until we started playing that damn game, Freyja said, her tone grim. Sif sweated when she heard Freyja's tone. Freyja, it's just a game, Sif said uncertainly. Bam. Freyja had knocked on the table. No, it's not just a game. It was created to sever bonds of friendship and love, said Freyja, with tears in her eyes. Nanna looked to the side. You say that because you were the first to run out of gold, said Nanna. Sif, however, was irritated. Don't hit the table. It's not your house, if something breaks you'll have to fix it, said Sif, frowning. Freyja soon realized the actions and quickly withdrew her hand from the table, and had the decency to be embarrassed. Sorry, said Freyja. It was then that someone knocked on the door of the house, which confused the women inside the house, as Hel had left with one of the spare keys, which meant it was probably a stranger knocking on the door. Sif was the first to get up from the table to answer the door. I'll take care of it, Sif said, as she headed for the door. As soon as Sif opened the door, she raised an eyebrow in curiosity at the guest. Prince Frey? Sif said, before being interrupted. Frey soon spoke quickly. Hello, Sif. Is Fenrir in? Asked Frey, looking into the house with a worried face. Sif stopped talking but answered shortly afterward. No, he said Sif, before being interrupted again by Frey. Great, said Frey, with a smile. Prince Vanir soon entered the house in search of someone. Freyja, my beloved sister, I need you, said Frey. As soon as Frey noticed Freyja at the table, he soon ran towards his sister and grabbed her by the shoulders. I need your help, said Frey, with a worried look. Freyja was scared. As much as she disliked some of Frey's shameless actions, she still worried about her brother. Frey, what happened to you being like this? Is anyone hurt or has someone threatened you? Asked Freyja, worried. Frey soon looked at Freyja as if she had said something strange. What? No, it's all fine, Frey said simply. Sif had returned and looked at Frey in confusion, exchanging a look with Nanna, who shrugged her shoulders at Prince Vanir's demeanor. Freyja was soon confused by the answer. So why the cry for help? Asked Freyja. It was then that Frey soon released Freyja, and then the Asgardian women noticed something different. Frey was blushing. I'm in love, Frey said, looking away, and looking out the window with a dreamy glow. The room was silent at Prince Vanir's assertion. You what, now? Asked Freyja, her tone empty, as if she didn't believe such a statement. Frey then blushed even more. I asked permission from Odin and Balor to sit on the HighschoolDxD, so I could see what was happening here, somewhere in particular, but I couldn't see through the wall, said Frey, looking away at the last statement. In fact, Frey tried to be smart, asking permission to sit on the HighschoolDxD so he could see what was going on inside Thor's house, without risking his life again. The flaw in the plan was that Thor had already thought that Odin would do such a thing, particularly after the events at Tgard Castle, so he forged runes to block Odin's vision centuries ago, after studying the corrupted ice from the Winter Castle. Unfortunately for Frey, he was unaware that Thor had done this and now owes a favor in vain for using Odin's all-seeing throne. The Asgardian women present at Thor's house frowned as they thought of Frey's words. Did you try to spy on us? Asked Freyja, frowning. Frey soon denied it. No. Initially yes, but, screamed Frey at the last word as he saw Nanna summoning a rune, Sif drawing her sword and Freyja summoning her spear. Frey soon continued quickly. Wait. When I saw that it didn't work, I soon gave up. I then got bored and started watching the other realms, said Frey. The women looked at each other and seemed to consider whether to attack or not. But it seems that Freyja gave up first, as she soon sighed in defeat. I've known you for over a millennium. I should have known you would try something like that. It's my fault too. Now, although I really want to stab you in the eyes for daring to spy on us. You said something about falling in love, right? Who is the unlucky one? Said Freyja. Although Freyja put away the spear right after the question, Sif didn't sheath her sword and Nanna didn't cancel the rune. It looked like the two were still considering whether it was worth attacking Frey for insolence. Frey, however, smiled at Freyja, though ignoring his sister's last question. You must see her, sister. She's the most beautiful I've ever seen. Not beautiful as you, but I swear in Buri's name that I would do anything to be with her, said Frey, in a determined tone. Freyja looked at Frey apathetically. Good, but why exactly I'm needed? Asked Freyja. Well, there might be a little problem, Frey said, with a nervous smile. Freyja looked at Frey. Problem? What kind of problem? Asked Freyja. Frey backed away a bit and put the hands behind his back and then started walking around the kitchen, looking around and refusing to meet Freyja's eyes, who was staring suspiciously. Well, remember Belly? The Jotun I accidentally killed while taming Gullinbursti? Asked Frey innocently. Freyja raised a confused eyebrow. Yes. But what does that have to do with it? Asked Freyja. Frey seemed to consider the next words. Well, he has a sister, a very pretty sister by the way, said Frey. At that moment nothing was said in the house, until Sif, who was looking in shock, dropped her sword on the floor. Nana, with her mouth open, cancelled the rune and looked at Frey for any sign of joking. But Freyja was the worst. She soon got up and ran towards Frey and grabbed him by the shoulders. Let me get this straight, did you fall in love with the sister of the Jotun you killed? And now you want my help to make her fall in love with you? Asked Freyja, looking Frey in the eye. Frey had the decency to look embarrassed. Yes, said Frey, looking away. As soon as Frey answered, a vein popped on Freyja's forehead, which was starting to turn red with rage. The Kroskara was a private resting place of the god Vishnu after dying as an avatar in the mortal world, being characterized as a calm sea where silence prevails while Vishnu rests in bed and was massaged on his feet by his wife, Lakshmi, the personification of prosperity. However, Kroskara was now everything but a calm sea. Tsunamis 1,000 meters high was created, not by the force of an earthquake, but from the clash of fists. Two figures were running through the rough sea at a speed never seen before. Boom. As the sound of an explosion resounded through the dimension, time seemed to freeze as the two figures at the origin of the explosion were revealed. Thor and Shiva. Both of them bumped fists, with Shiva being the one smiling excitedly, while Thor grimaced. It was then that Thor moved and tried to punch Shiva's face again, only for the Hindu god of destruction's hand to stop and grip his fist, causing another explosion that caused the water floor to sink 500 meters below normal sea level. However, Shiva only used his upper arms. Bam! The Hindu god's lower arm slammed into the Norse thunder god's hypochondriac region, which resulted in Thor being flung away, splitting the sea in two until he slowed down. What is this Nordic? Are you even trying? Asked Shiva, his voice resounding throughout the dimension as if it were thunder. Shiva at that moment was urging Thor and pushing him to the limit, whether physical or psychological, so that he could utilize the ability to see the future and determine in what situation the god of thunder would release the berserker seal. As soon as Thor stopped, he replied, his voice resounding like thunder just like Shiva. I don't fight against someone who has 4 arms frequently, shouted Thor, mumbling about the situation. It was ridiculous the dexterity that Shiva displayed in fighting with 2 extra upper limbs. Also, if Thor were to compare Shiva's fighting style, it would be a dance. A dance with a rhythm that could be described as eternal. This resulted in Shiva never getting tired in a long fight. Aside from Thor's inability to land a decent hit, the thunder god was doing relatively well, with no bruises or wounds let alone blood after receiving a few attacks from the Hindu god. Thor then propelled himself forward, churning the sea and creating new tsunamis, and shot towards Shiva, who raised all 4 arms and raised his left leg. As soon as Thor got close enough, he punched again, aiming for the god of destruction's head, but then something, which has happened several times during the conflict, happened. Shiva closed his eyes and lifted 2 right hands from his upper and lower arms. Time seemed to stop when the Hindu god touched Thor's wrist and pushed it lightly to the side of his head, resulting in a complete change of direction that split the sea and caused an explosion in the distance due to the shock wave from the power the fist had. Shiva soon used his left arms free and delivered a double punch to the side of Thor's chest, but the thunder god raised his leg blocking Shiva's fists before they made contact. Thor soon raised his free hand and grabbed Shiva by the wrist of his upper left arm and prepared to punch again, this time with Shiva trapped in his grip. But then the Hindu god made a small leap and kneed the thunder god in the face, interrupting the Norse god's action, and causing him to step back. And now Shiva was going on the offensive, running towards Thor with all 4 arms ready for a consecutive series of punches. Thor, seeing Shiva's actions, raised both of his arms, and just like that, Shiva delivered hundreds of blows per second, but most were being blocked by Thor's forearms. But then something happened that surprised the Hindu god. Bam! Thor had surprised him by quickly reaching out with his left arm and hitting Shiva squarely in the face, which sent the god of destruction hurled by the force of the blow. And then Thor smiled. So you really have a rhythm to your dance, huh? Good to know, said Thor, darting towards Shiva. As soon as Shiva composed himself, Thor was already in front of him, preparing to punch him with his right fist. The god of destruction soon prepared to redirect the blow again, but then Shiva's eyes widened and then the 4 arms quickly moved to the right side of the body at high speed. Bam! Thor had punched him with his left arm, his right arm was just a feint. Although the blow was obvious, Thor changed the attack in a matter of milliseconds. Shiva was only able to perceive the change as he saw the near future. Shiva then used 2 of his arms and grabbed the arm and kicked Thor in the neck, causing the thunder god to be bewildered for just a few seconds. Long enough for Shiva to slap Thor's ears quickly, who quickly lost focus, while punching Thor's chest with both lower arms, where the ribcage would be. Each blow caused thunder in the world as the water was pushed by the shock waves. For just a second, Thor gasped for air and lost focus, but the thunder god soon regained consciousness and kicked Shiva's leg, causing the Hindu god to lose his balance. During the loss of balance, Thor landed a punch on Shiva's chest, in the region where the diaphragm was located, causing the god Shiva to spit out some saliva as he lost air and was thrown. However, Thor stopped the Hindu god from being flung too far by grabbing the god's foot and violently pulling him back towards him. The thunder god then quickly turned his body with his extended left arm and landed a blow on Shiva's neck area, making a swinging motion. Shiva gritted his teeth as he fell from the force of the blow that looked like it would break his neck. Just as the Hindu god was taking off, he crossed his arms in front of his body to prevent a high-speed kick from Thor that hit him squarely. Boom! Shiva was then flung away, followed by Thor at high speed. As he was flying, Shiva noticed that Thor had an excited smile plastered on his face as he fought. The initial frustration had disappeared and was replaced by satisfaction now that Thor was finally getting a feel for how Shiva fought in hand-to-hand combat. But there was something else Shiva noticed as Thor smiled. When the Hindu god uses the ability to see the near future, the image shown in Shiva's mind is always in the third person, as it is the astral projection itself that sees the near future. There were moments when Thor seemed to be enjoying the fight. The berserker mark glowed a mesmerizing scarlet red from time to time. Shiva could feel a feeling that the glow emitted. It was almost like as if the presence in the berserker brand was having fun. While Shiva thought, Thor was approaching quickly preparing for a punch. Shiva soon got ready and assumed once again his dancing posture. The Norse god then tried to punch Shiva, but the Hindu god just redirected Thor's fist again, which caused another explosion right behind the Hindu god, who went on the counter-attack, quickly punching Thor's celiac plexus and face at the same time. But then Thor dodged the blow by jumping and doing a high-speed somersault, causing Shiva's fists to just miss. It was then that Thor used his heel to hit Shiva's head with a kick right after the somersault. Bam! Shiva was bewildered for just a few milliseconds as he looked at the ocean floor due to the force of the kick. Thor then grabbed Shiva by the chest, turning the Hindu god upside down, and quickly threw him upwards. Thor then grabbed Shiva by the armpits of the Hindu god's lower arms. Thor then threw Shiva towards the ground, aiming to crush his head. The force of the ensuing blow felt like a meteor falling into the ocean, causing an explosion that shook the dimension and created a clap of thunder that resounded throughout the place. But then something happened right after the clap of thunder. An amethyst-colored glow appeared and blinded Thor for just a second. The sea suddenly calmed down and Thor stopped his fist before punching Shiva. Not least because the Hindu god was no longer where he threw it. I thought you only said fists. Why did you start using tricks now? Asked Thor, who then turned and looked at Shiva who was behind him smiling calmly. Thor didn't return the smile, for the first time he thought he would fight without all restrictions. But it seems that Shiva didn't want to fight anymore. Ha 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 ha, don't be like that, my friend. I've seen what I needed to see. Also, this last blow reminded me how old I am, said Shiva, with a sly smile, rubbing his neck a little. The vision of the near future showed Shiva interesting things, but the main one was the answer he was looking for. Thor would never release the berserker mark, even if Shiva used divine power. This made Shiva look curiously at Thor, as the mark also didn't seem to react to Thor's difficulties. There was something else that also caught Shiva's attention. In a near-future line, Thor removed the golden belt, and during the fight, in this specific situation, Shiva was sure of only one thing, that if Thor removed the gauntlets and belt, physically, he is already stronger than me, thought Shiva, still smiling. Thor then took the gauntlets out of the necklace's storage space and put them on again, while facing Shiva. How did you predict my blows? Asked Thor curiously. Shiva just smiled wider at the question. This is one of the things you will learn by unlocking your Sahasrara. You, as a god, will have a perception beyond time and space, and your consciousness will be open to a new vision that the world offers you, said Shiva, which created a glowing puddle again, which soon began to sink both him and Thor. Thor was a little surprised by what Shiva said. After all, it meant that Shiva would not only allow him to stay but also, the thunder god was surprised by the Sahasrara's function. After all, it reminded Thor of something else. Observation Haki. Or at least one of Observation Haki's abilities. Will you teach me personally? Asked Thor in surprise. Initially, Thor thought Shiva would just assign someone to teach him, but now Thor had the opportunity to learn from the god of destruction himself. Shiva nodded in response to Thor's question. Yes, that and much more, said Shiva. Well, it can't be that hard, right? Asked Thor, with a smile. But Shiva didn't respond, which made Thor look at the god of destruction. Right? Asked Thor, losing his smile. Time skip, current era 2195 BCE, age of Thor, 1805. POV Thor. I achieved? It took me centuries of frustration, in addition to my determination being based on the strength of pure hate. But I did it. A bastard version of Haki. Observation Haki was the easiest, as I practically had to merge what I already knew about Senjutsu in addition to having learned about Sahasrara, and then we have an innovative, not 100% faithful version of Observation Haki. Armament Haki was a little more difficult as I had to combine the Toki with the energies coming from all the balanced chakras, from the Muladhara chakra to the Sahasrara chakra. I still couldn't do such an action unconsciously, since the Sahasrara chakra awakening itself was necessary for all the 6 previous chakras to be in perfect balance, which is still quite difficult for me to perform right now, but I believe I can improve in the long run. Also, to my disappointment, using the bastard version of Armament Haki I created doesn't create a black-colored armor. In fact, it just leaves an aura, almost invisible, of pure white color. Shame, but worth the try. Also, this bastard version of armament was very, very similar to Toki. However, it was much more resistant. If I were to compare Toki with the bastard version of armament haki, it would be like comparing an armor made of leather against an armor made of steel. For me, it was a success. About the Conqueror's haki, well, I had to be a little creative. Utilizing the abilities of the Ajna Chakra, which enhances my concentration as well as gives me the ability to see things beyond the material, and the Sahasrara Chakra, which allowed me to have the ability to be connected with all the energies in the universe, and combining them with my divine power, I found a way to recreate this haki. Energy pulses. Basically, using my divine power, I can focus on a certain area, and using the chakras, allows me to focus enough to fire a small pulse of energy that results in a momentary interruption in normal brain functioning, as the nerve impulses of the brain are electrochemical phenomena. It was a success, but it doesn't work as I wanted. If the energy pulse I shoot is too powerful, I might end up blowing the target's head off instead of knocking them out. Anyway, after learning everything I could from Shiva, in addition to training Igris in my spare time, I decided to continue my journey. I have not met with any Hindu deities other than Shiva and Ganga. The reason for this, according to Shiva, was that Vishnu and Brahma forbade any supernatural beings, other than those I had contact with, to approach me on pain of death. I thought it was an exaggeration, but according to Shiva, it was necessary due to some volatile clash maniac gods like Indra wanting to face me and possibly try to kill me. I didn't want to get in trouble with another pantheon, so I shrugged off the decree. Shiva, however, was a nice guy. I dare say I became friends with him. I was even a little surprised when he introduced me to his wives when he invited me and Igris to his house for dinner. One thing that I found a little strange at the time was that one of Shiva's wives, who was called Kali, was quite similar to him. When I asked him about this, I was surprised by the answer. Shiva had created Kali from a hair of his. Obviously, my mind was confused about what this could mean, so I just closed my eyes and got on with dinner. In fact, even after my departure, I still kept in touch with Shiva and his wives. Shiva had also stated that I was always welcome in his house, which was good, as I still planned on talking to Shiva about creating an astra for me eventually. And here I was approaching the island of Crete in a small boat, where it would be my first stop after I had left India. I was disguised as a mortal, not wanting to attract attention. I was wearing only a men's lion skin loincloth, plus leather sandals. All my clothes, including Mjolnir, were inside my necklace's storage space. I was wearing Megingjair and Jaringri pair too because I thought it best to have my limiter still being used just for safety. This disguise I created as another secondary function of my necklace for me to use when I wanted to blend in with humans. There was also the fact that this disguise also made me hide from supernatural beings. I just needed to avoid any use of my divine power and I would be fine. My natural strength should be enough. The reason I disguised myself was something basic. After all, I was technically invading the territory of the Greeks, who, apparently, were in the midst of civil war. Actually, this was great, because while the Titans fought the gods, I could just sneak in and meet the Telkines. The problem was finding these mysterious sea creatures. It was then that I saw the island of the future known as Crete and smiled in anticipation. I only hoped to find any clues to the whereabouts of the Telkines without getting any attention from any supernatural beings, I said. It was then that I started to row towards the island in my small boat. After all, with my strength and endurance I could row for days and not get tired. Also, what are the odds of meeting a Greek deity? My luck was never good, but this time I was so careful that I looked like an ordinary mortal in the eyes of supernatural beings. Only a select few in the top 10 could notice me. Sigh, I wish I hadn't left Igris behind. At least I would have had someone to talk to, but he refused to take that armor off. Besides, he wanted to go to my house in Midgard sooner. I told hell, so everything should be fine, I said, reflecting on Igris' situation. For some reason, Igris was strange from the moment I returned from my little spar against Shiva, the first king of civilized men trained fervently every day. It looked like he was training to get stronger for some reason. At least it's good he's motivated for something. Crete, the largest and most populous island in Greece. One of the most important islands for the Mediterranean economy. Home of many myths and mysteries. Truly the Sea of Greece would be a tourist spot worth visiting. Or at least, it would be in the future. At the time Crete was an island. Still the biggest island in Greece. But still just an island. Civilization. Not very developed, unfortunately. Hello? Could you help me point the direction to the nearest temple? I asked a woman who was swimming next to my boat. The funny thing is that this woman was in the water. A little far from the shore if you think about it. Perhaps she was unlucky enough to be swept away by the sea current. Oh, I soon noticed something quite noticeable on the woman's face. Fins. What are you doing so far from shore, mortal? Also, how are you seeing me? Asked the woman with a confused face. A giant fishtail soon appeared in the place where her legs should have been. Bloody hell. Oh, by the gods? I swore I heard something. It must have been the wind. After all, I've been at sea for a long time. I said innocently and went back to paddling more quickly, towards Crete. No, you will not fuck with me again, Murphy. Wait, mortal, don't go there. There's a, screamed the woman in a tone of despair. I didn't care much, as I quickly distanced myself from the woman. As soon as I got to the beach, I got off the ship and walked for a while, until I noticed that the entire beach was empty, which was strange since the civilization of this island was usually quite dependent on the sea and therefore there must be some kind of village or at least some human presence on the beach. Why is everything empty? I asked confused. And as if to react to my question, something happened. Boom. An explosion sound resounded throughout the island and made the earth shake. Right after the explosion sound, something fell like a meteor on the beach. It was a woman with long hair and bright green eyes, wearing only the simple attire of the time, a toga. I considered my choice to walk away slowly. After all, I came here to meet the Telkines, not to interfere with any Greek deities other than them. It was then that something else landed in the vicinity of the woman lying on the beach and caused a shock wave. The thing was much larger than the woman and me. In fact, it was surprisingly the size of a Jotun. I narrowed my eyes as I noticed the thing flashing a confident smile as it walked towards the woman lying on the beach, with each step making the ground shake. What surprised me was that I felt almost no divine power coming from this guy, whereas the woman had a lot more raw power compared to him. In fact, the woman, although she had more power, her physical body was noticeably inferior. It was then that the woman formed a dark blue magic circle and shot a beam of light towards the giant. As it hit the target, the giant's body glowed blue, while a larger magic circle appeared on the giant's head. I immediately realized what the woman had done, and it seemed the giant knew too. Gravitational magic is useless. You cannot defeat me. I am the one who rules the Titans just below the Master Cronus long before you were born from your mother's womb. You alone will never defeat me, child. Submit, and maybe I will spare you, said the giant, as he walked towards the woman unperturbed by gravitational magic. Who the hell is this guy? I asked in disbelief. Did the giant's skin seem to nullify the magic effect? No. He was resisting with just brute strength. But again, Shiva was able to do this easily. What caught my attention was what he had said. Command the Titans. It means he was allied with Cronus, and since the rebellious faction of the Greeks is the Olympians, I must assume that woman is a goddess, but which goddess I have no idea. As I stood there, watching the possible fight that was taking place, I felt a presence behind me. I soon turned around but was surprised when I saw who the presence was. What are you doing standing there? Go away and run for your safety? My lady cannot be distracted at critical moments like this, shouted the voice. It was the woman from before, running toward me just as she transformed a fish's tail into long, scaled legs. Oh, but what do we have here? I turned around and saw the giant looking at me, or more specifically, the woman. Thetis. Your traitorous father and mother, as well as your grandfathers and grandfathers, need an incentive to support Master Cronus in this foolish rebellion that began because of that usurper, said the giant. POV third person. The woman standing next to Thor, identified as Thetis, broke into a cold sweat. It was no secret that Oceanus and Pontus, and by extension, their descendants took a neutral stance, resulting in Cronus' wrath, as he considered such neutrality a betrayal of the rule of Gaia and Uranus' youngest son. Thetis was the only one who took a stand from the entire Oceanides family. Help the Olympians. This was due to the fact that Thetis had become friends with one of Cronus' daughters, the goddess Hera, the goddess who at that moment was fighting the giant that Thetis knew very well who she was. Atlas. Go away while you still can, mortal. For Atlas it makes no difference whether you're innocent or not, Thetis said, frowning as she looked at Thor. Thor looked apathetically at Thetis. If you knew what could happen if you followed me, then why did you choose to come here? Asked Thor. Thor thought Thetis would not initially follow him, for various reasons. Although he did not know that a fight between deities was taking place on the island of Crete, Thor suspected that Thetis knew what was happening, and even so, Nereus' daughter chose to come to the shore of the island Crete, following Thor. Thetis softened gaze. My duty is to ensure the safety of mortals. Even if it costs my life, I will come back to save even a baby. To me, every life is precious. Now go, said Thetis, looking seriously at Thor. Thor just looked into Thetis' eyes, which reflected the seriousness of her words. I see. So you're a fool, said Thor simply. How pitiful, too bad I have to spoil the moment. When I send his crushed body to Nereus and Doris, Oceanus will remember what awaits him at the end of this war, said the giant, identified as Atlas, as he lifted his foot over Thor and Thetis. It was then that Thetis grabbed Thor's arm and tried to throw him out of Atlas' reach. Keyword. Tried. For Thor didn't move an inch. Although I consider you a fool for sacrificing yourself in this way, not caring about your well-being, it doesn't mean you are someone who shouldn't be respected, said Thor, looking Thetis in the eye. Thetis stopped trying to pull Thor when she saw it was useless and then looked into Thor's eyes with a worried look, not caring if she was about to be trampled by Atlas. Thor saw that look in a few people. Frigg was one of them. A mother's genuine concern for her children was a look that would make any child show the deepest regret, or even rethink the choices made, only to make the look disappear from the mother's face as the child's conscience filled with guilt. Thor saw that Thetis looked at mortals as if they were children who needed to be protected. It was then that as soon as Atlas dropped his feet, Thetis made one last attempt to pull Thor out of there. Bam! That was the noise that resounded across the beach as Atlas' foot hit the target, kicking up a cloud of dust and shaking the beach, knocking everything nearby. Thetis, cried the woman on the beach in desperation for Thetis' safety as she tried to get to her feet. Atlas had a confident look in his eyes before he started sweating in worry for two reasons. The first reason, Atlas heard something he shouldn't have, and the sound was coming from under his foot. Furthermore, it was noticeable to Atlas that his foot hadn't touched the ground. Thetis had closed her eyes before being hit, although she still tried to hug Thor in order to protect him. Hey, open your eyes, said a voice beside Thetis. As soon as Thetis opened her eyes, a pair of golden eyes stared at her with a calm gaze. It was then that Thetis realized that Thor had hugged her with one arm and raised his other arm to intercept Atlas' foot. What surprised Thetis most was the effortlessness of Thor, who was holding his foot above his head with just a single arm as if it were nothing. How? Whispered Thetis, witnessing Thor's feat. The Norse god disguised as a mortal only half smiled. Go help that woman. You look like you know her, right? Asked Thor. Thetis just nodded in response. Yes. Yeah, she's my friend, said Thetis. Then go help her, said Thor. It was then that Thor lightly pushed Atlas' foot, but the result was that the Titan had lost his balance and fallen to the beach floor, which made the island shake as if an earthquake had happened. Thor soon turned away from Thetis and walked towards Atlas. The Titan had begun to rise, as he watched Thor approach. Who are you? Know you look like a mortal, smell like a mortal, and feel like a mortal, but you don't act like one. So I will ask, what are you? Atlas asked, frowning. Thor didn't give a smile or even an immediate response, and just ran towards Atlas and jumped, surprising the Titan with the speed displayed. Thor was still slowing on purpose, but it was still enough to deal with Atlas. Bam! Thor had aimed at Atlas' head and hit his fist just below the Titan's chin, causing the Titan to fly a little off the ground. Due to the force of the blow had been enough to lift the body off the ground. As soon as Atlas fell to the ground, he soon got up when he saw that Thor had leaped towards him again. The Titan soon punched Thor's midair body. However, when Thor saw the giant fist coming towards him, the Thunder God only punched Atlas' fist harder. The result was a shock wave that caused the ground to shake and the winds to pick up speed. However, crack! Arg! Shouted Atlas in agony as he looked at his arm. The arm had broken at the slightest contact with Thor's wrist. The Titan didn't have time to compose himself, for in the next second Thor had leaped towards Atlas' chest and kicked him, hard enough to throw the Titan and knock him to the ground. When Atlas showed no signs of getting up, Thor stopped the attack, but then he heard something coming out of the Titan's mouth. Hi Hyperion, said Atlas. It was then that a pillar of light fell from the sky and struck the Titan, briefly blinding Thor. When the Norse god opened his eyes again, Atlas was gone. Thor, seeing that the confrontation was over, turned his gaze to Thetis, who seemed to be healing the other woman named Hera. Both women were looking at Thor as if they had seen something unbelievable. Thor looked at the two women and walked towards them, scratching his head. So are both of you okay? Asked Thor, with an uncertain smile as he looked at the two women. Location, Asgard/North Zone. The northern part of Asgard was known for the highest mountain range in the entire realm, as well as endless storms. For these reasons, it was not a very popular place to live. However, there was only one castle that broke this rule. Thrudheim, the stronghold of power or world of strength. This was the castle that Baldur had given Thor as a gift many centuries ago. The gift was considered the highest honor for any Asgardian, as for that reason, Asgard would be considered impenetrable, as the Aesir house was well protected from all sides. Breidablik, Baldur's shining castle, is located east of Asgard. Sessrumnir, Freyja's castle, located south of Asgard. Notun, Frey's castle, located west of Asgard. And finally, Thrudheim, is located north of Asgard. These four castles had the function of protecting the center of the realm of Asgard, as well as protecting the homes of the families of people who have died, where it was located in Niflheim, a field reserved for dead mortals, where they could build or rebuild their lives. Thrudheim, at that time, was being administered by two people. Sif welcomed new Einherjar who wished to serve under Thor's banner, as well as lead them in battle. And Ibina, the Sumerian demigoddess who was taken in by Thor during his journey to Sumer, and who was trained by Baldur and Frey due to the powers of the young demigoddess, daughter of the sun. At the time, Thrudheim had about 540 Einherjar, including Sif and Ibina. And now, one more had just joined. What the hell are you doing here? Asked Sif, looking at the new brother in arms. The figure was a tall man, not as tall as Thor, but dressed in armor and carrying a long sword. It was Ygritte. I came to serve, my liege, said Ygritte. Ygritte went to Midgard, where he found Hel and Fenrir in Thor's house. However, Fenrir didn't let Ygritte get too close to Hel. The goddess of death just told Ygritte where the Bifrost entrance was and asked the first king of men to go to him. Thrudheim in Asgard and assist Sif in managing Thor's house in Asgard. Ygritte followed orders without question and headed straight for Thrudheim. Wellio can help me train the new Einherjar that has been summoned. They are inexperienced and most died fighting a moose or a bear. They never fought properly, they just fought for their lives before they died. Do you think you can teach them anything? Asked Sif, crossing her arms and raising an eyebrow. Ygritte seemed to consider before speaking. I can teach them to not die, said Ygritte. Sif looked at Ygritte apathetically, before smiling. Haha. You and I are going to get along great, tin head, said Sif, with a bigger smile. Sif then took Ygritte to the Thrudheim training grounds, which was an open field where large parts of the Einherjar were training hard, while some just watched the training. However, Sif soon caught everyone's attention. Heads up, shouted Sif, her voice echoing through the training ground and stopping the Einherjar. All the Einherjar recognized Sif, as she was responsible for hosting them in these halls provisionally until the original owner returned. But no one recognized the armored man beside Sif, and some began to assume that it was Thrudheim's owner, Thor, who had returned. But then Sif interrupted the Einherjar's thoughts. This is Ygritte, one of Thor's greatest friend and now, along with me, his master at arms. We will be responsible to transform you into respectable warriors so that you don't die so quickly in Ragnarok as if you were a farmer who never took a sword. Any question? Shouted Sif, looking at the Einherjar in defiance. A brave Einherjar raised his hand. When are we going to meet Thor? Asked the Einherjar without waiting for Sif to notice him with his hand raised. Sif only took a second look and went to answer, but Ygritte took a step toward the Einherjar. As Ygritte walked, the Einherjar led the way to the Einherjar who asked the question. The Einherjar, who looked like a young man, no more than 17 years old, broke out in a cold sweat when he saw that Ygritte's eyes gleamed in defiance even though he was wearing his helmet. When Ygritte stopped just a few steps away, he only said one thing. Take your sword, said Ygritte, pointing to the sword, which was in the scabbard attached to the Einherjar's waist. The Einherjar was a little nervous and shook his hand a little before reaching for his sword hilt. But before the Einherjar could draw his sword, bam! Ygritte had punched the Einherjar in the stomach quickly. The Einherjar around them gasped as they saw the young Einherjar on his knees on the ground as he spat blood and held his belly. Never hesitate, said Ygritte, looking at the young Einherjar. Ygritte then looked at the rest who were staring at him with trepidation and fear. When my liege returns, it doesn't matter. What matters is that when he returns he will come across warriors. That's my promise. Even if I have to make your bones crack, your skin rip, and your blood spurt on the floor for that promise to be fulfilled, said Ygritte. All the Einherjar were silent as they stared into Ygritte's glowing eyes. No more questions. Start running the training ground. 2 full laps, said Ygritte. A few Einherjar looked up in shock. But the training ground is gigantic, said the Einherjar. Throdaim's training ground was the largest training ground among Asgard's castles. 3 kilometers long. Ygritte looked at the Einherjar who had complained. 2 full laps. Until the end of the day, said Ygritte. Before anyone else could complain about the madness, Ygritte spoke again. If you don't start running, I'll kick your bodies until you complete the 2 laps. And next time you'll do it carrying extra weight, said Ygritte. No Einherjar dared speak and soon they began to run on the training ground. Sif just looked at Ygritte, while giving a small smile. Well, maybe he was born for this, said Sif, with a drop of sweat falling. Who are you? What are you? Those were the 2 questions the 2 supernatural women in front of Thor asked right after the Norse god of thunder had given Atlas a beating. One woman looked on in curiosity, the other in distrust. The distrust was understandable, as Thor was a complete stranger. But as the Norse god intended to stay in Greece until he found the Telkines, so he had to be as innocent as possible by the standards of a foreign god. Well, I gained this strength and extended life after having devoured a strange plant out of hunger. As for my name, well, said Thor, before pausing and thinking only to smile right away and answer. I am Eolia, said Thor, with a smile. Thor couldn't possibly give his real name, so he had to improvise a little. That name doesn't sound familiar. You're not from here, are you? Asked Thetis. Hera just looked at Thor with a raised eyebrow. Plant. I've never heard of a plant that grants longevity and strength, said Hera, looking suspiciously. Thor, however, smiled innocently. The plant turned out to be the plant of life. You see, I am Sumerian, and I came here to escape Enlil's wrath after eating a plant of life without permission and without having processed it into food, said Thor. The plant of life was something the pantheons near Sumerian knew about, as it was the Sumerian way of turning a mortal into an immortal. However, no one knew what would happen to the mortal who devoured it in the purest form. That's where Thor got the insane strength excuse. Just a side effect. Thetis and Hera's eyes gleamed in recognition. Well, by all means. Thanks for helping us against Atlas, said Thetis, with a smile. Although, I still find it strange for a human to be able to match, much less surpass, Atlas in physical strength, plant life, or not, said Hera, narrowing her eyes slightly. Thetis soon nudged her longtime friend with a disapproving frown. Hera, he was under no obligation to help us. Even though he was a human, he was still willing to reach out to us, said Thetis. Hera had the decency to look embarrassed. I know, Thetis. It's just that Atlas shouldn't be here on the island as it's too far from Mount Othrys and Cronus would never send Atlas for no reason. This is all very strange, said Hera. Meanwhile, Thor listened intently. Outwardly he was expressionless, yet inwardly Thor was thinking about the happenings on the island. I'm unlikely to be the cause of all this. After all, I arrived on the island just now. But according to Hera, Atlas shouldn't even be here, thought Thor. After much consideration, Thor had only one conclusion. Somehow, there is a traitor, thought Thor seriously. From what Thor remembers from Greek mythology, the mother of the gods, Rhea, made Crete a haven for divine rebellion against Cronus, hiding the presence of her sons and daughters across the island. However, Atlas found them in some way that Thor is unaware of. We better get out of here, said Hera. Thetis nodded, but then glanced at Thor before turning back to Hera, whispering, we can't leave him here. Every Titan will know who he is since Atlas has escaped, said Thetis in concern. Hera soon looked at Thetis in shock before considering, but Thetis would still insist. Well, he saved us. Perhaps we can trust him, and he will become an ally, said Thetis. Hera soon scoffed. We don't need allies. When the Cyclopes gave Hades, Poseidon, and Zeus those weapons, no Titan could stop them, Hera said confidently. But dash, said Thetis, before being interrupted by something. A bird made of yellow lightning swooped down from the sky like a meteor heading for Thor. Thor just looked at the bird in disinterest and remained still. Boom. And then the bird hit Thor squarely, kicking up a cloud of dust and shaking the island once more like an earthquake. When the dust cloud settled, it was noticeable that a new figure had arrived on the beach. The figure looked like a teenager with long blonde hair and yellow lightning dancing around him, wielding a silver-colored javelin spear. Another noticeable thing was that the blonde-haired young man's javelin spear was hitting Thor's shoulder. After all, the young man had descended at high speed aiming at the most likely possible threat and, by the force of the blow, Thor should at least have broken something. However, the Norse god in disguise was perfectly fine. Thor remained staring into the eyes of the unflappable golden-haired youth and glanced briefly at the javelin spear still resting on his shoulder. The blonde-haired young man only applied more force, causing the veins in his arms to dilate from the pressure imposed. But Thor showed no discomfort at the young man's attempt at strength. "I'm not impressed," said Thor. The blonde-haired young man broke into a sweat when he saw that the person in front of him was not an ordinary person. Thor then grabbed the spear quickly and kicked the blonde-haired young man away, causing the young man to drop the spear from the force of the blow as he was thrown. Hera can only stare in shock before reacting. "Zeus!" shouted Hera in concern. Thor looked at Hera briefly in surprise as the goddess spoke the name. "So this is the future ruler of the Olympians. Oh, I have a unique opportunity here," thought Thor. Thetis remained silent but noticed something different about Thor. A smile that could be described as malevolent. "Since for some reason you decided to try to kill me as soon as you saw me, how about I return the courtesy?" said Thor. Thetis soon shouted. "Aeolia, wait, please. Do not do it. He is our leader and someone of great importance to us," said Thetis quickly. Thor looked briefly at Thetis. "Don't worry. I'll just break him a little," said Thor, looking at Zeus as he stood up. "I don't know who you are or what you are, but give me back my bolt," said Zeus, extending his hand to Thor. What Zeus was doing was simple. The Olympians' god was calling for the javelin spear that was in Thor's hands, and he expected the spear to fly towards his hand. But the spear didn't even move from Thor's hand, which only worried Zeus for a brief moment, as he thought the spear had chosen another wielder. However, it only took a few seconds for Zeus to notice what was happening. Thor was preventing the javelin spear from flying into Zeus' hands just by the force of his grip. "What's wrong, little shit? Don't you know how to fight without your toy?" said Thor, raising the javelin spear in amusement. After noticing Zeus' attempt to retrieve the spear, Thor had a satisfied smile. "Let me teach you how to fight the old-fashioned way then," said Thor. It was then that Thor ran toward Zeus, who was surprised by the speed and shot yellow-colored lightning at Thor. Thor dodged the lightning and shot towards the sky god quickly, closing the distance and, after making a small jump, raised his knee and hit Zeus full in the face. As soon as Zeus was hit, the Greek god fell to the ground immediately. Thor soon raised his fist ready to hit Zeus's face, only to stop as soon as he realized something. "Huh," said Thor, looking in disbelief at Zeus on the ground. The Greek god was knocked out. As soon as Thor realized Zeus was knocked out, he backed off shortly thereafter, giving up on fighting any further, and looked at Thetis, who was looking at Thor in awe, and Hera, who was looking at Thor as if, like Thor had just kicked her dog. "Bastard!" shouted Hera. Hera soon raised her hand and then her eyes gleamed with power, but before Hera could do anything her arm was grabbed by Thetis. "No, Hera! Our priority is to get off this island. We must rescue Zeus and leave. Only Chaos knows how much time we have until Cronus sends someone to search the island after Atlas has been defeated," said Thetis quickly, preventing Hera from starting to fight Thor. As soon as Hera realized the situation, the anger was soon dispersed and the goddess then glowed in a pink aura as well as her eyes as she raised her hand to Zeus. The fallen god's body acquired a pink aura and was soon lifted off the ground, still unconscious, and quickly floated towards Hera and Thetis. The Greek supernatural beings soon began to float up from the ground, as they looked warily at Thor, who looked at them bored. Once Hera and Thetis reached a certain altitude, they quickly flew in a specific direction, leaving Thor behind. Still wielding Zeus' javelin spear, Thor glanced briefly at the spear. "Does that qualify as a theft?" asked Thor, raising an eyebrow. The Norse thunder god just shrugged and then placed the javelin spear on his shoulders as he lazily braced his arms, and started walking in a random direction. "They'll remember eventually," said Thor, unconcerned. Location, future Japan. POV third person. A boy, who could be considered a teenager, ran through the forest while carrying a basket on his back. The most noticeable thing about the boy was that the boy had prominent horns on his forehead in addition to having scarlet-red skin. The boy was an Oni, one of the many yokai presents scattered across the islands in the lands of the rising sun. And at that moment, the boy had only one mission. The young Oni always looked back and sniffed the air a little after running a long distance without stopping, for one simple reason. He was being hunted by someone. "Sniff, is it still close?" said the Oni in disbelief as he noticed a familiar scent. The same odor he'd smelled when he'd seen his parents murdered in front of him. Blood. The boy just looked around for shelter and soon noticed a cave nearby. The young Oni then ran towards the cave and took the big basket off his back and placed it next to some stalagmites. The Oni soon opened the lid of the basket and looked inside with a worried but firm gaze. "Pay attention. Don't leave, even if I ask for help, even if you hear something, even if you hear screams, don't leave here. Only leave when the bad smell is gone. I love you," said the young Oni looking into the basket. The Oni didn't wait for an answer and then took a small vial from his pocket, which contained a light blue liquid. "For all 5 Koda Amitsukami. I hope this works as it should, said the Oni, opening the vial and pouring the contents into the basket. The young man then sniffed the air a little and then gave a happy smile. But before I say anything, young Oni, why do you run? Are you angry that I fell in love with your mother? Oh, I'm sorry, but love works in unusual ways, resounded a voice throughout the forest. The Oni froze at the voice and then closed the basket and went to the entrance of the cave, jumped to the top of a tree, and waited. Young Oni knew he wouldn't escape. But at least his mission was completed. Don't hate me, young Oni. Your mother's face is so unique that I couldn't help but to be hypnotized by her. I'm carrying proof of my true love for her, said her voice, getting closer and closer. The Oni began to sweat out of both anger and fear. Anger, for me, the young man saw what happened to his father while the voice sang. There is no obstacle in love. His father was impaled alive, in front of the eyes of the young Oni and his mother. His mother soon ordered him to run away with the basket and not look back, and the young man reluctantly obeyed as his mother reminded him of the firstborn's main duty. The young man then ran for his life and never looked back, no matter how much he wanted to go back and help his mother. The Oni then saw a figure appearing in the darkness of the forest, propitiated by the night, and could not help but scream in rage and disbelief. Mother, said the young Oni, looking at the shadowy figure. In fact, the Oni was looking at what the shadowy figure was carrying. His mother. Or at least, what's left of his mother. Just the severed head, with a face frozen in a look of fear. The figure soon looked in the direction of the Oni, who had revealed his position shortly after he had shouted. Oh, there you are. See, I love your mother so much that I decided to cut her head off so I can enjoy the beauty of her face whenever I want, said the figure with a happy smile, as he lifted her severed head and hugged it tenderly against his cheek. The figure was eventually revealed as the heir to House Valifor. Doma Valifor. The young Oni couldn't help but scream in rage. He then jumped out of the tree and landed on the ground, summoning a giant war club as it descended to the ground, and ran towards Doma. Doma was still smiling happily. That's right. Come to your new father, said Doma. Doma then dropped the head to the ground and raised his arms in a hugging position. The young Oni soon approached Doma, raising his club, ready to strike the devil mercilessly. Cough choked the young Oni, with his blood. The Oni soon looked down and saw a kind of spear made of bone stuck in the center of his chest. The young yokai soon looked towards Doma, who wore a worried face. Oh, for Lucifer? I forgot to warn you that my bloodline reacts unintentionally in some cases, said Doma. The devil soon ran towards the Oni, who fell to the ground and held him as if he were someone worried. Don't die, son. You were my first son. I didn't even teach you what my clan's skill is like, said Doma, with tears in his eyes. Cough. Cough. Bastard, said the young Oni, while coughing as he choked on his blood. What were strange were the purple veins that began to appear along the young Oni's body, originating precisely from the wound caused by the bone spear in his chest. Don't talk to your father like that. It's impolite, said Doma, pouting. The Oni never wanted to kill the person holding him as much as he does now. Unfortunately, my blood must have already spread on you. It's a pity, but you won't see the sun anymore, said Doma with a sad face. Meanwhile, the boy's eyes, ears, and mouth began to leak a purple substance and began to soil Doma's clothes, which he soon noticed. Hey, it was washed this morning, said Doma. Young Valifor then dropped the young Oni and dropped him carelessly to the ground, while rubbing the stain on his clothing. Doma then started to leave. I can't exactly stay here, as I don't want to bother the prying eyes while I feed. Although I wanted to invite you to dinner, I was quite upset that you stained my robes, so consider your invitation revoked. Then it will just be me and your mother having a romantic dinner, said Doma, with a smile on his face. The young Oni just watched Doma leave carefree and take his mother's head again. Let's go, dear. I even have a perfect vase for you, said Doma, blushing, and looking excitedly at the severed head. The young Oni could only look on helplessly as Doma walked away. But only one thing crossed the young Oni's mind at this moment. The Oni looked at the cave once more. Please. Live. Please. Be well, thought the Oni desperately, while losing the sparkle in his eyes. The young Oni may have left the mortal plane, but he fulfilled the mission of every older brother. A few hours later, a new figure appeared at the entrance to the cave. It was a young Oni, and this time it was a girl. And she looked at the fallen and bloodied body of the young Oni from before, with tears in her eyes. Brother, said the little girl Oni, in disbelief. Although the girl wanted to take a step toward the body, a dark voice startled her. Help me. Come help me, said the voice, mixed with the wind. The Oni child then looked towards the origin, the cave she was in before. Come. I can help you, said the voice again. The girl hesitated for a brief moment, before looking at her brother's fallen body and turning back to the cave again. The Oni girl then started walking back to the cave. Come, little one. I can help you, said the voice. The girl just listened, but she could see the insecurity in her eyes. Can you help my brother? Asked the Oni girl, as she stopped briefly. Child. Dowdy, don't lie, said the dark voice, with a warm tone. Hearing the answer, the child started walking again, this time with more confidence. Yes. Come. My first user.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.